Chapter 453, AI Huey's Own Path. Chapter 453, AI Huey's Own Path. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Whether it was openly or discreetly, many were paying attention to AI Huey's recuperation. No one noticed, however, that the sand puppet beside him was gone. Even Gong Peiyao, who adored Lu Lan, was focused on the news of Great Elder's death and had no mood for playing with Lu Lan. A rustling sound could be heard coming from the underbrush in an empty corner of Clearwater City. Shortly after, a faint and cheerful voice sounded from the bushes. No one on the left. No one on the right. A moment later, a finger-sized Lu Lan made his way out of the bushes. Keep watch from the rooftop, Lu Lan. Keep watch from the alley mouth. Watch the left side, Lu Lan. Watch the right side, Lu Lan. A few mini Lu Lans called out to each other, one after another, before turning around and running off. One jumped to the rooftop and hid within a crack between the tiles. Two ran to the junction of two walls by the alley mouth and stood watch, one for the right and the other for the left side. Lu Lan's here. Lu Lan's here. Cheerful shouts sounded incessantly as, one after another, Lu Lans started threading their way out from the bushes. They dashed toward one another joyfully and their mini bodies joined together and expanded to eventually become one big Lu Lan. Having recovered his appearance, Lu Lan's glowing red eyes flickered nonstop. He was processing every mini Lu Lan's feedback. After a short while he muttered to himself, "There's nothing in this region." To the next, Lu Lan's, let's go. Lu Lan did not use any clever method. What he used was actually silly. He'd separated the whole city into different sections and upon reaching each region, he would scatter into many mini Lu Lans and scour the region like sand. Many Lu Lans would remember the conversations they eavesdropped on and the people's faces. Finally, the information the mini Lu Lans gathered would be summarized. Such a huge amount of information would cause ordinary sand puppets to overheat. But Lu Lan's sand core, Midnight, could sort out all this information effortlessly. If there was any suspicious target, Lu Lan would arrange a mini Lu Lan to stand guard. No one would pay attention to a tiny pile of yellow sand hiding on the ceiling beams, under the bed, within the cracks between bricks or in a dark corner of their rooms. There'd never been such a sand puppet. What people generally knew about sand puppets was that they were all about the same size and had about the same abilities. The bigger the body, the stronger in battle they usually were. An example would be a sand sentinel, because the bigger its size the more the sand core could do. Sand puppets weren't suitable spies since they weren't quick or smart enough. They weren't good at disguising themselves too. When sand puppets were first invented, people were easily deceived. Now, an extra pool of sand would alert everyone. No one used sand puppets to spy nowadays, unless the Earth Elementalist really had no teammates to rely on. Lu Lan's method depended solely on Midnight's capability, so while it wasn't clever it was extremely effective. It worked also because Clearwater City did not cover a big area. If Lu Lan were to use this method on a big area like Silver City, he would need at least 10 to 15 days to investigate. Lu Lan, who had arrived at the newest area, repeated the steps. He found something this time. The mayor had paid an enormous sum to build the underground meditation room. Not only was it soundproof, it had been reinforced by an Earth Elemental Master. No matter how violent things went on inside, the meditation room was indestructible. Only slamming sounds could be heard from the meditation room. AI Huey's whole body was red as his blood surged and his head steamed. It was as if he'd just been taken out from the oven. He held onto wintry jade blade and walked around the room barefoot, waving his sword from time to time. Sword rays flew out from its tip and struck the fortified walls, causing impacted spots to light up. The elemental energy within his body was like boiling lava. It was losing control. To AI Hui, using red dust had simply been too forced. Han Li's judgment wasn't wrong. No one under the level of master would be able to break his yin-yang fish sword formation. And red dust was actually a master-level move. It was his first time using it since conceptualizing it. AI Huey's judgment was very accurate as well. When he saw Han Li's yin-yang fish sword formation, he knew that ordinary moves weren't going to be effective and the only usable move was red dust. But how could there not be a price to pay for using a master-level move when he wasn't a master yet? The surging and disorderly elemental energy within his body was the consequence of forcefully using red dust. If he was unable to tame the elemental energy, his 5 residences and 8 palaces would be damaged. If it was serious, his base level would drop. But how was he going to calm the elemental energy down? AI Hui tried operating circulatory cycle revolution but to no avail. He then tried exhausting all his elemental energy but still to no avail. The newly born elemental energy continued to be in a chaotic state, unable to be suppressed. What could he do? AI Hui panted heavily while his brain spun rapidly. He suddenly recalled the contents from some notes he'd read. The notes were left by a senior from the Hall of Ancient Records. In his attempt to search for Senior Zhao's notes, AI Hui practically flipped through every single book in that hall. He'd been helpless at that time, but because of that he'd gained many strange insights and all sorts of preposterous-sounding ideas. Also, he got to read more about rare treasures and all kinds of weird situations. AI Hui read them as he read storybooks, just like how he'd done for swordplay manuals left from the cultivation era. He suddenly recalled a situation described by the senior. It was precisely what he was facing now. How did that senior resolve the issue? AI Hui racked his brain and wanted so hard to open it up. He'd only read through them very briefly out of interest. Now, he was depending on that last straw of hope and was afraid of missing that moment of realization. He wrinkled his brows, pondering hard. After a long time AI Hui finally remembered the contents. That senior did face the same situation as him. He remembered it so clearly because the writer described every detail very meticulously. However, the senior did not share the method to resolve it. Instead, he mentioned that this happened to him the night before he became a master. Wait, the night before a breakthrough? AI Hui received a jolt. Was it going to happen to him too? This thought calmed his restless heart significantly and his almost burning body cooled off a little as well. After calming down, AI Hui's mind spun quicker. What should he do if this was indeed the sign of a breakthrough? There were two conditions for an elementalist to become a master. He must satisfy the elemental energy's base level requirement and create his own absolute art. AI Hui had already fulfilled the first condition. What about the second? All of a sudden, AI Hui's understanding of a master seemed to have skewed. The keyword in the second condition wasn't absolute art but one's own art. AI Hui fell into a daze. His own. He realized that he'd never thought about this before. His mind went to Han Li. Han Li's choice was clear at first glance. He'd chosen the yin-yang path. AI Hui felt it a decent choice. Yin-yang appeared simple but was profound, unpredictable and ever-changing. What was his own path? AI Hui sunk into a deep, reflective state and completely forgot about his discomfort. He'd seen quite a number of absolute arts and swordplay techniques. He thought about Karakoram Chief's ambitious swordsmanship encyclopedia, all-inclusive and diverse. AI Hui thought about them one by one and felt even more bewildered. Any force would become shockingly mighty with consistent practice and reflection. Each type of force had its own allure. He started to understand the idea that finding his own path was the key to becoming a master. This world was too huge and there were too many types of forces. Yet, human energy was limited. In order to grasp the true essence of the force, he'd had to give things up along the way since only focus and devotion could take him further. Which kind should he choose? AI Hui felt calm now. He knew that his choice was going to influence his future greatly. It was an important decision. AI Hui started thinking about why he wanted to become an elementalist. His idea was simple at that time. He just wanted to survive. 3 years in the wilderness showed him that elementalists had a much higher chance of survival as compared to the laborers. He had been muddle-headed and merely wanted to live on. Being able to live was good enough. It wasn't until he met his master, mistress, and senior that his dull life started to brighten up. It wasn't because of the cold sunlight that shone down through cracks on the houses as he walked soullessly on the streets after the closure of Swordsman Training Hall. It was the warm and bright sunlight, accompanying the cool breeze, that fell before the drowsy-eyed fellow who was sweeping the entranceway, the peaceful morning in Central Pine City where smoke rose up from kitchen chimneys in spirals. Patter. Amid the loneliness, sounds of water droplets falling filled the dark, meditation room. AI Hui's eyes were shut tight. Tears willfully made their way to the corners of his eyes before flowing down his cheeks. He'd found his answer. A colorless image surfaced before his eyes. In a street that wasn't very wide, tide like blood fiends were trampling about. It was a blood-colored flood. A youth grasping a sword stood motionless in the center of the street like a reef. The sharp, cold sword cut everything before it. Fresh blood splattered and limbs of blood fiends flew in all directions. The rich, choking, bloody smell seemed to have traversed through time and memory, hitting him. The image blurred but the sword became heavier. Only the blurry sky remained. Countless silver rays descended from the sky, illuminating the dark, cruel world. The blood fiends lay limp and lost on the ground and the powerful red flood turned into soft red soil. Indistinct cheers sounded like a landslide or a tsunami. It was so vague, yet reassuring. Darkness took over once again. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heart beating. Do you know what people call you? What? The lightning blade. Descending from the sky with so many lightning bolts. You frightened everybody. That big lightning storm made all blood fiends drop their resistance, and the mayor took the chance to block off the city gates. The lightning blade. We, blood fiends, are afraid of the aura of lightning. Yeah. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Conspiracy. Chapter 454, Conspiracy. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Clearwater city guards interrogated passing caravans vigilantly. Recently, each respective enterprise faced a whole series of issues. If their goods were not delayed, the funds or channels were problematic. The goods that were meant for exchange with snow lava were only half processed. There was an invisible hand disrupting them from behind. Xiao Meiqi had seen all kinds of dangerous situations and was very knowledgeable in that aspect. Although his investigations brought no results, he could smell the odor of a conspiracy. He immediately ordered guards to question people entering and leaving the city. They had to check for city medals on registered elementalists of Clearwater City. The city medal was a management method used extensively following the city expansion order and the construction of new cities. In order to obtain a Clearwater City medal, elementalists had to register to get their names into the database. They had to get their elemental energy tested as well, and a detailed analysis would be kept. They also had to reside in Clearwater City for at least a year. Unfamiliar-looking faces would be strictly interrogated. There were specialized elementalists outside the city gates, in charge of testing newcomers' elemental energy, base level, and so on. With such tests, even masters were unable to conceal their abilities. Caught off guard, many newcomers protested against the rigorous tests. A few even tried to cause trouble and were killed on the spot. Witnesses then kept quiet out of fear. Xiao Meiqi had a premonition that someone was preparing something, and that now was the calm before the storm. He'd personally relayed an order with such a serious tone that practically the whole city was awaiting the arrival of the enemies. Even Yang Xiaodong was supervising the scene to prevent any accidents. The other consecrated master of Clearwater City was still uncontactable somehow, causing Xiao Meiqi to feel more uneasy. As the only master left in Clearwater City, Yang Xiaodong had limited power to intimidate enemies. Xiao Meiqi had spent a huge fortune building the city's defenses. Even a master would be unable to attack efficiently. Plus, there was Master Yang Xiaodong standing guard. The guards flagged down a caravan that wasn't big and only had just over 10 load basin beasts. However, some carried completely screened-off tents on their backs. It was a garish sight. A few guards questioned, "Where are you guys from?" A manager from the caravan rushed forward and said in a flattering smile and tone, "Cold Rock City." "What is going on, sirs? I've never seen such a disposition of troops before." The guards looked suspicious. "Why haven't I seen you if you've been here before? Do those belong to the Enterprise?" The manager replied hurriedly, "Look at what you're saying. You're a noble person and are busy with official business. I'm just a lowly worker from Li Clan Enterprise. The goods inside were ordered by Master Yang, but..." The guards made eye contact upon hearing the words Li Clan Enterprise and Master Yang. They knew that Li Clan Enterprise and Master Yang shared a deep relationship, and the materials Master Yang needed had always been purchased from the Enterprise. Just then, a man whom the guards recognized as Master Yang's servant strode over without getting obstructed. He looked furious, hair all over his face. "Such a shilly-shally enterprise, spreading your bad luck to me at that. Master Yang has asked if the goods are here yet. Why are they only arriving now? How long has it been already?" The manager apologized hastily. "It's not that I did not try my best, but we met a few dire beasts on the way and fell into critical danger." The servant interrupted coldly, "I'm not here to listen to your grievances. Go find Master Yang if you have the energy to whine. Send those goods in and the accounts will be settled with you by Master Yang." The manager wept and pleaded nonstop, but the servant looked on, ashen-faced and absolutely careless. Having witnessed this, the guards made eye contact and no one went forward. Weren't they seeking death if they were to provoke Master Yang at this time? Master Yang was supervising the city from above, and Clearwater City would lose its footing if they offended him. Li Clan Enterprise's load basin beasts then entered the city gates amid pleads and cries, but no one went forward. The load basin beasts quickly reached Li Clan Enterprise's entrance and went straight in without stopping. The Enterprise gate only closed after the last load basin beast entered. No one noticed a few shadows coming out of the tents and disappearing. Deep within the Enterprise was an inconspicuous-looking house. Autumn Water, with her tall figure and huge watery eyes, looked as though she could steal people's souls. She said tenderly, "You really have your ways. Who would have thought that Master Yang is one of your people? We have more confidence now." Mr. Doe responded coldly, "Cut the crap." He looked scary with his empty-looking eyes and withered face. He emitted a sinister odor and spoke with a hoarse voice, sending chills down people's spines. Autumn Water did not get angry. She laughed softly, saying, "This is the seventh patriarch, Jiugue." Jiugue, literally meaning liquor cabinet, the skill he practiced was related to liquor. Beside her stood a lazy-looking scholar, who looked like a teacher. His eyes were narrow and hazy, as if intoxicated. Jiugue cupped his hands together and laughed gently. "I've heard of your glorious name, Northern Underworld King, for the longest time. It's an honor to meet you." "I've heard of you," Mr. Doe said expressionlessly. "Clearwater City is a water elemental city, and the path you followed is, after all, a subdivision of water, so this city is a good place for you to unleash your potential." "You flatter me." Jiugue took out a long table and placed the wine pot and cups on top. Without raising his head, he said, "Would you like to try some, Mr. Doe?" Mr. Doe answered coldly, "No need." Jiugue wasn't angry. He laughed cheekily, "Then I'll help myself." At that he poured himself a cup and took a mouthful of it, his face appearing intoxicated. This is life. Old Doe remained aloof, his expression the same. He did not get angry because of Jiugue's unruly behavior. Elementalists turned masters were all outstanding characters and had all kinds of temperaments. When one became a master, being able to follow one's heart was the most important principle. He asked in a deep voice, "I wonder what plans Assembly of Patriarchs has in mind." The Assembly of Patriarchs had dispatched 2 patriarchs, but the others' elemental energy waves were also exceptionally stable and calm. They were all extremely capable elites. The Assembly of Patriarchs' power was indeed noteworthy. Jiugue pointed at Autumn Water without lifting his head. "Ask her." Autumn Water laughed before adding, "I've got to ask Old Doe about the rules. Master Yang is crucial to us. I wonder what relationship you two share." As if he hadn't heard the later part of her sentence, Mr. Doe said faintly, "My rules are simple. We already have 4 masters, so no fancy moves are needed. We can meet them head-on. Venerable Volcano moves solitarily and hence is not a cause for concern. Plus, we can sabotage the cloud defense layer now. Those people below are all chickens and dogs." As if he hadn't caught Mr. Doe's words, Jiugue helped himself to the drink, his face filled with enjoyment. Only a trace of bright light that flashed across his hazy eyes made his extraordinariness apparent. Autumn Water smiled delicately. "That's a good way. That AI fellow is in seclusion, so that's not an issue, but you have forgotten about Miss Sher. She's a tricky one. I'm worried since you've been unable to take action. It's not easy to avoid offending the Sher family and the Gong residents." Mr. Doe kept quiet. Autumn Water had nailed his Achilles heel. Indeed, he had no wish to offend the Gong residents or the Sher family. The Gong residents was a better choice, since Gong Peiyao did not have much combat strength and killing a consecrated master wasn't going to be a problem. On the other hand, trouble ensued if anything happened to the Sher family's lady, Sher Shueman. Sher Beihai was a division leader and in a position of power. Plus, Sher Shueman's master was Grandmaster in Muda. News of Enmuda's decline had long been spreading all over every city, but as long as he was still alive no one dared do anything to Sher Shueman. A Grandmaster at his last breath was still a Grandmaster. They were all masters, but they had no confidence in defending themselves from a blow dealt by a dying Grandmaster. Old Doe threw the ball into Autumn Water's court. "What should we do?" Autumn Water smiled charmingly. "From what I can see, Gong Peiyao is the way to go. Sher Shueman is simply too capable and she isn't weaker than a master. It will be tricky. Things might blow up if we actually go for her instead, and we don't want any injuries or even deaths. Ai Hui is her old lover, so she will protect him with her life. I heard she's standing guard outside the meditation room Ai Hui is recuperating in. TSK, how affectionate." She added, "By comparison, Gong Peiyao is a much easier target. As long as someone lures Venerable Volcano away, won't Gong Peiyao just be at arm's length?" She grew up with Sher Shueman and their families share a deep relationship, so Sher Shueman will definitely compromise and hand over the formula of snow lava. We'll return Gong Peiyao to them afterwards. Isn't it perfect? Mr. Doe muttered to himself for a bit before setting his mind onto this plan. He asked in a cold voice, "When do we move?" Autumn Water's big, watery, and bright eyes flickered. "They're tired from their journey and are going to rest and continue tomorrow night. What do you think?" Mr. Doe nodded. "Okay. Tomorrow night it shall be." As soon as he finished his sentence, his face changed. He turned his neck swiftly and looked toward the walls outside the courtyard. In a stern voice he shouted, "Who is it?" There were a few potted plants on the walls. Mr. Doe waved his cane in the direction of the walls and the potted plants shattered instantly. Amid the shattering, a pea-sized yellow body landed and jumped over the walls. The faces of those present changed completely. They'd actually failed to detect a spy and leaked such a crucial discussion. Damn it! Everyone was cursing inwardly and the walls turned into fine powder. Yet, that pea-sized yellow figure was nowhere to be seen anymore. Being knowledgeable and experienced, Mr. Doe called out sharply, "It's a sand puppet. It mustn't be far. Take one direction each. I'm going east." In such a critical moment, Autumn Water did not hesitate at all. "Joe Gue, west. I'm going south. You guys go north. Kill every sand puppet and earth elementalist you come across." The drunk look on Joe Gue's face vanished and everyone started dispersing. Autumn Water flew up and toward the south. In an alley about half a mile north from Lee Clan Enterprise, the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes flickered as if he'd sensed something. Then came a pea-sized mini Lu Lan pouncing onto him. The pea-sized Lu Lan shouted, "Bad guys are here, run quick." Lu Lan extended his palm and grabbed onto pea-sized Lu Lan, effectively merging it into his body. With a flash of his eyes he immediately retrieved the information from before. There! A few figures appeared overhead. The red glow in Lu Lan's eyes flickered and Lu Lan's body melted like snow and seeped into the ground in the blink of an eye. A few light rays exploded in the spot where Lu Lan had just disappeared, but there was nothing in the big pit that formed from the explosion. Whoosh! Autumn Water appeared by their side and asked gloomily, "Where did he escape to?" "Into the ground." "Thinks he can escape just like that?" Autumn Water gave a bitter grin, her face ice cold. There was a bronze lantern in her hand. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 455, Lu Lan's Idea. Chapter 455, Lu Lan's Idea. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Autumn Water channeled elemental energy into the bronze lantern she was holding and a wispy, bean-sized flame lit up. The flame shot out a green light ray that shone onto the ground. The green ray was very weak, but the illuminated spot on the ground quickly became transparent and the maze-like sewerage system appeared before their eyes. The rest were startled as it was the first time they'd seen something like this. Autumn Water's lantern, element-chasing lantern, was a weapon used to track enemies. Elemental energy would be needed to track sand puppets who'd fled this way, since there would be traces left behind, unconcealable before the element-chasing lantern. The green light followed the elemental energy traces and moved rapidly. Where the light passed the ground, it returned to normal. When the light shone on the thick, solid ground, it became crystal clear, and so did the underground structure. Suddenly, the shadow of a pool of sand appeared on the ground before everybody's eyes. There! Everyone reacted instantly. As Autumn Water held onto her lantern, the rest went forward. Infusion elemental energy's unique, brightly colored light rays shot toward the ground like raindrops. Moving stealthily underground, Lu Lan had sensed the light ray. He was extremely sensitive to changes in elemental energy, even more so than AI Hui. In the moment the light shone onto the ground, Lu Lan immediately moved further down. Passing through the complicated sewer, he continued moving downward, closer to the city stabilizer blocks. Benefiting from his previous network scouting and monitoring, Lu Lan was very familiar with every corner of Clearwater City. Feeling the danger overhead, Lu Lan immediately activated the city stabilizer block seals. The deep black city stabilizers lit up. Each city would lay city stabilizer blocks underneath to prevent underground dire beasts from entering into the city. During the blood catastrophe in Induction Ground, many cities had been invaded by blood fiends from underground. Having learnt a painful lesson from that, cities fortified their underground defense system by adding a large amount of elemental trace seals, which combined with elemental energy to strengthen it. And Clearwater City's city stabilizers were even more well configured. Chow Meichi was rich and powerful, and spared no effort in ensuring that Clearwater City was uncollapsible. The city's defense was made up by two sections, one above ground and one under. Above, the cloud defense layer blended well with the sprinkling water screen. They were like an overturned bowl, covering the city completely and tightly. Underground, the city relied mainly on city stabilizers. In order to strengthen their resistance, each block was engraved with the most updated elemental traces. Some versions of the traces had been used on God Subduing Peak as well. The Gong residents had exerted themselves in this aspect. Other than that, Xiao Meiqi had especially set aside a large sum of money to build an elemental energy pool to supply the city stabilizers with elemental energy, which significantly strengthened their power. Lu Lan was extremely familiar with elemental traces, since AI Hui often asked him to analyze the composition of elemental traces. Triggering the elemental traces on the city stabilizers couldn't be easier for Lu Lan. However, those above ground still had no idea what kind of sand puppet they were dealing with. They were oblivious to what was about to come. The light rays, released by the few elites of the Assembly of Patriarchs, shot toward the pool of sand beneath the ground like sharp knives cutting into tofu. They did not want to alarm the city guards, so they avoided making a commotion. It wasn't the time to attack yet. While they had the Enterprise's shielding, they traveled a long way after all and weren't in the right state to battle. They needed time to recover from their exhaustion. Although there wasn't a huge commotion, they did not relent. They could not believe that a sand puppet could actually dodge their attacks. Fusion elemental energy's power and might was highly destructive. Any pure elemental energy was like tofu in front of fusion elemental energy. The green light locked onto that pool of sand despite its constant downward movement. The brightly colored light rays followed right behind and were rapidly closing in. As they were about to overtake, the sand figure vanished suddenly. Autumn Water was shocked. What happened? The element-chasing lantern had never slipped, so why did the opponent disappear all of a sudden? As she was lost in thought, the transparent ground warped like a surging water surface. The flame in the element-chasing lamp trembled and swayed violently like a candle flame in a storm. Pop! The candle flame exploded with sparks. The sudden change of events caught Autumn Water off guard. The element-chasing lantern was a high-grade item made by the Assembly of Patriarchs' craftsmen. If it weren't for the fact that she had performed outstandingly in a crucial mission, she wouldn't have gotten the chance to use it. Ever since the lantern fell into her possession, it had never slipped. This was the first time ever that she'd been in a situation like this. But Autumn Water was a master, after all, so she reacted quickly. The lantern tracked elemental energy waves. Even the smallest ripple couldn't escape its senses, so there was only one possibility to explain this situation: the elemental energy waves were overly intense. Overly intense. Autumn Water's face changed. Before she could issue a warning, a big piece of the solid ground rose up, as if a monster was about to drill its way out. Quick! The raised ground was like a crispy biscuit, breaking into many pieces as a faint blue light shot out from the cracks. The surging water elemental energy broke through the ground effortlessly. A water pillar soared and exploded in mid-air, causing hundreds of thousands of raindrops to sprinkle down. Standing too close to the pillar, two Assembly of Patriarchs' elites weren't able to dodge the rain in time, and their bodies were soon filled with dense, honeycomb-like holes. The weirder part was that their honeycomb-like corpses had no bloodstains on them. Not only did these water droplets, that were made from water elemental energy, take away their lives, they took away all the moisture from their bodies. Mr. Do, Jiugue, and the rest of the gang were all searching for earth elementalists. Generally speaking, once sand puppets moved too far from their owners, their movements became clumsy and their reactions slow. This sand puppet acted nimbly, so there must be an earth elementalist controlling it. Upon seeing the sand figure, Autumn Water locked onto it once again. They were relieved. They needed to get rid of the hidden earth elementalist. But at that point in time, the sudden surge of water elemental energy frightened everybody. Mr. Do burst out in anger. Are you guys crazy? Why did you activate the city stabilizers? The elites wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They weren't the ones activating the city stabilizer blocks. The blocks were buried deep down, so it just was impossible for them to do it. No one was in the mood to listen to their explanation, however. Everyone knew they were in trouble. Indeed, a mournful alarm rang and echoed throughout the whole city. Autumn Water turned pale. She trilled, "What now?" Mr. Do spoke up with an ominous glint in his eyes. "It's do or die, move it. Attack the mayor's residence." A few of them made eye contact. Their plan had already fallen through, so they had no other choices. The further they delayed, the more passive they would become. While it wasn't the best time to attack, since they weren't sufficiently prepared, their targets were even more unprepared. Plus, with four masters by their side, they did have the upper hand. Mayor's residence. The few of them flew toward the residence without hesitating. They had no time to waste on a tiny sand puppet. Time was of the essence. The victors gained everything, whereas the losers were left with nothing. The alarm sounded and the guards in the cloud defense layer tensed up instantly. One of them cried out loud, "Master Yang, intruder alert!" Yang Xiaodong went over and asked in a low voice, "Where?" The guard answered hurriedly, "Wei River Street." Master Yang's voice followed. "I see it." Crack! The guard saw black as he lost consciousness. Without even looking at the broken-necked guard, Master Yang turned around and disappeared. The other guards were stunned as a chill rose up their spines. Master Yang was a traitor. They turned around in hopes of escape, but they too saw black and fell to the ground one after another. Yang Xiaodong's silhouette resurfaced as a tinge of worry flashed across his eyes. He knew they must have met with an unexpected situation, or else they wouldn't have chosen to act at this point in time. And it was just an impudent attack. He could tell with a glance that they were advancing towards the mayor's residence. Head on. At this point he, too, threw all concerns aside. His eyes were filled with hatred. Head on then. He conveniently shattered the cloud that was controlling the cloud defense layer, and everything shattered into bits and pieces like glass. The ever-present cloud layer that enveloped the city started to melt like snow and disappeared rapidly. Blue sky appeared over the city and the water screen outside weakened and vanished eventually. Citizens who found it strange raised their heads to look. They did not understand what had happened. Were dire beasts invading the city? Xiao Meiqi was alarmed as well. He went up to the balcony and looked at the cloudless sky, his face turning strange. He had a premonition that something bad had happened. Fear enveloped him. Just then, Yang Xiaodong came flying over with a panicked look on his face. Xiao Meiqi's heart sank. Master Yang's anxious state gave him an idea of how grave things were. Nevertheless, he was feeling somewhat calm, just as how victims grabbed onto their last straw of hope when drowning. Xiao Meiqi asked in an unstable voice, "What happened, Master Yang?" But Yang Xiaodong yelled as he flew in, "Intruders have entered the city with errant intentions. They're extremely powerful, so quick, find somewhere to hide, Mayor." Xiao Meiqi's pupils shrank as he looked toward the faraway sky. In an instant, right after he activated the city stabilizer blocks, Lulan dodged to the side, knowing exactly which spots were safe. He listened to the conversation overhead and until he could no longer sense the presence of those people, he returned to the surface. He looked up in the sky and understood that the opponents had already launched their attack. AI Hui and the rest were still unaware of the situation. Being unprepared, they would easily get struck, especially since Yang Xiaodong was a traitor. But Lulan did not know how to fly and his speed was much slower than his enemies. How should he inform AI Hui? He cocked his head and racked his brains. The red light in his eyes flashed. He'd thought of an idea. While he wasn't certain of its effectiveness, he could only try. A pool of yellow sand rose into the sky like a cannonball. Boom! An unusual, resounding explosion sounded throughout the city. The yellow sand exploded and formed a row of words in the air. Yang Xiaodong is a traitor. There are 3 other masters. The words were exceptionally eye-catching. After the row of words was a vivid and lifelike image of a mini Lulan. He was wearing a chef's apron, raising a pot with one hand and holding a spatula in another. On the balcony with his pupils shrunk, the mayor looked at the faraway sky and ordered in a stern voice, "Stop him." The other guards saw the words in the sky. With an angry howl they immediately went to seek out Yang Xiaodong. "Leave quick, Mayor." A few other guards escorted the mayor away in a panic. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 456, Jiu Gue takes action. Chapter 456, Jiu Gue takes action. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Yang Xiaodong stared gravely at the rising water screen in front of the mayor's residence. The entanglement by the few guards just now gave the mayor's residence enough time to activate the water screen defense system. By the time the rest arrived, everyone's faces turned ugly. Their sneak attack had become an all-out attack. This increased the risk and uncertainty of this mission. What happened? Yang Xiaodong asked with a deep voice. Mr. Dou knew it was better for him to explain the situation and replied, "Someone eavesdropped on our plan." Yang Xiaodong slowly regained his composure and looked at the distant sky. The line of sand-made words had disappeared. It was that line of sand-made words that exposed his identity. "Is it AI Huey's sand puppet?" he asked. Yang Xiaodong had a deep impression of AI Huey's sand puppet. As Gong Peiyao liked Lulan very much, Yang Xiaodong could not help but take notice of him as well. Lulan was too smart for a sand puppet. Mr. Dou nodded his head. AI Hui is metal attributed, why would he have a sand puppet? Yang Xiaodong was slightly confused. The rest were puzzled as well. Due to the fact that only Earth elementalists could control sand puppets, the use of sand puppets by other types of elementalists was unpopular. A sand puppet that was not controlled by an Earth elementalist would be very stupid and was practically unusable. Could he be a transfigured Earth elementalist? Jiao Gui interjected. Some extremely transfigured Earth elementalists would modify more than 90% of their bodies, so much so that they resembled sand puppets. Autumn Water shook her head. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she answered with certainty, "No, he is a sand puppet, not a transfigured Earth elementalist." She had personally crossed swords with Lu Lan and she was very certain that she was facing a sand puppet, not a transfigured Earth elementalist. Now, she was very interested in the sand puppet named Lu Lan. She had never come across such a unique sand puppet. She had already made up her mind to capture that sand puppet after everything had been settled. Lu Lan, such a nice name. It just so happened that she lacked an interesting toy to play with. No one knew that Autumn Water was already planning on capturing Lu Lan. However, when they thought of the series of unfortunate events that had happened, they became silent. Autumn Water noticed the depressing atmosphere around her and started talking. "Let's not care about that sand puppet. Right now, we have no way out. Only by taking down the mayor's residence and capturing Gong Peiyao or Ai Hui, can we then obtain the refinement method for snow lava. Everyone, do you know how much an A-grade fire liquid is worth? Usually, her voice was gentle and alluring. However, at this point of time, it sounded forceful and motivating, energizing everyone. Now, all they needed to do was to take down the mayor's residence and they would get what they wanted. There were 4 masters in their team. Even if the mayor's residence had activated its defense system, they merely needed to put in a bit more effort before they eventually took it down. The cloud defense layer in the sky had already been completely destroyed. As such, they did not need to worry about it. "Let me do it," Jiao Gui volunteered. Yang Xiaodong and Mr. Dou stood aside for him. They were very curious about how powerful the 7th patriarch was. Accordingly, Jiao Gui was more powerful than Autumn Water. Mr. Dou had experienced Autumn Water's strength before. He did not know how powerful Jiao Gui was to be able to outshine Autumn Water. Even though both of them were partners, their trust for each other was very limited. All along, they had guarded against each other. Upon seeing that the water screen was set up, everyone within the mayor's residence felt slightly more at ease. Xiao Meiqi was timid and scared of death. At the same time, he was extremely wealthy. As such, he had spared no expense in building a defense system for his residence. The layer of water screen appeared to be very thin, but its defensive power was exceptionally strong. It was directly connected to the water elemental energy in the underground rivers. The motivation for him building Clearwater City here was tightly linked to the favorable natural advantages of this place. Beneath Clearwater City, there were several underground rivers that provided an abundance of water elemental energy, and they could even produce clear water. This was truly a blessed water elemental land. With an abundance of water elemental energy flowing into the mayor's residence, the defense system was nearly impregnable. Venerable Volcano appeared in the main hall and asked solemnly, "What happened?" Xiao Meiqi's face turned deathly white, but he did not lose his composure. "Yang Xiaodong colludes with outsiders to conspire against us." Venerable Volcano looked through the water screen and heaved a cold breath. 3 masters? He could sense a similar aura from the other party. At this point of time, Xiao Meiqi had completely regained his composure. He loosened himself from his guard support and said, "With the addition of Yang Xiaodong, they have a total of 4 masters." The look on Xiao Meiqi's face was malevolent. With his eyes filled with hatred, he gritted his teeth and roared, "I must kill Yang Xiaodong the traitor. I have to seek revenge for my guards." At this moment, the eyes of the few guards beside him turned red and teary. They saw with their own eyes how Yang Xiaodong had killed their comrades. Venerable Volcano did not say anything. With 4 masters outside, they were definitely in a disadvantageous position. Venerable Volcano's gaze landed upon the old man holding a vine staff with empty eye sockets. Suddenly, he thought of someone and his facial expression changed. He walked directly to the balcony and yelled towards the sky, "Are you Northern Underworld King, Mr. Dou? I didn't expect Venerable to be able to recognize me." "Venerable, I trust you have been well since we last met," Mr. Dou replied with a deep voice. A hoarse and awful voice drifted across the air, making it unbearable for people to listen to. Venerable Volcano's face turned solemn as he replied, "Everyone minds their own business. Can you tell me, what's the reason Mr. Dou has come to attack us? I am here for the sake of money and I don't wish to hurt the innocents. We will leave as long as you hand over the refinement method for snow lava." Yang Xiaodong was expressionless. Autumn Water and Jiao Gui looked at each other. Venerable Volcano realized what was going on and his heart sank. Ai Hui would definitely not hand over the refinement method as the snow lava was of great importance to him. Venerable Volcano knew Ai Hui's temperament. It had always been Ai Hui taking advantage of others, not the other way around. It was impossible for anyone to take advantage of this fellow. AI Hui might appear cheeky and impish, but in reality, he was an extremely steadfast and stubborn individual. Back in the days, when Venerable Volcano was trying to get a bowl of porridge from AI Hui, he had done some research on the Battle of Central Pine City. As such, he clearly knew about AI Hui's temperament. Furthermore, Shi Shueman, who was extremely resolute and stubborn too, was here as well. Venerable Volcano would definitely not pressure AI Hui. The Gong residence was his employer, but he still owed AI Hui a favor. To Venerable Volcano, the person whom he owed a favor to was far more important than his employer. I see. It's a pity I am not the one who makes this decision, so I have to discuss it with the rest. May I know who are the other two masters? Venerable Volcano replied calmly. These two are patriarchs from the Assembly of Patriarchs, Yang Xiaodong said plainly. He purposely revealed the identities of Jiu Gui and Autumn Water to make sure they would not back out of this mission. Autumn Water smiled and did not bother about Yang Xiaodong's move. She bowed and greeted, "Nice to meet you, Venerable. I am the 9th Patriarch of the Assembly of Patriarchs, Autumn Water." "I'm the 7th Patriarch of the Assembly of Patriarchs, Jiu Gui." Jiu Gui bowed and greeted Venerable Volcano as well. "All of you are indeed talented and youthful, becoming masters at such a young age. I feel really old," Venerable Volcano praised them. Autumn Water smiled sweetly. "Venerable has a well-known reputation and I have admired you for a long time. As a form of respect to you, as long as you can hand over the refinement method for the snow lava, we will definitely not harm anyone." "We will have to discuss about it first," Venerable Volcano muttered. Autumn Water did not agree to his request and looked at Mr. Do. Mr. Do nodded his head and replied, "As a form of respect to Venerable, give him an hour to think about it." Venerable Volcano replied, "Thank you, everyone." After Venerable Volcano finished his sentence, he returned to the main hall. Everyone was looking at him at this moment. "Why are all of you looking at me?" Venerable Volcano asked. Dong Peiyao's face turned white as she replied, "Sister Xueman and the rest will definitely not agree to their request. Furthermore, these people are not to be trusted." "Of course I know about these things," Venerable Volcano chuckled. "Then, having an hour to delay their attacks is better than having none," Venerable Volcano replied. Everyone realized what was going on. After thinking for a while, Venerable Volcano said, "Go and notify Miss Shi, all of us are in the same boat now." Xiao Meiqi quickly instructed one of his guards to notify Shi Shueman in the underground meditation room. After a while, Shi Shueman hurried over to the main hall. After Shi Shueman finished listening to everyone's recounts of what had happened, she asked, "How about Lu Lan? Is he back?" Xiao Meiqi shook his head and replied, "Once the water screen is activated, we are disconnected from the outside world. Lu Lan can't enter the mayor's residence. Luckily he used the sand-made words to alert everyone about the intruders. Everyone arrived here pretty fast, Lu Lan should be alright." Shi Shueman regained her composure. Shi Shueman's gaze swept across everyone as she asked, "What do all of you think we should do?" Venerable Volcano laughed bitterly in his heart. If they did not give a good answer, this lass was going to flip out. He gave a soft cough and replied, "I will disagree with anyone who suggests to hand over the refinement method for snow lava. I haven't forgotten that I still owe that lad a favor. We will fight them to the death." Xiao Meiqi gritted his teeth. "Everyone joins hands and fights them together," Shi Shueman nodded her head. Very soon, 1 hour had passed. "Let's attack now," Mr. Do said plainly. Jiu Gui nodded his head and stepped forward with a flat wine flask in his hand. There was a reluctant look on his face, but he still opened the lid of the wine flask and drank a few mouthfuls of the wine inside. The wine flask contained his specially concocted Dragoncry spring wine. More than half of his income had been spent on concocting this fine wine. Dragoncry spring wine was his trump card. Usually, he would be reluctant to use it, but he had to take it out at this point of time. An intoxicated flush appeared on Jiu Gui's face. His eyes became hazy and his body began to sway. Traces of mist were being emitted from his body, pervading the air with an unusual wine fragrance. A mysterious aura of might was given off by his body. Yang Xiaodong and the rest were surrounding him, and their hair stood on end. In everyone's eyes, the seemingly wobbly, scholar-like man looked like a horrifying dire beast that had descended from the prehistoric era. This was definitely not a misperception. The elemental energy surrounding Jiu Gui began to undulate violently. His swaying body in the air was giving off a vibrating buzz. He resembled a massive, unknown dire beast that was flapping its wings. Jiu Gui's hazy eyes suddenly widened. Oddly, his intoxicated pupils became almond-shaped, resembling the eyes of a serpent. They were completely devoid of warmth and emotions. He opened his mouth and let out a neigh-like sound. The sound was completely inhuman, resembling an angry roar of an unknown dire beast. Everyone there was an experienced veteran, but they had never heard this kind of sound before. A tinge of fear appeared on Autumn Water's face. Suddenly, Jiugui's figure vanished into thin air. The next moment, a loud boom resounded through the air as the water screen in front of the mayor's residence trembled violently. A sonic boom exploded in the air. Within the mayor's residence, everyone's facial expressions changed drastically. Their ears were ringing, as if their ears were being punched. Those servants who were of lower base levels had blood seeping out of their mouths and noses. Gong Peiyao uttered a yelp and fell to the ground. Venerable Volcano's face turned grave as a surprised look flashed across his eyes. He had never seen such a weird path of master. The loud sound was produced when the other party landed a punch on the water screen. It was a punch that contained pure power, without any techniques involved. At this moment, the previously frail-looking Jiugui was exactly like a prehistoric dire beast that possessed a combination of terrifying strength and speed. Venerable Volcano could not see this monster's figure with his eyes. All he could see was a blurry afterimage. Venerable Volcano was shocked. What is this path of master? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, A Swap Between Master and Slave. Chapter 457, A Swap Between Master and Slave. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking, loud booms resounded throughout Clearwater City. Every boom caused the earth to tremble violently. The entire city was shaking and its residents were escaping the city in panic. The clash of masters could destroy the city and the area of effect would be very huge. The skinny Jiugui put up a terrifying display of power. A series of intimidating neighing sounds resounded through the air as a fleeting afterimage appeared and disappeared at random in the sky. Every punch he unleashed was not fanciful at all. They landed heavily on the water screen. Jiugu was like a city sieging machine, his punches were filled with terrifying strength. Initially, there were merely undulating ripples on the water screen. Subsequently, the water screen began to tremble. Now, splashes of water erupted from the water screen with every punch that landed on it. The water elemental energy pool has half of its energy left. A guard who watched over the water elemental energy pool in the mayor's residence yelled. His voice was trembling with fear. The water elemental energy from the underground rivers was being directed to the water elemental energy pool in the mayor's residence to power the water screen. The water elemental energy was depleting at a much faster rate than what they had expected. Venerable Volcano's facial expression became solemn. The skinny fellow's body seemed to contain boundless energy. He was very different from the conventional masters that Venerable Volcano had encountered before. Most masters were focused on the understanding and applications of elemental energy. Unknowingly, a feeling of strangeness arose in Venerable Volcano's mind. Since when had the world undergone so many changes? He did not know. Even the training system had changed completely these days. New developments and things were appearing every day. Conventional ideas were being toppled constantly while new ideas began to dominate the world. Even though aristocratic families were still very powerful, they were no longer invincible like they were in the past. All of them were in their twilight years. Venerable Volcano had a deep relationship with the Gong residents, otherwise, they would not have given him offerings. He had seen how powerful and arrogant the Gong residence was in the past. But the current Gong residence wasn't that insufferably arrogant anymore. Furthermore, now was the elemental desolation era. As Venerable Volcano put away his distracting thoughts, a voice suddenly rang across his ears. It's the legendary Sky Palace possession technique. The skill uses wine as a medium to activate it, and it is an ingenious skill. The elemental energy in his body is very unique as well. It should be the unique fusion elemental energy from the Assembly of Patriarchs. The voice belonged to Shi Xuemon. Venerable Volcano's eyes lit up as he realized what they were dealing with. So it's Sky Palace possession technique. I have heard about it before. Reportedly, it had been lost for many years. I didn't expect it to reappear in the hands of the Assembly of Patriarchs. Venerable Volcano could not help but look at Shi Xuemon. Youngsters nowadays are really formidable. Sister Xuemon, do you have any ways of countering it? Gong Peiyao asked hurriedly. Sky Palace possession technique has a very long history, but it is a weird and unpredictable skill. It is very risky and dangerous for one to practice it as well. Ever since it was created, only a small number of people have successfully mastered it. Outsiders know very little about this skill. I merely know a thing or two about it. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to Sir Shueman. The wine that he drank should have been specially concocted, and it contains the breath of a mutated dire beast. The breath of a mutated dire beast can stimulate his sky palace. By using this skill, his sky palace will treat his body as a mutated dire beast's. The bodies of most elementalists like us contain only one element, while dire beasts are heterogeneous in nature. Fusion elemental energy contains all 5 elements, and it suits the unique characteristic of the skill. His body might look frail and skinny, but it actually possesses the fighting capabilities of a mutated dire beast. Sir Shueman paused for a while before continuing. The most powerful part of Sky Palace possession technique is that it allows its practitioner to possess the abilities of a dire beast without losing his or her consciousness. Hiss! Alarmed gasps broke out in their surroundings. This was the first time that most of them had heard of Sky Palace possession technique. All of their faces turned ugly. The deafening booms sounded as if someone was using a huge hammer to knock their foreheads continuously. Sky Palace possession technique has its weaknesses as well. Sir Shueman's words energized everyone. Even though he possesses the abilities of a mutated dire beast, he still has the physical body of an elementalist. Even with the help of fusion elemental energy, he is still very far from being a real mutated dire beast. He can't keep on unleashing those powerful attacks, otherwise, his body will completely collapse. Are his attacks now considered powerful? Dong Peiyao could not help but ask. Sir Shueman shook her head and replied, I'm not sure, it will have to depend on the mutated dire beast that possesses him. From his aura, I can't tell which dire beast it is. Xiao Meiqi looked at Sir Shueman and asked, so what will we do now? We will wait, Sir Shueman answered. Xiao Mei nodded his head continuously and took in a deep breath of air. We will wait for them to exhaust their energy before we take action. Even though a master was very powerful, this did not mean he or she couldn't be defeated. Everyone was feeling scared, but they were not feeling despair. The guards in the mayor's residence were the elites in Clearwater City. Right now, there were still around 15 of them left. If they fought with all their might, they still had a chance of winning this battle, but at this point of time, Xiao Meiqi had fully displayed the ruthlessness and decisiveness of a competent businessman. When Xiao Meiqi's guards saw that he was not afraid of death, they became less fearful as well. They would wait. They would wait until their enemies were exhausted before they took action. A glint of hatred flashed across their eyes. However, no one knew that Sir Shueman's purpose for asking them to wait was different from what they thought. The underground meditation room was trembling. The power from Jiugui's punches was immense. Dust kept on falling from the trembling ceiling of the meditation room. However, in the darkness, Ai Hui could not feel anything. He looked as if he was being possessed, walking around the dark meditation room barefooted. He kept on slashing the air with his wintry jade blade, leaving streaks of sword gleams in the air. Sometimes, he would stop moving momentarily and pondered about something with knitted eyebrows. Sometimes, he would keep on brandishing his sword. His sword gleams were in complete disorder, making him look like a childish kid that was scribbling carelessly on the wall with a pencil. Whatever happened outside did not affect him the slightest bit. The boiling steam cloud around his body kept on reducing in size. Boom! An impact that was more powerful than before occurred. Even the soundproof meditation room could not block off the loud boom. At the same time, a silvery lightning arc flashed across the darkness. In the midst of the deafening booms, the lightning arc released by the sword tip illuminated Ai Hui's face and limpid eyes in the darkness. He wasn't lost, hesitant, helpless, or confused. The lightning arc gave off a resplendent glow, resembling bright stars in the night sky that overlooked the vast earth. He did not bother about the loud booms outside. In fact, he did not even hear them. Ai Hui placed all his attention on the streak of lightning arced on the tip of his sword, staring at it without looking away for even a slight moment. He had never observed or experienced lightning at such a close distance. Ai Hui did not know that the previous loud boom was the sound of the water screen being broken. The battle on the surface was extremely intense at this moment. As time passed, the lightning arc on his sword became increasingly hot and dazzling. At the same time, there was another battle ongoing in Ai Hui's body. More and more lightning streaks were formed in Ai Hui's body. They were remodeling his body. This was a process that all masters had to undergo. This was also one of the reasons why a master was so powerful. The lightning streaks became increasingly compact. It was as if a silvery chainmail had been draped over Ai Hui's body. When those lightning streaks flitted across the blood plum blossom on his chest, the blood plum blossom trembled, resembling a frightened monster that was digging into Ai Hui's body with all its might. The movement of the blood plum blossom immediately caught the lightning streak's attention. One by one, the streaks of lightning ensnared the blood plum blossom. As the blood plum blossom continued to dig into AI Huey's body, the lightning streaks that ensnared it increased in number. Buzz, buzz. Cracks began to appear on the blood plum blossom's petals. A red-colored blood mist gushed out from the cracks. However, the next moment, the blood mist became entangled in layers of lightning streaks and was destroyed completely. The blood color of the blood plum blossom faded as silvery lightning streaks gushed in. The cracks on the petals of the blood plum blossom began to heal. Eventually, it became a silver-colored plum blossom. One could even see fragmentary lightning streaks flitting across the petals. At this moment, in the depths of the distant god palace, Shiyu's body suddenly froze. She lifted up her sleeve abruptly. On her snow-white arm, the dark red blood plum blossom was gradually sinking into her skin. No! She let out a yelp as fear filled her eyes. The blood plum blossom had caved in towards the depths of her body. She was frightened out of her wits. Shiyu, who had mastered life and death flower sacrificial art, clearly knew what was happening when this situation occurred. The flower of destruction and the flower of life were representations of yin and yang respectively. Under normal circumstances, the flower of life was the master while the flower of destruction was the slave. However, this status quo would not always remain. Under special circumstances, if the flower slave's power became stronger or could restrain the flower master's, the positions of the flower slave and the flower master would swap. This logic was similar to the fact that yin and yang would swap positions under special circumstances. However, the conditions needed in order for this event to take place were extremely strict and demanding. This would only take place when the strength of the flower slave was exactly one base level higher than the flower master's. How could he be stronger than her? And by exactly one base level? Shiyu, whose face was deathly white, felt as if she was being locked in an icehouse as her body trembled involuntarily. No, there was one more possibility. AI Huey's power was restraining her power. What exactly did he do? Fear kept on engulfing Shiyu. Right now, the blood of God was thriving and unsurpassable. On the battlefield, God elementalists had held dominance over elementalists. The fact that blood spiritual force restrained elemental energy was no longer a secret. In terms of training, blood of God had a huge advantage over elementalists as well. The ripening and harvesting of jade fruits and the abundance of blood cores and blood crystals made God elementalists stronger with each passing day. The birth of Red Devil was one of the epitomes of blood of God's greatness. She did not understand what was going. What kind of power could restrain blood spiritual force? How could there be a power in this world that could restrain blood spiritual force? She felt helpless as she did not know what to do. What could she do? She did not want to become the flower slave. If she was to become the flower slave, her life would be placed in the hands of the flower master. She would become the fertile soil for the flower master. All her hard work, vitality, essence, breath, spirit, and soul would be devoured by the flower of destruction. She would become a supreme treasure to be used for the flower master's training. When Shiyu thought of the fact that her life was going to vanish in a puff of smoke, her body became ice cold. A piercingly cold shiver went down her spine, causing her to tremble nonstop in fear. No, she definitely must not become a flower slave. She must beg His Majesty for help. His Majesty must have a solution. She was like a person that was drowning and holding on to her last lifebuoy. Like a madwoman, she dashed towards the door. The afternoon sun was exceptionally dazzling, casting a snow-white light through the door. Her feet stopped right on the thin line separating light and darkness. Her body was swaying as intense fear engulfed her pale white face. Suddenly, she tore apart the front of her red dress. On her snow-white, perky breasts, there was a glistening, blood-red plum blossom. Far away, in a dark meditation room, a silver-colored plum blossom silently appeared on AI Huey's left arm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Battles of Masters, 1. Chapter 458, Battles of Masters, 1. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Lu Lan's head popped out from behind a half-destroyed wall. He blinked his eyes and looked at the distant, intense battle near the mayor's residence. He had not left yet. Why would Lu Lan leave first when Ai Hui and Xu Emon were still there? The red light in Lu Lan's eyes kept on flickering. The lightning-fast afterimage in the sky was like a ferocious dire beast. It kept on colliding against the water screen. Every collision caused the earth to shake. The wall in front of Lu Lan had collapsed because of those collisions. Clearwater City was completely empty. All its residents had escaped to a mountain outside the city. That was the mountain where the fight between Ai Hui and Han Li had taken place. Everyone on the mountain was looking at the distant Clearwater city with deep worry in their eyes. There were many people crying at this moment. Even though Clearwater City was built merely 2 years ago, it had become a home to many people who longed to live a peaceful life. In times of chaos, peace was an extravagant privilege. They could not afford to offend any of the masters in the sky. Even if their home was destroyed, what else could they do other than cry their hearts out? The lives of lowly individuals like them were as fragile as blades of grass. Boom, boom, boom. The booms coming from afar sounded like thunderclaps. The atmosphere inside the mayor's residence was very tense. The guard who was watching over the elemental energy pool yelled, "The elemental energy pool has 20% of its energy left." Sir Shuemon turned a deaf ear to him. With a calm and collected tone, she said, "From now onwards, everyone listens to my commands." Venerable Volcano did not feel belittled. Instead, a look of admiration swept across his eyes. Sir Shuemon was indeed like her father. Without any hesitation, Venerable Volcano replied, "Okay." Xiao Meichi agreed as well. Everyone shall listen to Miss Shi's commands. Those who disobey her will be killed on the spot. The elemental energy pool has 14% energy left. The voice of the guard who was watching over the elemental energy pool was trembling. If the elemental energy pool dried up, the water screen would shatter with a loud bang. An uproar broke out in the mayor's residence. Sir Shuemon remained calm and collected. However, she had begun to speak with a faster speed. The other party doesn't have any earth elementalists. Mayor, Yao Yao, all the women and children, head down to the underground meditation room. You shall be in charge of leading all the guards. Sir Shuemon chose a seemingly calm-looking guard to lead the rest of the guards. All of you stay behind me. Every time you attack, you must lock onto a target and attack that target together, Sir Shuemon said to that guard. A lot of guards' faces turned red. Even though they knew Sir Shuemon was much more powerful than them, they still felt embarrassed for having to stand behind a woman. The elemental energy pool has 10% energy left. Xiao Meichi and the rest quickly scrambled towards the underground meditation room. Sir Shuemon looked at Venerable Volcano and asked, "Venerable, can you deal with Northern Underworld King?" "All right." Venerable Volcano replied with dignity. His whole life had been rough. He had undergone countless moments of both glory and misery. At his age, he was no longer scared of death. Similarly, Sir Shuemon was calm and collected. And like she had said, she stood in front of all the guards. She stood there with a spear in her hand and her hair drifting in the wind. The water screen is going to break. Just as she finished her sentence, a boom that was louder than all the previous collisions resounded through the air. Like a shattered bell glass, the water screen collapsed completely and a surging air current swept across the main hall. Sir Shuemon's cape fluttered violently in the wind. With calmness in her beautiful eyes, Sir Shuemon casually took off the cape on her body and let the strong wind blow it away, revealing her blue-white armor. The fully armored, beautiful and alluring girl plunged her cirrus in the ground beside her feet. She took off the red hairband on her wrist, raised her beautiful, ice-cold face and calmly tied up her long, drifting hair. Her pursed red lips gave off an austere aura. Plunged vertically into the ground beside her feet, her cirrus was vibrating non-stop due to the surging air current, giving off a loud buzzing sound. The magnificent dome roof of the mayor's residence shattered with a loud bang. Stone pillars and beams that were supporting the roof collapsed, causing crushed stones to fall like rain. The ponytailed girl raised her elegant eyebrows and a determined look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Following which, she reached out her hand to grasp the cirrus beside her. She had decided to release the restraint on her base level. The moment her soft, slim and snow-white hand grabbed her cirrus, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her with a loud rumble. The crushed rocks and beams falling above her head froze in the air, as if there was a pair of invisible hands catching them. Sir Shuemon brandished her spear casually. The frozen, crushed rocks and beams above were reduced to fine powder and became a gray-colored shadow. Behaving like a gigantic hammer, the gray shadow swept across the remaining walls surrounding the main hall and crushed them to smithereens, but the main hall had transformed into an open-air terrace. Thud, thud, thud. Holding cirrus in her hand, Sir Shuemon walked forward slowly. Mist began to form and swirl erratically around her body. Every step she took, her aura increased in intensity. In the sky, the facial expressions of Autumn Water and her counterparts changed drastically. All of them did not dare to underestimate Sir Shuemon. She was born in an aristocratic family and her father was Sir Beihai. Since childhood, her talents were exceptional and she was extremely strict with herself. Reportedly, a lot of elders in Elders Guild had felt that Sir Shuemon was a candidate to become the next great elder. However, no one expected Shu Shueman to abandon her bright future and follow Ai Hui, causing a lot of people to feel pity for her. Autumn Water and her counterparts could sense how powerful Shu Shueman was. However, they did not know why she wanted to restrain her base level. As such, they had treated her as a master since the beginning. However, Shu Shueman's strength was far more powerful than they'd expected. How could it be? How old was she? How could she possess such fundamentally sound and terrifying powers? When Shu Shueman released the restraint on her base level, all of them were stunned. That was because Shu Shueman was extraordinary. Most of the youngsters that attained the level of master were well versed in their understanding towards elemental energy. However, Shu Shueman was completely different from the rest. She did not solely depend on her innate gifts. From her aura, one could tell that she had put in hours of hard work into her training, and her powers were fundamentally sound and flawless, so much so that they caused her enemies to despair. The swirling mist around her body was spotlessly white like snow, but it appeared as if it was heavy and solid. Something was wrong. All along, Mr. Do hadn't wanted to offend the Sher family. Now that he saw how powerful Shu Shueman was, he did not want to become the Sher family's enemy even more. As such, he took the lead and said, "Venerable, let the youngsters fight it out. Old fogies like me and you should swap pointers with each other." Venerable Volcano burst out in laughter and replied, come on. Old Do, today we shall put up a great performance." Venerable Volcano flew up into the sky. Following which, he waved his hand casually and shot a cluster of blazes towards Mr. Do. The cluster of blazes looked extremely ordinary. However, Mr. Do did not lower his guard and plunged his vine staff into the ground. When the vine staff was plunged into ground, countless root hairs grew at its bottom end. Meanwhile, leaves and green sprouts began to grow on the top half of the vine staff. In the blink of an eye, the vine staff had transformed into a gigantic tree. Oddly, when this gigantic tree appeared, the sky began to darken. The blazing sun that hung high in the sky dimmed significantly, resembling the setting sun during dusk. Mr. Do had a unique path of master that was derived from this northern underworld king tree. This tree could devour all the light in its surroundings. The cluster of blazes released by Venerable Volcano kept on emitting a dark red glow as it flew through the air. However, as it flew closer to the gigantic tree, its brightness became more and more dim. By the time it reached the tree, its glow had completely disappeared, revealing its true form. It was actually a handful of lava. At this point of time, the lava had cooled down and became a piece of rock. With a pop, it was reduced to ashes in the air. "You're truly worthy of being called Northern Underworld King," Venerable Volcano praised. His previous attack was merely used to feel out Mr. Do's strength. However, now he could see that Mr. Do was really powerful. "Venerable, there's no need for you to hold back," Mr. Do said plainly. A serious look appeared on Venerable Volcano's face. Like a lead ball, he plunged into the ground with a soft popping sound. After a while, a bump suddenly rose on the ground's surface with a loud rumble. Following which, more and more bumps appeared on the ground's surface. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if there were tens of thousands of horses stampeding across the city. A volcano rose from the ground not far away from the mayor's residence with a visible speed. Surging, thick smoke from the volcanic crater hid the sky and covered the earth while raging, scarlet lava erupted from the volcano. Venerable Volcano's path of master was Volcano. Venerable Volcano could directly harness the earth fire deep in the ground and form a volcano. Boom! A gigantic ball of flames, that was 10 meters in diameter, erupted violently from the volcano. It shot towards the northern underworld king tree with a terrifying force and whizzing sound. The northern underworld king tree became darker and darker, looking as if it was shrouded in ink-black darkness. Traces of red glow were being pulled out from the fireball and absorbed by the northern underworld king tree. The glow of the fireball dimmed rapidly. Eventually, the lava within it cooled down and it became a round-shaped rock ball. Pop! Intertwining cracks appeared on the surface of the rock ball and a dark red glow gushed out from those cracks. The outer shell of the rock ball shattered and revealed a fireball within it. Even though the fireball had become smaller in size, its glow was brighter and hotter. When the fireball flew into the zone of darkness around the northern underworld king tree, its speed suddenly reduced significantly. In a flash, the glow of the fireball was extinguished and became a rock ball once again. Just as a relieved look appeared on Mr. Do's face, the rock ball exploded with a loud bang and brightly colored, dancing flames erupted from it. The explosion was too close to the northern underworld king tree. Even though the northern underworld king tree had a ring of darkness as its protection, a few of its leaves were still burned. A distressed look appeared on Mr. Do's face. The powers of the northern underworld king tree had a direct connection to the number of leaves it had. Not only was the growing process for the leaves unusually slow, the tree also needed to devour an immense amount of light just to grow a single leaf. The battle had just begun. The battle between two masters was long and bitter. The battle between Mr. Doe and Venerable Volcano appeared as if it had no impact on everyone else. Yang Xiaodong looked at the mighty Shi Xuemon below, as a tinge of regret creeped into his mind. He couldn't believe that she was so powerful. However, he threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his head very soon. He was given life by Brother Doe. He would never reject Brother Doe's request for help. Back in the day, Brother Doe had lost his eyes when saving his life. And if worst came to worst, he would return his life to Brother Doe. When Yang Xiaodong thought of this, he felt relieved and regained his composure. Kill him. Suddenly, the mayor residence's guards on the ground bellowed in rage. Countless light beams shot towards Yang Xiaodong, who was in the sky. All the guards loathed Yang Xiaodong, the traitor, and their first target was him. They still remembered Shi Xuemon's instructions. All of them had to lock onto the same target and launch their attacks together. They were filled with expectation as they widened their eyes. They couldn't wait to see Yang Xiaodong's blood splashing across the air. Just as their torrential attacks were about to hit Yang Xiaodong, a mirror-like gleam flashed across his body. Densely packed, transparent prism pillars hovered upright around Yang Xiaodong, resembling a huge forest of prism pillars. These prism pillars were formed from water elemental energy. They were pristine and crystal clear, containing rushing water that was flowing silently. The whizzing beam of gleam pierced into the forest of prism pillars. Unexpectedly, it changed its direction and was deflected 1 meter away from Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong's path of master, refraction forest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, Battles of Masters, 2. Chapter 459, Battles of Masters, 2. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Yang Xiaodong seldom took action himself. The guards of Clearwater City were rather powerful elites. Clearwater City was located in the depths of wilderness and the living conditions here were extremely dreadful. Elementalists that could survive here were neither weak nor stupid. After quelling a few brawls in the past, Clearwater City's public security had been pretty good since then. They also did not encounter any powerful enemies from the outside world. As such, Yang Xiaodong seldom appeared in public. Everyone was more familiar with his nephew, Yang Wuchang instead. Yang Xiaodong's betrayal had caused all the guards to loathe him. All of them felt that he was someone who merely fished for fame. However, Refraction Forest made them realize that Yang Xiaodong was still a master, despite his vile character. Yang Xiaodong broke out in a cold sweat as well. Apparently, the combined attack from the guards was premeditated. If he had not activated Refraction Forest just in time, he would have been destroyed by those densely packed attacks. A blaze of rage suddenly ignited in the panicked Yang Xiaodong's heart. Having lived like a prince for a long time, he had never encountered such a dangerous situation. It had also been quite a while since someone provoked him like this. Even the mayor Qiao Meiqi talked to him in a polite and respectful tone. Yang Xiaodong snorted coldly and the densely packed prism pillars around him began to move. Immediately, countless light beams were reflected off the forest of prism pillars, flickering erratically and dazzling people's eyes. The guards could not help but squint their eyes. These light beams were unusually dazzling, making them feel as if their eyes were being pricked by needles. On the ground, there were a lot of water stains that were formed when the water screen collapsed. At this moment, these unremarkable water stains were extremely deadly, behaving like pythons that were hiding in the dark. Silently, the water stains gathered together and transformed into numerous, thin ice spears with extremely sharp tips. Without making any noise, they shot towards the guards. At this instance, the sky was filled with dazzling and fascinating light beams, distracting the guards from the impending doom on the ground. The ice spears on the ground were like pythons hiding in the darkness, slowly revealing their poisonous fangs. Just as the ice spears were about to pierce through the bodies of the guards, a wisp of mist suddenly appeared. Like a nimble moving snake, it flashed across the guards. The wisp of mist was only as thick as a thumb, but it was exceptionally strong. In the blink of an eye, the sneaky ice spears were completely smashed. In the sky, Yang Xiaodong looked at Shi Xuemon with shock in his eyes. However, Shi Xuemon did not have the time to bother about Yang Xiaodong. In front of her, Autumn Water had begun to take action too. She threw out a ragdoll which consisted of 5 different colors: white, green, black, brown and red. The ragdoll looked as if it was made using Patch's rags that were of 5 different colors. Its mouth was made up of stitches, making it looking sinister and scary. When the rag doll landed on the ground, it melted like snow and formed a 5-colored light spot on the ground's surface. Autumn Water's eyes flickered as she smiled. "Come out, King." The shape of the light spot on the ground began to distort. Following which, a short figure climbed out of the light spot. The figure resembled a 7-year-old child. Its entire body was slick and slippery, looking as if it had been dyed with a multicolored fluorescent paint. Its face was flat and multicolored as well. It had no eyes, ears, or nose. It only had a strip of stitches as its mouth. When the king appeared, an eerie aura engulfed the entire place. Kill. The guards launched their second wave of attacks. Since their attacks were ineffective against Yang Xiaodong's refraction forest, they changed their target and locked onto the multicolored, man-like doll. Boom! Dazzling streaks of light engulfed the short and stout doll. The violent explosion set the guards' minds at ease. The odd-looking, short doll should be destroyed by such a concentrated, combined attack. However, when the light and smoke cleared away, the guards' facial expressions changed drastically. Not only was King not injured at all, it had increased significantly in size as well. Its stitch-made mouth began to spread apart. It was smiling. Upon seeing this, the guards were overwhelmed with horror. This weird doll could devour all types of elemental energy. King was Autumn Water's path of master. Fusion elemental energy's unique characteristic of not being restrained by any types of elemental energy had been put on full display by Autumn Water. This was King, the doll that could devour all types of elemental energy. Shi Shuemon was roused. Her mind was filled with killing intent. She had discussed with AI Hui about fusion elemental energy before. Both of them felt that fusion elemental energy was an extremely powerful force. It had the potential to become an enormous energy system on its own. Their conjecture had been verified by what she had just seen. Jiugui's Sky Palace possession technique was completely different from Autumn Water's King. However, both were remarkable and unfathomable. They did not expect the assembly of patriarchs to become their enemy. Shi Shuemon moved extremely fast and appeared out of nowhere beside the doll. With 2 currents of mist swirling around her cirrus, she thrusted it towards King. The king's reaction was very fast as it reached out its hand and grabbed the tip of Shi Shuemon's spear. Cirrus and King's hand collided together. At the same time, the mist swirling around Cirrus was heading towards King too. The spear tip pierced through King's palm, but it looked as if it felt nothing. Its other hand extended like a rope and lunged towards Shi Shuemon. However, at this very moment, the mist from Cirrus struck the doll's palm. Boom! The doll's body and its pierced palm disappeared all of a sudden. It was as if a charging, wild beast had slammed into King, causing it to fly backwards through the air. Autumn Water's facial expression changed drastically. She vanished into thin air and appeared beside King. King's colorful right forearm had disappeared. It only had half its right arm left. Shi Shuemon slowly retracted her cirrus. This was her path of master, Cloud of Firmament Iron. Firmament iron is made up of a very simple raw material, water. The method of forming it is very simple as well, compression. As long as you can compress 1,000 buckets of water into one single bucket, firmament iron will be produced. Cloud can be compressed into water, water can be compressed into firmament iron. What about a cloud that is made up of firmament iron? After putting in an immense amount of hard work, even the most ordinary technique can become magnificent. Water can become iron, ice can become steel. For the Shi family, inheritances and absolute arts do not form the foundation of our greatness. It's our lofty ambitions to put in hard work and the solitude that comes along with it that forms our greatness. It's all about putting in more hard work, even after you have put in tons of hard work. Focus on your spearmanship and don't care about other things. This world has nothing to do with you. After Shi Shuemon released the restraint on her base level, a colossal amount of water elemental energy gushed into her body. The elemental energy level in her body kept on rising while her aura kept on intensifying. Shi Shuemon remembered her father's words and intentionally restrained her base level all this while. She absorbed the water elemental energy and released the clouds within Cirrus. Following which, she compressed the clouds into water and then compressed the water. She repeated this process over and over again without finding it a hassle. Her goal was to compress Cirrus's clouds into firmament iron and shatter it into numerous tiny granules. Ultimately, she would use these granules to reconstruct the clouds of her Cirrus and form the real cloud of firmament iron. This process was much harder than her father's process of forming firmament iron. Her workload was a lot more than her father's as well. Until now, she had never formed the real firmament iron. However, her spear clouds were already extremely heavy, so much so that they were heavier than steel. The power of her spearmanship had become extremely terrifying as well. Even her most ordinary spear move was exceptionally deadly and formidable. This was Shuemon. She was an individual that never cut corners and always chose the most challenging path. She overcame all obstacles along her path and progressed steadily. She had neither the brilliance of a genius, nor an amazing creativity. But her greatness always caused despair in people, as they did not know how to withstand it. Autumn Water's face turned pale white with agony. Her life was connected to King. If King died, she would die as well. This was the unique characteristic of a Path of Master. Path of Master was intolerant of hesitancy and indecisiveness. One could only become a master by pursuing a path that he or she believed in and committed his or her life to. How could one become a master by fluke? Viciousness returned to Autumn Water's face as she channeled fusion elemental energy into King's body with all her might. King's severed right arm began to wiggle and a brand new forearm regenerated rapidly. When Yang Xiaodong saw this, he was overwhelmed with horror. Autumn Water's King set him off in fear and trepidation. It could actually devour its enemy's elemental energy. King was the bane of all elementalists. Shuemon was even scarier. Her spear move was plain and simple, but it was extremely deadly. Yang Xiaodong could not understand why such a simple-looking spear move was so powerful. The guards returned to their senses and began to attack Yang Xiaodong. Even though Yang Xiaodong's refraction forest could deflect their attacks, it was still better than the doll that could strengthen itself by devouring their elemental energies. They felt that Yang Xiaodong was a better target. Yang Xiaodong composed himself. He had decided to place his attention on these guards. Shuemon could not leave the open-air terrace, otherwise, the guards behind her and the people in the underground mediation room would suffer. When she saw that King was knocked back far away by her spear move, she took in a deep breath of air and thrusted her spear forward. Hiss! It sounded as if the air was being ripped apart by the thrust of her spear. Two long and slender streams of cloud intertwined like two white snakes and shot towards Autumn Water. Far away, Autumn Water, who had been channeling fusion elemental energy into King, changed her facial expression drastically. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Autumn Water. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky as the air in front of Autumn Water suddenly exploded. A frail-looking man stood in front of Autumn Water with an indifferent look on his face. His almond-shaped pupils did not have any emotions. His entire body was emitting an intense, savage aura. Jiu Gui had regained his energy. Bombarding the water screen had put an enormous strain on Jiu Gui's body. When the water screen collapsed, Jiu Gui had no choice but to rest. However, since Jiu Gui possessed the abilities of a mutated dire beast, he was able to regain his energy at an incredibly fast speed. Most of the mutated dire beasts possessed a powerful regenerative ability. All of them had an extremely vigorous and strong vitality. At this point of time, Jiu Gui did not seem tired at all. In the sky, Jiu Gui vanished into thin air and appeared before Shuemon in almost the same moment. Shuemon's cirrus mysteriously appeared in front of him. Jiu Gui dodged slightly to his side and his claw-like fingers lunged towards Shuemon's spear. When his fingers made contact with the clouds spiraling around Cirrus, his body was knocked back over 30 meters. Shuemon's body sank into the ground as countless cracks appeared on the ground beneath her feet, resembling two huge spiderwebs. Jiu Gui disappeared once more. Shuemon thrusted her spear forward once more. Boom! Another explosion broke out. Dust beneath Shuemon's feet flew up into the air and engulfed her. Once again, Jiu Gui was knocked back 30 meters into the air. Jiu Gui's fingers became oddly distorted, but he did not care about them at all and charged towards Shuemon once more. Autumn Water observed all the ongoing battles from one side. No one took notice of her as a gleam flashed across her eyes. Having regained its fighting capabilities, King silently sank into the ground like a puddle of mud. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Battles of Masters, 3. Chapter 460, Battles of Masters, 3. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. The meditation room lit up and darkened at random. A dark green sword was engulfed by countless streaks of lightning that resembled numerous long and slim, silvery water plants. Suddenly, a lightning arc that was as thick as a thumb extended from the sword towards the depths of the darkness, illuminating more than half of the room. His face was clearly defined when the flickering light shone on it. His firm and sharp nose and his brow ridge were flickering with silvery lines. In the darkness, his lips merely appeared as a faintly discernible, cold line, resembling the distant horizon of the wilderness in the night. Within his eyes, there was a dark, deep lake that contained the reflection of a starry sky. The reflection of the starry sky was staring at the sword in front of it. Placed perfectly upright, the blade of the sword happened to split his field of vision exactly in half, resembling an abyss-surrounded, narrow pathway that led to the depths of an unfathomable darkness. The streaks of lightning on the sword had filled this path with thistles, thorns, and swords. As he stared at the lightning streaks, the sword in the darkness, his breathing remained slow and steady without a single sign of trembling. I should not be distracted when trekking along a precipitous path. I have to endure the agony of walking through a path that is filled with thistles and thorns. I should not leave empty-handed when walking through a path that is lined with swords. In the darkness, as long as I can slay my enemy, there's no need for me to care whether or not there is light. Yes, this is the way. Lightning erupted from the sword and his palms felt an intense pain, as if numerous needles had sprouted out from the hilt of his sword. Even so, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. AI Huey's face remained indifferent as usual. His goal wasn't based on a sudden impulse. He'd set this goal a long time ago and it had never changed. The path to power always came with agony. The elemental energy in AI Huey's body was undergoing drastic changes. They were remodeling. In the cultivation era, lightning was the most dominant power. It was also one of the powers that had an extensive range of applications. Almost every sect had its own lightning-related techniques. However, when it came to the elemental era, where spiritual force disintegrated and elemental energy prospered, lightning became a forgotten power. People only knew of it as the wrath of nature, and that it lived in the depths of the sky and clouds. Before AI Hui, there were countless elementalists that had tried to harness the power of lightning but ultimately failed to do so. AI Hui was mainly inspired by the artifact remnants in Dragon's Pine Inferno and Dustfall. The artifact remnants within Dragon's Pine Inferno contained an ancient seal. It was a lightning seal that was left behind from the cultivation era. At that time, AI Hui used the blood crystal to activate the lightning seal. It wasn't until the Battle of Longstreet that he used Dustfall. If one compared the lightning seal to a 1,000-year-old rusty lock, then Dustfall would be the key to that lock. Dustfall was one of the 3 moves in the sword pill. When Wang Shouchuan gave the sword pill to AI Hui back in the day, he definitely never thought that the tiny sword pill would have such a deep impact on AI Hui's life. Crescent Moon gave rise to 6 moons, which became one of AI Hui's most used moves. Dustfall became one of the driving forces that gave rise to AI Hui's Path of Master. Night Epiphyllum was used to end his master's life, leaving a deep and painful scar in his heart. AI Hui had told himself never to use Night Epiphyllum in his life again. Were these events his fate? One by one, the elemental energy sword pills in his body shattered. More and more lightning streaks were produced. Their thickness increased continuously as well. AI Hui's lightning-tempered flesh began to spasm and tremble at this moment. The lightning streaks were far too powerful, even the flesh at the innermost part of his body was affected. The lightning streaks became increasingly stronger while his flesh trembled more and more violently. Not only was AI Hui's body being tempered by the lightning, it was acclimatizing to the lightning as well. His body had to acclimatize to the lightning, otherwise, it would disintegrate. Luckily, he was metal attributed. This was the only thing that AI Hui was glad about. AI Hui controlled his breathing and maintained its stability. He imagined himself as a sword, a metal sword that was being forged in a lightning-filled smelting furnace. More and more elemental energy sword pills were shattered. Like a surging, silvery river of lightning lava, the lightning streaks flowed through his body with the circulatory revolution cycle. They flowed very slowly and everywhere they passed through was destroyed thoroughly. AI Hui was the first person to experience the destructive aura of the lightning streaks before his enemies could. His body was shivering involuntarily. He wanted to bellow in rage and howl in agony, but he couldn't make any sound. He had anticipated the agony and decided to endure it. However, when the moment finally came, he still wailed, moaned and shivered in pain. These were unavoidable. He had neither a strong faith nor a grand ambition. At this point of time, he only had an instinct, the instinct to survive. His mind was blank and his body was out of control. He had not choice but to be brave and endure whatever was coming his way. Frantic elemental energy gushed towards AI Hui. The glow from the surrounding walls began to flicker frantically. Long shadows were being pulled out from them and absorbed by AI Hui's body. This phenomenon was caused by the gradual disintegration of the seal on the walls due to a strong suction force. The earth elemental energy beneath AI Hui's feet was frantically gushing towards AI Hui. A brown-colored earth elemental ring appeared beneath AI Hui's feet. The inside of the earth elemental ring gradually became silver-colored. Earth engendered metal. The newly converted metal elemental energy quickly rushed into AI Huey's body, but it was still not enough. At this point of time, AI Huey's body was like an insatiable and avaricious beast. The elemental energy that it had just devoured was insignificant and insufficient. Very soon, the perimeter of the Earth elemental ring began to expand continuously and became scarlet in color. The temperature of the meditation room started to increase as well. The scarlet ring kept on expanding and became a fire elemental ring. Fire engendered Earth. Now, the metal elemental energy in his body had surpassed the limit of his previous elemental energy capacity. The lightning streaks flowing in the elemental energy within his body became increasingly concentrated. The first one to sense AI Huey's abnormality was Venerable Volcano. He realized a portion of the earth fire had been involuntarily channeled to a particular place. To his surprise, that place was the underground meditation room. Initially, he was shocked. However, very soon, his shock became ecstasy. He did not expect AI Hui to attain a breakthrough at this critical moment. If AI Hui could become a master, they would have one more master on their side and their chances of winning this battle would greatly increase. Immediately, Venerable Volcano increased the intensity of his offense. Mr. Do was able to sense Venerable Volcano's action very quickly. Ah, Venerable Volcano is fighting with all his might. Mr. Do quickly retaliated with increased intensity as well. A chain reaction set off and the overall intensity of the ongoing battles increased. The fierce, ongoing battles concealed some fine details. Xiao Meiqi, Gong Peiyao and those who lacked fighting capabilities were waiting at the entrance of the underground meditation room. The atmosphere was very tense and everyone was feeling nervous. Explosions from above the ground surface fell incessantly on their ears and the ground kept one trembling violently. The pumpkin lamps in the basement kept swaying, looking as if they would fall any moment. Xiao Meiqi was feeling vexed. Clearwater City was his baby and his home. After this battle, even if they won, Clearwater City would be badly damaged. One could imagine how he felt when he saw his baby being harmed continuously. Furthermore, he had placed all his fortune on building Clearwater City. Gong Peiyao's face was slightly pale as well. However, she was still able to console Xiao Meiqi. Uncle Xiao, don't worry, my father definitely will not treat your situation with indifference. The Qiao family and Gong family have been on good terms for so many generations, we will definitely help you out. Xiao Meiqi gave a bitter smile. He did not want to be consoled by a small girl and gritted his teeth and replied, don't worry, Uncle Qiao will not be defeated so easily. It's no wonder why all the enterprises previously faced obstructions in obtaining the resources that AI Hui needs. The Assembly of Patriarchs was creating trouble in the dark. Assembly of Patriarchs, I will definitely seek revenge on you. It's a pity you'll no longer have the chance to do so. Suddenly, a sweet and gentle voice rang across the air from a corner in the darkness. With a drastic change in his facial expression, Xiao Meiqi roared, who's that? A multicolored doll slowly emerged from the ground. The colorful king wasn't looking at Xiao Meiqi. Its flat, eyeless and noseless face was looking at Gong Peiyao who was standing behind Xiao Meiqi. Suddenly, its stitch-made mouth split apart. Miss Gong, older sister has been looking for you for a very long time. Don't worry, older sister can't bear to hurt you. Come and stay with older sister for a few days. When a lovely and delicate voice came out of the sinister-looking doll's mouth, everyone felt a cold shiver go down their spines. Gong Peiyao's face turned white as she raised her head abruptly and asked, are all of you here for me? The stitch-made mouth of the doll opened and closed as it replied, hee older sister will never let off such a good thing like the snow lava. Recently, I've become quite poor. Xiao Meiqi was a businessman who had been through vicissitudes of fortune. At this moment, he had already regained his composure. With a deep voice, he replied, what does the Assembly of Patriarchs want? Do you want to deal with Madame Yi? An enemy of my enemy is my friend. No problem, I can agree on behalf of the Gong residents. There's no need for you to resort to such a method to obtain the snow lava. We can prevent any misunderstandings from happening between the Assembly of Patriarchs and the Gong residents. The Assembly of Patriarchs' long-term partner, Madame Yi, had dealt a huge blow to them. Even their headquarters had been annihilated, causing them to sustain huge losses. The first time Xiao Meiqi obtained this news, he had a premonition. Could it be that Assembly of Patriarchs wanted to kidnap Gong Peiyao and pressure the Gong residents into confronting Madame Yi? No matter what, Xiao Meiqi couldn't let anything happen to Gong Peiyao here. He and Gong Peiyao's father were lifelong buddies and he treated Gong Peiyao like his own niece. Don't worry, as long as all of you cooperate with me obediently, I won't hurt you. The sweet and delicate voice sounded unusually pleasant as it gave off elemental energy undulations silently. A blank look appeared on the faces of Xiao Meiqi and the rest. Inside the meditation room, AI Huey's body suddenly trembled. His elemental energy, which contained a boundless amount of lightning streaks, flooded into his sky palace. A hovering sky-heart flaming lotus lamp in AI Huey's sky palace sensed a danger and its glow intensified. It began to revolve quickly, giving off a high-intensity glow. However, even so, the sky-heart flaming lotus lamp was exceptionally weak and incompetent against the flood of lightning streaks that were filled with a destructive aura. The glow from the sky-heart flaming lotus lamp managed to withstand the flood of lightning streaks for only a short moment. Then, the flood of lightning streaks devoured the sky-heart flaming lotus lamp with a loud bang, resembling the sound of an air bubble being punctured. The sky-heart flaming lotus lamp vanished in a puff of smoke and had ceased to exist. At this point of time, AI Hui, who had been struggling strenuously all this time, managed to obtain a moment of clarity. He laughed bitterly in his heart. His elemental energy sword pills were gone and his sky-heart flaming lotus lamp had disappeared as well. It was a fresh start for him. In the next moment, his consciousness was flooded. After devouring the sky-heart flaming lotus lamp, the turbulent flood of lightning streaks strengthened significantly. The metal elemental energy that was mixed with lightning in his sky palace became even more vigorous. Furthermore, there seemed to be something forming in both of AI Huey's hand palaces and his earth palace. As usual, the boundless, impure elemental energy flowed through the path that it was most familiar with and headed towards the most unique area of AI Huey's sword-style breathing technique. His sword. In the darkness, the glow of wintry jade blade suddenly intensified as a lightning snake, the thickness of an arm, coiled around it. Wintry jade blade chimed. It was completely different from AI Huey's previous clear and melodious sword chime. It was loud and thunderous, resembling a muffled thunderclap that sounded off in the depths of the clouds. AI Hui woke up. Lightning streaks were reflected in his clear and limpid eyes, resembling lightning bolts that streaked across a cloudless and starry night sky. A terrifying aura erupted from his body abruptly. The meditation room's wall, where its elemental energy had been completely devoured, exploded outwards with a loud bang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Battles of Masters, 4. Chapter 461, Battles of Masters, 4. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. The wall of the meditation room suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Along with dust and rubble, the terrifying air current from the explosion swept across everyone like a pulverizing iron wall. As it stood nearest to the wall, King bore the brunt of the explosion. By the time it realized what was going on, the air current had already hit it. Before it could react, it was hit squarely by the air current. Like a heavy hammer, the powerful impact slammed heavily against it. Its body went out of control and flew backwards through the air. Bang! It collided against the wall behind it. The rest weren't any better off than King. They lost control of their bodies and fell all over the place. Immediately, King struggled to get back on its feet. After all, it was imbued with Autumn Water's Path of Master and its strength far surpassed that of the others. King and Autumn Water were telepathically connected, so the latter was able to immediately learn what happened. Captured Gong Pei Yao. King got up and locked onto Gong Pei Yao, who had fallen on the ground. King's movements were extremely fast and nimble as it was completely unaffected by the impact of the solution. Like a flying arrow, it charged towards the dazed Gong Pei Yao. At this time, the others were dizzy and wobbling because of the explosion's impact, so none of them stepped forward to stop King. King's palm closed in on Gong Pei Yao. As long as they could capture Gong Pei Yao, they would succeed in their mission. Mr. Do and Yang Xiaodong did not know that the Assembly of Patriarchs' actual target was Gong Pei Yao. Autumn Water's original plan had been to use Han Li to seduce Gong Pei Yao. Han Li, however, became entirely preoccupied with sparring with AI Hui and neglected his mission. Autumn Water had put a lot of time and effort into ensuring the success of this mission. Clearwater City had a huge number of guards and a powerful defense system. It was impossible to capture Gong Pei Yao using ordinary methods. When Autumn Water saw that she was about to succeed, an overjoyed look appeared on her face. At that moment, however, a gleaming streak flashed across the air in front of King. A destructive aura made King instinctively came to a halt. King was very sensitive to different types of aura. Since its body possessed all 5 types of elemental energy, none of the elemental energies could deal any severe damage to it. On the contrary, it could devour all 5 types of elemental energy. As such, it had a huge advantage when fighting against an elementalist. Despite this, it sensed danger from the aura of the sword gleam. Before King could make a move, it realized that its own aura was being targeted by something, following which, it was engulfed by a feeling of danger. This time around, Autumn Water, who was telepathically connected to King, turned pale. Autumn Water was petrified. What kind of aura was that? Her brain was processing extremely quickly. The first thing that came to her mind was AI Hui. Could it be that AI Hui had become a master? Her heart sank, but she felt such a coincidence couldn't happen. The ongoing battles above ground were very intense and had become deadlocked. Venerable Volcano and Mr. Do were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the outcome of their battle within a short period of time. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaodong and Zhou Gui could not suppress Shi Shueman even though they had joined hands. If AI Hui was to become a master, they would completely lose the overall battle. However, Autumn Winter did not have time to think about this problem. King was being continuously attacked. Autumn Water's face turned pale. What was going on beneath the ground? Dong Peiyao struggled to sit up straight. She looked blankly at the meditation room that had one of its 4 walls missing. A figure was standing in the darkness. The figure's face was unclear, and he was holding a sword fully imbued with lightning streaks, appearing extremely dazzling. The glow from the lightning streaks illuminated the vibrating air around the figure, making his body look slightly fuzzy. The figure's face that was hidden in the darkness seemed to turn and look in her direction. All the lights in the basement had been destroyed and everything was dark. The lightning-imbued sword gave off an ice-cold glow in the darkness. Other than the glow from the sword, there was also the bright and colorful fluorescence of King's body. Dong Peiyao did not understand what she was seeing. Strangely speaking, the sword was in AI Hui's hand, but she could not see any part of his body other than the sword and the palm that he was holding it with. Dong Peiyao was speechless. She was completely stunned by AI Hui's aura. King sensed that its own aura was being targeted and quickly dashed towards the exit. Its bright and colorful fluorescence was unusually striking in the dark. At almost the same time, however, a shadow appeared behind AI Hui. Suddenly, AI Hui's figure, hidden in the darkness, seemed to move. A resplendent streak of silvery lightning abruptly erupted in Dong Peiyao's eyes, and she subconsciously uttered a yelp. The sudden burst of dazzling lightning blinded her, engulfing her eyes with nothing but bright whiteness. Boom! The ground trembled. Something seemed to hit the ground heavily. AI Hui swung his sword like a mace and struck the shadow behind him with it heavily. The whole motion was as smooth as flowing water, appearing as if he had anticipated the sneak attack. At this moment, the colorful fluorescence from King, who was frantically running away, began to dim gradually. Its movements also slowed down until it eventually became a frozen mud statue and collapsed to the ground, creating a huge pit in the process. An ordinary elementalist would easily fall for such a deceptive move, but due to his frequent training sessions with Lu Lan, AI Hui was used to seeing and experiencing such deceptions. Initially, Lu Lan had not been used to using such deceptive moves, but as he spent more time with AI Hui, he became corrupted by him. Furthermore, Lu Lan was very intelligent and his moves were much more deceptive compared to King's. Even AI Hui had to be alert when facing Lu Lan, otherwise, he would easily fall for his deceptive moves. King was severely injured. It was lying face up in a huge pit, resembling a dead fish. Its stitch-made mouth had split open. Every now and then, lightning streaks would appear on its body, causing its limbs to twitch. This was AI Hui's first battle after mastering the path of lightning. The result was extraordinary. AI Hui looked at the lightning-imbued sword in his hand and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a bitter smile. No one saw him smiling as he was concealed in the darkness. Holding the sword hilt caused a pricking sensation in his palm. The wintry jade blade was imbued with the terrifying power of lightning. Deep down, AI Hui was glad to possess the sword-style breathing technique, otherwise, the amount of lightning in his body would exceed his capacity limit. When that happened, he would most likely explode and die or disintegrate into ashes. The sword-style breathing technique had directed a huge amount of the lightning in his body to the wintry jade blade, relieving the pressure on his body. AI Hui's advancement to master level was only halfway complete. He couldn't care much about it at this time. He had smiled bitterly just now as the lightning-imbued wintry jade sword had begun to show signs of melting. The wintry jade blade could not handle the huge burden imposed on it. Furthermore, AI Hui was unable to absorb the lightning from the wintry jade blade back into his body. His body was like dynamite now. In a battle, he couldn't care about too many things. AI Hui cast a glance at the twitching King and bluntly plunged his sword into King's chest. It felt pretty good to reduce the amount of lightning in his sword. Lightning bolts that were as thick as an arm traveled around King's body. King's limbs twitched more intensely, but after around 10 seconds, King's twitching began to slow down until it stopped moving altogether. King's body was reduced to a puddle of colorful mud. Buzz buzz. Densely packed lightning streaks swam and danced on the puddle of colorful mud. Subsequently, the puddle of colorful mud became scorched black and disintegrated into ashes. King disappeared from this world completely. After AI Hui pulled his sword out of the ground, the pricking sensation from the sword hilt reduced significantly. The tip of the sword also seemed to have stopped melting. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The person who had given him the wintry jade blade wasn't exactly a nice person, but the sword was still a good sword. It was currently impossible for him to find a better sword than the wintry jade blade. The more powerful one became, the more demanding he would be of his weapon. Only high-level weapons could endure elemental energies that were of high purity levels. Furthermore, the path of lightning that AI Hui had mastered was extremely destructive, causing heavy damages to his weapon. AI Hui's body was filled with elemental energy that was mixed with lightning lava, causing him to feel as if he would explode at any moment. He moved with extreme caution. He was afraid that if he made any huge movements, the elemental energy in his body might explode. Right now, instead of the safe elemental energy sword pills, his body contained the lightning lava mixed metal elemental energy. The worst thing was that the metal elemental energy in his body continued producing lightning, and AI Hui did not know how to stop the process. A huge amount of lightning lava was forming in both of his hand palaces and in his earth palace. AI Hui knew that this had something to do with dust fall, as this skill required both his hand palaces and earth palace to work. Now was not the time to think about this. AI Hui took in a deep breath of air and started walking carefully. The rest were dumbstruck. King had been destroyed with a single blow. At this moment, however, AI Hui was carefully ascending the flight of stairs. He moved extremely slowly and his facial expression was unusually solemn. It was as if the flight of stairs beneath his feet was his archenemy. Above ground, blood seeped out from the corners of Autumn Water's mouth. Her eyes were filled with fear. Before she could know what happened, she had already lost contact with King. There was only a deep fear in her mind. King had been defeated with a single blow. She could not imagine what had happened. Her face was pale white and her mind was blank. King was made up of extremely precious materials. Since it possessed all 5 types of elemental energy, none of the 5 elemental energies was its weakness. This was one of the reasons why she could become the 9th patriarch with the use of King. If she used King as a shield, it would not be easy to destroy it even for a master-level attack. Furthermore, King could devour all types of elemental energy. In its body, there was a 5 elemental cycle that allowed it to break down and devour attacks that were of any type of elemental energy. In past battles, King would only get stronger and stronger without being injured. If they carried a small-scale attack, King would always stand in front of the unit and act as a meat shield. This plan had never failed before. King was also specialized in carrying out psychic attacks. These odd moves would usually work in critical moments. She really could not imagine what kind of attack could defeat King with one blow. She stared at the entrance to the basement as her body trembled involuntarily. Fear was devouring her mind, but she still wanted to see what was going on below. Suddenly, the air surrounding the basement's entrance began to distort. It was as if there was a fire in the basement and heat waves were gushing out from the entrance. An indescribable aura suddenly appeared. Everyone fighting above ground had extremely sharp senses and all of them immediately stopped moving. This aura was something that they had never encountered before. They found it somewhat familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. All of them stopped fighting and shifted their gazes towards the basement entrance at the same time. The air surrounding the entrance became more and more distorted. A fuzzy figure appeared before everyone's eyes. A powerful aura pervaded the air, causing everyone to feel fear and trepidation. This was the first time an emotion appeared in Jiu Gui's unmoved almond-shaped eyes. It was fear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, Victory. Chapter 462, Victory. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Dead silence and stunned gazes greeted AI Hui when he walked out with a snail's pace and a cautious look on his face. The air surrounding him loudly crackled, as if there was an invisible fire burning and trembling violently. AI Hui's body was shrouded in an air current, appearing fuzzy to everyone's eyes. Everyone was looking at the lightning-imbued sword in AI Hui's hand. They couldn't believe what they had just seen and looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lightning. They knew AI Hui's nickname was Lightning Blade, but they seldom linked it with real lightning. Even when the survivors of Central Pine City recounted the Battle of Longstreet, other people would merely laugh. Everyone understood the term lightning as a metaphor to describe AI Hui's courage and dominance on the battlefield. However, at this moment, the streaks of lightning curling around AI Hui's sword seemed to be telling them how ignorant they were. For a veteran with rich experience like Mr. Doe, this was far beyond his comprehension of the term lightning. If they weren't remembering incorrectly, AI Hui was the first lightning master in the history of the Avalon of 5 elements. They were petrified. Anyone who was a first in history for something definitely could not be considered normally. This person was extraordinary. How could a person who would leave his name in the history of the Avalon of 5 elements be an ordinary individual? Mr. Do was much calmer than the others. Yang Xiaodong had already shown signs of retreating. Autumn Water's last bit of hope disappeared. Her body stopped trembling as she was engulfed by boundless despair. Her limbs were ice cold. She had never felt this cold before. She finally understood why King had been defeated in such a short period of time. Her eyes were hollow and despondent. Cracks began to appear in her sky palace as her base level dropped. King was her path of master and she had put her blood and soul into it. When King died, the pillar supporting her base level collapsed. Similarly, deep reverence and fear appeared in Zhou Gui's serpent-like eyes at this moment. His dragon cry spring wine allowed him to be possessed by an ancient great dragon. However, even the ancient great dragon was filled fear and reverence when confronted with lightning. These feelings were passed on to Zhou Gui. When Zhou Gui shifted his gaze to Autumn Water and sensed her aura rapidly weakening, he knew it would be impossible to win today's war. A shadow flashed across the sky and Zhou Gui appeared beside Autumn Water. He picked her up and abruptly flew towards the outskirts of Clearwater City. Zhou Gui's actions were very sudden without any forewarning. Quick and straightforward. By the time anyone could react, he and Autumn Water were hundreds of meters away from the city. Mr. Do, who had remained calm all this time, changed his facial expression. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaodong's face had turned ashen. Both of them had not expected the assembly of patriarchs to escape without informing them first. Mr. Do was so angry that he almost cursed. His northern underworld king tree had formidable power and could both attack and defend, but it had one weakness: its mobility was very restricted. Once it had taken root, it would take around half a minute for its user to withdraw it, and the process was rather troublesome. Usually, half a minute was not considered long, but in an intense battle, it was exceptionally important. One's enemy wouldn't even give him or her a few seconds to catch a breath, let alone half a minute to retreat. This was why Mr. Do seldom fought solo. If not for the fact that the Assembly of Patriarchs had paid him a very huge sum of money and that snow lava could fetch a terrifying price, he would not have taken action. He had not trusted the Assembly of Patriarchs, which led to him bringing along Yang Xiaodong. He and Yang Xiaodong had an extraordinary relationship and absolute trust in each other. Now, however, Mr. Do was filled with regret as he had pulled Yang Xiaodong into this trouble. Initially, he had thought that both of them could make a massive amount of profit off of the snow lava. This profit could even feed them for the rest of their lives. The main driving factor was that their chances for success on this mission were extremely high. There was no reason why 4 masters would be unable to take down the mayor's residence. Furthermore, with Yang Xiaodong as their spy, wasn't it in the bag? The initial development of the situation wasn't too far from Mr. Do's expectations. They were in an advantageous position. In a blink of an eye, however, the situation was overturned. The Assembly of Patriarchs was actually frightened out of their wits and abandoned them to make their own escape. Right now, they only had 2 masters to deal with the other side's 3 masters and the first ever lightning master. It was obvious which side had the upper hand. All Mr. Do could feel was agony. With a deep voice, he said, "Xiaodong, leave first." Yang Xiaodong did not move. "Xiaodong, there's no point in us dying together. If you live, you can still help me take care of the stronghold." Mr. Do sighed. Yang Xiaodong's body trembled. Mr. Do looked as if he was reminiscing as he continued to speak with a hint of grief in his voice. "Out of all of my followers, you are the most successful. Some have died and some are injured. The children are still young and I'm worried about them. I leave them to you. Help me take good care of them." Yang Xiaodong's eyes turned red. No one would expect Mr. Do, who was an underworld overlord that murdered people without batting an eye, to have adopted so many orphans. Yang Xiaodong was one of the orphans he had adopted. In his heart, Mr. Do was his big brother. Back in the day, Mr. Do lost his eyes to save his life. After Yang Xiaodong grew up, Mr. Do expelled him from the stronghold. This was a traditional custom. Mr. Do felt that they should lead a decent life and not indulge in fights and killing every day. After Yang Xiaodong was expelled from the stronghold, he changed his identity and led a new life. Yang Wuchang was actually his adopted son, but he publicized him as his nephew. Yang Wuchang was also an orphan. The first time Yang Xiaodong saw him, he'd thought of himself and Mr. Do. No one had expected Yang Xiaodong to eventually become a master. Before Yang Xiaodong could reply, they were interrupted by a voice. "Do you think this is a market where you can come and leave as you wish?" the voice belonged to AI Hui. However, his voice sounded very weird. The cautious AI Hui had remained stationary for fear of agitating the lightning streaking throughout his body. He did not even dare to move his facial muscles. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed the words out. When Sher Shueman noticed AI Hui's abnormal behavior, a worried look swept across her eyes. Mr. Do's attention had been on Sher Shueman all this time. Suddenly, he roared, "Faster, run!" Yang Xiaodong clenched his teeth and frantically flew away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. AI Hui was shocked. Now he realized that a master was not only powerful, but his or her observation skills were exceptionally sharp. When a master discovered something was wrong, he or she would definitely make an escape without dilly-dallying. AI Hui seldom saw a master that would fight to his or her death. However, when AI Hui thought about it again, he felt that this made sense. How could a brash fool become a master? An individual could become a master only if he or she was gifted, diligent, smart, and lucky. When AI Hui thought of this, he felt slightly pleased with himself. He looked at Mr. Do and felt eager to test his new abilities. He did not think the doll he had already killed was powerful. Right now, he wanted to find someone powerful on whom he could test his newly improved swordsmanship. This old fogey looked quite strong. AI Hui's piercing gaze constantly swept across Mr. Do's northern underworld king tree as he thought about how to attack it. Mr. Do noticed AI Hui's gaze and remained composed, without any fear. "I surrender." These sudden two words stunned everyone, including AI Hui. An unusual silence descended. Mr. Do took the initiative and walked out from the defensive range of his northern underworld king tree. "I surrender," he repeated. This scene put everyone at a loss. "Iron Lady!" AI Hui yelled at the top of his voice. Sher Shueman appeared beside Mr. Do, tied him up, and shackled his elemental energy. Mr. Do did not resist. Upon losing its master's control, the northern underworld king tree reduced rapidly in size and, after a few minutes, became an unremarkable vine staff. One could not see any fear on Mr. Do's face. He was indeed not afraid of anything. All along, before the wilderness expansion order had even been announced, a master's position in society had always been high and mighty. When a master initiated a surrender, no one would vent his or her anger by killing the master. This was one of the many precious advantages of being a master. Even if a master did not want to take part in combat, their immense knowledge and deep understanding towards elemental energy were exceptionally valuable. Every master had to have identified his or her path of master, and his or her understanding towards elemental energy necessarily far surpassed any ordinary elementalist. They definitely had gone through a huge number of battles and had rich combat experience. If they were to become teachers, any family or force would be extremely eager to hire them. Therefore, Mr. Do did not worry about his safety at all. They might place some limitations on him, but there wouldn't be any problems with his life and safety. At this moment, AI Hui gave Sher Shueman an eye signal and said cheekily, "If you cut the weeds, you must eliminate the roots." Sher Shueman placed the tip of Cirrus at Mr. Do's throat. Upon seeing this, Venerable Volcano, who had just gotten up from the ground, turned pale with fright. A master who had surrendered could not be killed. This was an unwritten rule. Other than how precious a master was, his unique status played an important factor as well. If Mr. Do was killed after he had surrendered, it would rouse the ire of other masters. Just as he was about to stop Sher Shueman, AI Hui yelled, "Master Yang, come out now." Mr. Do was shocked, but he forcibly composed himself. No one came out. Venerable Volcano now understood AI Hui's intention. "Master Yang, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will kill this old fogey." A man with a gloomy face walked out from behind a half-destroyed house around 150 meters away. It was Yang Xiaodong. Mr. Do's facial expression changed. Venerable Volcano looked at AI Hui with astonishment. That house should be out of AI Hui's line of sight and was more than 150 meters away from him. Furthermore, there were many obstacles within this long distance. How could AI Hui have discovered Yang Xiaodong? "You won't dare to kill him," Yang Xiaodong said with a deep voice. "We will see. If you don't surrender within 10 seconds, I will kill him," AI Hui sneered. After AI Hui finished his sentence, he did not even look at Yang Xiaodong and began to count, 10, 9, 8, 7. When AI Hui counted to 5, Yang Xiaodong blurted out, "I surrender." "Venerable, sorry for troubling you," AI Hui said. Venerable Volcano was filled with admiration towards AI Hui. "Take a look. Every man is different, every master is also different. What have I been doing with my life after living for so many years? It's not troublesome, it's not troublesome." Venerable Volcano quickly replied. He walked over, tied up Yang Xiaodong, and pulled him to AI Hui. Yang Xiaodong lowered his gloomy face and asked, I have a question, how did you discover me? Even Venerable Volcano looked at AI Hui with curiosity. Only Shi Shueman turned her head around, looking as if she couldn't bear to see what was about to happen. Do you really want to know? AI Hui asked cheekily. I want to know. Look behind the spot where you were hiding, AI Hui said. Venerable Volcano and Yang Xiaodong turned their heads and looked towards that house. There was nothing. Then, they looked even further back. A line of huge, sand-made words floated in the distant sky. Yang Xiaodong is hiding behind this house. Behind the line of sand-made words, there was a mini sand-made Lu Lan wearing an apron while holding a wok and spatula in each of his hands, appearing vivid and lifelike. Blood rushed to Yang Xiaodong's head and darkness engulfed his vision as he almost fainted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, Changing the Name to Thunder City. Chapter 463, Changing the Name to Thunder City. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. During this period of time, Clearwater City was bustling with life. The scars from the Great Battle took merely a few days to disappear. Like a colony of hard-working bees, the Earth Elementalists repaired the destroyed houses night and day. At this point of time, no one was bothered about the money spent. What was better than having your home being intact after a great battle? Without anyone to direct them, all the Earth Elementalists automatically joined the rebuilding project of Clearwater City. The passion for life, the longing for a home, the vision for the future and the yearning for happiness gathered these total strangers together, with everyone helping and supporting each other. Such a sight could be seen all over Clearwater City. When they were tired or free, they would sit leisurely on the rooftops and look at the thunderous lightning flashes in the sky above a distant mountain. All of them were well prepared. They would even bring along tea and melon seeds, clicking their tongues in astonishment at the lightning flashes while chit-chatting about their daily lives. At this point of time, they were filled with pride and admiration towards the few foreign elementalists as they vividly recounted the scene that had happened a few days ago. Let's see, have you heard of lightning, Master? The word lightning sounds powerful, right? None of you were there at that time. The moment Master AI appeared and gave everyone a glare, lightning bolts that had the thickness of an arm streaked across the sky. So cool. All of the patriarchs from the Assembly of Patriarchs were masters, the elites of the elites, but so what? When Master AI glared at them, it made one of the patriarchs reverse her base level and she became half dead, while the other one was frightened out of his wits and picked up his comrade and fled. When Master AI saw that, he said to himself, who can I glare at now? After he finished his sentence, he turned his murderous-looking face around and his eyes were popping out. Buzz! Before the lightning bolts shot out. The legendary Northern Underworld King, Mr. Do, who had dominated the underworld for decades, surrendered without demurring. At this point of time, on a distant mountain, numerous lightning bolts were coiling around AI Hui's body. Not far away, Lu Lan's eyes were flickering with a red glow. AI Hui was releasing the lightning within his body with all his might. Silvery snakes were dancing wildly in the sky while deafening thunderclaps resounded through the air incessantly. After 10 minutes, AI Hui finally stopped. He was panting heavily, but the lightning streaks around his body had reduced in number significantly. Lu Lan, how was it? AI Hui asked while panting heavily. The red glow in Lu Lan's eyes stopped flickering as he replied, AI Hui, the results are out. Your Earth Palace produces 60% of the lightning in your body while your left and right hand palaces produce 20% each. AI Hui stopped panting and a pensive look appeared on his face. This result is very close to my prediction. The Earth Palace is the king while the hand palaces are the subjects. However, 60% is a lot more than what I expected. Another round of thunderous lightning flashes streaked across the sky. The red glow in Lu Lan's eyes stopped flickering and he quickly reported the result. AI Hui, the elemental energy from your hand palaces is flowing towards your Earth Palace. In the midst of the thunderous lightning flashes, the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes flickered with an unprecedented rhythm. If one took a closer look, he or she would discover that the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes was flickering at the exact same frequency as the lightning bolts streaking across the sky. Suddenly, Lu Lan yelled, AI Hui, your left-hand palace and right-hand palace are opposite in nature. The elemental traces in your left-hand palace and right-hand palace are opposite in nature as well. Another round of thunderous lightning flashes had passed. The red glow in Lu Lan stopped flickering as he spoke with excitement, AI Hui, I have identified it. Your Earth Palace is the one that is producing the lightning. The two completely different metal elemental energies from your left and right-hand palaces gather at your Earth Palace to produce the lightning. The Battle of Clearwater City had created a sensation in the vicinity of Clearwater City. There were a total of 7 masters that took part in the battle initially. Undoubtedly, it was extremely sensational to see 7 masters fighting in a reasonably well-off city that normally only hosted 2 masters. The fact that the first ever Lightning Master was born was even more sensational. The name Lightning Blade was widely known for his impact on Central Pine faction, not his fighting capabilities. During this period of time, AI Huey's performance had shocked the entire Beyond Avalon region. After defeating the swordsmanship genius Hanli, he was severely injured and had to enter seclusion. However, when he came out of seclusion, he had become a master, the first ever Lightning Master. He single-handedly overturned the situation in the battle. Facing 4 masters, he injured 1, scared away 1, and held the remaining 2 as captives. Upon seeing such an impressive feat by AI Hui, everyone could not help but link him to those legendary figures in the history of the Avalon of 5 Elements. AI Hui became renowned from this battle. The title of the first ever Lightning Master had attracted a lot of elementalists from nearby cities to Clearwater City. All of them were here to revere the Lightning Master. The first thing that every elementalist noticed upon arriving at Clearwater City was the distant mountain. Every now and then, thick and long lightning bolts streaked across the sky. Electrifying silvery snakes danced in sky while deafening thunderclaps echoed incessantly through the air. When they saw such a spectacular sight, 4 words came to their minds. The might of heaven. Then, the residents of Clearwater City would tell these people that was the same mountain where Master AI defeated swordsmanship genius Hanli. Initially, that was a nameless and unknown mountain. Now, it had a name, Thunder Mountain. There was a rumor going around Clearwater City stating that AI Hui was practicing his lightning techniques on Thunder Mountain. In the future, Thunder City will be the holy land of Clearwater City. Xiao Meiqi was high-spirited. The dismay on his face a few days ago was nowhere to be seen now. Filled with confidence, he said, "When I have enough money, I must purchase the Thunder Mountain. This might be a landmark that can last for all eternity." The first ever Lightning Master, AI Hui, practices his lightning techniques here. Lightning bolts descended from the sky endlessly for hundreds of days. Uncle Qiao, it has only been 2 days. Gong Peiyao could not help but interrupt Xiao Meiqi. The residents thought that AI Hui was practicing his lightning techniques, but he was actually releasing the overflowing lightning bolts in his body. To prevent himself from injuring the innocent residents, he could only do this on the distant isolated mountain outside of the city. Hundreds of days sounds more impressive. Xiao Meiqi was extremely pleased with himself. Then, I will spread the rumor that AI Hui has left marks of lightning on Thunder Mountain, and whoever that can comprehend the marks of lightning, he or she will obtain the power of lightning and become a lightning master. How about it? This is a flawless plan, right? When the moment comes, there will be numerous elementalists traveling over thousands of miles to Clearwater City to admire Master AI's remnants. When you visit a holy land, you have to pay a fee, right? What if you don't have money? You will work for me. The name of Clearwater City doesn't seem too nice. It's overshadowed by the name of Thunder Mountain. This name needs to be changed. We have to change the name. In the future, our city shall be called Thunder City. Yes. I have to use Thunder City to pay respects to Master AI. Send out an announcement now. To celebrate the birth of the first ever Lightning Master, we will rename Clearwater City as Thunder City. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw the excitement on Xiao Meiqi's face. They were stunned by Xiao Meiqi's greed. Truly an unscrupulous businessman. Venerable Volcano sighed with sorrow. He was an elementalist, and he knew if Xiao Meiqi spread the rumors, a huge number of elementalists would come to Clearwater City, no, Thunder City. When the chief of Karakoram Sword League became the first master swordsman, Karakoram Sword League expanded rapidly and countless elementalists visited them. Most of the members in the newly established Karakoram division were elite swordsmen that were selected from Karakoram Sword League. One could imagine the number of elementalists that would come to Thunder City to admire AI Hui. Whenever a brand new type of power was created, it would present new opportunities for many elementalists. If one could be a part of it, he or she would obtain a head start. How did those powerful and wealthy aristocratic families come about? They did so by adopting this method. Immense wealth came from having great power. Suddenly, AI Huey's voice rang across the main hall. I want half. Xiao Meiqi's mayor residence was the first building to be repaired. Due to the lack of time, only the external part of the mayor's residence was repaired. The mayor residence's defensive rain screen needed more time and an earth elemental master to be fully restored. AI Hui, who had just returned to the mayor residence, seemed to look slightly different. However, everyone found it very difficult to identify what the difference was. The most noticeable part about him was his eyes. His eyes were unusually bright, so much so that they were dazzling. The glow of the wintry jade blade in his hand had dimmed significantly, giving off a soft glimmer. Even the lightning arc that streaked across it occasionally looked weak. "How are you feeling?" Sure Shuemon's eyes lit up. "It's finally under my control, thanks to Lulan," AI Hui gave a smile. Everyone knew AI Hui was training on Thunder Mountain, but they did not know that Lulan was by his side. AI Hui kept on releasing lightning bolts from his body and Lulan recorded the whole process. The analyzing ability of Lulan's Midnight was very powerful. Lulan specialized in obtaining unnoticeable, important information from an immense number of samples. Using his method, Lulan helped AI Hui to analyze his elemental traces and obtain many valuable elemental traces. Lulan's eyes had curled into two crescent moons as he said cheerfully, "Lulan likes to help AI Hui." Gong Peiyao was filled with jealousy. She wished she could throw herself at Lulan. With Lulan's assistance, the lightning within AI Hui's body was brought under control for the time being. At least now he did not need to worry about his body exploding. After AI Hui knew how the lightning in his body was produced, he quickly grasped the ability to control the rate at which the lightning was produced. Without an endless stream of lightning flowing through his body, the danger within AI Hui's body had decreased by half. Of course, there were still a lot of problems waiting for AI Hui to resolve them. However, as long as he got rid of the danger of his body exploding, he had enough time to resolve the other problems. He still had a long way before he could fully control the power of the lightning in his body. This was just the beginning. This was the problem with being a forerunner, but it was a unique characteristic at the same time. Forerunners faced too many unknowns. The path ahead of them was covered with dense fog and they had no idea how to proceed forward. The only thing they could do was to slowly fumble their way through. However, since no one was familiar with the new field, these forerunners would usually put up impressive performances and become influential and powerful individuals in their eras. AI Hui looked at the mayor and asked, "How are the preparations for our resources?" "Once you are done preparing our resources, we will leave." "Congratulations, Master AI. The resources have been prepared properly. You can set off at any time," Xiao Meiqi congratulated AI Hui. Even though the battle from 2 days ago had caused Xiao Meiqi to suffer huge losses, he was not bothered at all. In the past, Central Pine faction was a promising power. Now, it had become a formidable power that could not be underestimated. With the first ever Lightning Master, the Sure family's heiress who could match up against 2 masters at once, and the 2 captive masters, Central Pine faction had a total of 4 masters. Xiao Meiqi and the Gong residents had no issues with handing the 2 captives over to AI Hui. In this way, the strength of Central Pine faction's lineup far surpassed Thunder City's. Furthermore, Central Pine faction was filled with youngsters. Youth implied boundless potential. With the refinement method of snow lava in the hands of Central Pine faction, they possessed an endless stream of wealth. By looking at AI Hui's decision to use the profits from the sale of snow lava to purchase a huge amount of resources, one could tell that he was very ambitious. Central Pine faction's position in Xiao Meiqi's heart had been raised a few levels. The current Central Pine faction was no longer inferior to those newly established families. It was a newly established family that possessed great potential. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Departure. Chapter 464, Departure. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. AI Hui and the rest had come quietly without anyone's knowledge, but when they left, a huge load team followed. All the load basin beasts were given to them by Xiao Meiqi, together with a group of servants and porters. When they first arrived, there was no master in Central Pine Valley. They had no ability to defend themselves. AI Hui today, relying on his reputation as the first ever Lightning Master, was able to intimidate their enemies. Plus, Sure Shuemon was by his side. And there were Mr. Dou and Yang Xiaodong, who were held captive, so 4 masters were overseeing the place. Coupled with the valley's defense, no team could ever think of breaking into their territory without at least 6 or 7 masters on their team. Full of confidence, AI Hui's display made a good spectacle. The masses, upon hearing the news about Thunder City, walked out of their houses to take a look. They stood on both sides of the road, not daring to make a racket. Where the squadron passed, the audience bowed their heads in respect. They weren't bowing to the fact that AI Hui had become the first ever Lightning Master, but that he was protecting their homeland. Unless they had no choice, who would be willing to wander about miserable and desperate? The battle that had happened earlier shook up beyond Avalon. It wasn't merely because of the birth of the first ever Lightning Master, but also because it was the first battle between 2 power figures since the city expansion order and the elementalists' entrance into the wilderness. A group of thieves and bandits participated in the Battle of Skyheart City, thus it was regarded merely as an armed rebellion. And the Battle of Thunder City was a conquest of power. The elementalists had charged into the wilderness to build their own cities, facing pressure from dire beasts during the whole process. The cities were previously broken into because of these dire beasts and not because of conflicts among the people. Probably no one would have thought that in future history books there would be a name for this battle, Battle of Thunder City. This battle was viewed by future historians as a turning point. The battle marked the start of the chaotic era where Beyond Avalon started invading other cities to conquer them. Later on, there were many elaborations on this event. Some felt that the root cause was that the elementalists started to become ambitious after settling down in the wilderness. Others thought that Madame Ye's rise had evoked much unhappiness and the Assembly of Patriarchs was one of the dissidents. There were also people who believed that the death of Great Elder gave way to the disorder in Beyond Avalon since there was no more leader. At this moment, no one knew exactly how impactful and far-reaching this battle was going to be. But to the citizens in Thunder City, this battle was more important than all the expounding done in history books. Their homeland belonged to them, but history belonged to time. Not only was Ai Hui protecting their homes, he left a Thunder Mountain. This was one of the deepest cities within the wilderness, where the mightiest and most dangerous dire beasts resided. Every single citizen had a deep understanding of dire beasts. Master Ai had pondered and analyzed lightning techniques at Thunder Mountain for consecutive days. Thunder rolled, displaying might and power, and could clearly be heard from miles away. Dire beasts' fear of thunder exceeded that of humans, and elementalists who had been out scouting were all pleasantly surprised. Within a few-mile radius, practically all dire beasts, even the stronger ones, had vanished. They'd all thought that they were on the wrong path. Thunder Mountain left a strong thunder aura, which caused dire beasts to stay away instinctively. This region then became a forbidden area for dire beasts. As long as the thunder aura did not disappear, the area around Thunder City would still be a dire beast-free zone. In the wilderness, nothing was more blissful than being safe. The future of Thunder City was bright. As residents of the city, the citizens benefited the most. In this chaotic world, mere citizens' wishes were being ignored. They, too, knew that Master Ai wasn't fighting for them, but Thunder City survived because of Master Ai and would benefit for a long time because of him as well. He, the legend, was the stars in the sky and they were the grass on the ground. They were worlds apart and weren't able to associate themselves with him. They bowed to him without expecting a response. They did it out of gratitude. The closely packed crowd bowed unceasingly and only the footsteps of the heavy-load basin beasts echoed throughout the big street. The atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. Sitting on a load basin beast, Ai Hui's smile vanished. He pursed his lips, his expression turning serious. His relaxed posture disappeared too as he automatically straightened his back. In that instant he felt somewhat stifled and panicky. He did not know the reason, but was unwilling to think about it. It wasn't easy for anybody in this chaotic world, was it? Amid the silence, the load team left Thunder City and disappeared into the dense wilderness. A short while after they left the city, Ai Hui returned to his usual state. The unhappiness and indescribable emotions were all thrown to the back of his mind. He wasn't a heroic figure, so the mission of saving the world should be left to someone else. Ai Hui fiddled with Mr. Do's walking stick, his face full of curiosity. Mr. Do and Yang Xiaodong did not receive any harsh treatment. Their elemental energies were merely being suppressed. Yang Xiaodong had a dark expression on his face and behaved indifferently toward Ai Hui. Mr. Do, on the other hand, was much more straightforward and patient, responding to all the questions he had answers for. Why does this stick swallow light rays? Upon hearing Ai Hui's question, Yang Xiaodong couldn't hold back. This isn't a stick. With an Ai Hui looked the cane over a few times. With I've had my fair share of experience, so don't try to deceive me look on his face, he responded. This is obviously a stick. The veins on Yang Xiaodong's forehead throbbed. He could only see the repulsiveness in that person and wanted so badly to stick a knife into his bloody face. He clenched his teeth, saying, Northern Underworld King Tree. A rare treasure being called as a stick left Yang Xiaodong feeling horrible, as if he just swallowed a fly. While he kept telling himself that he had no choice but to lower his head, since he was under someone else's roof, he couldn't help but feel the rage surging within his chest. He practically stopped after each word for emphasis. Ai Hui exclaimed in realization, I understand, it's a high-grade stick. Yang Xiaodong flew into a rage. You're the stick. With a foolish look on his face, Ai Hui asked Yang Xiaodong, why the face? Is it such an amazing stick? Yang Xiaodong turned his face, his body trembling from anger. Mr. Do laughed and explained in a slow-moving tone, it can absorb light because it is Northern Underworld King Tree. Northern Underworld was a remote and desolate place with no sunlight all day long because there grew a very unique type of tree, dark tree. Dark trees live off of light rays as well, but the difference is that they swallow light and spit out darkness. There is a dark layer on their leaves that can swallow all surrounding light. And this one here is the king of dark trees. Only one is born out of every 100,000 trees. We felt as though he was listening to a story. Where's Northern Underworld? No idea. Mr. Doe shook his head. No one knows where it is anymore. Perhaps they couldn't go there even if they knew. However, many powerful cultivators entered the Northern Underworld during the cultivation era. We responded in interest, so this is a remnant from the cultivation era? What I got was a seed. With a reminiscent look on his face he continued, at that time I did not know that it was the seed of the king of dark trees. I thought that it was just an ordinary seed. Even then, to me it was a treasure, so I cherished it very much and spent much effort nurturing it. It was later on, under a fateful coincidence, that I realized it was the king of dark trees. With his eyes lit up we stated shamelessly, it is mine now. Yang Xiaodong stood up and howled, shameless. He knew how important Northern Underworld King Tree was to Mr. Doe. Mr. Doe was an extremely powerful master with the Northern Underworld King Tree, but without it he was merely an ordinary elementalist. Mr. Doe waved his hand, saying, Northern Underworld King Tree has been yours ever since you caught me. I have a bold request, however, and am unsure if I can say it. It was then that Yang Xiaodong remembered he was now a captive. He sat down with a defeated look on his face. We glanced over at Yang Xiaodong. This gloomy fellow was easily agitated when it came to Mr. Doe's affairs. Mr. Doe was calm and honest, which in actual fact made we admire him. The old knew better indeed. We became a tad more respectful. Please speak. I don't have much time left to live. The Northern Underworld King Tree would be wasted in my hands. It has an extremely long life and the ancient books mention that it will not be destroyed as long as there's light and that it will only grow each day. It's only been in my hands for a few decades. It would be a real waste if this were to be buried and disappear. Yang Xiaodong had calmed down significantly and kept silent. He knew that these words were for him. I've been trying to understand the Northern Underworld King Tree for a few decades and have obtained some insights. I'm willing to pass it all down to you without concealment. I only hope that you can take the children of my stronghold into your care. Yang Xiaodong's expression returned to normal. He'd understood the moment Mr. Doe spoke. He was, after all, born from the stronghold and knew what Mr. Doe was concerned about. Stronghold's children? We fell into a short daze, but after thinking about it he thought that it was only human nature. He nodded in agreement. Everybody then followed Mr. Doe to the stronghold. We looked at the extremely tan kids who had gathered around. Shocked, he shouted, You're surely formidable, aren't you? So many of them. Awkward silence. Mr. Doe, who kept a straight face always, became very emotional for the first time. His face turned rigid, his expression hardened. His whole body stiffened up and his face turned red. He opened his mouth but no sound came out because he did not know how to start. The rest looked on awkwardly. Yang Xiaodong was about to speak up, but we had already tapped Mr. Doe's shoulder and said, Don't worry, old Doe. From now on, Central Pine Valley is home to you and your children. You're a responsible man, old Doe. It mustn't be easy having so many children. Mr. Doe's face turned redder. He'd experienced a cruel life and had never seen such a scene. He was at a loss. He was about to explain himself, but we had already turned around and started mingling with the kids, his face full of smiles. The little kids were initially very guarded, but quickly warmed up to Hui. Mr. Doe, whose face was initially flushed, started to calm his emotions down. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had no regard for the material world but had an exceptionally keen intuition when it came to emotions. He could feel that Hui had not the least bit of enmity toward the children. Even Shi Xueman and Lu Lan were genuinely happy. Yang Xiaodong looked at him without speaking a word, but his gloomy face brightened up a little. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465, Guillotines on a Snowy Night. Chapter 465, Guillotines on a Snowy Night. Translator, Irene. Editor, XTYZ. When military banners of the three central divisions appeared on the battleground, the fight lost its suspense. Ever since the founding of the 13 divisions in the Avalon of 5 Elements, the three central divisions were the most unusual and mysterious divisions. The direct subordinates of the Elders Guild, these three central divisions were Surveillance, Judgment, and Dread. The outside world had little understanding of them. They only knew that Surveillance was good at obtaining news as they had countless spies. Judgment was in charge of trials and convictions. Only very specific crimes would require the involvement of judgment. Dread was the most mysterious group, and news about them spread the least. A peculiar thing was that the three central divisions were not in the Avalon of Five Elements, but defended the old territory instead. Why did they do that? Which part of the old territory? No one knew. Even the powerful members from aristocratic families who knew a lot of rare inside information were unaware of the reason. Mystery always bred rumors. Some said that the three central divisions guarded a large-scale treasury. It was the Avalon of Five Elements' last hope and preserved boundless riches, rare treasures, weapons, and so on. When the Avalon of Five Elements reached the juncture of life and death, this treasury would be its last opportunity to overturn the situation. Some also said that the place where the combat divisions were stationed was a big crack leading to a deep part of the wilderness. In order to prevent dire beasts from entering the old territory through this crack, the combat divisions stood guard. There were others who even believed that it wasn't a crack that led to the deep wilderness, but to an abyss. All kinds of strange and interesting rumors spread unceasingly through the years. This was still a riddle to this day. The other 10 combat divisions had a retirement system, but once involved with the 3 central divisions, it was a lifetime commitment. No matter which version of the rumors, there was something unanimous: the magnitude. There was no doubt that the 3 central divisions were powerful. It was common knowledge that the strength of the 3 central divisions were much stronger than the other 10 combat divisions. Even the strongest among the 10 divisions was incomparable to any one of 3 central divisions. Others opined that only masters could join the central 3. Of course, those with common sense knew how nonsensical this was. There weren't that many masters in this world. The appearance of the 3 central division military banners on the battleground immediately led to an all-out attack. The rebel army formed from more than 10 bandit teams was utterly defeated. Where the banner passed, the bandits crawled on the floor, put their hands behind their heads, and surrendered in fear. It was as if boiling oil had been poured on snow. The rebel army fled and surrendered without any effort on the part of the central divisions. The battle ended quickly, shocking the crowd that covertly observed this rebellion. Captives continuously appeared outside the city, causing Skyheart City to bustle. During this period, people were alarmed and feared that the rebel army would enter the city and wipe them out. Trial, conviction, execution. The Judgment Division's efficiency was astonishing. Their methods were so cruel that the audience was left speechless and overwhelmed. The Judgment Division wasn't the least bit lenient toward these bandits. Every day, there were rows of bandits waiting to be publicly beheaded outside Skyheart City. It was the people's first time seeing the expressionless team members of the Judgment Division. They had an apathetic look on their faces, similar to that of experienced executioners. The captives' uncontrollable screams, flying heads, spurting blood, and headless corpses weren't able to even slightly change the expressions of the team members. Yet, the Judgment Division did not kill everyone. They did not kill the masters among the bandits, but handed them over to Madame Yi to determine their fate instead. There were 6 of them. Masters were excused from capital punishment. It was an unwritten rule. The 6 masters were all willing to follow Madame Yi's orders. No matter where they went, they were a force that was difficult to ignore. This was also why the lives of the 6 masters were handed over to Madame Yi. Madame Yi, however, did not accept their surrender. The 6 of them were publicly beheaded. When the heads of the 6 masters were hung high up on the wooden poles outside Skyheart City, the city fell into a storm of protest. If the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Many masters, cared for by their respective family clans, were disgusted by Madame Yi. During a private banquet among the masters, many openly stated that they would never serve Madame Yi. These rumors also spread to the ears of Madame Yi, but she was unaffected and continued doing as she pleased. This was only the beginning. People were then shocked to realize that the dignified and virtuous Madame Yi actually had an iron fist. On that night, countless people tossed and turned restlessly in their beds, unable to sleep. On the next day, before the sky brightened up, there was an endless stream of horse and carriages outside the mayor's residence. Family patriarchs queued in a long line, waiting for Madame Yi to receive them. They were all well-celebrated figures. The citizens of Skyheart City were rejoicing over the stabilizing situation of the armed rebellion, but the aristocratic families weren't. They occasionally glanced over at the hanging masters' heads. It was as if those heads had a magical power that automatically attracted people's attention. Madame Yi was really ruthless to kill all the masters. Just then, the first ever snow since its construction fell over Skyheart City. The ice-cold, bone-piercing snowflakes were sharp spinning blades that danced to the gale. A gale storm was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the rocks and trees on the ground were destroyed. It hid the sky and covered the earth. Even the sunlight was obstructed, making seem like night. Many secretly gossiped that this frightening snow gale must be the heavens doing, since even the gods could no longer stand seeing Madame Yi's careless behavior. The 5 God-subduing peaks in the Skyheart City were activated to stop the whistling snow gale and bring warmth to the city interior. Nevertheless, people panicked inside and could not feel the warmth at all. Many thought of every possible method to leave this city, which protected them, because it was even colder and more bone-chilling inside. Without a sign, Surveillance Division made a move. More than 10 families had been investigated and were charged with colluding with the bandits and acting from the inside. Irrefutable evidence surfaced and proved that these families had committed dreadful crimes that could not be wiped away. Arrest, trial, conviction. The Judgment Division did not appear this time, and standing in their place was the Surveillance Division. It was said that the Judgment Division maintained silence with regard to this operation, while the Dread Division wasn't in favor of this operation. Only the Surveillance Division returned to Skyheart City without any apprehension of becoming Madame Yi's sharpest knife. Scouting for news couldn't get any simpler for the Surveillance Division. In Skyheart City, heads were rolling and the amount of blood spurting all over could form a river. There was even a faint bloody smell that filled the air. The whole operation lasted for 3 consecutive days. There was no warmth in the recollections of the survivors. Whenever they told their stories, their voices spontaneously trembled. The snow gale enveloped Skyheart City, blocking out all sunlight for 3 days. It was as dark as night, and even the light emitted from the never-extinguishing southern light lanterns along the streets brought about a horrifying chill. The row of lever-operated guillotines looked exceptionally magnificent. 39 families had been trialed and over 7,000 had been condemned. Among these were weak servants and strong masters. 1,622 were beheaded. In the entire history of the Avalon of 5 Elements, there had never been such a spectacular sight. This unprecedented blood purge seemed to have added a layer the color of blood to Skyheart City's light screen. These 3 days came to be known as guillotines on a snowy night. When the snow passed and the sun rose up again, the sunlight sprinkled over the field, making the once bustling city appear much more spacious and empty. The marketplace was even more desolate as people did not dare to leave their homes. A few days later the tense atmosphere gradually dissolved, and the city returned to its usual tranquility. The mayor's residence. A man with his hair bunded up and a pale face smiled. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and clear. His smile was very fresh and contagious. No one would have thought that this seemingly warm man was the division leader of the Surveillance Division. His speech wasn't slow as he reported the details of this operation in an organized and clear manner. Madame Yi listened carefully and asked questions from time to time. When the report was finished, she smiled and said, "It's hard to guard against internal thieves. Who would have imagined that so many people would rather hand the city over to bandits than to let me keep my position? If they have the ability, what harm is there in giving my position up to them? I'm just a woman who wants to raise Xiaobao. Father-in-law entrusted this to me before he left, and I'm only doing this in order to not waste his previous efforts. If there is a worthy person, I will definitely give up my spot and hand it over personally." Nian Tingfeng consoled, "Why care about those vulgar people, Madame Yi? You're the only one who can turn this desperate crisis around. I'll feel uneasy when you say such angry words." Madame Yi responded graciously, "I'm not that great. This is all thanks to you, Division Leader Nian. It's not a pity if I lost my position, but if the bandits entered the city, the people would fall into a terrible situation. The city and its people would die and countless families would be destroyed." Nian Tingfeng replied respectfully, "You're right, madam. If people remain undisciplined, they would fall apart like a sheet of loose sand. Beyond Avalon needs a new leader in order for us to progress. These mindless people are harboring unfathomable motives and are conspiring against us. It's not a pity even if they all die." Madame Yi sighed. A pity for all those who are masters. She wasn't feeling regret for those masters among the bandits, but for the consecrated masters within the city. These masters were numerous, and if they could serve her, she would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Unfortunately, these masters were practically all implicated, and more than half had been beheaded. "Why do you care, madam? Your master's glory is a genius creation. Once the time is right, a large batch of masters will emerge." Nian Tingfeng added seriously, "We just have to endure this period and all the masters will be ours. No one can hold us by the elbow anymore. The others will naturally shut their mouths so that Madam can unleash your full potential and save Skyheart City from catastrophes. It's always better to get the pain over with rather than prolonging the agony. Rather than letting them rot, why not eradicate the rotten meat?" Madame Yi looked pleased. "With your assistance, I feel truly at ease. I still have something to trouble you with. Nian Tingfen hurriedly asked, "What instructions?" "Help me investigate somebody." "Please tell me." "The lightning blade, AI Hui." "Yes, madam." "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 466, 3 Division Leaders in a Meeting. Chapter 466, 3 Division Leaders in a Meeting. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Chapter 466, 3 Division Leaders in a Meeting. The snow gale dispersed and sunlight returned to the earth. Nevertheless, within a night, Skyheart City became even more solemn. The nights once filled with music and songs were gone. Aristocratic families had their tails tucked between their legs. No one wanted to offend Madame Yi at this time. Bloodstains left by the guillotines on a snowy night event had yet to fade. No one knew what Madame Yi's next move was going to be, but discerning people knew not to provoke her. The 3 central divisions had strict military discipline. After guillotines on a snowy night, not even one elementalist from the central divisions could be seen on the streets. Brilliant military glory, unfathomable, valiant with unsurpassable abilities, cold-blooded and cruel, killing without blinking, strict military conduct. These were the impressions and memories that the city had of the 3 central divisions. The 3 divisions were stationed in different places. The surveillance division was stationed in a military camp located within Skyheart City. They were supposed to be stationed in a practice ground of the Sky Edge division, but the Judgment division was stationed there temporarily. It wasn't a big area and its facilities were very simple and basic, but the Judgment division did not mind at all. In fact, the military camp had more than enough space for the Judgment division. Aside from the 3 central divisions' glory, their strength exceeded the other 10 divisions even though they had the 3 smallest battle teams among all 13 divisions of the Avalon of 5 elements. The surveillance division had the biggest team, and even then, it was made up of under 1,000 members. The Judgment division had only 800 people, whereas the smallest division, Dread, had 500. In actuality, the 3 central divisions had never ever been fully filled. The member selection process of the 3 divisions was extremely strict. They would rather be short-handed than recruit unsuitable elementalists. They had exceedingly high psychological demands from their elementalists and would abandon those with slightly weaker willpower. An unremarkable-looking 3-leaves bamboo cart appeared at the military camp entrance. There was no marking and nothing conspicuous. It was just a commonly seen cargo transport cart, except that its body was covered in a thick black cloth so its interior couldn't be seen. By now, few people use 3-leaves bamboo carts to ferry goods since they were more difficult to use and elemental energy cost more. The cart required a huge volume of elemental energy and was simply not cost-effective for transporting goods. The trend now was to make use of load basin beasts, which consumed less elemental energy. They had the heaviest cargo capacity, were easy to raise, and had a high survival rate outside the city. This was Skyheart City, the biggest city in Beyond Avalon after all. It housed the most aristocratic families and was one of the most prosperous lands, but the number of 3-leaves bamboo carts was still lower. Nearing the camp entrance, the cart instantly slowed down. An elementalist stood guard at the gate with a fixed expression on his faces. He would detect over 10 wisps of energy locking down on him from within the shadows if he had keen senses. The cart door opened and a 7 or 8-year-old girl alighted. Her hair reached her ears and was glossy and smooth. Her hairstyle resembled a round apple with a neat fringe covering her forehead. She had chubby cheeks, jade-like skin, and long eyelashes like brushes. She was like a cute little doll. A few expressionless guards followed behind. The elementalist, who stood guard with a stern expression, saluted. "Madam Saijue." The girl nodded calmly before walking over from the door. This scene was rather comical. An adorable little girl behaving like an adult made her even more adorable. Her steps were very small and her walking speed was slow because of her size and short legs. Those immeasurably strong people behind her followed her pace, so they were practically inching forward with small, quick steps. A fierce and tough-looking elementalist, who stood rigidly, bowed respectfully with a stern expression and a fixed gaze. No one would have thought that this young little girl, Shiman Saijue, was actually the division leader of the mysterious Judgment Division. Upon entering the military camp, elementalists could be seen practicing with all their might. Some practiced alone while others were sparring. There was almost no difference when compared to the other battle divisions, but if the other 10 divisions were to witness this scene, they would notice something strange. Silence. Unusual silence. Lone trainers analyzed, pondered, and gestured quietly. Training with a partner was much more intense. Blood splattered from time to time, and some elementalists already had many injuries. No one complained, however, as if they had no concept of pain. It was a strange scene. Shimin Saijue and her guards looked on indifferently as it wasn't their first time witnessing something like this. Nian Tingfeng saw Shimin Saijue and her group approaching and greeted, "What occasion is it today that Madame Shimin Saijue is visiting personally?" The girl answered coldly, "Wan Shunwei is here too." The smile on Nian Tingfeng's face remained, but the cheery expression in his eyes was gone. Why such a big fuss? Then let's talk in the meeting hall. With that, he turned around and led the way. Shimin Saijue's guards and Nian Tingfeng's subordinates stopped outside the meeting hall. In the spacious meeting hall, Nian Tingfeng brewed his own tea. While boiling the water, he said, "Skyheart City's tea leaves are much better than the old territories. I got this from confiscating possessions, so I forgot which family it belonged to. Asking these fellows to battle and kill enemies is bothering them, but they are all experts in enjoying life. I've not tried more than half of the tea leaves that I seized. I'll go get more from different families once this batch finishes." Shimin Saijue kept quiet, her apple face remaining stern and cold. Not long after, a lushly bearded man pushed open the door and entered the hall. This big man was exceptionally tall and sturdy, like a man from the mountains. His hands were much longer than an ordinary person's. He looked a little like an ape. It could be seen from his face that he'd faced many hardships. There were many fine crisscrossing scars and his arms and legs were also covered in scars. His eyes were very unique looking. He had light-colored pupils, which made his eyes seem pale. The Dread Division's division leader, Wan Shunwei. Wan Shunwei strode into the hall and took a seat, commenting, "I smell a fragrance. New tea. Guarantee you have not tried it before." Nian Tingfeng picked up the steaming teapot and poured a cup each for Wan Shunwei and Shimin Saijue before serving himself one as well. He took a sip and relished in its taste, his face appearing drunk. Silence momentarily filled the hall as only the sound of the steaming teapot, which sat on the stove, could be heard. Without even looking at the tea in front of her, Shimin Saijue coldly asked, "What exactly are you doing, Nian Tingfeng?" As if he'd not heard her, Nian Tingfeng slowly replied only after a short while, "What do you mean?" Shimin Saijue gave him a cold look. "Putting down the revolt was our job. It's okay to kill all the bandits and the masters among them, but why kill the masters in Skyheart City?" Nian Tingfeng asked her calmly, "Why not?" Shimin Saijue answered indifferently, "You know they're innocent." So? Nian Tingfeng laughed. "There are many innocent people, Madame Saijue, so who should die? Only a few have died and you're feeling the heartache already?" Wan Shunwei put his teacup down. "Talk things over nicely." Nian Tianfeng leisurely took another sip of his tea before saying, "I understand what you're thinking. They are masters and are on the aristocratic family sides, so by right they are our people, and it would be a pity to destroy our own military strength, but this is not what I think." The other two remained silent and only Nian Tingfeng's voice echoed. "They were masters and our people no doubt, but they were already rotten. Look, we've been forced out of the Avalon of 5 elements and into the wilderness and Skyheart cities still new. What are these fellows doing? Only thinking about enjoying life. These masters are amazing at creating new teas, I'll give them that." Sarcasm was evident in his words. Shimin Saijue and Wan Shunwei kept quiet as they knew that Nian Tingfeng wasn't exaggerating. Are we so pathetic? Are we lacking in abilities? We are indeed, but what's worse is that we are lacking in courage and fight. Look, these aristocratic families are our pillars of support, but they're all absorbed in self-indulgence. They withdraw when there's danger. What purpose do they serve even if there are people? Nian Tingfeng became increasingly worked up. They are all pieces of rotten meat, so don't hope for them to turn into good meat. There's only one choice if you want to live on, and that is to get rid of all this rotten meat. Yes, the damage is significant and painful, and it's difficult to make a move, but we are driving ourselves to a dead end if this drags on. His tone became calm suddenly, but carried a tinge of zeal. So our decision is simple. Madame Yi is our only way out. Can you give me another option? Who can? I don't know if she can succeed, but I do know that she's our only hope. The Avalon of 5 elements loses if she loses. He glanced over at the both of them and said meaningfully, "It's fine as long as we win. A knife is still a knife, so does it matter who it belongs to?" Shimin Saijue asked dully, "What else do you know?" Wan Shunwei looked at Nian Tingfeng as well. Nian Tingfeng was the division leader of Surveillance Division, which specialized in obtaining information, so it wouldn't be surprising if he had special insider news. They knew Nian Tingfeng's personality well. He was cautious and only did things he had confidence in. If he acted, there must be a reason behind it. Nian Tingfeng smiled and picked the teacup up again. "I'm optimistic about Madame Yi's master's glory." Shimin Saijue and Wan Shunwei made eye contact. Master's glory wasn't any secret since the all of Beyond Avalon knew about it. Madame Yi had even held a series of selection processes. No one knew what happened behind the scenes of the program, however. No one knew where these people actually came from. Both division leaders were confident that Nian Tingfeng must have heard something, but Nian Tingfeng's mouth was sealed, so it was impossible for them to probe. Shiman Saijue responded coldly, "We can't win without a grandmaster." Nian Tingfeng spread his hands. Everyone wants to become a grandmaster, but it's more practical to rely on masters. They would at least prevent our side from looking too unsightly. Shiman Saijue snorted before standing up and walking toward the door. Nian Tingfeng stayed in his spot, drinking his tea. Wan Xinwei got up and strode to the door before stopping. "Tingfeng, you're not being honest." With that, he pushed the door open. From start to finish, Nian Tingfeng sipped on his tea with a smile on his face. His expression never changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Windy Resonant Pagoda. Chapter 467, Windy Resonant Pagoda. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. A peculiar-looking pagoda stood prominently in the northwest sector of New Light City. Yuchiba looked at the newly built Windy Resonant Pagoda with pride and satisfaction. The pagoda was 1,080 feet tall and made purely out of metal and rock. Engravings covered the entire structure, giving it an overall majestic feel. Normal pagodas were thick at the bottom and tapered towards the top, yet here stood one that was the other way around. The first 500 feet of the pagoda were cylindrical in shape, much like a huge circular pillar. Above that, branches began to emerge. These branches were loosely scattered, but became denser higher up the pagoda. From afar, the entire structure looked like a pine cone. The most wonderful aspect of the building was the countless wind chimes hanging at the top of each branch. Whenever the wind blew, the sound of the wind chimes would spread for miles around. Elder Yuchi spoke with gratitude to the white-haired, bearded old man standing in front of him. "My thanks to Master D. This pagoda is truly a marvelous creation and will be the very foundation of New Light City. Only Master D is capable of accomplishing such a feat." The old man gazed at the pagoda with satisfaction before shaking his head and replying, "I dare not take another's credit. The inspiration for this pagoda came from Marin. All I can do is incorporate the ideas of others to achieve satisfactory results. I can rest easy with capable people like Marin in New Light City." This simple and plain-looking old man was the famous music master Di Xingyuan. He had returned to the induction ground to retire, built the Hall of Nine Tones, and lived a carefree life ever since. When the blood disaster broke out, he roamed the world to avoid getting caught up in it. Di Xingyuan was a new citizen. He lived a tough childhood, wandering from place to place and enduring many hardships before becoming a famous master. Music theory was not a mainstream area of interest. People had been seeking power since way before the blood disaster. Who would bother studying music? As such, music masters were extremely rare throughout history. Di Xingyuan was the only one still alive. The construction of the Windy Resonant Pagoda had aroused his interest because a building of this size involving music theory was very rare. Another reason was that he carried the status of being a new citizen. The young Di Xingyuan had been slighted by others due to being a new citizen and thus developed an instinctive aversion to the aristocratic families. He rejected offers from many aristocratic families and chose to retire from the induction ground after his promotion to master. After the city expansion order and construction of new cities, he followed the flow and arrived at New Light City. He had initially been shocked by the Windy Resonant Pagoda's blueprint when Inchachu showed it to him, then while participating in the project, he grew to appreciate the fatty whose name personified his look. He deliberately mentioned his admiration for Inchachu to Yuchiba. With his status, Yuchiba would not ignore his comments. Yuchiba delightfully commented, "New Light City can be without me, this old man, but not without Chaochu." The word elephant in the name Ugly Elephant is really appropriate. Where the elephant is, there is no fear of lions and tigers. God Nation has sick tiger Bei Shuishang, our New Light City has Ugly Elephant and Chaochu. And Chaochu was terrified. Elder flatters me, but this is part of my duty. How can I compare with Bei Shuishang? Yuchiba burst into loud laughter. Why can't you compare? I say you are comparable to him and I mean it. With you in charge of New Light City, I will not have to worry about the upkeep of this pagoda. Jingle, jingle. The clashing sounds of the fine wind chimes were like a pleasant tide and the countless silver flashes from the pagoda were like the sun illuminating the waves. The edge of the pagoda emitted traces of faint silvery light, which was the metal wind. The wind is blowing. Eugene whispered, her tone revealing inexplicable joy and excitement. Her knotted hair bun was still so eye-catching. Time did not leave traces on her face, but like an invisible grindstone, it polished the spirit of her whole body. The passing years were kind to her due to her attainment of masterhood. Tong Gue, who stood beside her, lifted his head. Under the glittering bronze mask, his stern-looking eyes became deep. He was just standing there, exuding steel and copper breaths which felt bereft of life. The time difference between their promotions to the level of master was only 3 days. Tong Gue gazed at the tall pagoda. The edge of the pagoda was lit up with a faint aura of silver light forming a ring. That was the ring of metal wind. The metal wind synergized with the clashing sounds of the windy resonant pagoda to exert a magical force which attracted the wind. Both the wind and metal elemental energy were continuously converging. In a short period of time, the metal elemental energy around the windy resonant pagoda was so abundant that it surprised Tong Gue. He did a brief calculation in his mind, and before the result came out, Eugene, who was beside him, exclaimed, "The metal elemental energy gathered at the pagoda is equivalent to 9 large metal elemental energy pools." The two of them had a tacit understanding, so without saying anything, Eugene already knew what was on his mind. Tong Gue enthused, "What a spectacular sight!" And Xiaochu listened to everyone's admiration with such happiness that his eyes narrowed into slits and filled with excitement. He was under immense pressure. Madame Ye's dishonorable behavior in Skyheart City was well known. As they had insider information and knew more, he was therefore under even greater pressure. The people present were all beaming. They understood the importance of the windy resonant pagoda to New Light City. Master D suddenly asked, "I have a question and hope Elder Yuchi can help to clear the doubts." Yuchi-ba said generously, "Master D, please speak your mind." Master D looked puzzled and said, "This pagoda is effective and powerful. It can be described as a powerful weapon for New Light City, however, it gathers extremely huge amounts of metal elemental energy and will easily attract dire beasts. Why not build it in town? In this way, there will be no loss even though the collected metal elemental energy will be slightly weakened. Having more security is worth the slight loss in elemental energy." Yuchi-ba heard and nodded. What Master D said is pertinent, but there is still one thing that has not yet been pointed out to Master D. As I will be stationed in this pagoda, I intend to make use of the power of this pagoda to become a Grandmaster. Master D was startled with the sudden realization. Elder is really ambitious. His eyes showed a trace of admiration. Yuchi-ba had failed in trying to become a Grandmaster before, but had the courage to try again. This was an extremely rare quality and reminded him of Lu Buling. Dai Gang had been a prominent figure even before he became a Grandmaster. There were only a handful of people who could defeat him, and Lu Buling was one of them. Lu Buling had continuously failed to become a Grandmaster, but he never gave up. He was also aloof, which attracted many criticisms, but his firm resolution was something that even his enemies could not deny. The impact on those who failed to become a Grandmaster was devastating. From time to time, there would be masters who failed while trying to become a Grandmaster. For those fortunate enough to survive, their skill would be substantially reduced and they would also suffer a huge mental blow. Most people would never be able to emerge from the shadow of failure. Therefore, when Master D heard Yuchi-ba proclaiming his intention to challenge the level of Grandmaster once again, he knew how tough it was and really admired him for his decision. Yuchi-ba looked calm and said in a slow, steady, and thunderous tone, "I have seen too much injustice since my childhood and have decided to become the voice of the new citizens. Unfortunately, there is a limit to what I can do and this makes me feel guilty. Before the blood disaster, I often sighed for the difficulties faced by the new citizens trying to survive. After the blood disaster, the situation of the new citizens became even more difficult. I knew then that we were too weak. Only regimented people can survive, we cannot count on aristocratic families and the Elders Guild." Those listening to Elder Yuchi were touched. "I brought all of you here to build New Light City and hope that we, the new citizens, can have a place here in these turbulent times. I know I am obscure and untalented, but achieving this stage is already my limit." Others tried to speak, but he waved his hand in a self-deprecating manner. "It is not a disgrace to know your own limits. Now, the situation in New Light City has stabilized and the foundation is firm. My mission has been completed and I have no more worries. I do not know what the future will be like and there is only so much I can do. However, after seeing in Xiaochu's windy resonant pagoda, I found another possibility, and that is to make the breakthrough to the level of Grandmaster." His speech was steady and smooth, but his tone was a bit heated and his eyes were piercingly sharp. "This pagoda built in the wilderness will indeed attract dire beasts, but this is also my aim. I will kill thousands of beasts to break through to the Grandmaster level. Either I become a Grandmaster or I will die. There is no other way." He glanced at everyone and smiled. "If I am lucky, I will become a Grandmaster and carry everyone forward. If not, I will have tried my best and will die without any regrets." All of a sudden, Eugen's eyes turned red while Tong Gui's breathing became heavy and his fists clenched tightly. And Xiaochu was stifled by panic, but he remained still. He understood better than anyone else that only a grandmaster could be their anchor. Without a grandmaster, they would never be able to reach the top tier and have any chance of winning. Without a grandmaster, it would only be a matter of time until they were annexed. He guessed that Madame Yi knew what they were doing and must be making preparations. Only, he could not figure out what Madame Yi would do. Did Madame Yi really think she could achieve victory with only a bunch of masters? Elder Yuchi was sacrificing himself to give the new residents a measure of hope for survival. Although Elder Yuchi was inferior in ability, planning, and strategizing compared to Madame Yi, he was much more committed as the leader of the new citizens. Master D was filled with respect and admiration. Yuchi-ba looked up and gazed at the windy resonant pagoda, saying to himself, 10 days from now, I will ascend the pagoda. If you have something to ask, please do it quickly. And Xiaochu came forward and sternly said, I have something that requires elder's decision. Tong Gui and Eugene glared at Xiaochu, thinking that this fella really knows when to pick the time to throw in the spanner. Yuchi-ba did not mind and smiled. Xiaochu, please speak up. And Xiaochu said in low voice, there was a battle in Clearwater City some days ago. After listening to Xiaochu mention the Clearwater City incident, he nodded. I know Ai Hui. We tried to recruit him before, but were rejected. I did not expect him to progress so quickly, he is indeed very talented. By mentioning this incident, Xiaochu must have a deeper intention. And Xiaochu sighed. Elder was indeed a good man, but his sensitivity and reaction to some matters were too slow. He replied in a low voice, Clearwater City has changed its name to Thunder City. Now there is the first ever Lightning Master. Elder, do you remember Karakoram Savant, the first ever Sword Master? Nowadays, most of the Sky Edge division are swordsmen. Yuchi-ba reacted. Xiaochu, are you saying that Ai who has the ability to form a combat division? All of them were stunned. And Xiaochu looked solemn. Karakoram Savant is in the front and Ai Hui is at the back. With the Sky Edge division in front, is there any reason why a lightning-type combat division cannot be at the back? Yuchi-ba was astonished. Xiaochu, what do you mean? We must recruit him at any cost. His round face took on a domineering look and he said firmly, if he does not want to join us, we cannot let him ally with Skyheart City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Hesitation. Chapter 468, Hesitation. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Time is like a river. A river will flow through the desolate, barren ravines, bug-infested swamps, and also the snow-capped mountain as it starts to melt, while the birds and flowers begin to appear in the valley. The central Pine Valley, located under the Blackfish Mouth volcano, was exactly what people deemed a paradise. The drifting jadesword bamboo leaves flew gracefully in the sky as if they were green butterflies swirling in the air. These fluttering bamboo leaves would tremble in the air every now and then, producing a slight booming noise. Just like a sword chime, it started to generate minute torrents, and this was followed by invisible waves of energy ripples. Wood elementalists were meditating in the bamboo forests and a faint green halo was seen revolving around their bodies. Colorful flowers bloomed everywhere in the bamboo forest and were intertwined with the defensive vines arranged by Duanmu Huanghun. It was a magnificent sight. For a teenager who had an obsessive-compulsive disorder, this was one of the compulsory aspects which had to be considered while designing the defense. The biggest credit for the massive changes in Central Pine Valley went to Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan labeled the construction of Central Pine Valley as molding the mud. Although there were many earth elementalists in Central Pine Valley, he was the only one that was proficient in construction. Basically, all the hard work was completed by him alone. It might have been tiring for someone else, but Wang Xiaoshan garnered pleasure from doing it. There was no other place which had such a vast number of buildings for him to construct. Being in charge of military logistics in the past, he used to silently construct the buildings, and thereafter demolish them. Central Pine Valley not only had a vast number of buildings, but there were other aspects which had to be taken into consideration as well. The most important aspects were the elemental energy flow, how the buildings harmonized with the surrounding elemental energies, and how they could further strengthen the elemental energies. This was a field which Wang Xiaoshan had yet to explore. Large amounts of elemental traces were found inside the buildings. This was the most popular and advanced theoretical detail. With the exception of Ai Hui and Lu Lan, the others were totally clueless about these things. Wang Xiaoshan was a little fearful, but looked forward to what was going to happen. He wholly participated in and witnessed Master Han's treating the city as a piece of cloth, therefore he had deeper emotions in this aspect. After he'd served as a warehouse logistics person in charge in the past, he once thought that if he had considered the issue of elemental nodes right from the start when he was building the city, would it be possible to produce an elemental energy needle that allowed the nodes to be activated and deactivated? During peacetime, these elemental energy needles could be concealed by buildings. They could then be activated when dangers arose. Or could he use the buildings to serve as the elemental energy needles? It was just that he was distressed about not having anyone to impart these skills to. In the market, any information related to elemental traces was extremely costly. Thank goodness for AI Hui, as he was teacher's Wang only student. Hugging a pile of items which AI Hui disposed of, Wang Xiaoshan felt that he'd gained the most precious treasures and was deeply indulged in them. The entire central Pine Valley was handed over to him together with plentiful materials. With such ideal conditions, this was something Wang Xiaoshan could never imagine, even when he was a person in charge. Lately, the 5 elemental energy pools had been very stable. Moreover, with AI Hui's relentless effort, the scale of the pools had expanded exactly double in size. Everyone made rapid improvements with the presence of concentrated elemental energies. In this chaotic world, even the dumbest person would know that being capable was the only way to survive. This included Fatty, who trained daily at all costs. Lu Lan's elemental soup was what kept him this energetic. Lu Lan's elemental soup had already become what everyone anticipated the most every day. Even the laziest or most fanatic person at training would not give Lu Lan's elemental soup a miss. With the sale of the snow lava, Central Pine Valley did not encounter any financial concerns. Furthermore, the price of the dire beast-based materials had been falling drastically. This proved that the elementalists already had a firm foothold in the wilderness and were gradually turning the situation around. With the abundance of dire beast-based materials, Lu Lan now had more areas in which to utilize his talent. Different types of elemental soup were being prepared daily. With a combination of high-grade and low-grade soups, it helped to further enhance the results as well. Mr. Doe put his bowl down and wanted to express himself, but regretfully said, "Never did I expect that I would be retiring and enjoying my time in this small valley for the rest of my life." Yang Xiaodong, who was standing at the side, kept quiet, but could not hide the satisfaction on his face. AI Hui finished the bowl without a single drop left and was full of arrogance. "That is Lu Lan's elemental soup, the best in the whole world." Lu Lan smiled till his eyes formed 2 crescent moons and happily replied, "Thank you everyone, Lu Lan will continue to work hard." Everyone couldn't help but smile. Lu Lan, who was always filled with vitality, was Central Pine Valley's most well-received person. If anyone were to badmouth AI Hui, a group of people would be formed immediately and the others would chime in to gossip. On the other hand, if anyone were to badmouth Lu Lan, a group of people would unrestrainedly bash the party. Neither would they ask for the reason, nor hear any excuse. Mr. Doe asked AI Hui, "Have you found a place which to plant the Northern Underworld King Tree?" AI Hui pondered, "There is a place, but I'm not sure if it will work." From the start, he had already been eyeing Mr. Doe's Northern Underworld King Tree. Using the Northern Underworld King Tree to battle would enhance their weakness. Wouldn't being unable to move equate to being a free target? No matter how strong one's defense was, a free target would definitely be attacked. Although it was not ideal for battles, it definitely was an effective defense for the city. However, in reality, the Northern Underworld King Tree needed to absorb light rays in order for it to expand. By planting the tree in the valley, it will cause the entire valley to fall into pitch darkness. Without any light rays, other vegetation in the valley would then gradually wither to death. The fishmouth-like opening of the Black Fishmouth volcano was also the volcanic crater of the volcano. Within sight, a red ocean of bubbling, bright red lava could be seen surging endlessly. From time to time, columns of flames and black smoke could be seen squirting out of the magma and a concentrated sulfur smell pervaded the atmosphere. Mr. Doe nodded his head, "So this is the place you mentioned." Actually, he had thought of this place before. He now had a better understanding towards the Northern Underworld King Tree and was already certain that it was not suitable for being planted in the valley. Flames are also a type of light which the Northern Underworld King Tree would be able to absorb. Mr. Doe affirmed the feasibility of this suggestion and continued, "But there would be other problems faced. You would have to consider this carefully. One problem would be if the tree only absorbs the flames. I am also uncertain of what would happen, but according to my understanding, the fountainhead of the elemental energy pools in the valley is this volcano. If the Northern Underworld King Tree swallows all the flames of this volcano, what will happen to the valley?" AI Hui was stunned. "It is able to absorb the entire volcano?" A look of aghast was shown on every other person's face. Mr. Doe warned them, "That's right. This is the Northern Underworld King Tree. It was already a treasure during the cultivation era. As long as light was present, it would never be destroyed. Let alone one volcano, it was even possible to swallow 10 times the number. We felt that this was a little tricky. The Blackfish Mouth volcano was the source of elemental energy of the Central Pine Valley. Suppose the fire elemental energy in the Blackfish Mouth volcano actually got swallowed up, Central Pine Valley would not be able to sustain itself. We felt a quick shudder internally. He knew that the northern underworld king tree was difficult to deal with. However, he never expected that it would be this formidable. Even if the 5 elemental pools in the Central Pine Valley revolved, the fire elemental energy drawn from the Blackfish Mouth volcano would only be insignificant for the northern underworld king tree. Unexpectedly, such a small thing could actually devour the entire volcano, and this was intimidating. He somewhat believed that this tree was derived from the abyss. But, to ignore such a valiant treasure, we did not want to resign to his fate. He thought repeatedly, how long will it take to devour the entire Blackfish Mouth volcano? Mr. Doe sighed, it will not exceed 3 years. Everyone exhaled a breath of cold air. The amount of fire elemental energy the 5 elemental pools absorbed annually was not even significant as compared to the entire Blackfish Mouth volcano. Let alone 3 years, even if it's 30 years, 1% of the energy might not even be consumed. Nowadays, the amount of fire elemental energy consumed by Central Pine Valley was about the size of 2 Hellfire Pagoda cannons. But even so, the amount of fire elemental energy consumed was considered negligible to the entire Blackfish Mouth volcano. From such an analogy, everyone then understood that the northern underground king tree was a terrifying existence. Even a fussy person like Sir Shuemon had a sudden urge to do something. Being able to absorb such a huge amount of fire elemental energy proved how strong the northern underworld king tree was. After the northern underworld king tree absorbed the entire Blackfish Mouth volcano, to what extent would it grow to? To what extent would it strengthen to? Even with the simplest imagination, a normal master would definitely not be its match. Moreover, it was the northern underworld king tree absorbing the fire elemental energy. It was already seen as a treasure in the cultivation era, so how mysterious could it be? Everyone's breathing started to get heavy. 3 years later, they would be able to harvest a treasure tree which could possibly counter a grandmaster. Nobody could resist such a temptation. On the contrary, we started to calm down. It is not easy to dominate such a powerful treasure. We should not fill its stomach now, as when the time comes it might backstab us. Then the joke will be on us. The others came to a sudden realization and vigilantly looked at Mr. Doe. As Mr. Doe was still a captive, he was not able to acquire everyone's trust. A few of the quick-witted fellows must have thought that this was one of blind Mr. Doe's plots. Could this be a sugared pill with poison? Mr. Doe was just as calm and there was no change in his voice. Definitely. I know my own limits, and therefore I do not dare to pursue this. I am unsure of what changes will occur when the northern underground king tree grows to that degree. But there is one point which I can guarantee. Since the cultivation era, these types of treasures have only recognized their owners. Many people revealed their disappointment. Mr. Doe's words were very logical, but their problem went back to square one. Supposing he had the strength of a grandmaster, why would he still require the northern underworld king tree? There would be no value if the full-grown northern underworld king tree still required the control of a grandmaster. However, Hui was not disappointed and his eyes flashed. Is this a gradual process? Mr. Doe nodded his head and replied, yes, but I need to warn you. You might not be able to suspend it from absorbing the fire. The tree's current strength is already enormous enough to wear myself out. If it starts to absorb fire, I can guarantee that I will be no match for it in the future. Hence, you will have to think really carefully. If there are any accidents, please do not rely on me. At this old age, I only wish to enjoy my retirement and teach these kids. Hui revealed a rare look of hesitation on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Go Left, or Go Right? Chapter 469, Go Left, or Go Right? Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Having returned to the valley, Hui had yet to make a firm resolution. Risk and opportunity coexisted. The risk was big, but so was the opportunity. It was simply too hard to make a choice. Hui had to be more than cautious, especially since the strength of the northern underworld king tree would affect the foundation of Central Pine Valley's survival. It was very unlikely for them to find another land with all 5 elements. Life always offered many choices and each choice was a fork in the road. Whether it was left or right, his heart harbored expectations, but the landscape ahead was a riddle. Fortunately, it wasn't urgent, so Hui had sufficient time to think things through and discuss it with everybody. Central Pine Valley faced more pressing issues at the moment. Lemon Camping Ground. Li Yuanliang looked at the gathered crowd within the camping ground. Some were joyful while others had a headache. Ever since Lemon Camping Ground became the delivery ground for snow lava between Central Pine Valley and Thunder City, the number of visiting elementalists rose rapidly. The small camping ground was now twice its initial size, but still unable to accommodate everyone. The increase in traffic brought about a huge boost in business. Everything in life was a business, but where there were many people, there were also many problems. Initially, Li Yuanliang had wanted to control the situation, but the elementalists who came in an endless stream quickly had him guilelessly retreating. If not for the Central Pine Valley's elementalists suppressing the crowd, Lemon Camping Ground would have been overturned long ago. Central Pine Valley was aware of this situation as well, so people had been dispatched to guard the camping ground. On one hand, it was to ensure that the transaction went on smoothly, and on the other hand, it was to prevent the crowd from advancing towards Central Pine Valley. Seeing Jiang Wei, Li Yuanliang promptly went over and said with a bitter face, "Boss Jiang, what exactly did those in the Central Pine Valley say? This can't go on. The camping ground is about to explode. If these people go crazy, they will tear this place down." Jiang Wei gave an apologetic look. "We did not expect this many people either. Sorry for causing such an inconvenience. Master AI had specially instructed me to compensate you all. It's just a small gesture, so I hope everyone will kindly accept." The elementalists behind him had already prepared the gifts. Joy flashed across Li Yuanliang's face. Central Pine Valley was rich and imposing, yet amiable when handling matters. Really rare indeed, he thought to himself. He hurriedly added, No, we're all neighbors, so it's no trouble at all, but your valley should make a decision soon. There are too many people hanging around this area. If things drag on, people will get restless and any slight instigation might lead to a human disaster." Jiang Wei cupped his hands together and bowed, his expression grave. "Thanks for the reminder, Brother Li. Don't worry, Central Pine Valley will not allow its partner to lose out." Having considered this unusual situation and to ensure the safety of Lemon Camping Ground, Master Yang will personally oversee this place. He moved to the side, revealing Yang Xiaodong. Li Yuanliang was shocked. To him, masters were an eminent and unapproachable existence. He hurriedly fell to his knees. Li Yuanliang paying respects to Master Yang. With a hum, Yang Xiaodong said loftily, "Get up." He was more than unwilling to keep watch since it meant that there wasn't going to be any elemental soup for him, but it was exceedingly difficult for him to enter the next realm, but it was also impossible for him to drop in base level, so it could be said that he had no desires or wishes. Ever since he'd tried Lu Lan's elemental energy soup, it became something he looked forward to daily. What a stupid broken camping ground. Let them die. Anger filled his stomach and seeing these noisy fellows worsened his mood. Humph. His snort swept across the whole camping ground like a cold stream and silence overtook all previous clamor. The elementalists' hair stood on end, their faces pale and minds blank. All elemental energy within the camping ground congealed, suffocating the area, as if there was a rope strangling their throats. Master. This word jumped into the minds of those elementalists who had regained their senses. Yang Xiaodong was like a proud rooster, scanning his surroundings coldly and withdrawing his might. A snort that could shake the whole place. This was a master. The elementalists kept quiet out of fear, but quickly, they started getting agitated. Fellows familiar with each other saw the excitement in one another's eyes. They admired and were inspired by masters. A powerful figure could give everyone a sense of security in this chaotic world. Jiang Wei sighed a breath of relief. A master was indeed useful. Seeing a master for himself stirred something deep within Jiang Wei's heart. He couldn't help but tighten his fist. If he could advance to a higher base level, he would have more potential to unleash. People within Central Pine Valley had long been arguing over this issue since everyone had different opinions, and AI Hui was having a hard time deciding. Everyone in the Central Pine Valley understood that they had to make an extremely pressing and crucial choice. It had already been 4 months since the Battle of Thunder City. As agreed, Central Pine Valley would sell 4 batches of snow lava in exchange for a huge volume of resources and materials. The hot sales of snow lava wasn't completely smooth sailing. Initially, the trade association under Qiao Meiqi kept pushing sales to fire elementalists, but quickly realized that business wasn't as good as predicted. There were simply too few fire elementalists and they were too poor. The elementalists in Beyond Avalon were mostly metal and water elementalists. They took up about 80% of the population while wood elementalists took up 10%. Fire and earth elementalists made up the last 10%. This was because Daigang did not stop wood elementalists from entering Beyond Avalon and because the fire and earth elementalists' base camps, Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner, had fallen into the possession of the God Nation. The local earth and fire elementalists there had practically all turned into blood elementalists. Fire elementalists were the minority to begin with, but the situation was getting worse. 5 years had passed since the fall of Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner, so fire and earth elemental materials were rare on the market. With a deficiency in resources and lands with fire and earth elemental energy, most of these elementalists were practically at a standstill in terms of their realms. This stagnation made their living environment harsher. Their situation did not improve even after entering the wilderness. It became worse, in fact. Any powerful and resourceful aristocratic family would not waste a large quantity of resources on building a fire or earth elemental city. The fire elemental areas in Beyond Avalon were made up of small-scale towns, some established by groups of fire elementalists. These towns, lacking in resources and defense, were in imminent danger. Even more fire elementalists were struggling in some of the forward camps. They had no ability to purchase expensive high-grade fire liquid like snow lava. As a rich merchant, Xiao Meiqi was clear-headed. He did not reduce the price despite poor sales. Instead, he changed his target consumers from ordinary elementalists to weaponsmiths. Weaponsmiths were only consecrated because of their abilities and might. They had a high purchasing power. Snow lava was an effective tool for tempering weapons, so the product immediately caused an uproar in that community. The snow lava in Xiao Meiqi's hands rapidly ran out. However, this hot market brought about another effect. Xiao Meiqi vigorously marketed the product, building up the reputation of snow lava. Fire elementalists who couldn't afford it knew that its production ground had to be in a fire elemental city. Only a place with abundant fire elemental energy and high achievements could refine and produce such an item. For struggling fire elementalists, a city that could refine snow lava was like a wisp of hope in the cold winter. Central Pine Valley was much stronger now, and Ai Hui and the gang had no intentions of concealing it. Its location was quickly figured out by other people. Many fire elementalists followed Xiao Meiqi's caravans to Lemon Camping Ground. They thought of ways to enter Central Pine Valley, but luckily, there were guards stationed at the camping ground, so they hurriedly went back to report the situation. Central Pine Valley then sent out elementalists to maintain order in the camping ground. The fire elementalists pleaded. They were willing to pay any price in exchange for a place to live in. This sudden situation brought about mixed responses. Some thought that this was a good opportunity to expand the city since they would need a lot of manpower in order to do so, and they couldn't keep relying on just the few hundreds of people within the valley. Others thought differently. They believed the news that the valley contained all 5 elements would leak out once they let these people in. Central Pine Valley wasn't weak and moderately powerful forces wouldn't dare to invade. However, once the news of this precious land leaked, things might change. To those peak forces, this was an irresistible temptation. Many more were starting to go on punitive expeditions, and over the past 4 months, there had already been many battles between cities. Everyone was in a difficult spot. The situation quickly took a turn for the worse as metal elementalists started showing up in the camping ground in increasing numbers. Only after asking was it apparent that these metal elementalists arrived in hope of following the footsteps of the first ever Lightning Master. It was just like how Karakoram Sword League's first Master Swordsman had attracted a huge volume of elementalists wanting to join them. Ai Hui's current reputation also attracted a huge volume of metal elementalists. There were even more metal than fire elementalists in the camp. After all, there was a higher number of metal elementalists to begin with. Everyone guessed that Master Ai might construct a lightning-type combat division, so it was a rare opportunity for many. The sudden increase in elementalists really crammed up the camping ground. Even after 2 rounds of expansion, the camping ground wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone. There were dangers in such rapid expansion, so, to maintain security amid such severe circumstances, Yang Xiaodong had been sent to keep watch. Finally, the situation started to stabilize. People in Central Pine Valley, however, had yet to make up their minds. They stopped arguing since all opinions had been expressed. They were merely waiting for Ai Hui to make the final call. To go left or right. The situation outside was becoming more grim, and there wasn't much time for him to ponder and hesitate. 2 months ago, Yi Bai had completed all the preparation work to mobilize an army, and the troops had already set out. The scale of the army was very large and mighty. Yi Bai had reached an unprecedented standard. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The 3 central divisions kept control as Madame Yi represented the Elders Guild to read a speech the great elder had written before he passed and shared speeches by well-known people from the later generations. This is a matter of life and death. There's no choice but to unite beyond Avalon. Big cities, small cities, men, women, aristocrats, new citizens. Those who wish to live must fight bravely. Only then can our nation be protected and the women and children be saved. The three central divisions of the Avalon of Five Elements have had a long history. They have had outstanding military service and are extremely glorious. They are our role model, the sharpest blade around. Here too, the Elders Guild has decided to prepare for war. Surveillance Division, take order. Do not disobey if assigned a mission. Do not pay lip service. Judgment Division will take over if there are dissidents. All battle teams at the front line must not fear battle and must not retreat. Those who withdraw will be dealt with by the Dread Division. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, AI Huey's Decision. Chapter 470, AI Huey's Decision. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. The atmosphere in Central Pine Valley was rather tense. It was the last day for AI Huey to make his decision on whether or not to allow outsiders into Central Pine Valley. Everyone in Central Pine Valley was very concerned about this since it involved their future. AI Huey was ruthless and crafty, cold and uncompassionate, but direct and efficient when it came to decision-making. He was never sloppy about it. Ever since the establishment of Central Pine Valley, everyone had already gotten used to AI Huey's sharp and clean method of addressing and solving problems. The unending hesitation and doubts he currently faced were rarely seen. Everyone sat neatly on the floor, their faces focused. Other than the increase in their strength, the long days of training were now done according to the rules of a combat division, so they acted in unison and were as good as one. Mr. Doe sat quietly in a corner, feeling inwardly apprehensive. Before he came, he'd heard about the Central Pine faction, but was unconcerned. There were merely a few hundred members, so what was the big deal? He only got a shock after interacting with these youngsters. These youngsters were diligent, assiduous, extremely disciplined, intensely passionate, had complete trust in their partners, and trained hard despite criticism. Mr. Doe had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of people. He'd also seen many powerful figures, but none had left the same impression on him as these youngsters had. Plus, they were so young. Their abilities were changing almost every day. Coupled with the master-grade elemental soup that was provided daily, their intense devilish training was constantly improving and unleashing their potential. Many youngsters had left a deep impression on him. Tuanmu Huanghan, Jiang Wei, Fatty, Sang Jijun, Wang Xiaoshan, and so on. It was a blessing that the children from the hill village would be able to grow up in such an environment. AI Huey strode onto the stage with a stern expression. Without beating around the bush, he directly announced, in 15 days, we will start accepting fire and metal elementalists from the outside. I have taken two main points into consideration. First, the situation outside is bad, a big war is imminent, and we might be conscripted. We need to expand our strength as soon as possible to prepare for battle. Perhaps some of you might wonder why we have to adhere to the conscription? Skyheart City is able to assert pressure on us under the name of righteousness and justice. We won't be able to go against the three central divisions. Not only us, but any of the other settlements as well. Second, why are we all gathering in the first place? Revenge. We must not miss the opportunity to battle the God Nation. Those below sat upright and motionless, but upon hearing the word revenge they reflexively clenched their fists. AI Huey's gaze was as cold as a light flickering and reflecting off a crystal. His delivery was clear. Our train of thought is simple. First, we have to guard and strengthen ourselves from being regarded by Skyheart City as cannon fodder. Second, we have to destroy the blood of God. These two goals can't be achieved by the mere hundreds of us here. Building our own combat divisions is what we have to do. Mr. Doe was full of admiration and couldn't help but see AI Huey in a different light. A few words were all it took for him to analyze and explain the current situation. He'd thought that AI Huey was crafty, sharp, and petty-minded, but now he understood that there was a reason why Sher Shuaman and the others chose to follow him. The others nodded. Even if they had differing opinions, they couldn't deny the logic behind AI Huey's speech. But Central Pine Valley is our foundation. If it was exposed at this time, Skyheart City would most definitely have designs on us. They would then, in the name of righteousness, place pressure on us and we would eventually have to give it up. So, I've decided to construct another city atop the Blackfish Mouth volcano. We only have 50 days to do so. Are you confident, Xiaoshan? AI Huey looked toward Wang Xiaoshan and others followed. Wang Xiaoshan's face turned red, his heart palpitating. AI Huey had asked him in private a few days back and he'd been losing sleep over this question. He only felt his body trembling uncontrollably when asked in public. It was as if there was a ball of flames igniting in his heart. He'd never been tasked with such an important mission. Wang Xiaoshan tried his best to calm his surging emotions, but as he was about to say what was on his mind, all that came out was, I'll try my best. AI Hui shook his head. Do not try your best. You have to accomplish it. Wang Xiaoshan took a deep breath, his muscles tightening. He clenched his teeth, shouting, I can do it. With these 4 words, the fire in his chest thrived and his veins burned. Wang Xiaoshan was indescribably excited. This was an unprecedented challenge. Alright, I'll leave that to Xiaoshan then, AI Hui said firmly, without the least bit of sloppiness. He directed his gaze to the rest. We, too, have many things to attend to. There are many fire and metal elementalists in Lemon Camping Ground, so we have to select from them. We will establish 2 combat divisions. One of them, Sword of Lightning, will be commanded by me. The other, Spear of Heavy Cloud, will be commanded by Xu Emon. You guys will be the backbone. Be it fire or metal elementalists, you guys can do as you deem fit. Other than that, we are going to recruit a batch of fire elementalists to make up our reserves. There is plenty of fire elemental energy here, so we shouldn't waste it. The audience was getting excited. Team expansion meant that they would be able to lead troops. They were all youngsters who hoped to assume personal responsibilities. AI Hui continued in a deep voice, as for how many we should take in and how we should conduct the selection process, you guys can discuss it with Xu Emon. Take note that all selection must be completed within 15 days. That leaves us with little time left. Sure, Xu Emon appeared cool, but her heart was pounding. With regard to Yi Bai's army pressing forward, she was most concerned about her father. Now that she could lead a battle team of her own and move to the front line to fight alongside her father, the desire for combat burned intensely. She stood up and saluted. Yes. AI Hui turned his gaze toward Blind He. Master He, is the sword finished? Blind He shook his head. I need a few more days because there are some small issues, but it won't take more than 15 days. Good. AI Hui addressed Zhao Bowen directly. Bowen, we can release more snow lava to stock up on our resources. Zhao Bowen replied immediately, yes. AI Hui looked around and added in a low voice, the war is going to happen sometime soon. From now until the day it starts, time is precious and essential. Please train hard and try your best to stay alive. Get to work. Everyone immediately dispersed and Central Pine Valley started bustling with activity. AI Hui and Mr. Do arrived at Blackfish Mouth Volcano. Mr. Do asked all of a sudden, are you sure about this? Yes, I am. AI Hui stood at the mouth of the volcano, watching the roiling lava. He added, time waits for no man. Let's discuss more when this is done and leave future affairs for the future. With Yi Bai's army pressing forward, a major war was inevitable. It was a long-awaited war, and if they lost, all of the Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette Village would fall into the Blood of God's domain. Beyond Avalon would be directly exposed before the Blood of God. Doors would be opened, and they would be driven further into the wilderness like stray dogs. This was an unacceptable outcome in AI Hui's eyes. Yet, no matter what, their current situation was much better than before. In the past, they had no masters at all, but now they had 4, and everybody's abilities had improved drastically. Initially, he'd even thought of selling Central Pine Valley to fetch a good price, but the monthly sales of snow lava were bringing them a significant supply of resources. As compared to the Blood of God, they were still very weak, but when it came to small-scale, local battles, they weren't at all helpless. Thinking about being able to wage war against the Blood of God, AI Hui felt his blood race. This was his and everyone's long-cherished wish. The fire elemental energy in the volcano could only sustain the northern underworld tree for 3 years? Who could care so much at this time? It was hard to say for sure that the valley would still be around at that time. Mr. Do asked, where do we plant it? AI Hui's eyes flickered. Wait a minute. With his eyes closed he held onto the wintry jade blade and sensed the surrounding elemental energy waves. The waves were like accumulated, disordered ripples, but AI Hui remained exceptionally calm as he sieved through these chaotic signals. Time passed and AI Hui stood as still as a statue. Mr. Do sized AI Hui up out of interest. There were no elemental energy waves around AI Hui, but from his perception they seemed to become indistinct. Interesting. AI Hui opened his eyes suddenly, the light in them flickering. He flew upward in a swift motion and landed on a rock. Here. The rock was about the size of a millstone and had a protruding section that extended into the lava. Mr. Do sensed the nearby rocks, but felt nothing special. He asked doubtfully, you sure? AI Hui answered certainly, here. All right then. Without asking further, Mr. Do felt rather interested instead. AI Hui was the only pupil of Wang Xiaochuan. Could it be that there was a particular reason behind this choice? He strolled toward that rock. Disregarding disabilities, as long as one rose to become a master, solutions could be found. While Mr. Doe had no regards for worldly things, his sense of awareness was as good as his sight. He could clearly assess the surrounding environment. Mr. Doe took a deep breath, his elemental energy surging. He had a grave expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, the northern underworld king tree in his hand was shrouded by a sheet of darkness. He stuck the staff into the lava with a quick and sharp motion. The staff shook as an invisible energy wave was released, as if there was an invisible palm flattening out the whole lava lake. The surging and rolling lava became as level as a mirror as it emitted bright red light. Oblique light pillars shot out from the flat lake surface, unceasingly gathering and collecting on the staff. The light ray at the mouth of the mountain dimmed instantly before a sheet of black took over and illuminated the oblique light pillars. Mr. Doe's jaw dropped as he could feel changes occurring, but wasn't able to identify them. Even the familiar staff produced an unfamiliar energy. He was in shock. The red light enveloped the staff, causing its leaves to grow continuously. The surrounding darkness became more profound as well. Aihui fixed his eyes on the ceaselessly sprouting northern underworld king tree as it swallowed the flames nonstop like a huge whale. Countless strands of fire elemental energy transformed into flames that were being swallowed up by the staff. Although the future was unknown, there was no fear. "Go," Aihui said, before rising up through of the darkness and out of the mouth of the volcano. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 471, Flames. Chapter 471, Flames. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. A boiling cauldron of voices could be heard within Lemon Camping Ground, as if people were celebrating a festival. Gu Xian took in the surrounding environment and was rather shocked to see the excitement and joy in people's faces. He carried a sword, his hair worn up in a bun which was kept in place with a wooden hairpin. His sparse stubble was well trimmed and stiff, making him look more robust. He'd already found a few swordsmen and even more metal elementalists. The place was bustling with activity. Lemon Camping Ground was overcrowded, yet orderly, and no one caused any problems. There had been a few troublemakers 2 days back who were killed by Master Yang on the spot. Their corpses were thrown outside the camp. Gu Xian wasn't used to this. The aura of a master swept across the camping ground unceasingly, and every time this happened, the keen and perceptive Gu Xian would automatically grab hold of his sword hilt. The pressure a master exerted was really terrifying. Gu Xian was full of anticipation. He'd entered the third elemental realm 2 years ago, but had been unable to reach the doorstep of the level of master. In order to seek out opportunities to become a master, he went deep within the wilderness and tried finding solutions through battling. He gained more and more battle experience and his techniques underwent some tempering. However, he still had no clue in regards to his path of master. He then came over here upon bumping into a group of elementalists who were headed for Central Pine Valley. Everyone was feeling very excited over the first ever lightning master, since they'd never seen the power of the lightning. Different from other elementalists, Gu Xian wasn't only curious about the lightning, but also about Aihui's swordsmanship. His curiosity stemmed from the battle with Han Li. Gu Xian had seen Han Li's admirable swordsmanship. In 2 years, Han Li emerged as the most talented and outstanding genius within Karakoram Sword League, leaving Gu Xian feeling ashamed and inferior. Yet, Han Li had been defeated by Aihui's sword. Upon hearing this news, the whole audience was stunned. To have been able to defeat Han Li, how strong must have Aihui's swordsmanship and achievements been? Having been unable to find his own path of swordsmanship, Gu Xian decided to visit Aihui in the Central Pine Valley, but was startled by the surging crowd upon reaching Lemon Camping Ground. He did not expect there to be this many people hoping to enter Central Pine Valley. Since there was a master keeping watch, Gu Xian saw Central Pine Valley's potential in a new light. Just before, Shi Shuemon had brought a group of people to the camping ground, which caused a commotion. Many were excited as they guessed what was going on. Indeed, Shi Shuemon announced the valley's decision to recruit new members for her combat division. Spear of Heavy Cloud? No one cared about the name. They raised their heads and looked around, waiting for Shi Shuemon to relay the details. Shi Shuemon had a high position in the valley. She was a master and was born into an aristocratic family, so in terms of abilities and family history, she was being favored wholeheartedly. Even if those people weren't able to learn any lightning techniques, they would be more than glad to be able to follow Miss Shi. 4 Earth Elementalists stepped forward to repair the fire reservoir. Shi Shuemon then poured in a whole bottle of snow lava. Her act pained many in the audience. 1 bottle was really expensive. The sale of snow lava was going very well and at a high price, facts known to all fire elementalists. This high-grade fire liquid was a valuable item that most fire elementalists couldn't afford, so many people started to feel that Central Pine Valley was rich and imposing. In this chaotic world, that meant more resources, better equipment, and a higher rate of survival. Excitement was evident in people's faces, and some were already eager to give it a try. Those fire elementalists with no roof over their heads were even more fired up. It was obvious that this fire reservoir was prepared specially for fire elementalists. Sang Zijuan, who was standing beside Sher Shuemon, stood forward and announced, "Fire elementalists able to stay in the fire reservoir for an hour will pass the test." The faces of many fire elementalists changed slightly. The fire elemental energy in the fire reservoir was exceptionally thick and no different from lava. It was a major challenge even for fire elementalists. Gu Xian was guessing to himself the meaning behind this test. The congealed air surrounding Sher Shuemon was sufficient to shock Gu Xian, who was observing from afar. He knew that she was already a master, but had thought that she'd just been promoted. Experienced elementalists could testify that a new master's realm needed time to stabilize. Yet, Sher Shuemon's breath was concentrated and fixed. It was steady and solid, not at all unstable. There was no sign indicating that she'd just been promoted to the level of master. Gu Xian's perception of the Central Pine Valley's abilities rose a notch once again. A new master's abilities in combat strength were unstable. They required time to settle down and adapt. He did not know how Sher Shuemon did it, but it was clear that her abilities far exceeded those of ordinary masters. The fire reservoir was huge and could accommodate 50 elementalists. 50 fire elementalists stayed in the fire reservoir, as if soaking in a bath. It was a strangely pleasing sight, but no one laughed. The dense fire elemental energy abraded the elementalists' bodies, turning their faces bright red. Weaker fire elementalists started to open their mouths to breathe. Their burning hot breaths were mixed with wisps of flames. Gu Xian thought about snow lava. Fire elemental energy must be abundant in the valley, to the point where they were able to use such aggressive methods to train. This was definitely a cruel practice, but it was also definitely effective and could increase one's abilities within a short period of time. Many of the observing fire elementalists standing around the fire reservoir had the same realization and were getting very excited. That's right, excited. Fire elementalists did not mind if training was cruel. They were only concerned about its effectiveness in improving their abilities. They were without a home and had been at a standstill in terms of base level, so their yearning for proper training far exceeded that of other elementalists. In this chaotic world, there was no time for you to train at your own pace. Those who weren't able to progress quickly enough would become the food of dire beasts or corpses lying on the battlefield. What were cruel training's methods compared to death? They had stagnant base levels and abilities, and could only watch as other metal and water elementalists of similar abilities improved and left them behind. They had no chance to catch up at all. It had been their unswerving determination that got them through 5 whole years of despair. Now that a chance presented itself in front of them, who would mind, no matter how cruel? Pain could be seen in the participating fire elementalists' faces, but no one gave up. They knew that this was a rare opportunity and that no second chance would be given once they stepped out of the fire reservoir. They did not want to fall back into that familiar despair. Who? A wisp of flame rose from a fire elementalist's head and his hair was gone in an instant. His face was fierce looking, his veins bursting open. Each facial muscle was trembling as bean-sized sweat beads surfaced and immediately evaporated, leaving only white salt. He opened his mouth wide, but no howl or wailing could be heard. He was afraid that making noise would mean disqualification. Flames started igniting along his cheeks, his skin spreading open like butter and revealing fresh, red flesh. The flames extended down his neck and shoulders as the intense pain made his body shake violently, nibbling away at his bones. No noise made. He would rather turn into bones amid those flames than return to that despair. The flames spread and gnawed at his shoulders, arms, and fingertips. His body started to struggle less as that sinister, devilish face and those raging eyes gradually became hollow. Silence filled the camping ground. The metal elementalists were overwhelmed with shock and the fire elementalists' cheeks were streaming with tears. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun were moved. They, too, had been shocked, but the person who the most affected was Fatty. Fatty stared blankly at the fire reservoir as a third of those fire elementalists were already smoking. It had only been half an hour, so according to their agreement these elementalists had failed. It was impossible for them to last an hour. Even if they did persevere, they would ultimately turn into scattered ashes and smoke. They simply wouldn't survive. Yet, no one moved. Rib bones of the fire elementalist, who was in the worst situation, could be seen burning amid the flames. He was barely conscious and his eyes started to slacken and roll up. Take him out and give him immediate treatment. Sure Shuemon's voice broke the silence. She took a deep breath, calming the agitation within her heart. The unfolding scene had a huge impact on her. The elementalists beside her hurriedly pulled this elementalist out and extinguished the flames on his body. Lulan quickly went forward to treat him. The fire elementalist lay motionless, his eyes unfocused. Sure Shuemon declared seriously, "You're recruited." The pupils in his empty eyes moved slightly, his breath pausing for a moment before regaining stability. Lulan said quickly, "He passed out." "Curable?" "Yes, Shuemon. A reservoir full of fire elementalists, a reservoir full of flames." They were flames that rose from the despairing abyss, over high mountains and toward the horizon, waiting for the sun to rise. They were flames of vitality. Flames that yearned for dignity. No one noticed Ai Hui standing atop a newly constructed tower in another corner of the camping ground. He was observing the situation from afar. After a long while he jumped down and continued working, all without speaking a word. Till now, his sword of lightning was still an empty shell. He was the only member and the division leader. It could be inferred from its name that this combat division had two unique features, lightning and swordsman. Jiang Wei and Gang were very strong and had high tactic accomplishments. It would be much easier for Ai Hui to form a combat division with their help. After careful deliberations, Ai Hui decided to start from ground zero because he had a bold idea. Influenced by Karakoram's Sword League to continue improving themselves, swordsmen had generally grown stronger. Nevertheless, the majority of good swordsmen had joined Sky Edge Division. Till now, the new Sky Edge Division had yet to prove their abilities. In other words, the swordsmen had yet to prove their value. Ai Hui found it hard to recruit capable and outstanding swordsmen. He had to nurture them from scratch. That meant that he was very short on time. Producing a combat division with significant combat strength within such a short period of time was a challenging task. Ai Hui had some ideas, which he would have to test in order to assess their accuracy. He was in a camp Wang Xiaoshan had built when they first arrived at Lemon Camping Ground. The surrounding walls blocked off the sunlight from outside, so no one knew that there were towers, with grass swords inserted, sitting within those walls. The number of towers was increasing too. The towers were built in picturesque disorder, suggesting a pattern. Ai Hui's quiet figure shuttled back and forth, within the walls, without stopping. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, Guest. Chapter 472, Guest. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Before Ai Hui could finish his sword tower, an emissary from the Gong residence appeared at Lemon Camping Ground. He was about 50 years old and had kind brows. He was always smiling and his skin was well maintained. It was obvious that he had been living like a prince for a long time, as there was a natural air of nobleness surrounding him. The housekeeper, Mr. Wang, spoke very slowly and in a harmonious tone. It was pleasant listening to him. My master heard about this and the family was rejoicing over it. Old Madam cried a lot too and was traumatized by it. She said that luckily Master Ai was around, or else it would have been too late to regret if a serious mistake was made. Master Ai's kindness will not be forgotten. Master Ai's chosen his path and my residence is too late in congratulating him. It's a great disrespect, but things had been delayed over that side. Master and Madam are still brooding over the incident and unable to justify it. Now the things with that side have been settled, Master Ai can get an explanation and the residents will be able to return his kindness. A whole load team of gifts followed. There were many of them and they weighed a lot. Those present were left speechless. Just the list alone was a long scroll. Ai Hui glanced over the list and was flabbergasted. The majority of the items on that list were resources related to battling or materials that could be used in the workshop. It seemed that the Gong residents had been watching them and knew what resources they needed. He kept the gift list, a smile appearing on his face. How kind of your residents. Please send my greetings to Master and Madam Gong. Housekeeper Wang sighed a breath of relief upon seeing Ai Hui's straightforward acceptance of the gifts, his smile widening. Do not worry about the assembly of patriarchs. Everything has been taken care of cleanly. Ai Hui then realized that side referred to the assembly of patriarchs. He asked out of curiosity, "Oh, how did you guys do it?" Housekeeper Wang replied smilingly, "The assembly of patriarchs lost 2 patriarchs and 1 is heavily injured. 5 divisions were torn down, so they had to get someone to relay a message and mediate." Ai Hui shivered inwardly. The Gong residence was really powerful. He asked, "But what about the 2 patriarchs from before?" Housekeeper Wang shook his head. "No, I heard that the 2 of them had been severely injured by you." The mayor wanted the other party to hand them over, but the Assembly of Patriarchs hoped to use other means to compensate. Sensing their sincerity, the mayor agreed, albeit reluctantly. We felt an indescribable sense of relief knowing that they weren't the two patriarchs from before. Although he'd only interacted with Jiugue once, he truly did not wish to hear news of his death. Seeing Jiugue reminded him of the deceased Hua Kue. We did not ask what the Assembly of Patriarchs' sincerity meant, but he figured they must have offered a sufficient price, or the Gong residents would never agree to a settlement. This was also Hui's first time experiencing what the deep foundation of an aristocratic family signified. Having been inside, Hui knew how influential the Assembly of Patriarchs was. It was a power not to be trifled with currently. If not for the fact that the Assembly of Patriarchs was after his snow lava, Hui would not provoke them. But for the Assembly of Patriarchs to be tamed by the Gong residents, the latter must be even more imposing. Hui was beyond glad that there were no conflicting interests between the Gong residents and himself. The Gong residents probably thought the same, hence the generous gifts. Housekeeper Wang's attitude validated his guess. Especially upon hearing that Shi Shueman was going to establish her own combat division, he offered a batch of additional resources on the spot. From this, it could be inferred that Housekeeper Wang had significant power of speech back in the residence, since he was able to make decisions on his own. Hui asked casually, "How's the situation in the Shi family? It's been a long time since Shueman went back." He felt it slightly strange that the Gong residents sent supplies immediately upon hearing that Shi Shueman was going to start a combat division, when Iron Lady's own family, also an influential family, appeared unconcerned about her ever since she joined Central Pine faction. Housekeeper Wang stopped himself before any word escaped his lips. Hui sensed the change in his expression and pressed, "What's the problem?" Housekeeper Wang looked to the sides before saying in a lowered voice, "Please tell Miss Shueman not to go home, no matter what, for the time being." Hui was jolted. It seemed that something bad really happened to Iron Lady's family. He asked softly, "What's the matter?" Housekeeper Wang only shook his head. Seeing that, Hui did not press him for an answer but kept that in mind. He would get someone to investigate as soon as possible. Hui wasn't too worried, since Iron Lady was now a master who had power of speech no matter where she went. Not many could force her into doing things against her will. Plus, the gang had her back. Housekeeper Wang was very knowledgeable and tactful. Money and power helped in any occupation. He spoke wittily, making people feel refreshed and not the least bit tired. More importantly, he was very generous and said the line many a times, "Oh, my residence has a solution. We'll send it over in a few days' time. Might cannot be bent. Riches and honor must be feared." We loved chatting with these rich people. Time is precious? Not at all. No time? Time was like water in a sponge, definitely there when squeezed. Come chat with me. Hit me with your money." Both host and guest were joyful and started calling each other brother in the blink of an eye. Hui had wanted to gain more tangible benefits from Housekeeper Wang, but soon realized that he had fast and abundant channels for obtaining news. No matter what he said, Housekeeper Wang could provide insights he wasn't already aware of. For example, the front line was having a confrontation, Sky Edge and infantry divisions were already waiting to take action and that they were going to assist North Sea Division on the front line. Also, resources everywhere had risen over 70% in price, and the three central divisions had many different ideas. Hui listened with keen interest. These insider pieces of news were things he wouldn't be able to get elsewhere. Housekeeper Wang asked suddenly, "My boy, when do you think the big war will start?" Hui wrinkled his brows, the smile on his face fading. His mind became exceptionally calm as he answered, "When Master and Muda dies." Hui realized what he'd said only after he said it. Housekeeper Wang was shaken. No matter how he tried to conceal it, he wasn't able to hide that sudden change in his emotions. Assembly of Patriarchs. Autumn Water lay on the bed unconscious. Her face was pale and bloodless, her bare skin withered and cracked. She was like a dried-up waterbed that had been exposed to the sun for a long period of time. Her former charm and beauty was no longer visible. Still not awake? The man who spoke was about 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome-looking and had a small cinnabar on his forehead. It was exceptionally beautiful. His face was flawless and even fairer than a lady's skin. His nose bridge was tall and straight, his gaze deep and blurred. His delicate and fine eyebrows would knit once in a while, subconsciously revealing his state of distress. He had a very strange name, Hong Rongyan. Hong Rongyan literally meaning red complexion. Even within the Assembly of Patriarchs, few had heard of this name. He seldom showed himself, But Jiugue dared not show any disrespect before him. The Assembly of Patriarchs' second patriarch, Hong Rongyan. Worry flashed across Jiugue's face. No, her body is about to stop operating. I had to feed her fusion elixir to keep her breathing till now. Fusion elixir was a life-sustaining elixir that was troublesome and expensive to refine, so only the Assembly of Patriarchs would produce and allocate it. It required all 5 types of elemental energy, and the refining work process was extremely complex. Any negligence would waste all previous efforts. Fusion elixir contained pure fusion elemental energy. For everyone in the Assembly of Patriarchs, their lives could continue as long as they still had their last breath. If not for the desperate situation Autumn Water had fallen into, Jiugue wouldn't have been able to part with his fusion elixir. Worry was still evident in Hong Rongyan's face. His voice sounded pleasant, carrying an irresistible charm and faint grief. The might of lightning really is domineering. This is also the predestined fate of Autumn Water. It's too dangerous to entrust the mental state to foreign objects. Any slight incautiousness and you'll be devoured. Yeah. Jiugue sighed. But it's her path. Every master had a different path. Some had grand, mainstream paths while others had a more lateral and unorthodox path. The latter group was unable to envy the former. Everyone was different. So were their paths. Jiugue's Sky Palace possession technique was also extremely dangerous. The moment he lost control, the beast within the alcohol would turn against its master and take over, causing him to lose all awareness and reason, and become a beast in the form of a human. Hong Rongyan sighed. There was no answer to this question. He asked, changing the topic, did Mr. Shao agree? No. Jiugue seemed slightly angry. That old fellow is stubborn and refuses to agree. If not for his frail body, I would have dealt with him. Of course, Jiugue was furious. With Autumn Water being in this state, they needed to remake a human puppet. It was said that Mr. Shao was an outstanding earth elementalist and was an expert at refining sand puppets. Jiugue requested for his help, but did not expect to get rejected so directly. He'd even conducted special investigations. It was unknown when Mr. Shao had entered the Assembly of Patriarchs, but he'd never been seen refining a sand puppet. If he wasn't reading, he would be sitting around. He'd never made any contributions to the Assembly of Patriarchs. What was more strange was the fact that there were guards watching over such an idler, although no one bothered him. Jiugue was very clear that the Assembly of Patriarchs treated people who made no contributions heartlessly. Those unable to display their worth would live terribly within the Assembly of Patriarchs. As for respecting the wise and so on, these were things that did not apply there. There had been arrogant craftsmen who were quickly put in order and made docile, contributing whatever they could. This old man, however, lived a good life, so Jiugue found it strange. Hong Rongyan shook his head. Don't be disrespectful. Although his tone was mild, Jiugue was apprehensive. Could it be that this Mr. Shao is a big figure? Hong Rongyan shook his head without answering. Just relay the orders. Jiugue felt somewhat relieved. Seeing that the fellow was old and weak, he had not attacked Mr. Shao. Something was weird, definitely. He hurriedly answered, yes. I'll go visit him. With that, Hong Rongyan turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Waiting. Chapter 473, Waiting. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. The warm sunlight was sprinkled over the garden. The old man lay on the rattan chair, basking in the sun. There was a small tea table at the side, and on it was a teapot and a teacup. With his eyes closed, the old man could hear footsteps approaching. I've already said that I don't know how to make a human puppet. If it's a sand puppet, I can make do. You're finding the wrong person. Hong Rongyan stopped in his tracks as a respectful look filled his handsome face. Master Shao. It was as if the old man had not heard him. Hong Rongyan shook his head. No, it should be Emperor Shao. How can there be Beast Venom Temple if the God Puppet Palace is still around? The Nangong Wulian would still have to address you as teacher. The old man replied dully, I don't know what you're talking about. There had been little news about God Puppet Palace. Much time has passed, but we still managed to track your identity. Hong Rongyan responded faintly, mild distress evident in his eyes. He added sincerely, although we used to be enemies, this is no longer the case now, since you left Blood of God a long time ago. You've came to us not just to bask in the sun, I suppose. He stood beside the old man like an enveloping shadow that blocked off the sunlight. The old man then opened his eyes. I want you guys to find a person for me. Related to blood of God? No. To you guys. Hong Rongyan was rather surprised but quickly regained his composure. We will find the person. Master Xiao was calm too. Bring that little lady over. Hong Rongyan knew he was talking about autumn water. Autumn water was quickly sent over and Zhou Gui looked at the old man strangely. He did not know how Sir Hong Rongyan was able to convince this stubborn old fellow. He was full of curiosity toward the old man. In the Assembly of Patriarchs, less than 5 members were able to receive such respectful treatment from Sir Hong Rongyan. The old man looked at the withered girl and shook his head. She strayed from the path. Hong Rongyan said, Please elaborate, Master Xiao. Master Xiao? It was the first time Zhou Gui had heard of the old man's surname. He thought it over but no familiar names came to mind. There wasn't any Xiao among the reputable masters. Master Xiao did not reveal much, but looked at Zhou Gui instead. Go dig some soil. Zhou Gui was stunned, but since Master Hong was just beside him, he dared not act up. Well behaved, he asked, What kind? Any. Zhou Gui fell into a daze. Any? He was burning with rage. This old man did not take human lives seriously. Go. Hong Rongyan's one word fell onto Zhou Gui's ears like a bucket of ice-cold water onto his head, cooling him down immediately. With Master Hong Rongyan around, it wasn't his turn to unleash his temper. Since Master Hong said so, Zhou Gui immediately suppressed all thoughts, went over to a corner outside the garden and started digging a pot of soil guilelessly before returning. The old man picked up the teapot on the table and poured its contents onto the soil. Master Xiao grabbed a lump of wet soil and pinched it for a little while. A rough, human-shaped mud puppet appeared in his hands. Zhou Gui was engrossed in it all. He wanted to see how this old man would save autumn water. When he saw the human-shaped mud puppet, he still felt somewhat appalled. It was the ugliest and crudest figure he'd ever seen. He could only make out its head, torso, and limbs. There was no face, no palms, and no other details. Master Xiao drew across Autumn Water's forehead with his fingernail in dark red, fresh blood oozed out from her already cracked and dried up skin. He then placed the palm-sized, human-shaped mud puppet on her forehead. The dark red, fresh blood seeped into the mini mud puppet, giving it a thread of vitality and a liveliness. Removing his palm, Master Xiao told them, She won't die. Hong Rongyan had a serious expression on his face. We will find the person you need. Master Xiao did not look happy at all. Instead, he appeared more lonely and desolate. Only a faint glimmer lit up deep within his eyes like a ray of light emerging from the horizon at dawn. The boundary line between Yellow Sand Corner and Silver Mist Sea. The sun hung high above the sand dunes, casting a deep shadow from the back. Yi Bai made his way toward the dunes, leaving footprints on the ground. He was alone as the guards were being left at the bottom of the hill. He wasn't moving quickly and did not utilize any power. He was just like an ordinary person, effortfully trying to climb his way up. He even used his hands at times. Seen from afar, he was as tiny as an ant. The guards at the foot of the mountain were like a bunch of quiet statues. Their expressions were solemn and motionless. Yi Bai stepped on the soft, yellow sand while sighing inwardly. The earth elemental energy in the sand was much weaker than before. There was even a huge production of earth elemental materials over here. These earth elemental materials were sold to Jadeite Forest in exchange for resources God Nation required. But even the amount of produce was decreasing now. The only thing that hadn't changed was the landscape of Yellow Sand Corner. Sandstorms, hiding the sky and covering the earth, blew all year round. This was something Blood of God's regime did not change. The number of organisms in Yellow Sand Corner were very small, so there was little chance for the blood poison to unleash its power. This was also why God Nation was lusting over Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette Village. As compared to the barren lands of Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner, Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette Village had much lusher vegetation, extremely suitable for growing blood trees. Jade fruits had become the most important produce of God Nation, but they were only produced once every 4 years. God Nation needed much more jade fruits and a vaster, more fertile expanse of soil in order to grow more blood trees. But Elders Guild had no intention on giving up Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette Village this easily. He finally reached the top of the sand dune. The sunlight falling into his eyes made him lose focus for a bit. He used all his limbs to stabilize himself at the top. He stood in his white clothes amid the loud sound of wind. He looked upward, allowing the sunlight to shine down on his whole body. At this moment, he wasn't the fearsome and awe-inspiring white-robed war god, but a young and inexperienced youth in white clothes. The white-clothed youth who'd went on a military campaign in the past was now here, gazing into the distance and looking forward to the future where he'd be fulfilling his noble aspirations. Looking at the magnificent mountain range of silver mist sea at the edge of the desert, he saw the slipping away of time. 5 God-subduing peaks were arranged in a series above the mountain range. They formed a majestic, motionless chain. The sun's afterglow added a golden halo to the God-subduing peak's defense circle, making it flicker and shine in the sky. The undulating mountain range beneath the God-subduing peaks had all kinds of defensive structures, like densely packed dog teeth that followed the topography of the mountains. Above the God-subduing peaks was a big sheet of clouds. It was North Sea Division's most notable defensive structure, Cloud Castle, and the Combat Division's elementalists were stationed within. God-subduing peaks made the core. With Cloud Castle in the sky and the concentrated defensive structure on the ground, they formed an impenetrable wall, the Wall of North Sea, that stretched horizontally across 16 kilometers. Ever since the North Sea Division started entering battles, it became extremely difficult for God Nation to attack. The defensive line that was initially deep within Silver Mist Sea had been forcibly pushed back to the boundary line. Relying on the mountain's topography and borrowing the formidable combat force of God-subduing peaks and the powerful defensive force of Cloud Castle, North Sea Division constructed its famous Wall of North Sea. Ever since it was built, countless blood elementalists had had their heads smashed and broken. And North Sea Division continued fortifying and strengthening this wall. God Nation even believed that it was indestructible. Yi Bai knew what kind of opponent he was facing. Sure, Beihai used to be preposterous when he was young, but underwent a huge temperament change later on. He was strongly determined to succeed and quickly became the division leader of North Sea Division. As compared to Yi Bai's record of being the youngest division leader, Sure Beihai assumed his post much later in life. Sure Beihai was the enemy Yi Bai least wanted to meet. Sure Beihai was extremely tenacious and tricky to deal with. The Holy Emperor saw this too and was prepared to get rid of him at all costs. Wouldn't there be any reinforcement? Yi Bai found it unlikely. As long as Madame Yi was still rational, she wouldn't destroy the wall. Plus, Yi Bai had already received the news that Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division had assembled and were getting ready to provide Sure Beihai with support. Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division were under Madame Yi's personal command, so it was evident that she regarded Sure Beihai as very important. Yi Bai figured that there might be news he was unaware of. But no matter what, he couldn't go against the Holy Emperor's orders. Since the Holy Emperor said to do it at all costs, he would do it at all costs. Opposite him, above the God-subduing peaks, someone was observing Yi Bai from afar as well. What a pity! Sure Beihai shook his head while sighing. His shoulders were broad, his build tall and sturdy. His general facial features were similar to those of Sure Shuemon, except that time had given him experience and stability. Sure Shuemon, on the other hand, had a more heroic spirit, just as how a newborn calf was unafraid of the tiger. Vice Division Leader Lu Manman stood beside Sure Beihai. As opposed to his name, he spoke very quickly, like beans crackling and rattling. It's not a pity. Yi Bai is rich now, unlike us. We're miserable and wretched. Look, this army is magnificent and we're hiding far behind in the wilderness. At this critical time, instead of sending the 3 central divisions to assist us, they sent us 2 rookie combat divisions. I would think it's better for us to go over to Blood of God. It's better than allowing that sissy Yi Bai to treat us this way. He was a head taller than Sure Beihai, but his whole body was thin and weak like a bamboo. He had high cheekbones and a pair of deep-set eyes. His eyeballs moved constantly as he spoke, making him seem eccentric and quick-witted. Enough, man. Will you die if you speak less? Qi Xiuyuan asked in frustration. Unlike other combat divisions, there were 2 vice division leader positions within North Sea Division. One seat was taken by Helian Fair while the other was taken in turns by Lu Manman and Qi Xiuyuan. Qi Xiuyuan looked like a frail scholar without the strength to even truss a chicken, but those who underestimated him often found themselves on the losing end. Yes, I'll die. Lu Manman spoke confidently. I'll feel more stupid and cowardly for dying from holding in my words as compared to dying in Yi Bai's hands. We're all going to die soon anyway. Look at their army. It's much bigger than ours. Since death is imminent, we must die brave and heroic so future generations can say that Lu Manman and Qi Xiuyuan died from. Qi Xiuyuan rolled his eyes. Die alone if you want to, don't drag me down. Sure Beihai turned around to interrupt them. You guys done with work? Almost. No. With an O, Sure Beihai added, double the volume. No, boss. We're dying. Yi Bai's army is pressing in and you want us to double the workload, we will die. Get lost, why are you pulling me again? Please don't be like this, boss. Beihai asked coldly, could it be that you guys have other means of survival? Both answered in unison, yes. Beihai was rather astonished. Oh, what is it? Surrendering. Retreating. Beihai's cheeks twitched. You guys can die. Both had already fled the scene. Having seen it, Hellion Fair walked over while laughing involuntarily. Reaching Beihai's side, she said, don't be too impatient, boss. Reports say that they're currently building in preparation for the prolonged war. Beihai's expression was grave as he shook his head. No, they're waiting for the right time to start a war. Right time? They're waiting for Grandmaster and Muda to die. The murderousness blew off along with the wind, as if a bugle horn was heard from far away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Sword Pagodas. Chapter 474, Sword Pagodas. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Even the slowest reacting person would be able to smell the faint burning smoke in the air. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as market prices for all kinds of resources shot up like unreined wild horses. The remote and distantly located Lemon Camping Ground had, too, become exceptionally restless. A few days back, everyone had been shocked by Spear of Heavy Cloud's recruitment of new members. Elementalists who'd seen it felt like their hearts were burning and were unable to keep calm. Watching the positions being filled up made unselected elementalists inevitably impatient. Everyone was waiting for Sword of Lightning. Why wasn't there any news? Could it be fake? People crowded outside the wall daily. It was said that this area used to be the camp where Ai Hui and his gang had stayed when passing by Lemon Camping Ground on their way to building their city. Everyone called it the inner camp. They looked at the inner camp, waiting laboriously. Clanking sounds could be heard all the time, but no one knew what was going on. Some elementalists wanted to fly overhead to see inside. But when they approached the inner camp, a terrifying power locked onto them, its murderous spirit like that of an earth-shattering tsunami, causing them to faint on the spot. After that, no one dared to try anything funny. Creak. The main gate of the inner camp opened slowly. The waiting elementalists, who were bored to death, fell into a daze before snapping out of it. Was it starting? Shadows could be seen shooting by as some people wanted to inform their companions as soon as possible. Lemon Camping Ground wasn't big to begin with, so everyone received the news quickly. The door was opening. Just then, Shuemon and the gang appeared, which gave rise to an even bigger commotion. Everyone was more or less certain that it was about to start. Shuemon and the rest rushed over and into the inner camp. They were very curious about the things Ai Hui had prepared. From what they knew about Ai Hui, he only did things he had confidence in. And this fellow often left people dumbstruck. Ai Hui saw the results of his hard work and felt deeply moved. He'd been rushing work for a few consecutive days so that even the iron body, which he so often bragged about, felt uncomfortable. He was doing something that no one else had ever done, so it required a high level of concentration. He only allowed himself to relax during short breaks. When he was resting, strange thoughts would flash across his mind. For example, he would wonder what Grandmaster and Muda was doing, or whether Yibai would feel awkward if he met Beihai face to face. With a laugh, he threw his attention back onto the construction of his sword pagodas. He'd been highly focused for a long period of time, so when it all ended, weariness finally swept over him like a tide. The excitement he felt upon completion surpassed his tiredness. He placed both hands on his waist and looked at his finished product in satisfaction. Shuemon, Jiang Wei, and the rest came upon hearing the news, so they were all looking at Ai Hui's product, sizing it up in curiosity. The 7 randomly arranged sword pagodas were of different heights. Shorter ones had 3 layers, whereas taller ones had 9. Grass swords were inserted all over the pagoda's bodies, making them look like hedgehogs. Each sword pagoda emitted a biting cold and dense vital energy, which surged and collided within the inner camp. Shuemon immediately noticed the intricacies of the sword pagoda's positions. She asked, somewhat astonished, Big Dipper? Ai Hui cried out, Iron Lady's still the most insightful. Shuemon was already immune to the nickname Ai Hui gave her. She surveyed each sword pagoda slowly. As a master, she had a much deeper understanding of elemental energy than the others. She could sense something profound about every sword pagoda. Each sword pagoda possessed a faint, cryptic aura of its own that correlated well with the others. They gave her the illusion that the 7 sword pagodas were one. The rest had their eyes on Ai Hui, waiting for his explanation. Instead of commenting on his creation, he inhaled a deep breath. Let's start. Gu Xian entered the inner camp with the first batch of elementalists. He did not participate in the recruitment test for Spear of Heavy Cloud since he was more interested in joining Sword of Lightning. After witnessing the fire pond test, he immediately waited outside the inner camp. As an outstanding swordsman, patience and the ability to bear difficult situations were necessary qualities. Swordsmen today no longer had that mighty and influential existence that they enjoyed during the cultivation era. Seeking survival within the crevasses was the realist portrayal of a modern swordsman's life. The teams were already queuing in long lines, looking enviously at those, Gu Xian included, entering the inner camp. The hair on Gu Xian's back stood on end the moment he walked in. A palpable murderousness enveloped his whole body, as if he was standing among thousands of sword clusters, bright as snow and dense as a forest. Even the wind in the camp felt like cruising, flexible swords that were extremely sharp and erratic. Sweat covered his back in an instant. Sitting in a corner, Ai Hui let out a soft cry of surprise as his gaze fell upon Gu Xian. His eyes lit up. Walking into the camp was like entering the radius of Big Dipper sword pagodas. Swordsmen with high attainments were more sensitive to the aura emitted by these pagodas, and hence they would feel a greater threat. A decent swordsman. Ai Hui's eyes grew brighter, as if he'd found a terrific treasure. Already discovering a good seedling from the first round of assessment was a good sign, but Gu Xian was unaware that he was already being watched. He resisted the omnipresent danger and forged ahead. The test was simple. Test subjects had to walk through the sword pagodas one by one, and the more they passed the better their results. Gu Xian took a deep breath, and following the crowd he walked toward the first sword pagoda. The first sword pagoda had only 3 stories, the second 4, and so on. Other than the differences in number of layers, all 7 sword pagodas had the same shape. The first examinee entered the first pagoda with fear and trepidation as an intense, bone-chilling sound of sword blades rubbing against each other rang from within. Because the sword pagoda was made with many grass swords, each tremble of the swords made the sword pagoda appear to be trembling as well. It was as if a huge hedgehog was chewing with all its might, which made its body shiver. Puff! A round shadow flew out from the pagoda door. It was the examinee, who had just passed out. Fail! The uncompassionate verdict echoed throughout the field. Gu Xian swallowed his saliva automatically as a fear he rarely experienced surfaced from within his heart. The sight of that unconscious examinee flying out was remarkably alike to seeing a huge hedgehog take up a piece of flesh and chew it over and over again, but to no avail, before disdainfully spitting it out. This is a little embarrassing. Puff, fail. Puff, fail. The failure of 3 consecutive examinees caused an uproar among the onlookers. They looked at each other in dismay, their faces distorted and ugly. They'd not expected the test to be easy, but this was simply too difficult. 3 consecutive examinees had been thoroughly defeated without any exception. Gu Xian was the 4th contender, and by now his heart was drumming. He took a deep breath in an attempt to calm his nervous heart, which worked as his eyes regained their firmness. Wasn't he here to seek a path of master of his own? These sword pagodas were unusual. With his head high he stepped into the sword pagoda and the door shut behind him. Gong residence. Housekeeper Wang was reporting to his master and young master. As family head Gong was getting on in years, affairs within the residence were gradually being handed over to the oldest son, Gong Qingxiu. Since young, he'd been regarded as the next family head and was nurtured accordingly in the household. He did not let his father down too. He had a vast circle of friends, was shrewd and adaptable. The Gong residence's style of handling issues had been undergoing changes, from its former days of concealing strengths to its gradual reveal in recent years and the transferring of power. I've taken a look at Miss Shuemon's combat division. There's nothing for me to say. She's similar to her father, having command of troops, none of which were unwilling. In the past, Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun were all good seedlings from their respective combat divisions. And now, only a few days after their building expansion, they are already considered out of the ordinary and will definitely become elites in future. Family head Gong and Gong Qingxiu nodded their heads without the least bit of doubt. Shuemon was born into a reputable family and had clearly performed exceptionally in North Sea Division, or else the Elders Guild wouldn't have regarded her as their number 1 successor. Sang Jijun and Jiang Wei were also relatively outstanding. Every city was busy forming their combat divisions. Elementalists who'd ever assumed any post within the 13 divisions were in great demand. Because of this, Central Pine Faction was also a main point of focus for many people. The majority of its members had experience in different combat divisions. Such elementalists were scarce and they were regarded as the backbone of Spear of Heavy Cloud. Having Shuemon as the division leader made people feel confident in their future. As for Ai Hui's Sword of Lightning, I can't seem to grasp its concept. Its name suggests a swordsman combat division, so could it be like Sky Edge Division? But Sky Edge Division did not start from zero. No one in Sword of Lightning knows the ropes, which is worrisome. We're not yet close, so I spared the conversation. I attended to his needs and even decided to offer him additional help, considering we might be able to build a rapport with Sir Shuemon for future uses. Well done. Family Head Gong praised. AI Hui became a master at such a young age, so it's normal that he's more ambitious. He'll realize, after hitting a wall, that in this world there are many things tougher than being a master. Money and properties aren't worth the mention. Dong Qingxiu was about 40 years old. He was young and vigorous, his eyes flickering. He smiled. He's a lightning master, so perhaps he might produce astonishing results and accomplishments. At that he burst into laughter, and so did housekeeper Wang. No one thought highly of AI Hui's Sword of Lightning. Of course, AI Hui's reputation as the first lightning master was unerasable, but he had no experience when it came to dealing with a combat division. People naturally associated it with the current Sky Edge division. Karakoram Polaris was very similar to AI Hui's combat division in this aspect, but it wasn't a combat division built completely from scratch after all. There were many seasoned members who'd transferred in from the former Sky Edge division. These key players were of significant help to Karakoram Polaris and provided a certain level of guarantee in regards to its combat strength. Yet, AI Hui was starting from ground zero with no one to assist him. Since when was handling a combat division so easy? Housekeeper Wang added, remembering young master's order. I asked him, before leaving, when he thinks the war is going to start. Dong Qingxiu was rather interested. What did he say? Housekeeper Wang bent his head, answering, when Grandmaster Enmuta dies, he said. Dong Qingxiu's body shook slightly, his eyes opening wide. Shortly after he commented softly, he's pretty decent, to be able to have such foresight. Family Head Gong looked pensively at them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, Decision. Chapter 475, Decision. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Like the blossoming of a flower, countless sword gleams were sprinkled over his head, releasing countless shadows that swirled around his body. Hiss, hiss. As the sword gleams brushed past his scalp, a piercing chilliness invaded his mind. The ice-cold aura kept pounding against Gu Xian's mind like endless tidal waves. Gu Xian's face turned slightly white. The sword gleams weren't an illusion. The sword gleams that were sprinkled over his head contained a terrifying power. If he got slightly closer to them, his skull would be leveled. Gu Xian's mouth and tongue were dry and his body was tense. The sword in his hand was like a fire iron, practically useless. Yes, he did not have the courage to use his sword to ward off the sword gleams above his head. He was certain that the slightest contact with the sword gleams would detonate the terrifying power within them. He was like livestock that was being thrown in a meat grinder and ground to smithereens instantly. The time passed very slow. Every time the chilliness of the sword gleams brushed past his scalp, his mind would tremble in fear. He did not know how to survive this. When the door at the other end of the sword pagoda opened and sunlight poured in, the sword gleams over his head disappeared. Panting heavily, Gu Xian realized his body was drenched in sweat and there was a puddle of sweat beneath his feet. His mind was blank and his body was limp and in pain, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he finally returned to his senses. Sunlight poured in from the door, illuminating the inside of the sword pagoda, which was empty. Gu Xian subconsciously raised his head and saw numerous sword tips sticking out of the ceiling above him. They were densely packed and were placed in a flower-shaped formation. It wasn't an illusion just now after all. Gu Xian, who was still haunted by the previous encounter, understood that he had passed the first trial. However, this wasn't the reason why he was feeling happy. He suddenly realized that here was where he could find the answer that he had been painstakingly seeking. He somewhat understood what the first trial was about. He was unsatisfied with his performance. Gu Xian felt that these trials could allow him to understand more about himself. This was what made him happy. He raised his head and stepped out of the door. When he stepped out of the door, the elementalists that were lining up to enter the sword pagoda cheered for him. They were encouraged by Gu Xian's success. Sir Shuemon looked at AI Hui without saying anything. AI Hui knew he would be beaten up if he did not reveal the secret behind the first sword pagoda. He cleared his throat and said, "The first sword pagoda tests one's willpower and endurance. Only those who have strong willpower and endurance can pass the trial." The rest were listening to him attentively. AI Hui continued, "The sword gleams will brush past their scalps and might even shave off their hair, giving them a feeling of extreme danger. Once they make a wrong move, they will be knocked out by the sword gleams and spat out by the sword pagoda. Are they really being spat out? Disgusting. Sang Ji-jun's face squirmed. AI Hui gave a soft cough once again and replied, I'm just giving an analogy. I put this as the first trial because my combat division in the future must have strong endurance and willpower. Those who are mentally weak will not be able to drive the sword of lightning. Sure, Shueman sharply caught the meaning behind AI Hui's words and asked, drive the sword of lightning? AI Hui smiled but did not reply to her. What does the second sword pagoda test? Jiang Wei asked. The ability to focus. AI Hui did not keep them in suspense this time around and explained with a serious tone, they have to stay extremely focused and make 100 sword thrusts. In the process, they will face many disturbances. Therefore, I have used a lot of illusions in this trial. If they are not focused enough, they will not be able to pass the trial. Sang Ji-jun could not help but ask, AI Hui, are you really serious about choosing members for your division? Don't you feel that your trials are too difficult? Are they very difficult? AI Hui asked back and continued, this man will definitely pass all the trials. Why? He is an outstanding swordsman and he will be very focused, AI Hui explained. Outstanding swordsman? How do you know that? Jiang Wei was slightly surprised. That's because I'm a swordsman as well, AI Hui replied with confidence. AI Hui, are you really a swordsman? Did you make a mistake? Precisely, focus on becoming an outstanding lightning elementalist and don't mess around. In the blink of an eye, everyone broke into a lively discussion. Suddenly, Sure Shueman said, I will give them a try later, but... No. AI Hui was scared out of his skin. Sure Shueman raised her eyebrows and her gaze became slightly gentle as she asked, are you afraid that I might get injured? I'm afraid that the sword pagodas might be destroyed, AI Hui replied firmly. Sure Shueman touched the cirrus on her back and said plainly, ever since we have become masters, we haven't had a fight yet. Come on, let's have a good fight today. AI Hui put on a serious look and chided her, you're already a division leader and you still talk about fighting all day long. Sai, are you really serious about a fight? Skyheart City, the encampment for Dread. The three division leaders had gathered together and their faces were grave. Sitting on a meditation mat, Shiman Saijua looked at Wan Shunwei and asked with a childlike tone, how's Senior Muta's health? Wan Shunwei shook his head and replied, Senior Muta did not meet me. The defense system for Pear Blossom Pavilion has already been activated. I can still sense the aura of Senior Muta, but no matter how hard I tried to call him out, he still did not give me a reply. A silence swept across the room. And Muta's health was an extremely important factor that could affect the entire world. This was the might of a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster could single-handedly control the direction that the entire world was moving in. Those who were strong were waiting for the fall of the Grandmaster, while those who were weak were struggling with all their might to prepare for the harsh winter coming after the Grandmaster had fallen. Far-sighted individuals understood that the fall of Grandmaster and Muta would become the fuse for the immense changes that the world would undergo. Everyone was filled with fear and hopelessness towards the future. All of them wanted to know what Grandmaster and Muta had prepared for the future. At this point of time, the sagacity and farsightedness of a Grandmaster would be a beacon of light for everyone. In the past, Wan Xunwei had a rather good relationship with Muta. As such, he was sent to Pear Blossom Pavilion in the hope of gaining some guidance from Muta. However, he hadn't expected for Muta to not want to meet him. Shiman Saijue could not help but say, Senior Muta is too much. How can he still act so indifferent at this critical moment? Wan Xunwei was depressed. Nian Tingfeng remained calm as usual and said, I have already said that we can only save ourselves. Both of you might think that I have become Yi Lin's lackey, but tell me who is more capable than her now? Capable. She killed her own people as if they were chickens. Of course she is capable. Shiman Saijue sneered with sarcasm. You are just feeling sorry for the loss of a few masters, right? Very soon, both of you will realize why Yi Lin was capable of doing this. Nian Tingfeng retorted. Upon hearing these words, Wan Xunwei raised his head and asked, is Master's glory going to end soon? But the first batch of Masters will be ready soon. Nian Tingfeng cast a glance at both of them and muttered, while we are still of some worth, we have to display our capabilities. In the future, we may not even have the opportunity to do so. Wan Xunwei looked at Nian Tingfeng and said, tell us more about it. Nian Tingfeng shook his head and replied, I can't say much about it. All I can tell you is that Master's glory is more powerful than what we expected. No one can stop Yi Lin. Not me, and not the both of you. Shiman Saijue's apple-shaped face turned ice-cold. With an indifferent tone, she said, Shiman family will never join hands with the Yi family. She can't replace Elders Guild. Wan Shunwei shook his head. Nian Tingfeng calmly stood up and sneered, that's true, but both of you still have to listen to her commands, right? I am a weapon that she uses to kill people. Both of you are weapons that she uses to scare people. Each of us has our own functions, ha. After finishing his sentence, Nian Tingfeng walked off. After walking out of Dread's encampment, the sneer on Nian Tingfeng's face disappeared. His facial expression looked unusually calm. He did not bother to conceal his tracks. Under the protection of his guards, he headed straight for the mayor's residence. Along the way, the guards and maidservants of the mayor's residence bowed to him. With a lively smile on his face, he returned their greetings every now and then. When these maidservants saw the smart and handsome Lord Nian Tingfeng, an infatuated look appeared on their faces involuntarily. After he walked past them, they gathered at one corner and talked about Nian Tingfeng with excitement. He's so handsome. That's so true. Sir is so amiable, he's not arrogant at all. Nian Tingfeng stood outside the room and waited for Madame Yi to summon him. Even though Madame Yi had told him more than once that he could enter the room without being summoned, he still cared about following the rules of etiquette and not stepping over the line. Upon knowing Nian Tingfeng was waiting outside, Madame Yi quickly summoned him. When Madame Yi saw him, she grumbled, I have told you not to treat me as an outsider, you really have too much etiquette. My son and I have to depend on you in the future. Madam, you have flattered me too much. Subordinate does not deserve your praise, Nian Tingfeng replied respectfully. He reported everything about his meeting with Shimen Saijue and Wan Shunwei without missing a single word. From the start to the finish of the report, Madame Yi merely smiled. After Nian Tingfeng had finished speaking, Madame Yi said unhurriedly, there's no need to panic. Time will tell the answer to the decision a man has made. A man has countless decisions to make in his life. Some decisions, if made correctly, will lead to glory. Some decisions, if made wrongly, will lead to eternal doom. Don't you agree? What Madame has said are truly words of wisdom. Nian Tingfeng was all smiles. Tell me about other things. Last time around, I told you to give me a scouting report on Lightning Blade. How is it coming along? I was just about to report this to Madame, Nian Tingfeng replied respectfully. He reported everything that happened in Central Pine Valley during this recent period of time. If Ai Hui was to hear Nian Tingfeng's report, he would be shocked. Everything they did had been observed by Nian Tingfeng. You haven't infiltrated Central Pine Valley yet? Madame Yi muttered. Nian Tianfeng shook his head and replied, we haven't. Only members of Central Pine faction can enter Central Pine Valley. The rest of the people merely gather at Lemon Camping Ground. I'm afraid of alerting them inadvertently and hence I don't dare to act brashly. After all, they have a few masters on their side. Do we need to resort to tougher tactics? Madame Yi thought for a while before shaking her head and replied, for the time being, we don't need to do so. There's no need for us to fuss over a small valley. Furthermore, they have rejected New Light City's offer. We won't resort to anything drastic so as to avoid pushing them to New Light City. Yes, Nian Tingfeng replied. However, I want you to keep a close eye on Spear of Heavy Cloud. Shi Shueman is the daughter of Shi Beihai. She has Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun to assist her. We can't let them become too powerful. Back in the day, I still wanted to bring these people into Master's glory. It is such a pity. Most of them have good potential. Her tone contained a tinge of regret. Yes. How about Ai Hui? Nian Tingfeng asked. Let him form his combat division slowly. What is it called again? Madame Yi laughed. Sword of Lightning. The name is rather nice. It's a pity that the war will have ended by the time he forms his division. Madame Yi ridiculed. Upon hearing these words, Nian Tingfeng laughed as well. Subordinate will definitely not disturb him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, An Old Friend in Yuchuan Embroidery. Chapter 476, An Old Friend in Yuchuan Embroidery. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Pear Blossom Pavilion. There was a visitor in the octagonal pavilion. And Muda looked radiant. His face was rosy, his ravine-like wrinkles had smoothened, and he looked as if his age had been reversed. He sat on a meditation mat while giving off an indescribable aura of might. The aura was as bright as the sun, causing one to being unable to directly look at Muda. Visible energy undulations engulfed Pear Blossom Pavilion, appearing as if they were about to crush this dimension to pieces. A short and thin old man was seated opposite him. This old man resembled a weather-beaten farmer who worked the fields every day. Beside the old man, there was a block of ice that was twice the height of a normal person. There was a figure within the block of ice. When the surging energy undulations from Muda reached the vicinity of the old man, they disappeared into thin air. The old man took a sip of tea and put down his cup. Then, he said, "Your situation has worsened." And Muda smiled and said, "Actually, I'm still feeling all right. My elemental energy is resonating with nature's elemental energies. When they are in complete resonance, I will become one with nature." The old man nodded his head and replied, "So this is how a grandmaster dies. You're still as unlikable as last time," and Muda joked. "I'm already so old. Why do I need to care whether or not people like me?" the old man replied. And Muda shook his head and laughed. "You're better at talking now than last time. What's wrong with this kid anyway?" This slight movement from Muda released waves of energy that rippled through the air and caused the entire dimension to give off a deafening buzzing sound. "Not good, so I came to look for you," the old man replied with a solemn look on his face. And Muda's gaze was extremely sharp and intense, so much so that when it swept across the ice block, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The old man waved his arm and shot out a cloud of cold air. When the cloud of cold air landed upon the ice block, its surface thickened once more. The old man knew that Muda had not done this on purpose. It was just that Muda could no longer control his powers. "Your method is rather interesting." And Muda's tone contained a tinge of surprise. The figure within the ice block was a fire-attributed youth. The old man's method was unique in the way that he used an ice of extreme cold to stimulate the last trace of fire elemental energy in the youth's body. And Muda knew what the old man was thinking just by looking at his method. Ever since the fire prairie was annexed by the blood of God, fire elemental materials were scarce. The conventional training methods for fire elementalists no longer worked. However, Pallet Cloud Village was still producing water elemental materials. Chili ice was considered a type of water elemental material, and it could still be obtained if one put in some effort. However, this was an unorthodox method that was unusually risky. A moment of carelessness could cause this last trace of fire elemental energy to extinguish. If the last trace of fire elemental energy extinguished, the youth would lose his life. Being sealed in a block of ice for a long period of time was unimaginably excruciating for anyone. In this kind of extreme environment, one needed an immense amount of endurance and courage to keep the fire elemental energy trace alive and prevent it from extinguishing. Deprivation leads to changes, changes in turn lead to finding a way out, the old man said plainly, but now, there's no way out. His father placed him in my hand. Now that he doesn't have a home, I can't abandon him. Sigh, the Zhu family was a powerful family. I didn't expect that even they could not avoid this calamity. If I'm not wrong, he is called Zuyen? And Muda sighed and asked. Yeah, the old man grunted a reply. With a calm face, he picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. I roughly understand what you're saying, and Muda replied with an imposing tone. He has already been through the toughest stage. If he continues to be sealed in ice, his mind and body will be injured. Right now, he needs sufficient and vigorous fire elemental energy to strengthen his body first. Only by doing this can he survive. That's right. A type of A-grade fire liquid named snow lava has appeared on the market and it's related to your disciple. This is also why I came to find you. I need a lot of snow lava. A lot. He spoke the last two words a lot with extra emphasis. If it was other people, he would have taken the snow lava by force. However, since Sher Shuemon was in Central Pine Valley, he had to find Muda first. He clearly understood that even though Muda seemed to be unconcerned about Sher Shuemon, he actually cared a lot for her deep down. He had known Muda for decades and knew his character very well. Shuemon isn't the leader, and Muda said. You have to find Ai Hui. As long as you're willing to let your precious disciple work for him as a laborer for a few years, there shouldn't be much of a problem. All right, the old man agreed. Since we have settled the youngster's issue, let's talk about our issue, and Muda continued. The old man cast a glance at Muda and replied, You're going to die soon, so what's there to talk about, that? How can a grandmaster die on a bed? And Muda gave a faint smile that contained an indescribable aggression. The old man froze. Then, he put down his cup and asked bluntly, What are you going to do? And Muda looked at the old man and smiled, You will know soon. The old man shook his head and replied, I'm not going to accompany you. You can help me by guarding this place. And Muda chuckled. Dai Gang will come. Dueling, you have fought with him for your entire life. Aren't you sick of it? When the old man heard Dai Gang's name, his gaze suddenly became sharp and intense. At this point in time, he looked as if he had become a completely different person. His short and skinny body exuded might and dominance. a powerful wave of energy swept across his body. In the current tumultuous era, where a huge number of heroes were born, not many people remembered this short and skinny old man. Lu Buling, who used to be the division leader of the Icy Flames division, regarded Dai Gang as his lifelong archenemy. Lu Buling regained his composure and replied, "You're going to die soon, yet you still scheme so much. Why don't you want to meet that youngster, Wan Shunwei? Junior has passed away, so how can I bear to deal with his descendant? Be it the Avalon of 5 elements or beyond Avalon, I have done my best as their guardian for so many years." A tinge of sadness appeared upon Enmuta's face. "Let them be." Lu Buling filled up his cup and downed the tea in one gulp. He put down the cup on the table with a thump and walked to the edge of the pavilion. "Ha, it turns out a grandmaster is a human as well," Lu Buling said, before taking the huge block of ice with him and jumping down. Lemon Camping Ground. A lot of people were very disappointed. Why does he test people on such weird topics? That's right. What about aptitude? Elemental energy? Inheritances? Don't these need to be tested? Is this a joke? I think he is trying to hire laborers. Now that you mention it, it kind of makes sense. Wasn't Ai Hui a laborer last time? Is it possible that he is forming Sword of Lightning with laborers? An army of laborers, that's scary. The 7 sword pagodas in the inner camp had become a nightmare for many people. A lot of elementalists who thought that they were gifted and good enough were being eliminated by these trials. When they saw that those who were less gifted than them were accepted, they felt that this world had gone mad. No, Ai Hui was the one who had gone mad. These people left the inner camp while shaking their heads in disappointment. They felt that the so-called lightning master was merely a lunatic. Ai Hui might be very formidable with his lightning techniques, but his current antics showed how inexperienced he was in building a combat division. No one was stupid. In times of chaos, if one followed a good and powerful master, not only could he survive, but he might also be able to attain many achievements and build a solid foundation for his descendants. Following a lunatic would only lead them to a tragic end. They felt sorry for those elementalists who were accepted by Ai Hui. These people had followed the wrong master and were fated to fail. The camping ground buzzed with such discussions, causing a lot of elementalists who had been accepted to feel worried and withdraw from the combat division. Ai Hui did not try to stop these people from leaving. Ai Hui felt that nothing forced would succeed. In the end, more than 400 men were all that remained in his division. This number was far too little to make up a combat division. What could 400 men do? Placing an army of 400 on the battlefield was like releasing a drop of water into the sea. What impact could it have? The Spear of Heavy Cloud had 3,000 men and an additional 2,000 as reserves. In the face of the worries from Shi Shueman and the rest, Ai Hui sounded even more pessimistic. I will be glad if half of these people can survive the training. Everyone was stunned. If 400 men was a drop of water, then what would 200 be? Everyone looked at each other blankly. The situation on my side is terrible and all of you can see it for yourself. Whether or not we thrive in the future, it will have to depend on all of you. You must bring success to the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Everyone, you must not slack off, Ai Hui reminded them in a solemn tone. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt weighed down. They could feel the immense pressure on them. All of them silently made a firm resolution to work and practice harder. Shi Shueman glanced at Ai Hui. Even though this fellow had a solemn look on his face, she felt that he had a trick up his sleeve for some reason. Jadeite City. The dawn had yet to arrive. The Mingxiu Embroidery Workshop was brightly lit. Nowadays, the Mingxiu Embroidery Workshop had the highest prestige out of all embroidery workshops in Jadeite City. Not only did it have a master to oversee it, it also had the backing of the Lu family and a type of loom called the needle-subduing peak. If it was another embroidery workshop that used this name for its loom, the workshop would definitely be raided by the authorities. The shadow cast by the god-subduing peak over the Jadeite forest had yet to disappear. It certainly wasn't a pleasant memory. However, the Mingxiu Embroidery Workshop was becoming more prosperous. Other than the backing of the Lu family, Lu Mingxiu's performance for the past 2 years was exceptionally impressive, so much so that it shocked the entire Jadeite forest. Not only had Lu Mingxiu inherited the legacy of her master, Master Han Yuqin, but she also surpassed her master and founded her own embroidery school of thought, the Mingxiu style. Her textile products had a special name, Yuchuan Embroidery. This name was thought up by Lu Mingxiu herself. The word Yuchuan was to commemorate her master, Han Yuqin, and her master-uncle, Wang Shoushuan. Any piece of Yuchuan embroidery was considered a rare treasure on the market. The embroidery workshop was bustling and hectic. Everyone continued loading things onto a convoy of load basin beasts. Lu Mingxiu inspected the convoy to and fro. Has everything been loaded up onto the load basin beasts? A maid stepped out and replied, Miss, everything has been loaded up. She had been Mingxiu's maid when Mingxiu was still young and called Tao Su. When Mingxiu followed Han Yuqin to learn about embroidery, the two of them separated. 2 years ago, Mingxiu returned to Jadeite City and requested for Tao Su to assist her in her embroidery workshop. Tao Su was extremely capable. Even though she knew nothing about embroidery, she was able to keep everything else in good order. Did we miss out on anything? Lu Mingxiu was slightly worried. Miss, I have already checked for the 3rd time, Tao Su replied hastily. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the embroidery workshop. This person was over 40 years old and looked boorish and ugly. His eyes were always squinting, as if he was perpetually examining something closely. The most eye-catching part of his body were his legs. There was absolutely nothing beneath his knees. Thank you for your trouble this time around, Master Mu. Mingxiu bowed and thanked him. I will set off once you are ready, Master Mu replied plainly. Lu Mingxiu took out a wooden box and passed it to Master Mu. This was entrusted to me by the Duanmu family. Master Mu, please pass it Duanmu Huanghun. Master Mu took over the wooden box and replied, all right, I will get going now. After Master Mu finished his sentence, he floated to the back of a load basin beast, sat down, and closed his eyes to take a rest. The convoy began to set off. The melodious sound of bells ringing broke the silence of dawn. Standing at a high position, Lu Mingxiu looked at the distant convoy. She seemed to be lost in thought. The entire convoy was filled with textile products that she had prepared and resources that could only be found in the Jadeite forest. All of them were for Ai Hui. Master Mu was her elder brother's friend. Had she not pleaded with her elder brother, she probably would not have been able to find anyone to transport so many things to the distant central Pine Valley. She hoped that these things could help her junior. Looking at the gorgeous red clouds at dawn, Lu Mingxiu, who had been busy making preparations for the entire night, was filled with hope. The convoy disappeared into the horizon and Lu Mingxiu turned around to leave. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure. Her body froze as a mysterious sense of familiarity arose in her heart. She turned her head to search for that figure, but she could only see a street that was sparsely filled with people. She broke into laughter and turned around to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Deal. Chapter 477, Deal. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Alcade. Someone is injured. PFFF. The sword pagoda that was named Alcade spat out an unconscious elementalist. Lu Lan is coming, Lu Lan, who was standing on one side waiting for action, immediately ran over and provided medical treatment to the injured elementalist. Chalawin. Someone has fainted. Lu Lan is coming. Within 2 hours, more than 34 people had fainted. Lu Lan was running all over the place. End of training. Ai Hui's unfeeling voice rang across everyone's ears like a heavenly melody. One by one, wobbly figures tottered out of the sword pagoda. Their bodies were drenched in sweat and gave off surging steam, resembling steamed dumplings had just been taken out of a steamer basket. Ai Hui flew out of the Negre's sword pagoda and swept his gaze across everyone. With a deep voice, he said, rest for 1 hour and prepare for the next training session. Thud, thud. Everyone sat paralyzed on the ground, trying to make the most out of their time to rest. No one was howling in grief or whining. Ai Hui was extremely cold-blooded. He had a zealous attitude toward training. One by one, over 100 people had left his combat division because they were unable to endure his high-intensity training. Exactly 300 people were left in his combat division. The long-prepared bowls of elemental soup were quickly served to these elementalists. Without sufficient nourishment, such high-intensity training would hurt their bodies. The sound of the elemental soup being ravenously devoured rang across the camping ground as a look of happiness appeared upon everyone's face. Sword pagoda training was a hell with complete darkness to them. Lu Lan and his elemental soup were the beacons of light in their hell. Gu Xian was an ardent supporter of Lu Lan. To him, a magical sand puppet like Lu Lan was the most beautiful entity in this world. Other than his master, Lu Lan had no weakness at all. Gu Xian felt indignant. How was a bastard like Ai Hui fit to be Lu Lan's master? Nowadays, he did not have any respect for Ai Hui. A few days ago, he was still thinking about following the lightning blade to find his own path in swordsmanship. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was as stupid as a pig then. This bastard was actually vying with them over the elemental soup. How was this bastard fit to be their leader? If not for the fact that he was more powerful than them, they would have killed him in the middle of the night. After placing down the bowl that had been licked clean, Gu Xian was still enjoying the aftertaste. However, he soon realized he did not have the time to do so. He had to seize the moment to do circulatory cycle revolutions and absorb the elemental energy from the elemental energy soup that he had just consumed. Only by doing so could he endure the next training session. Everyone had been through the preliminary selection and had already tried training in all of the 7 sword pagodas. As said by AI Hui, every tulip to its own hole. Everyone had to find a hole that suited them. The aura of within every sword pagoda was completely different. Yes, its aura, the sword aura. Some were sharp, some were piercing cold, some were scorching hot, and some were thick and heavy. There were various types of sword aura. Everyone had to learn and produce every type of sword aura to find out which one suited them the best. Gu Xian understood the theories of swordsmanship. Any training program would require one to find a suitable path for himself or herself. This was common sense. However, the current training program was so crude and simple looking that it raised their hackles. There was no sense of beauty to it at all. Painstakingly, he had repeated the training program so many times that his consciousness was becoming fuzzy. Repeating the training program 7 times made Gu Xian want to puke. This was swordsmanship? What about those exquisite swordplay variations? Weren't swordsmen known for their exquisite swordplay variations? How could swordsmanship be so crude and simple looking? Gu Xian was assigned to the Merak Sword Pagoda and was the pagoda master. At the beginning, Gu Xian was overjoyed. After all, who did not like being valued? Very soon, however, he realized this was completely different from what he had expected. Merak Sword Pagoda had 8 levels and it was preceded only by AI Hui's Migras Sword Pagoda. In each level of the Merak Sword Pagoda, there were 6 elementalists. Including Gu Xian, there were a total of 48 elementalists in the Merak Sword Pagoda and all of them were only learning one sword move. Given Gu Xian's swordsmanship level, he could perform the sword move skillfully and effortlessly. However, that did not mean anything here. In order to pass, the 48 elementalists had to perform the sword move together without a single person failing. Failure by any one of the 48 elementalists would result in total failure. Out of the 48 elementalists, only 6 of them knew the basics of swordsmanship. All of the training sessions were appalling. If they could succeed 3 times out of 100 training sessions, they could count themselves lucky. The thing that disappointed him was he couldn't see any significance to this type of training program at all. The simple sword move did not require much skill to execute. It did not have any exquisite variations and there was nothing formidable about it. Gu Xian felt that he was here to pursue the path of swordsmanship, not to waste his time on such a boring training program. Boring? AI Hui took a glance at Gu Xian. Gu Xian's hair stood on end. When AI Hui became serious, he looked as if he had turned into another person, giving off a terrifying aura. AI Hui noticed everyone else was looking at him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Alright, I will show all of you a thing or two." Members of Central Pine Valley had fought alongside AI Hui before and had deep level of trust in him. No matter what decision or command he made, everyone would execute it without any hesitation. The newly recruited elementalists did not have such a level of trust in him. As such, it was normal for them to doubt him. AI Hui failed to take this factor into account, a result of his lack of experience. AI Hui, who was self-reflecting, did not have any emotion on his face. He chose 17 rather strong elementalists to enter the Alcade Sword Pagoda with him. Alcade Sword Pagoda was the shortest sword pagoda with only 3 levels. In each level, there were 6 men. The rest of the Sword of Linings members widened their eyes with excitement. Actually, everyone had felt doubtful all this time. Why were they training every day? What were the uses of this training? Get ready, AI Hui's deep and low voice echoed in the Alcade Sword Pagoda. Everyone in the Sword Pagoda became energized. Holding a sword in their hands, they stood at their assigned positions and braced themselves. Raise your swords. A deep roar exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's sword lit up at the same time. Buzz. A mysterious vibrating buzz resounded throughout the Alcade Sword Pagoda. They could feel that the Sword Pagoda was trembling slightly. However, at this point in time, they could not focus on anything else. Subconsciously, they raised the swords in their hands and flicked them upward. Each of their swords released a streak of sword gleam. 18 streaks of sword gleam stacked upon each other and gathered at the apex of the Sword Pagoda. This moment was a brand new experience for AI Hui. From the point when he came up with the idea of the sword pagodas to the point when the construction of the sword pagodas was completed, everything was near perfect. However, this was the first time that the practicality of the sword pagodas would be tested. At this instant, his sensory perception suddenly became unusually sharp. It was as if the range of his sensory perception had extended to a faraway place. His mind became more and more focused. Suddenly, he sensed that a figure was spying on them from the depths of the sky. Who was this person? Suddenly, a brilliance erupted in his eyes. I have caught you. He flicked the sword in his hand lightly. Shi-ying. A melodious sword chime rang across the air, sounding like the ringing of great bells in a Buddhist temple. The sudden sword chime alarmed everyone in Lemon Camping Ground. All of them raised their heads skyward. A thick and dazzling sword gleam shot out from the apex of the sword pagoda and ripped through the air. With a clear and crisp sword chime, it flew toward the depths of the sky. What's that? It looks like a streak of sword gleam. Is it possible that another master swordsman has been born? Everyone exclaimed in surprise as their faces were filled with shock. The body of Shi Shueman, who was supervising the training of her own combat division, trembled. She quickly raised her head to see what was going on. Her beautiful eyes lit up and her lips curled into a faint smile. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun had their mouths agape with surprise as they looked at the streak of brilliant sword gleam in the sky. The dazzling sword gleam had a very long tail, resembling a shooting star flying toward the sky. In the depths of the sky. Lu Buling was slightly surprised. Ai Hui indeed lived up to his reputation. Previously, Lu Buling felt weird when Enmuta allowed his precious disciple to follow somebody else. Now, he realized that this lad named Ai Hui was rather skillful. The altitude that Lu Buling was flying at surpassed the level of an ordinary elementalist's. He was in the depths of the sky. It was very dangerous to fly at such a high altitude. Dire beasts that lived at these altitudes were powerful creatures like the humpback cloud whales. The depths of the sky might seem very quiet and peaceful, but it was actually filled with extremely intense metal winds. These metal winds were so powerful that they formed a special zone that would shred any ordinary individual to smithereens in a split second if he or she were to stay here. A speckle of dazzling light expanded in his vision at a terrifying speed. Lu Buling let out a snort. The sunlight over his head seemed to gather at his back. Suddenly, wisps of golden flames rose behind his back, resembling gold wings. He reached out his finger and pointed it at the incoming sword gleam. A wisp of golden flame shot out from his fingertip. The sword gleam collided squarely with the wisp of golden flame. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang across the air. The sky looked as if it was trembling. Surging currents swept across the air and created distorted rippling energy waves through the sky. The power of the sword gleam was 3 times more powerful than what he had expected. At his current base level, he was extremely accurate with his judgment of one's strength. Very seldomly would such an inaccuracy occur. His interest was piqued. He noticed there were a few pagodas on the ground and that the attack was launched by the shortest one. This was the first time he saw a sword gleam launched by a pagoda. Interesting, very interesting. The deafening explosion in the sky caused Shi Shueman's facial expression to change drastically. Before she could react, a golden fireball suddenly appeared before her. A skinny old man holding an ice block that was a few times bigger than his body hovered 10 meters away from her. Young girl, do you still remember me? Shi Shueman was filled with shock. The speed of the old man was so fast. Upon taking a closer look at the old man, Shi Shueman's facial expression froze. After a while, she asked with uncertainty, Uncle Lu? The news of Lu Buling appearing in Lemon Camping Ground swept across the entire camping ground like a hurricane. Who was Lu Buling? Youngsters might find this name unfamiliar, but when older elementalists heard of this name, a look of respect and reverence appeared on their faces. To them, this was a legendary name. The terrifying sword gleam that was shot out from the inner camp shocked the entire Lemon Camping Ground. At this point in time, the faces of those elementalists who withdrew from the Sword of Lightning were filled with regret. In the inner camp, Ai Hui's glaring eyes looked as if they were going to pop out at any moment. With an unfriendly tone, he said, Snow lava? At least 100 liters? Senior Lo, I respect you as a senior. If you want snow lava, I can gift 1 or 2 liters to you as a form of respect, but now you want at least 100 liters? At least? Lu Buling dropped the gigantic block of ice onto the ground and said bluntly, if you provide enough snow lava, he will become a master and work for you for 10 years. Tell me now, deal or no deal? Ai Hui widened his eyes and sneered. With a lofty attitude, he replied, deal. In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold look on Ai Hui's face defrosted as he broke into a wide smile. With an amiable tone, he said, "Senior, is he your only disciple? Do you still have other disciples? Come, I have enough snow lava. Where else can you find so much A-grade fire liquid? I will give you a 50% discount, 5 years of labor for your second disciple." Lu Buling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Shock. Chapter 478, Shock. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Duanmu Huanghun restrained the anger within him. Being a prideful individual, when he saw that he was being surpassed by Ai Hui and Shi Shueman, he did not feel good at all. He was alright with Shi Shueman surpassing him. After all, he grew up under the shadow of Iron Lady and did not think much about surpassing her. However, he just couldn't accept the fact that Ai Hui had surpassed him. Duanmu Huanghun felt as unbearable as if he had swallowed a fly. When they were at Central Pine Academy, he had come a cropper in Ai Hui's hands countless times. If Ai Hui was an exceptional genius, he wouldn't have felt so indignant. However, be it talents or family background, Ai Hui paled in comparison to him, yet Ai Hui was still able to surpass him. Unbearable. Was Duanmu Huanghun an individual who could bear seeing someone better than him? No. Duanmu Huanghun threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. He had even rejected Iron Lady's invitation to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Right now, he was only thinking about one thing: master. He had to become a master. Being surpassed by Ai Hui had already brought him so much shame. If he still could not catch up to Ai Hui, it wouldn't be just a matter of shame anymore. Previously, Duanmu Huanghun had not thought about the issue of becoming a master. All he cared about at that time was learning various inheritances, and he had been immeasurably satisfied with his terrifying intelligence. It was only now that he realized more did not necessarily mean better. What was his path of master? Other than his viridescent flower, he had studied numerous other absolute arts as well. Other than the absolute arts that the Duanmu family and his master, Dai Gang, kept, he also studied the ones that Shi Shueman brought from her family. There were very few people that could surpass him in this aspect. Currently, however, this advantage had become an impediment to his progress. Every absolute art was profound, deep, and contained extraordinary knowledge and rich experience. Glistening and dazzling, they were like gemstones scattered in the elemental energy system. In the face of so many absolute arts, he was at a loss. Which path should he choose? He sat under the defensive ancient tree and knitted his eyebrows in vexation. Lemon Camping Ground. Shi Shueman brought Lu Buling to her division's camp and said, "Zhu Yan can stay in the fire reservoir first. The fire elemental energy in the fire reservoir isn't too strong, and he can endure it without damaging his body." 7 fire reservoirs were spread out in a line in front of Lu Buling. Some were packed with people while some were sparsely filled. Ai Hui followed behind them as well. He was filled with interest toward Zhu Yan. He had completely forgotten that he previously defeated Zhu Yan in a training hall. Shi Shueman glanced at Ai Hui. What was this fellow up to again? She understood Ai Hui very well. Having respect for a senior was a characteristic that could never be found in Ai Hui. Everything he did it with a purpose. When Shi Shueman saw that this fellow was willing to put aside his training to follow Lu Buling, she was certain that he was up to something. Lu Buling's gaze swept across the fire reservoirs and noticed something. The fire elemental energy in these fire reservoirs are at different concentration levels? Yes. Shi Shueman nodded her head. We have split the fire reservoirs into 7 levels, from the lowest concentration level to the highest. We discovered that higher the concentration levels of fire elemental energy were not necessarily better for a fire elementalist. For low-level elementalists, only by absorbing fire elemental energy that is at a suitable concentration level can allow them improve faster. Lu Buling nodded his head. He definitely knew about this as it was common sense. However, the people in a combat division seldomly conducted everything so meticulously like Shi Shueman. Shi Beihai had given birth to a capable daughter. Lu Buling's gaze landed upon the fire reservoir that had the highest concentration of fire elemental energy. This fire reservoir was very small and could only fit 2 to 3 people. Currently, there was only a fatty sitting it. Lu Buling was slightly surprised. This fatty must be quite strong to be able to withstand such concentrated fire elemental energy. Before he could say anything, an elementalist holding a basket walked up to this fire reservoir, took out a bottle from the basket, and opened its lid. Concentrated and pure fire elemental energy undulations were released from the bottle, lighting up Lu Buling's eyes. It was snow lava. It truly lived to its reputation as an A-grade fire liquid. Right now, the market price for snow lava kept on rising. The main issue was they could not be bought in bulk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked for Muda. The elementalist started to pour the snow lava into the fire reservoir that the fatty was in. The crystal-clear snow lava gave off wisps of transparent flames. In the blink of an eye, the bottle of snow lava was emptied into the fire reservoir. The fire elemental energy of the fire reservoir significantly increased in concentration level. Lebuling furrowed his eyebrows as he felt it was a waste to use the snow lava like this. Was there really a need to use a precious A-grade fire liquid like the snow lava to increase the concentration level of the fire elemental energy by that little bit? He felt that Sir Shuemon was still young and did not know how valuable and expensive the snow lava was. At this moment, the elementalist took out a second bottle and emptied its content into the fire reservoir. With a blank look on his face, Lebuling watched as this elementalist emptied 5 bottles of snow lava into the fire reservoir. He was not finished yet. He emptied bottles of snow lava into the 7 fire reservoirs one by one. A total of 12 bottles of snow lava had been used. He suddenly turned around and asked Ai Hui, "Isn't snow lava very valuable?" "They are indeed very valuable," Ai Hui replied nonchalantly. Lebuling turned around again and asked Sir Shuemon, "How many bottles of snow lava do you use every day?" "Around 50 bottles," Sir Shuemon, who was very familiar with logistics, answered immediately. "How many liters of snow lava is that?" 5 liters. Lebuling's face turned very ugly. 100 liters of snow lava were used in 20 days. However, Zhu Yan was required to work for Ai Hui for 10 years. 20 days of snow lava in exchange for 10 years of labor. When Ai Hui saw Lebuling's ashen face, he panicked. Iron Lady was too honest. With a solemn look on his face, Ai Hui coughed softly and said, "The Spear of Heavy Cloud is our core combat division. From the beginning, we had already decided to spare no expense in assembling it. This is for the sake of allowing everyone to improve their strength rapidly and to survive in the battlefield. Therefore, we do not hesitate to provide as much snow lava as possible. Everyone knows the value of snow lava, but..." Ai Hui suddenly raised his voice as his facial expression became more solemn. "We feel that everyone's lives cannot be measured with money. Yes, wars are indeed unavoidable. However, since everyone has joined the Spear of Heavy Cloud, all of us belong to one big family. Our main target is to have as many people survive as possible. To do so, we are willing to spend more money. I also hope that everyone will not let division leadership down and will train hard to improve your strength." Ai Hui's words were powerful and resonant. All of the elementalists in the fire reservoirs were extremely emotional. They had been through dark times when fire elemental materials were scarce and progress could only be made with great difficulty. They knew the current moment of bliss was hard to come by. Ai Hui's words had touched their hearts deeply. If not for the fact that they were enduring the heat of the fire reservoirs at this moment, they would make a vow to follow Ai Hui for eternity. Sir Shuemon cast a glance at Ai Hui. After Central Pine Valley's production of snow lava increased, they could not sell it because they feared crashing the market. As such, their stocks of snow lava piled up more and more, and they had to use them for their training. Lebuling's facial expression softened as he felt that what Ai Hui said made sense. It was not that they did not know the value of snow lava, but rather, they were willing to use them in bulk. "That one then." Lebuling pointed at the fire pool that Fatty was in. Deep down, Ai Hui was wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he had followed them over here. "We are moving to another location in a few days' time. Uncle Lu, do you mind waiting for a few days?" Sir Shuemon asked. "Moving to another location?" Lebuling was slightly puzzled. "We have a newly built city. The fire elemental energy there is much more vigorous and concentrated," Sir Shuemon explained. "A newly built city?" Lebuling was shocked. Youngsters nowadays were becoming more and more formidable. They could casually build a city just like that? "That's right, we have a capable earth elementalist who is specialized in building structures," Sir Shuemon said. "It will take some time to travel over there. I'm not sure whether or not it will affect Zhu Yan's condition." Upon hearing these words, Lebuling said, "We will start when we arrive at the new city then. Prepare enough snow lava by then. Once Zhu Yan begins to absorb the fire elemental energy, the process can't be stopped halfway." "Alright, we will put up less snow lava for sale and make sure Zhu Yan has enough snow lava to use," Ai Hui quickly said. A satisfied look appeared on Lebuling's face. Sir Shuemon could not help but look at Ai Hui. This fellow was indeed an evil businessman. Ai Hui seized the opportunity and asked, "Senior, can you teach us a thing or two? Do you mind giving us some pointers?" Lebuling, who was feeling rather pleased now, said, Xuemon doesn't need me to give her any pointers. She will have a bright future if she continues on her path. As for you. Lu Buling examined AI Hui for a while and furrowed his eyebrows and said, your condition is much more complicated. Everyone, including Shi Xuemon, was shocked as nervous looks appeared on their faces. On the contrary, AI Hui was calm. He was even in the mood to laugh. Luckily, it's complicated and not terrible. Lu Buling could see the facial expressions on everyone's face. He was surprised at the importance of AI Hui in everyone's heart and by how calm AI Hui was. This lad was indeed interesting. Lu Buling nodded his head and said, that's right, your condition is complicated, but not terrible. Is something forming at your Earth Palace? How does Senior know? A look of surprise finally appeared on AI Hui's face. When he was making the breakthrough to Master, he had already sensed that something was developing in his Earth Palace. However, even now, there was nothing in his Earth Palace. This feeling had been bugging him all this time. Therefore, when Lu Buling analyzed his body, he was startled. When your elemental energy flows past your Earth Palace, there is a very slight hesitation in its flow. Lu Buling looked as if he was recalling something and continued, I have once encountered something like this, however, it did not happen to my Earth Palace. It happened more than 20 years ago. What did I practice at that time? I can't really remember. AI Hui was stunned. How could someone not remember what he was practicing? The rest were stunned as well. They thought they heard Lu Buling wrongly. I have tried to make the breakthrough to the level of Grandmaster 8 times and failed every time. Every time I failed, I had to change my path of Master and forget everything about my previous path of Master. Therefore, how can I clearly remember what I used to practice? Lu Buling's tone sounded as if he had downplayed his experience. On the contrary, everyone was appalled by his experience. Even Shi Xuemon was overwhelmed with shock. Whenever one failed to make the breakthrough to the level of Grandmaster, his mind and body would be severely traumatized and his base level would drastically fall. He would doubt his path of Master as well. Many people could not walk out of the shadow of failing to become a Grandmaster for the rest of their lives. Even Yuchiba, who had failed breaking through to the level of Grandmaster in the past, only now had the courage to try again. Everyone was filled with admiration toward him. Whenever people talked about Lu Buling, they would sigh with sorrow. In many people's eyes, he was merely a backdrop who was used to amplify Dai Gang's glory. However, this man, who was treated like a backdrop by everyone, had tried to make the breakthrough to the level of Grandmaster 8 times without anyone knowing. He had endured a life-transforming, once-in-a-lifetime agony 8 times. AI Hui was utterly shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, Madman Lu Buling. Chapter 479, Madman Lu Buling. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The spear of heavy clouds camp was silent. Only Lu Buling's voice could be heard. I don't know what pointers I can give you. I never practiced the power of lightning before, and I don't really understand it. I can only give a rough account of how I train. I hope this can be of some help to you. Lu Buling looked as if he was recalling something. However, most of the time, he looked indifferent, as if he was chit-chatting about ordinary daily life. At this point in time, his tone became much more gentle. I can't really remember much about my past. The last time I failed, it was 5 years ago, around the time when the blood catastrophe broke out. The last time I failed, the outcome wasn't really that bad. Only my path of Master was destroyed. Path of Master destroyed, the result wasn't really that bad. AI Hui couldn't help but ask, is there an outcome that is worse than this? Yes. Lu Buling nodded his head. There was a time where I was severely injured and in a desert. 6 of my palaces were destroyed, so I couldn't move at all. My elemental energy was completely depleted as well. I laid in the desert for 5 days without encountering anyone. Subsequently, I was discovered by a colony of white ants and half of my left arm was bitten off. Luckily, my bones were intact. At that moment, I still thought I was going to die. Ha ha. Fortunately, a huge sandstorm arrived and saved my life. I was buried under a sand dune for 4 or 6 months. I have forgotten about it. However, at that time, I managed to come up with the cold embers and earth elemental inverse flames techniques. Ultimately, I made a gain. When Lu Buling talked about training, he seemed to have become an entirely different person. His skinny and dried face loosened up and looked as if it was giving off radiance. His aged eyes became sharp and bright. At that moment, I was actually going to lose consciousness, but I wanted to survive. Suddenly, I thought of how embers could sustain for a long period of time without being extinguished. I didn't think too much at that time. All I wanted to do was to buy more time for myself. I didn't expect my idea to be so useful. After another 2 months, I finally regained some of my elemental energy. With my surroundings covered in sand, I could not absorb any fire elemental energy. Therefore, I had to think of another idea. Finally, I was able to come up with earth elemental inverse flames. It took me another few more months to recover. AI Hui looked blankly at Lu Buling. He could not imagine himself being severely injured with his arm bitten off by white ants while buried under a sand dune for several months. AI Hui was considered an individual that had been through hardship. He had built up his endurance through the time he spent in the wilderness. This had given him an extremely huge advantage. His training intensity had always been very high. The elementalists in Sword of Lightning were tortured by him to the point that they were going to collapse. However, he still paled in comparison to senior Lu Buling. Lu Buling became very talkative when he talked about training. He was completely different from the cold and reticent old fogey from before. He did not even need other people to liven the conversation. Subsequently, I found a path of master through cold embers and earth elemental inverse flames. However, that path of master was not good enough and I failed in making a breakthrough to the level of grandmaster. Lu Buling shook his head, looking as if he had come to a dead end. Then, he continued, we were talking about 5 years ago just now. 5 years ago, when I failed, I quickly began to think of an idea. However, before I could come up with an idea, the Elders Guild was incompetent and lost the Fire Prairie. By that point, I knew it would be troublesome to obtain fire elemental materials in the future. Ordinary methods definitely would not work. Then, I thought of a new method. Everyone was listening to Lu Buling attentively. A chance to hear an exceptional elite like Senior Lu Buling talk about his training path was hard to come by. Sitting in the fire reservoir, Fatty could not help but ask, what method? Fatty's form of respect and admiration toward Lu Buling was different from the others. He also felt that the old fogey was rather formidable, but treated him like a storyteller as well. When he heard the story reached a critical junction, he could not restrain himself. Lu Buling was not annoyed by Fatty's question. Instead, he asked Fatty cheekily, "You're also a fire elementalist. Can you guess what the method was?" Fatty did not expect the old fogey to throw the ball back at him. However, when he saw the cheeky look on the old fogey's face, he was annoyed. Fatty snorted, "Without the Fire Prairie, you can't use the ordinary methods. 5 years ago, the Wilderness Expansion Order had not been announced yet, so it has nothing to do with the wilderness. Just now you mentioned that your base level had collapsed and you had to recultivate your elemental energy. At that time, the only source that could produce an endless amount of fire elemental energy was..." Fatty muttered to himself for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "I know. The sun." Lu Buling was stunned. He had not expected Fatty to be able to come up with the answer. He could not help but examine Fatty closely. Fatty's aptitude was rather good, but his strength still paled in comparison to Zuyan. When Fatty saw the facial expression of Lu Buling, he knew he had guessed correctly. Feeling immensely proud of himself, he said, "How hard can such an easy question be?" At this moment, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Fatty was right. The sun was able to produce an endless amount of fire elemental energy. But isn't the fire elemental energy from the sun weak? Sure, Shuemun felt puzzled. People had tried using the fire elemental energy from the sun to train a long time ago, but the fire elemental energy from the sun was extremely weak, making it very difficult for one to train with it. By comparison, the fire elemental energy from lava in volcanoes was easier to absorb and use. The fire elemental energy from the sun is indeed very weak. Ordinary methods definitely will not work, Lu Buling replied. However, I know where the fire elemental energy from the sun would be very strong. Where? Fatty asked. The depths of the sky. Hiss. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. The depths of the sky was an extremely dangerous place. A moment of carelessness would cause one to be shredded to smithereens. Even with AI Hui and Shuemun's current strength, they could not survive long in the depths of the sky. I thought Senior's base level had collapsed? With the strength of a master, how could you ascend to the depths of the sky? Sang Jijun interrupted. I am familiar with that place. That place might seem dangerous, but once you get used to it, it's not that dangerous. Of course, it was rather painful at the beginning. Subsequently, it got better. At this point in time, everyone was filled with immense admiration for Lu Buling. Lu Buling's perseverance and zealotry far exceeded their expectations. If one went to the depths of the sky without attaining the level of master first, he or she would most likely die. Shurshuamon, who had been to the depths of the sky under the protection of her master, clearly knew that the danger of that place had been downplayed by Lu Buling. Even if one had rich experience, the amount of pain that his or her body had to withstand remained the same. This time around, the path of master that I came up with was the Grandmaster Obliteration Flames. Lu Buling's eyes flickered, looking as if there were flames burning within them. At that time, I felt that I had a high chance of becoming a Grandmaster. Before me, no one was able to utilize the sun to such a level. My Grandmaster Obliteration Flames technique is unique. Lu Buling's tone was proud and domineering, but everyone was filled with admiration toward him. The name Grandmaster Obliteration Flames could cause one's heart to palpitate in fear. Flames that could obliterate a Grandmaster. Lu Buling suddenly shifted his gaze to Ai Hui and said with a deep voice, "Your lightning is also very unique. I have seen your sword pagodas, and they are very interesting. However, coming up with sword pagodas is not enough. You have to reach your full potential. Right now, you're like a sissy. Look at your training programs. What kind of bullshit tea are they?" Lu Buling's ruthless words suddenly pelted Ai Hui in his face, stunning everyone. At the next moment, everyone's facial expression changed. Ai Hui might appear cheeky all the time, but his temperament was actually absolutely terrible. He was someone that was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. However, the thing that caused them to become dumbstruck was when Ai Hui bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, thank you for your pointers." Lu Buling did not smile just because Ai Hui treated him with respect. Instead, he knitted his eyebrows and said, "I have already given you the pointers that you need. It will have to depend on you, yourself, to determine what to do next. Your path is different from others. No one can teach you anything." When Lu Buling recalled that his disciples still had to work under Ai Hui, he stopped in his tracks, glanced at Ai Hui, and said, "I feel that you're like me, someone who has desire. My desire is to become a Grandmaster and defeat Dai Gang. I don't know what your desire is and whether it is easier or harder to achieve than mine, but if you have a desire, you have to be hard on yourself. Mediocrity is not enough to make your desire come true." Ai Hui's body trembled. "I will leave Zhu Yan here. I need to go and train now," Lu Buling turned around and told Shuemon. After Lu Buling finished his sentence, he flew up and disappeared into the sky. Everyone was at a loss. Lu Buling's words gave them a huge shock. No one expected Lu Buling, who had been regarded by many as a loser, to be so tenacious. Yes, he was tenacious. Even now, Lu Buling had not become a Grandmaster, and he was still a loser who had yet to succeed. In the future, after many years had passed, everyone would still remember Dai Gang, but no one would remember that Lu Buling failed 8 times to break through to the Grandmaster level. Yet, his failure to become a Grandmaster did not stop the crowd from respecting and revering him at all. Ai Hui was still at a loss. His mind was filled with the words that Lu Buling had just said. When the others saw Ai Hui's facial expression, a look of pity appeared on their faces. In their eyes, Ai Hui was already very hard on himself. He trained without knowing what fatigue felt like. He was perfect in the diligence department. No ordinary individual could train crazily and recklessly like Lu Buling. Lu Buling was a madman. Jian Wei and the rest were about to console Ai Hui, but were stopped by Shuemon. They looked at Shuemon, and she shook her head at them. Ai Hui stood there with a blank look on his face. On the ridge of the Blackfish Mouth volcano, there was a huge quagmire that had a diameter of a few miles. The exhausted Wang Xiaoshan laid in a pool of mud with half of his face submerged. He was panting heavily, and his mind was blank. He looked at the sky with emptiness in his eyes. Every now and then, the black volcanic plume from the Blackfish Mouth volcano would drift past the azure sky in his eyes. His elemental energy and physical strength were completely depleted. He was single-handedly building a city. Wang Zhao's face twitched with bitter agony. He had overestimated himself. Everyone had relied on him. With his physical strength completely depleted, his mind drifted like the volcanic plume in the sky. Suddenly, he thought of the day in the Garden of Life when Ai Hui led them to avoid the blood fiends. Who is an earth elementalist? He would never forget the question that Ai Hui asked on that day for the rest of his life. That moment was the turning point of his life. They hid under the rocks and soil, waiting for their reinforcements to arrive in the darkness. No one knew Wang Xiaoshan was feeling more touched than fearful. That was the first time he had realized that he was capable of helping other people. Fast forward to the present day, he was very glad that he could be together with everyone. Countless times, he would think about how lucky it was for a useless man like him to survive the blood catastrophe. Patter. A drop of pea-sized rain fell on his face. Extreme pain spread over his face. More and more raindrops fell on his face. Soon, torrents of rain fell from the sky. He could not even open his eyes. It was painful. Suddenly, the image of Ai Hui kneeling before the graves of Han Yuqin and Wang Shouxuan amid the torrential rain in central Pine City appeared in his mind. It must be very painful. The grief and shame from that day gushed into his mind. He remembered he had told himself that day, Wang Xiaoshan, you must be able to help everyone in the future. Raindrops fell on his face with a scorching sensation. From an unknown source, a surge of strength gushed through Wang Xiaoshan's body. He struggled to pick himself up and build his city amid the rain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, The Secret Mission of the Three Central Divisions. Chapter 480, The Secret Mission of the Three Central Divisions. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Lu Buling? Madame Yi knitted her eyebrows. Nowadays, her authority was absolute. A slight movement in her eyebrows caused the atmosphere of the meeting room to instantly dim. Guards and servants around her were scared out of their wits and lowered their heads. Even Nian Tingfeng was vexed by her action. With a low voice, he reported, yes. Lu Buling has a disciple named Zhu Yan. He is a member of the fire elemental Zhu family. Reportedly, Lu Buling is there for Zhu Yan. As for snow lava, it is a rare A-grade fire liquid from Central Pine Valley. I don't know what deal have they made, but Lu Buling does not seem like he is leaving anytime soon. Meanwhile, Ai Hui's sword of lighting is becoming rather powerful. We can't underestimate its combat power. Oh, what do you mean by we can't underestimate its combat power? Madame Yi asked calmly. Nian Tingfeng recounted the scouting report clearly to Madame Yi. Madame Yi's facial expression tensed. She came from a family of swordsmen and knew how powerful the sword glean was from its description. However, when she heard that sword of lightning only had 300 people, her facial expression loosened up. They have too few people. I heard that Ai Hui is an extremely stingy individual. He isn't even willing to hire more elementalists for his combat division? I think he wanted to hire more, but was unable to do so. Nian Tingfeng explained, nowadays, most of the swordsmen come from Karakoram. Other than those desperate fire elementalists, no one is willing to go to such an isolated place. Furthermore, no one dares to pursue a fellow who keeps talking about lightning. 300 men were far too few for a combat division, unless they were the Dread Division. Even with the assets of the entire Avalon of 5 elements, only one Dread Division was formed. However, even the Dread Division had 500 men, not 300. How could Central Pine Valley's strength be compared to the entire Avalon of 5 elements? Even if these 300 men were hand-picked elites, the division wouldn't be very powerful. If the elementalists weren't powerful and they were so small in number, what fighting capabilities would the combat division have then? Madame Yi did not take Ai Hui seriously. The 3 central divisions were built by the Elders Guild with all its might. A countless amount of resources and money were spent, and generations of research were conducted. Even when the Avalon of 5 elements was at its peak, it couldn't build a 4th central division. Right now, Beyond Avalon could only depend on its leftover assets to survive. Even Beyond Avalon couldn't build another powerful combat division, let alone Ai Hui, who had 0 assets. However, Lu Buling was a troublesome individual. Madame Yi and Nian Tingfeng clearly knew how troublesome Lu Buling was. This fellow's strength was the highest among all masters in the Avalon of 5 elements. Other than Grandmaster Dai, no one dared to say they were confident in defeating Lu Buling. Furthermore, this fellow was reckless and never listened to orders. Otherwise, he would not have left his position as the division leader of the Icy Flames division. Lu Buling was bad-tempered and unreasonable. Everyone thought this madman had died after not hearing about him for so many years. They had not expected him to appear out of nowhere and spoil their plans. After thinking for a while, Madame Yi said, ask your men to retreat first. We won't provoke this madman for the time being. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't go crazy. When father-in-law was still alive, he said that even though Lu Buling is carefree, he has a deep sentimental attachment for the Avalon of 5 elements. It is no coincidence that Lu Buling appeared at this point in time. What does Madame mean? Nian Tingfeng was slightly surprised. Suddenly, Madame Yi revealed a confident smile and said, who do you think Lu Buling's target is? As the division leader of surveillance, Nian Tingfeng knew a lot more insider stories than the other people. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on and replied with excitement, Dai Gang. Those who were slightly older clearly knew about the grudges between Lu Buling and Dai Gang. If I'm not wrong, Lebuling is Grandmaster in Muta's backup plan to stop Daigang from annexing beyond Avalon. Now, he is conveniently taking care of Shi Shuemon. Madame Yi laughed. What about us? Nian Tingfeng's eyes lit up. We shouldn't disturb them. Even if Lebuling can't stop Daigang, he can significantly exhaust Daigang's strength. As for Central Pine Valley, Shi Shuemon is the daughter of Shi Beihai. How could she bear to ignore the perilous situation her father is in? If Ai Hui agrees to help her father out, then all of them will head toward the battlefield. But what can 300 people do? If Ai Hui disagrees, Central Pine Valley will face bitter dissension. Madam is wise. Nian Tingfeng exclaimed with sincerity. Madame Yi withdrew her smile and said with a solemn tone, "This period of time is very important to us. We definitely can't make any mistakes. What are Shimen Caijue's and Wan Shenwei's stances? This subordinate is useless." A shameful look appeared on Nian Tingfeng's face. A cold glint flashed across Madame Yi's eyes. With an indifferent tone, she said, "This is not your fault. Each man has his own aspirations. We can't force them to do something they don't like. However, they have been well cared for by the Elders Guilds for generations and should at least show me some sincerity. I heard that the 3 central divisions have methods that are specially designed to deal with Grandmasters." Overwhelmed with shock, Nian Tingfeng's facial expression changed drastically. He had not expected for Madame Yi to know about such a top-level secret. A jittery look appeared on Nian Tingfeng's face. Madame Yi merely smiled and did not hurry him for an answer. Nian Tingfeng regained his composure. With a determined look on his face, he lowered his head and replied, "Yes, the 3 central divisions do have such strategies. A Grandmaster was a supreme being with extraordinary status. In reality, the ruler of the Avalon of 5 elements was the Elders Guild. The Elders Guild benefited from the existence of a Grandmaster, but they were simultaneously filled with fear toward him as well. The Elders Guild had always wanted to devise strategies to deal with a Grandmaster. Other than some additional special reasons, the 3 central divisions were stationed in the isolated old territory to develop strategies that allowed them to deal with Grandmasters. This was also one of their most important missions. The Elders Guild hoped that they would have the capabilities to retaliate if they were one day at odds with a Grandmaster. Developing strategies to deal with Grandmasters was one of the most top-secret missions of the 3 central divisions. Very few people knew about this mission. Usually, only the Great Elder would know about it. A Great Elder would pass the secret on to the next Great Elder before he died. Any Great Elder understood that if this secret was leaked out, the Grandmasters would definitely not tolerate the existence of the 3 central divisions. Since this is their responsibility, tell them to properly make the necessary preparations, Madame Yi said plainly. Subordinate will pass down the order. Nian Tingfeng's chest tightened. When Lebuling was finally informed that they would be heading to the new city, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he quickly became slightly suspicious and asked, "Ai Hui and the rest are not coming?" Shi Shuemon shook her head and replied, "They are staying here to train since the sword pagodas are difficult to bring over to the new city. We will go over first." Lebuling understood and did not ask any more questions. The movements of the members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud were sharp and precise. Even though they had not trained together for very long, they acted somewhat like a legitimate combat division. Their formations were neat and orderly, and they behaved with utmost propriety. Like father, like daughter. Lebuling praised Shi Shuemon. He was the previous division leader of the Icy Flames division. Even though he was uninterested in becoming a division leader and was obsessed with training, he was still an expert in assembling and managing a combat division. Right now, the strength of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had already surpassed that of an ordinary combat division. All they needed now was time and combat experience. Once the Spear of Heavy Cloud entered the battlefield, they would be polished into an elite unit. Its foundation and structure were indeed outstanding. He could not help but glance at the Sword of Lightning within the inner camp and feel pity for them. The Sword of Lightning was rather interesting with rather strong fighting capabilities. It was a pity that its numbers were too small. The Sword of Lightning seemed to be practicing a kind of sword formation. Lebuling was not at all unfamiliar with sword formations. After all, he was a training fanatic who had changed his path of master 8 times. He had delved into almost every field before. Sword formations were neither complicated nor simple. The main logic behind a sword formation was that it gathered everyone's strength and combined them into one single attack. The number of people involved had a direct effect on the might of the sword formation. The strength of more than 10 people might look impressive, but it was insignificant when placed on the battlefield. Lebuling had a rough gauge of the Sword Pagoda's strength after withstanding an attack from the Alcade Sword Pagoda. Given the Sword of Lightning's current strength, Lubuling felt that they were still not ready to enter the battlefield. A combat division should have at least a few thousand men. The strength of the elementalists in the Sword of Lightning wasn't really impressive. There weren't any masters other than Ai Hui, and their numbers were extremely few. How could they enter the battlefield and fight? However, Lubuling could tell that Ai Hui was an opinionated individual. Furthermore, there were many marvelous, yet mysterious principles in these sword pagodas. The important thing was, what did all of this have to do with him? With Lubuling clearing the path ahead of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the danger-ridden route had become a safe road. Sure Shueman and the rest witnessed Lubuling's formidable strength with their own eyes. In the face of Lubuling, those powerful dire beasts were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. When everyone recalled that Lubuling trained in the depths of the sky, they could not help but feel relieved. If he could train effortlessly in the depths of the sky, the dire beasts on the ground would be as weak as chickens to him. The entire journey was like a marathon. Lubuling kept on clearing the path and pushing forward at the front while Sure Shueman and her division ran frantically to catch up with him. Throughout the journey, they were constantly being mocked by Lubuling. Are you a division of tortoises? Even a tortoise crawls faster than all of you. A short journey like this and all of you are already tired? How can you fight on the battlefield with your pathetic stamina? All of you are too slow. I'm bored waiting for you. I will go and survey the vicinity within 20 kilometers of us now. If you still can't catch up by then, I will find some place to train first. Lubuling kept on saying such words. Even a clay figurine could be melted with flames, let alone the youngsters in the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Everyone restrained themselves from erupting. Run! Charge! The journey was initially 7 days long, but through sheer effort, they managed to reach their destination on the afternoon of the third day. When Lubuling saw the Blackfish Mouth volcano, his eyes lit up. You found a good place. Where is the new city? Once we pass the mountain ridge ahead, we will arrive at our destination, Sure Shueman replied. She had mentally prepared everyone that the living conditions of the new city would be bad. Everyone had this mental preparation. No one dared to be too hopeful that Wang Xiaoshan could build a city single-handedly in 15 days. Having a prototype of the city would be good enough. The most important thing was to have the training facilities finished. No one here was a spoiled and pampered brat after all. On the contrary, Lubuling wasn't anxious at this moment. He followed beside Sure Shueman, looking rather excited. He could sense the abundance of fire elemental energy contained within the Blackfish Mouth volcano. However, he felt puzzled. Even though there was an abundance of fire elemental energy, the base level of the fire elemental energy wasn't really that high. How could they produce an A-grade fire liquid like the snow lava? He was filled with curiosity toward Ai Hui and his counterparts. After they passed the mountain ridge, the wind in the air became stronger. A brand new empty city was built along the mountain ridge, making the latter look as if it was decorated with jewels. Amid the strong wind, the new city glistened in the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind blowing in their direction contained the earthly scent of fresh soil. Lubuling was stunned. He abruptly turned his head around and asked, "This city was built by one person?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, Getting Rid of the Internal Conflict. Chapter 481, Getting Rid of the Internal Conflict. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The size of the new city was rather large. The original design had a capacity for 10,000 people. Rather than a city that could fit 10,000 people, it looked like an expansive army camp that could fit 10,000 people. The Spear of Heavy Cloud, along with its reserves, had a total of 8,000 men. The size of the army camp was more than enough for them. When everyone walked into this brand new army camp, they could not help but click their tongues in amazement. It's amazing. I heard that it was built by one person? If I didn't see it for myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes, this place is so huge. Every now and then, people would let a gasp of surprise. The roads were neat and straight, and the perimeter walls were orderly and upright. There were buildings with various functions, dazzling everyone's eyes. Lubuling's interest was piqued. He squatted down and touched the solid floor. Whether it was the floor or the perimeter walls, he could not see any bricks being used. Everything was entirely made out of soil and then solidified using elemental energy. Lubuling felt the floor with his hand and noticed that it was very sturdy and hard. Furthermore, it was unusually smooth and level as well. Clearly, it was built by an earth elementalist all in one go. Formidable! He exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Small details like these showed a lot about an elementalist's strength. Everything fits seamlessly. No wrinkles could be found on the street roads or the perimeter walls. These unremarkable details displayed the impressive strength of the builder. Of course, those slightly rich families would not use such a method to build their cities. They felt that this method would result in crude and ugly cities. They would only use this method when they needed to set up outdoor camps in the wild when they were traveling. An outdoor camp was completely different from an army camp that could fit 10,000 people. There would be a difference in quality between a city that was built by a group of people and a city that was built single-handedly by one person. Lu Buling was slightly surprised. Even though he had not spent a long time with the Central Pine faction, he had a feeling that it was packed with talents. Even before Lu Buling met the Earth Elementalist who single-handedly built the city, he could not help but give him an extremely high rating. An Earth Elementalist who was very likely to become a master. Fortification master? This profession might not have existed in the past, but Lu Buling wasn't someone that rigidly adhered to conventions. Instead, he thought highly of this profession. If a fort appeared out of thin air on the battlefield within a night, it would create a huge sensation throughout the world. Given Shi Shuemon's capabilities, she could definitely take advantage of this new profession. The Spear of Heavy Cloud had a bright future, but he felt at ease when he thought of this. With Zhu Yan following Shi Shuemon, he no longer needed to worry about him in the future. He could set his mind at ease and focus on dealing with Daigang. When Lu Buling thought of Daigang, a battle fervor gushed through his body in an instant. Shi Shuemon and the rest quickly found Wang Xiaoshan, who was sleeping soundly. The entire body of Wang Xiaoshan was covered in mud, making him look like a homeless man. A respectful gaze appeared on everyone's faces as they subconsciously lightened their footsteps. Wang Xiaoshan deserved to be respected for building a complete city like this single-handedly. Even Lu Buling was speechless. When Shi Shuemon saw Wang Xiaoshan sleeping soundly on the ground, she felt touched. She could tell that Wang Xiaoshan was extremely fatigued. Actually, Wang Xiaoshan did not have much of a presence in the team. He was mild-mannered, gentle, amiable, and easygoing. No matter how much work he was given, he would earnestly complete it. Wang Xiaoshan woke up feeling groggy and rubbed his eyes. When he saw that he was surrounded by so many people, he was scared out of his skin. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw familiar faces like Shi Shuemon and Jiang Wei. Looking as if he blamed himself, he quickly responded, "Ah, Shuemon, all of you are here already? I haven't completed the city yet. The defense system isn't up yet. It is all right. The city is close to being perfect. Thank you, Xiaoshan." Shi Shuemon sincerely thanked him. But Wang Xiaoshan replied with a worrying tone. Jiang Wei patted Wang Xiaoshan's shoulder and smiled, "There are so many of us here. If we still have to worry about our safety, then we aren't fit to enter the battlefield." Wang Xiaoshan finally relaxed himself when he heard Jiang Wei's words. Immediately, his eyes became drowsy and he yawned. "Then I shall have a good sleep first. Don't wake me up, I'm going to sleep until the end of time." He was very tired, but satisfied at the same time. After Shi Shuemon and Spear of Heavy Cloud had left, Lemon Camping Ground became cold and cheerless. When Sword of Lightning announced that it wouldn't be recruiting new members, everyone left Lemon Camping Ground one by one. Lemon Camping Ground was simply too small to support so many people. As such, Lemon Camping Ground returned to its previous desolate state. The occasional yells from the inner camp managed to create some liveliness. Since everyone's attitude toward training changed, the training efficiency increased sharply. Even though the training was boring, they weren't hard to execute. When Hui chose the members for his division, he purposely chose those who could endure long and boring training sessions and could maintain focus for a long period of time. The considerations that Hui had taken prior to the formation of the Sword of Lightning began to now display their effects. Gu Xian, who had the right attitude toward training, quickly entered into his own. The Merak Sword Pagoda where he was stationed was second only to Hui's Nigris Sword Pagoda. The Merak Sword Pagoda was the second tallest sword pagoda with 8 levels in total. Every level, there were 6 men. The entire sword pagoda held up to 48 men. In reality, Gu Xian had never commanded more than 5 men before. He aspired to become a swordsman. What was a swordsman? A swordsman was a lone wolf who used his sword to slice through every problem. Gu Xian finally found acceptance when he regarded the sword pagoda as a sword formation. Even though he had never seen a sword formation like this, he was absolutely sure it was a sword formation when he saw the sword gleam from the Alcade Sword Pagoda. It was a very powerful and pure sword formation. It was definitely not easy for 48 people to unleash the same sword move at the same time, but everyone still managed to do it after putting in effort. When 48 streaks of sword gleam were gathered together, the dense sword aura that shot through the sky excited him. He was the pagoda master, and every sword gleam in the sword pagoda would gather at his position. As such, only a capable swordsman could take up the position of the pagoda master. Only a capable swordsman could make minute adjustments amid so many sword gleams. In Sword of Lightning, Gu Xian's swordsmanship was second only to Ai Hui's. However, even so, the number of minute adjustments he was able to make was very few. There were a lot of times when he needed to depend on the coordination among his teammates. However, being a pagoda master had its benefits too. Since every sword gleam in the sword pagoda would gather at his position, the sword aura that he experienced would be concentrated and powerful. The first time he successfully unleashed an attack from the sword pagoda, his mind went blank. To outsiders, this might not have any value, but to a swordsman, this was the best form of tempering his swordsmanship. Gu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had never given up on the sword path. Currently, the biggest problem that swordsmen faced in training was that there weren't any swordsmen left from the cultivation era. No one had a direct understanding of swordsmanship. Karakoram Sword League sword formations were for beginners to gain a first direct impression of swordsmanship. What was a sword? What did a sword gleam look like? However, when a swordsman progressed to a higher level of swordsmanship, he or she would be at a loss again. What did a high-level sword gleam look like? No one had seen it before, so there was nothing to reference. The current sword pagodas were able to directly show Gu Xian how a sword gleam looked when it became stronger. This chance was extremely hard to come by. A dense and concentrated sword aura was able to help Gu Xian understand swordsmanship as well. One could imagine the joy Gu Xian felt. Similarly, inside the Alcade Sword Pagoda, Ai Hui immersed himself in the dense aura of sword gleams. The words Lu Buling said that day had a huge impact on him. Before that day, Ai Hui had always been hesitating. Lu Buling was able to carry out those crazy training programs because of his character and personality. Lu Buling could afford to be reckless and place himself in dire situations. Ai Hui couldn't do that. He wasn't a loner and still had a bunch of comrades depending on him. Ai Hui was different from Lu Buling in the sense that he had more responsibilities. Everyone was different. Each person had his or her own path to walk. Subconsciously, Ai Hui would tell himself these words and restrain himself from doing anything reckless. Today, however, Ai Hui suddenly realized how wrong he was. Yes, he was the leader of the Central Pine faction. Was making sure everyone survived his only responsibility? No. If that was his only goal, then all he needed to do was to lead them to the depths of wilderness and stay in a corner. What was the point of doing that? Who would agree to that? Making sure everyone survived was not his only responsibility. He still had to lead them to seek revenge and obtain victory. In an era where grandmasters reigned supreme, they would eventually fail if they did not have any grandmasters. In the face of a grandmaster, they did not have any chance of winning. Not only must he make sure everyone survived, but he had to aim to become a grandmaster as well. If he did not, who else would? Either he died on the way to becoming a grandmaster or he died at the hands of a grandmaster. One option was to fight for his life, while the other was to wait for his impending doom. It was obvious which option he was going to choose. After getting rid of his internal conflict, Ai Hui felt an indescribable relief. For a very long period of time, he felt like he was walking on thin ice and trembling with fear. He was afraid that if he made one wrong move, everyone would be consigned to eternal damnation. Ai Hui was filled with admiration toward Lu Buling. Lu Buling was widely known to be a stubborn, intolerant, and crazy individual. Most people ignored his wisdom and composure. Whether it was the Cold Embers, Earth Elemental Inverse Flame, or Grandmaster Obliteration Flames technique, all of them displayed the creativity of a genius. Lu Buling might appear to be crazy, but in reality, he was actually extremely calm. This was the scariest part about Lu Buling. An individual that was stubborn, determined, crazy, and intelligent was a formidable freak. Even so, Lu Buling was still suppressed by Daigang throughout his life. Ai Hui could not imagine how powerful Daigang actually was. Was a grandmaster really that powerful? Ai Hui took in a deep breath of air and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his head. He then focused on his restless Earth Palace. With Lu Buling's reminder, Ai Hui paid a lot of attention to any abnormal movements in his Earth Palace. While training with the Sword Pagoda, Ai Hui discovered that every time the sword gleams gathered, his Earth Palace would somewhat react. It was sensitive to the aura of a sword gleam. Ai Hui's mind jolted as he suddenly thought about the sword embryo he used to have. He quickly discovered that even though the most powerful sword aura currently produced could make his Earth Palace restless, that was all it could do. It seemed that the sword aura was not powerful enough. Perhaps he should consider other methods? Lu Buling complained that AI Hui's sword pagodas were not powerful enough, that they were useless on a battlefield. In reality, AI Hui had already prepared for this problem. All along, he had not planned to use the 7 pagodas on the battlefield. He had a plan: Big Dipper's 7 swords, combining the 7 swords into one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, Get Ready. Raise your swords. Chapter 482, Get Ready. Raise your swords. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Mu Lei was lost in thought. They had not encountered many obstacles along the way. The Lu residence's old butler, Uncle Shi, followed along on this trip as well. This showed how much the Lu residents valued this trip. With Uncle Shi's presence, the mayors of cities along the way presented them with gifts and favors. Some even sent their men to escort them for some distance. No one dared to offend the Lu residents at this point in time. And Muda would not live for much longer. It was still unknown whether or not Madame Yi could withstand Daigang. If one day Daigang was to annex beyond Avalon, those who offended the Lu residents would definitely not come to a good. As for those petty bandits, the moment Mu Lei released his aura, they were scared witless and ran away. If not for Lu Chen's request, Mu Lei wouldn't have wanted to travel so far just to escort some goods. Lu Chen had saved his life before, hence there was no way he could reject this request. He squinted his eyes as he sat in the bone basin on the load basin beast's back. His body was covered by a glossy brown, silk-like hide that swayed along at the load basin beast's pace. As sunlight sprinkled over Mu Lei's brown hide, it gave off layers of gorgeous luster. Mu Lei's body did not give off the slightest bit of death aura. At this moment, he resembled a lazy cat. The rest of the convoy tried their best not to make any noise. Mu Lei was not in a good mood. After a while, a scout returned and reported to Uncle Shi in a whisper. After Uncle Shi finished listening to the report, he went to Mu Lei and said, "Master Mu, Lemon Camping Ground is right in front." Oh. Mu Lei slowly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and gazed into the distance. A simple and crude camp appeared on the distant horizon. All he could see was a vague silhouette that looked like a scar on the horizon. If one didn't have a sharp eyesight or look closely, he or she would not have discovered the camping ground. Such a simple and crude camp. He was slightly disappointed. Along the way, they had heard a lot of news about Lemon Camping Ground. Most of the news came from elementalists who were returning from Lemon Camping Ground. Uncle Shi paid a lot of attention to this news. He spared no expense and obtained a lot of information. What they heard the most were praises for the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Every elementalist that they encountered returning from Lemon Camping Ground praised this division to high heaven. They did not even feel sad for not being chosen to join the combat division. However, the evaluations of the Sword of Lightning were of two extremes. Some felt that AI Hui truly lived up to the name of Lightning Blade for coming up with something that people had never seen before. However, more people felt that the Sword of Lightning was merely mystifying things on purpose. Due to the fact that the Sword of Lightning only had 300 men, almost everyone showed disdain for it. No one, however, dared to mock AI Hui. No matter what, AI Hui was the first lightning master, and his status was legitimate. Lu Buling could mock and criticize AI Hui, but not others. What made them think that they were qualified to do so? Lu Buling's sudden appearance had sparked off heated discussions as well. After being missing for so many years, everyone thought he had died, and no one expected for him to still be alive. In the past, a lot of people had not understood why the family head of the Zhu family would place Zhu Yan in the hands of Lu Buling. Now, they could see how wise the family head of the Zhu family had been in making this decision. As the sole surviving heir of the Zhu family, Lu Buling would never abandon Zhu Yan no matter what difficulties he faced. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, Lu Buling's strength was so-so, but he was definitely a good master who valued relationships more than anything else. Only someone like Mu Lei, who had been a reputable master for so many years, knew how formidable and ruthless Lu Buling was. As such, when he heard that Lu Buling was in Lemon Camping Ground, he involuntarily became energized. He finally relaxed after he heard that Lu Buling had left along with the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Among the current generation of masters, Lu Buling was one of the few that everyone feared and did not want to face. Everyone knew that Lu Buling desired to defeat Dai Gang. Initially, all of them mocked him for overestimating his own capabilities, but eventually, no one dared to ridicule him anymore. In the face of Dai Gang, Mu Lei did not even dare to think about going up against him. Lu Buling, however, did not fear Dai Gang or give up on going up against him. Everyone understood that Lu Buling might not be Dai Gang's match, but his strength was the closest to Dai Gang's out of everyone in the world. We shall go over then. Everyone, ready up, Muley said plainly. Actually, even without Muley's reminder, the rest of the convoy had already readied up. Everyone had traveled a long distance for this journey, and all of them were exhausted. As such, now that they were about to reach their destination, they were very excited. However, when they saw the simple and crude camp in the distance, their hearts sank. The Lu residence was almighty in the jadeite forest, so their servants experienced luxurious lives. They were extremely disappointed to have come to a dilapidated camp after traveling such a long distance. Uncle Shi knew what was going on. With a cold look on his face, he reprimanded the servants, "All of you better prepare yourselves and be well behaved later. Everyone should know of the Lu residence's rules. Those who create trouble for me will not be going back." A cold shiver went down everyone's spine as they withdrew the irreverent look on their faces. Uncle Shi's position in the Lu residence was extremely high. He was one of few that the family had trusted deeply. This time around, for the sake of safety, he had hand-picked the guards. More than 10 of the guards were from the Lu residence, while the rest were from the Lu residence's vassal enterprise. He knew all of their profiles clearly. Before they set off on this trip, they had been reminded that those who did not obey Uncle Shi's commands would be severely punished. Given Uncle Shi's status and age, he shouldn't have traveled on this long and arduous journey. However, he volunteered himself for it since he was very grateful to Ai Hui. If not for Ai Hui, Mingxiu would have met with mishap while making her breakthrough to master. Furthermore, Ai Hui had become the first ever lightning master. This achievement put him on par with Karakoram Polaris. Ai Hui had already become a master, and his strength would keep on improving as time passed. To ordinary individuals, a master was an eminent entity and a goal that everyone worked hard toward for their entire lives. However, to those aristocratic families, a master was merely the starting point of an expert's journey. Becoming a master was merely the beginning of the path of an expert. Only by first becoming a master could one strive to become a grandmaster. This was a long and bitter war. In every era, there were countless geniuses, but only a small handful of them could become grandmasters. Ai Hui deserved to be valued by the Lu residents. At this moment, Muley suddenly let out a yelp as a startled look appeared on his face. He was not the only one. Uncle Shi and the rest of the convoy were overwhelmed with shock. The atmosphere within Lemon Camping Ground's inner camp was tense. They were going to try to combine 7 swords into one for the first time. This was also the first time they were practicing this kind of technique. It was only yesterday that Gu Xian and the rest learned that the sword gleams from the 7 sword pagodas could combine together. Everyone in the Sword of Lightning felt an indescribable excitement. The sword gleams from the Migres Sword Pagoda and the Marax Sword Pagoda were already far more powerful than they had expected. If they combined the 7 sword gleams into one, how powerful would that be? If they could execute it, the result would be overwhelming. However, the difficulty of combining 7 sword gleams into one was extremely high and similarly overwhelming. The shortest sword pagoda was 3 levels high, while the tallest sword pagoda was 9 levels high. The 7 sword pagodas had 42 levels and there were 6 men per level, adding up to 252 men in total. Previously, everyone was laughing at the fact that 252 was 2 more than 250. This was such an auspicious number. In Chinese, a stupid person is known as 252 while 2 means stupid. Therefore, they are laughing at the fact that they are more stupid than a stupid person. The 252 men needed to be united in action and unleash their swords at the same time. One could imagine the difficulty of achieving this feat. Get ready! Ai Hui's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone braced themselves and concentrated their attention. The repetitive training had made them unusually proficient. Raise your swords. Upon hearing Ai Hui's command, all the elementalists raised their swords at the same time. 5 sword pagodas lit up with a faint glow, but there were 2 sword pagodas that had not reacted at all. Eventually, the 5 sword pagodas rapidly dimmed as well. Failure. Even though all of them were mentally prepared for failure, they still did not feel good when they failed. The pagoda masters who led the 2 sword pagodas that had not lit up had their faces darken. They had to restrain themselves from cursing roundly. We will try again after taking a break. Ai Hui's voice was like a basin of cold water that splashed over their heads, dousing the frustration they felt. Phew! Muley subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, the crude and dilapidated Lemon Camping Ground had suddenly become a horrifying monster that woke up for a split second. How long had it been since he had experienced such fear and trepidation? A similar sigh of relief rang across Muley's ears, and he awoke with a start. When he turned around and realized it was Uncle Shi, his tense mind loosened up as he regained his composure. To his astonishment, he realized that a layer of cold sweat had formed on his back. With a pale face, Uncle Shi asked with bewilderment, Master Mu, what was that just now? Muley dared not be disrespectful to this old butler. The servants of a powerful family were as mighty as their family head. An old butler like Uncle Shi held a very high position in the Lu residence. Furthermore, Uncle Shi had been very respectful to him throughout the whole trip. Muley shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. I have never encountered such an aura before. Look at the clouds in the sky. Uncle Shi followed Muley's finger and looked at the sky. When he discovered that there was a hole in the layer of clouds above Lemon Camping Ground, he was shocked. Don't tell me it was caused by that aura? That's right. Muley had a solemn look on his face. It was caused by that aura. I have never seen such a cold and dangerous aura. I wonder who it is from. Master Mu, what do you think we should do next? Uncle Shi looked at Muley and asked. Muley was a combat elementalist and the only master in the convoy. For anything that had to do with combat, Uncle Shi would let Muley take charge. This was why the both of them had been so amiable throughout the whole journey. Is it possible that Lu Buling hasn't left yet? We should go and take a look first. No matter who it is, it's unlikely he or she will be hostile toward us, Muley replied with a deep voice. From his perspective, the only person who could unleash such a powerful aura was Lu Buling. However, whether or not it was Lu Buling, no one would dare to be hostile toward them. Uncle Shi felt that what Muley said made sense and regained his composure. He replied, let's go and take a look then. They spent a lot of time and energy to make the convoy move again. Many load basin beasts were alarmed by what had just occurred. As such, the guards had to exert much effort to pacify the beasts before the convoy could move forward again. After taking a break, everyone in the Sword of Lightning had relaxed and their frustration had significantly lessened. The more you hurry, the less progress you're likely to make. This was what AI Hui had learned from the past few days. Whenever everyone felt frustrated, giving them a break could yield better results. Get ready. AI Hui's voice quieted down the 7 sword pagodas. Everyone held their breath in deep concentration. Raise your swords. 2 sword pagodas failed to light up. Failure. The convoy that traveled toward Lemon Camping Ground was still traumatized by the previous incident. The guards whispered and discussed the terrifying aura. Suddenly, the same aura appeared once again without warning. The pacified load basin beasts neighed in fear and fled in disarray, causing the entire convoy to descend into chaos. Muley's heart tightened. However, when he discovered that nothing approached them, he regained a bit of composure. Uncle Shi's face blanched. He quickly ordered his henchmen, pull them back. Quickly pull them back. There is still one more load basin beast there. After a while, the convoy regrouped. Uncle Shi looked at Muley. Continue forward, Muley ordered through clenched teeth. The 7 sword pagodas. Get ready. Raise your swords. The convoy descended into chaos. Get ready. Raise your swords. The front legs of the load basin beasts gave way, collapsing onto the ground. Muley's face turned ashen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, 7 Swords as One. Chapter 483, 7 Swords as One. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Muley almost thought that someone was playing tricks on them. That journey of a few meters was practically a nightmare. They walked, stopped, and repeated this over and over again. Could it be that Senior Lu Buling was testing some moves? Why else would such a strange scene appear, he muttered to himself. It was not until they got closer to Lemon Camping Ground that they noticed the crowd outside and gasped in surprise. These people from the inner camp who'd been frightened by the ripples produced during Sword of Lightning's training and had ran out of the camping ground. After a short while, they started adapting, but remained far away, waiting for the training within the inner camp to end. Muley had a sharp sense of hearing and was attracted by the conversation between some men. This Sword of Lightning is actually quite powerful. I'm scared witless. These energy waves, the waves are too violent. Yeah, it's simply life-threatening. I feel as if my lifespan was shortened by a few years because of this. What to do? It's the Sword of Lightning. How can they even stay in such a lousy camping ground? It doesn't do justice to their identity, does it? Will they continue training like this for the whole day? Will they keep training like this in the future? The two looked at each other, their faces turning ugly as they figured out the answer. Just thinking about how they were going to have to live amid this horrifying atmosphere made them both put their hands behind their heads. Oh no! Oh God! Mu Lei heard their conversation and fell into a daze. Sword of Lightning? So the Sword of Lightning was training? Could it be AI Hui? He was startled. Had AI Hui already reached such a level? On second thought, things seemed off. The aura and elemental energy waves weren't things a newly ascended master could produce. This was also the reason why he'd guessed that the disturbance was due to lubuling. Only someone as strong as him could stir up such astonishing elemental energy waves. There was only one remaining possibility. There must be something related to sword formations going on inside. After all, Mu Lei was a powerful combatant who'd seen the world. His guesses were often correct. Sword of Lightning, one could tell from its name the characteristics of this combat division. But Sword of Lightning's production of such intense disturbances and terrifying aura meant that Mu Lei would need to re-evaluate the abilities of this combat division. He dared not to confirm the combat division's combat strength, but had a feeling that it was more powerful than rumored. Uncle Yu's face was pale. He was old and had less strength. The pressure he had to endure was huge in the face of such might. Ai Hui was Mrs. Junior and had even saved her life. He was as good as family. It was a pity that Sir Shueman was by his side, or else Ai Hui would also be a good candidate for the family's son-in-law. He still felt worried over everyone's disapproval of Sword of Lightning. While Ai Hui was a master, he was indeed a new hand when it came to handling a combat division. By now, his worried heart had calmed. Although the aura from the camping ground made him feel quite burdened, to the point where his face was white, he couldn't help but smile. By his side, the guards from the Lu residence had the same terrified look on their faces. As they approached the camping ground, the mighty aura became more terrifying. When they neared the camping ground, they felt something entirely different. Uncle Yu turned around and looked at the guards, noticing that one was sprawled on the ground, gasping with his face in the grass and his body trembling non-stop. Zhang Xiao. Stand up. Look at you, wouldn't all of us be dead if we depend on you when we encounter bandits? Uncle Yu chided jokingly. Zhang Xiao had been recommended by a vassal enterprise. He was delicate, righteous-looking, and had decent abilities. The enterprise had begun to emphasize nurturing, so they recommended him, but they had not expected him to be this timid. Uncle Yu reproached him, but was in reality very encouraging. He had always been more tolerant toward youths. Courage had to be trained, and it wasn't a big deal for youths to be more fearful. Hearing Uncle Yu's words, the other guards turned around. They burst into laughter upon seeing Zhang Xiao on the ground. While they were all afraid, they weren't in as sorry of a state as Zhang Xiao. Laughter diluted the tensed atmosphere, and Zhang Xiao seemed more relaxed by now since his body shook less violently. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the surrounding sounds had all disappeared and were replaced by dead silence. Before they could react, a sword chime pierced through their brains like cranes flying through the clouds. Like an awl drilling into their minds, the chime caused the hair on their napes to stand upright. Buzz. Their minds went blank. If they could see their own expressions, they would realize that there was neither fear nor dread, only emptiness. Mu Lei was the only one present who managed to stay clear-headed. Fear was solely evident on his face. Might. Terrorizing might that was exponentially stronger than any might from earlier. Yet, the surrounding elemental energy waves weren't surging. They were much smaller than those from earlier. What in the world was this kind of sword formation? He was overwhelmed with shock. The shock within his heart far exceeded the previous occurrences because he knew how difficult it was to produce such a strong contrast. He also knew what kind of force such a huge contrast signified. This might represented the alarming power of accumulated elemental energy. Elemental energy that lacked fluctuations meant that it was extremely compressed and contained, which signified absolute control. In theory, it was a perfect attack. Boom! Mu Lei snapped out of his shock and regained his senses shortly. He felt something was amiss. While he didn't understand what had happened, the explosion of the elemental energy waves and the sword chime produced incompatible sounds. What happened? With rapt attention, he looked over and saw a huge dust cloud rising from Lemon Camping Ground. What followed was a noisy clamor. Lemon Camping Ground was in chaos. The rising dust enveloped the whole inner camp as the people inside cried out in alarm. What's going on? Is anybody hurt? Cough, cough. Gu Xian reacted the fastest by gathering his remaining elemental energy and releasing it with a wave of his sleeves. Whoosh! A gale emerged from within the camp, dispersing the dust. Everyone was dumbstruck. None of the 7 sword pagodas inside the inner camp were in one piece. Ruined pieces were everywhere. What happened? Someone cried out, "Where's boss?" Everybody looked around in search of AI Huey's silhouette, but to no avail. They quivered and looked at one another, a premonition rising within their chests. Dashing over, Lu Lan pointed to the ruins of the Migres sword pagoda and shouted, "Over there." During the attack of the sword pagodas, Lu Lan had to stand far away or he would have been injured by the sword rays. Before that, he'd been guarding inside the inner camp and waiting to treat people when AI Hui and the others returned to rest. Since this was an attempt to combine 7 swords into one, AI Hui had Lu Lan stand somewhere in the distance in consideration of his safety. Everyone dashed over to the ruins of the Migres pagoda and started frantically digging. Although they'd only been in Sword of Lightning for a short while, everyone was still impressed by AI Hui. AI Hui never acted haughtily in front of them and always led the training. AI Hui trained the most out of all of them. Previously, everybody was still worried about the future of Sword of Lightning, but this wisp of concern vanished in a puff of smoke along with the attack of the sword pagodas. In a combat division with a bright future, the leader worked closely with his soldiers, sharing the joy and hardship. What was there to be unhappy about? Why wouldn't one pledge allegiance to such a leader? Shortly, they found AI Hui amid a pile of rubble. "He's here. Boss is still alive." Everyone shouted at once and prepared to pull AI Hui out. However, they let out a miserable shriek the moment they touched his clothes. Since a few pair of hands had grabbed a hold of him at once, mournful instantly cries filled the place. "My hand! There are knives on his body!" In response, the others quickly stopped themselves. Shortly, those who cried out got back to their feet, only to see that their hands were completely unharmed. They were shocked. The acute pain they'd felt made them think that their hands had been stabbed by sharp blades. Gu Xian, who was presently the most skilled, hurriedly explained, "It might be the sword aura. Please avoid touching boss's clothes, everybody. Let's get the surrounding debris out of the way first." The crushed rocks were quickly cleared away. It was then that everybody noticed the position their boss was in. He maintained a standing posture while holding onto his sword. However, only the hilt of the wintry jade blade remained in his hands. Bzzzt. A silver electric flash throbbed between AI Huey's palms and the sword hilt, effectively frightening the audience around him. While AI Hui bore the reputation as a lightning master, he displayed more swordsmanship than lightning techniques within the camp. In Gu Xian's eyes, AI Hui was more of a pure swordsman rather than a lightning master. This wasn't the first time people had seen AI Huey's lightning. Since the start, the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes had been intensely flickering. Once his eyes stopped flashing, Lu Lan said happily, "AI Huey's not injured." Everyone let out a breath of relief and started talking all at once. Enlightenment? How impressive. Whether AI Hui had a moment of enlightenment or not, they couldn't be sure. AI Hui stood motionless like a statue with his eyes shut, looking perfectly unharmed. People continued their lively discussion. Why did the sword pagodas collapse? Probably because they weren't able to endure the unification of the 7 swords. I think so, too. The unification is simply too mighty. What's going to happen in future? Ask boss. I'm at a loss. The sword pagodas are great, but how are we supposed to use them in battles? Carry them? I'm not against the idea, but won't we look a little stupid carrying them? Just a little, you think? Everybody was engaging in the heated discussion. They had many doubts, but weren't impatient. They'd only been in Sword of Lightning for a short period of time, after all. They would simply leave these matters for their boss to fret over. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside. Gu Xian jumped up. Who is it? Muley floated over in midair, his loftiness caused the faces of those around to change. A master. Muley's gaze fell upon AI Hui, who still stood motionless with his eyes shut. A silhouette obstructed his view. It was Lu Lan, who stood before AI Hui. Sand puppet. Muley was rather surprised, but did not mind much. He looked over Lu Lan and focused his gaze on AI Hui once again. All of a sudden his pupils shrank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, New Sword Embryo. Chapter 484, New Sword Embryo. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. When the 7 swords became one, the intense sword breath seemed to fill his body with a mysterious force. It was as if something was beginning to stir within his heart, something like desire was breaking out of its cocoon within his body. What was it? He rummaged through his memories, which were like multicolored murals. They flashed past quickly and switched around like those lanterns with a carousel of paper horses. With the passing of time, these murals started to peel off, losing their colors and luster. The lines were damaged and torn. They were beyond recognition yet unchangeably familiar, like calls from a faraway valley. Some time passed and only 2 images were left within his mind. In mid-air, with his last breath, Teacher was saying, "Kill me." He could still remember that calmness, free from grief. He was like an unrelated observer who'd made his decision and hadn't regretted it. He still did not regret it. Upon seeing this image in the deepest part of his memory, he wasn't at all surprised. He was amazed by another image. Swordsman Training Hall. The sun was sprinkled over the courtyard. He leisurely mopped the floor, trained with the wooden stand, and sorted out the swordplay manuals before relishing in the manuals and their exaggerated descriptions and occasional legends that hid between the lines. Seeing the image of that frail youngster made him focus his gaze toward the front. AI Hui was stunned. "So it's like this," he muttered to himself. To him, lightning was revenge and the sword was hope. His pale and dim childhood, and his unrealistic longings and delusions toward swordsmen were tiny and blurry wisps of hope. They were the glimmers of sunlight that fell on his tender and small palm, while the world casted a shadow that enveloped him like a colossal monster. They were like a sword. He suddenly recalled the reason why he'd chosen the sword, and he also understood why he'd never loosened his grip on his sword. AI Hui couldn't help but tighten his grip, as he usually did. The world was still that colossal monster, but he was no longer that weak and cowardly youngster. The faint glimmer of sunlight that shone down on his palm had become the sword in his hands. The surging elemental energy, the crisscrossing sword breath, and the winding lightning bolts filled him with courage and erased his fear. He was going to take revenge and battle it out. AI Hui was highly emotional. Inside his earth palace, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The thick lightning extended out from the emptiness and gathered from all directions like solid vines, which wound around a silver sword of lightning. The winding lightning bolts flickered unsteadily and only the vague silhouette of a sword could be seen. It was a sword embryo. A real sword embryo. AI Hui spaced out in that moment. He'd not expected a revival of his sword embryo. Its shape was entirely different, and the location in which it was born was completely different as well. In that badly damaged swordplay manual, he'd read that a sword embryo was made from the essence, breath, and spirit, so it would condense in his sky palace. But the earth palace. AI Hui quickly noticed that the potent lightning serum rolling within his body had become extremely docile. The lightning poured into the sword hilt in his hands in time with the fluttering of his heart. Buzz. And lightning bolt cut open the pitch-black sky overhead, like a curtain. Another lightning bolt streaked across Mulay's pitch-black pupils. The sharp, sword-like silvery light illuminated the ruins and the people around it, drowning the shock in their faces. It stretched their silhouettes into long and sharp shadows. A beam of lightning shot out from the sword hilt. It looked like a zigzagging sword, changing irregularly. Sword of lightning. These 3 words surfaced in the minds of the majority of people there. The lightning bolt was like snow and the audience was like puppets, silent and motionless. Only the crackling thunder could be heard. AI Hui opened his eyes slowly. It was as if his eyes were shrouded by a layer of fine, electric light, their sharpness heart-piercing. At that point his heart was overwhelmed with the joy and satisfaction of experiencing a breakthrough. The new sword embryo was thoroughly different. The previous one was born from the essence, breath, and spirit, but the new sword embryo was born from lightning. In other words, the sword embryo in the Sky Palace was an extension of the essence, breath, and spirit, and the sword embryo in the Earth Palace was a condensation of lightning. Both were complete opposites, yet each was marvelous in its own ways. The Sky Palace's sword embryo could significantly sharpen AI Hui's perception, while the Earth Palace's sword embryo could offer him much better control and power over the lightning within his body. The former could reach far, whereas the latter was contained within. Strictly speaking, this wasn't really a sword embryo, it was just a name AI Hui had chosen to give it. He loosened the grip on what was left of wintry jade blade. With a plop, the sword hilt landed on the ground and the lightning sword blade vanished. As if awakened from a dream, everybody got ready to start talking. AI Hui waved his finger across the sky like a sword. Pissed, an electric light appeared and wound around his fingertip. It was like a sword blade that flickered unsteadily, sharp and glaring. This. The audience was stunned while Gu Xian and a few others were shocked. They were very sensitive to the sword aura and could feel the sword consciousness contained within this wisp of electric light. It was exceptionally domineering and sharp, and was emanating a destructive aura. It was completely different from the sword aura that AI Hui used to use. It seemed to have become more terrifying. AI Hui put his finger down, his movement rhythmic and aesthetic, as if he was putting his sword in its sheath. The electric light around his fingertip was swiftly extinguished. AI Hui had become stronger indeed. Gu Xian was becoming increasingly certain. He had a high and profound level of swordsmanship. While he hadn't reached AI Huey's base level, he had definitely surpassed the average swordsman. Fanciful sword moves that were delightful to look at weren't necessarily powerful, but powerful sword moves were definitely a pleasing sight, because they were more balanced, well-coordinated and ultimately perfect. The waving of AI Huey's finger back and forth was a very casual, yet indescribably elegant motion. Mu Lei noticed this graceful movement as well. He was humbled. Capable individuals always gained respect, no matter where. Before, even though AI Hui had his reputation as a lightning master, Mu Lei only saw him as a newly promoted master. He no longer thought that way. A smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Master AI. AI Hui'd been taking notice of Mu Lei since the start. Mu Lei's chi was reserved, a clear sign that he too was a master. He accepted the greeting very politely. Thank you so much, sir. You are? Uncle Yu stood up hurriedly and said respectfully, This is Master Mu Lei. AI Hui was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Yu's appearance. Uncle Yu. Is Senior here too? Uncle Yu reported, Miss isn't here but she got me to prepare you a batch of woven materials. I wonder if you'll be able to use them. Master Mu is young Master's friend. If it wasn't for him, we might not have made it here. AI Hui quickly brought his hands together in thanks. Thank you for the hard work, Master Mu. Mu Lei shook his head and smiled. Why so formal? We're all friends. Reuniting with an old friend was always pleasant. AI Hui asked about Senior, so Uncle Yu shared how Mingxiu returned to Jadeite City, how she started her embroidery workshop and how she created Yuchuan embroidery. AI Hui listened with full attention, a happy smile occasionally appearing on the corner of his mouth. After chatting for a bit, AI Hui suddenly noticed the weariness in Uncle Yu's face. He was already so old and had just been on a long and arduous trek, so he must be exhausted. AI Hui then quickly got him to rest. But AI Hui did not allow the goods on the load basin beasts to be taken down. The sword pagodas in Lemon Camping Ground had been destroyed, so there wasn't any point in staying here. AI Hui had decided to bring everyone to the newly constructed Fishback City. The new city that Wang Xiaoshan had built atop Blackfish Mouth Volcano's mountain range looked like the arch of a fish's back, and so everybody decided to call it Fishback City. With AI Huey's poor naming ability, everybody chose not to give him a chance. After resting for half a day, Uncle Yu had recovered his energy more or less and was in full approval when he heard that AI Hui wanted them to move to the new city. He'd come personally in the hope of assessing the development and progress of AI Hui and Central Pine faction. He was extremely shocked to find out that they'd managed to build a new city, and furthermore, it had been done by only one elementalist. This piqued even Mu Lei's interest. Currently, Earth elementalists were living very poorly. The occupation of Yellow Sand Corner had led Earth elementalists into a state no different from fire elementalists. Construction-related work, which used to be seen as worthless by slightly more capable Earth elementalists, was now in high demand with strong competition. Nevertheless, it seemed unimaginable that a single person could construct one whole city. Sword of Lightning's members had wanted to leave this worn-out camping ground for the longest time. If they weren't able to return to Central Pine Valley, Fishback City was a decent alternative. Everyone felt more curious as to how Boss was going to solve the broken pagoda issue. AI Huey's increase in abilities boosted the team's morale greatly, especially those in Sword of Lightning. Following a capable boss meant a brighter future for them. The gang's departure was filled with enthusiastic farewells bidden by the citizens of Lemon Camping Ground. The horrifying atmosphere had almost caused the citizens to wet their pants. If Sword of Lightning was going to train like this every day, they would all start considering a relocation. That explosion from earlier had their souls flying out of their bodies. Hearing that AI Hui and gang were leaving, they sent them off like how they would a plague. With both Master AI and Master Mu Lei around, safety wasn't an issue at all. The problem was that the load basin beasts were moving slowly, affecting the team's speed. AI Hui wasn't impatient, however. Instead, he got the gang to train along the way. No sword pagodas? No problem. The birth of the sword embryo meant that AI Hui did not require the help of the sword pagodas in order to diffuse any conflicts between everyone. Members who failed consecutively would be transferred into the reserve and their positions would be filled by the best performing members from the reserve. There were 300 members in Sword of Lightning, but only 252 positions in the 7 sword pagodas, leaving 48 members in the reserves. Members in the reserve received the exact same training as everybody else. Being drawn into this competitive mechanism, the atmosphere instantly changed. No one wanted to be transferred into the reserve, and those already in that team worked diligently for the opportunity to move out. The members' passion left Uncle Yu shocked. People from outside did not think highly of Sword of Lightning, but having seen it for himself, Uncle Yu felt that AI Hui was much more capable than rumored. The way he worked wasn't like that of a new hand. When they reached Fishback City, a look of disbelief was on all of their faces. Was this really built by one person? Muley couldn't help but ask again. As compared to the many other cities he'd seen, Fishback City wasn't at all grand. It wasn't big and couldn't accommodate a lot of people. Nevertheless, the fact that it was built by only one pair of hands was simply unbelievable. They just entered the city when Shuaman, who'd received the news, arrived with a piece of good news of her own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, An Unforeseen Event. Chapter 485, An Unforeseen Event. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Shan is in seclusion. Seems like he's about to break through. Shuaman announced joyfully. We genuinely felt happy for Wang Shan. That's great. He's been working hard recently. Everyone nodded in unison. Building a whole city all by oneself was unheard of. The difficulty and workload he'd taken on was astonishing even to laymen. Having accomplished such an unimaginable feat, it wasn't surprising that he was undergoing a breakthrough. Lu Buling shot Hui a glance. Your pretty lucky eye became significantly stronger. He couldn't help but give him 2 more looks as he was still rather surprised. Wang Xiaoshan's seclusion made him realize the huge potential of Central Pine faction. Furthermore, these fellows were all so diligent. He had much confidence in the future of this faction. But Hui's progress had him overwhelmed with shock. How many days had it been? Reasonably, a newly promoted master would enter a process of steadily ascending improvement. Becoming a master was like having completed an outline of a piece of art and all that was left was to carve and refine it to perfection. A newly promoted master seldom displayed such a huge increase in abilities. Hui was an exception. Before, Hui's energy was extroverted. Now, it was exceptionally well controlled, except that there was a ring of an aura circling his body, its origin unclear. Was it the sword's chi? Lu Buling's eyes glowed slightly, his battle lust stirring endlessly. The first master swordsman had just been born and he had yet to spar with her. This foreign force made him eager to give it a try. He was extremely interested in all kinds of new and unseen forces. Junior Muley is here to greet Senior. Muley bowed to Lu Buling respectfully with his waist bent and head lowered. Having his thoughts disrupted, Lu Buling pulled a face and asked, "You are?" For someone whose only goal was to defeat Dai Gang, having an unknown master stand before him was no different from having an ignorant cow or sheep do the same. To slaughter or not to slaughter? Muley's heart jumped, his mouth drying up. Fei Yuan is my teacher. Lu Buling's expression relaxed a little as a reminiscent look appeared on his face. His tone warmed up instantly. You're a student of Fei Yuan? How's your teacher doing? A trace of grief flashed across his eyes. He died 8 years ago. Lu Buling sighed. He didn't make it after all. But death is just death. It's also a delight. He would feel vexed seeing how things have turned out. Muley knew his teacher's personality and agreed with Senior Lu Buling. He said in a low voice, "You're right." Lu Buling treated Muley in a friendlier manner, but remained as hostile as ever toward Lu Residence's Uncle Yu. He snorted most of the time and couldn't be bothered to socialize with him. Lu Chen was the first disciple of Dai Gang, so it was only natural for Lu Buling to feel this way. If it had been a decently strong disciple from the Lu Residence or Lu Chen in Uncle Yu's spot, Lu Buling might have even wanted to start trouble with him. But since Uncle Yu was weak, he did not deign to make a move. Uncle Yu smiled bitterly. He was knowledgeable and tactful, and knew better than to provoke this old, terrorizing fellow. Hui was helpless too. The appearance of this old man made people nervous. He asked quietly, "How's Zhu Yan?" Shuaman nodded her head, saying, "Not bad. He's absorbing the fire elemental energy speedily but isn't awake yet." In response to the change in topic, Lu Buling waved his hand, adding, "He'll wake up once he absorbs sufficient fire elemental energy and becomes a master." Hui asked out of curiosity, "What if he doesn't?" Lu Buling snorted, "Then he won't ever." Hui clicked his tongue and felt much sympathy for Zhu Yan. He also felt that Lu Buling's answer really fitted his personality. That fellow was so cold and heartless. Hui reminded Lu Buling, "Don't you need to train, Senior?" Lu Buling glared at him. "Are you chasing me away, boy? Your time is yours to allocate, Senior." Hui continued in all seriousness, "I believe Mr. Dai Gang is feeling very bored right now since he has no opponents." Despite being aware of Hui's motive, Lu Buling couldn't help but let out a groan. Bullshit. Before his words fell, he was already in the air. With Lu Buling gone, the atmosphere immediately lightened up. Even Muley let out a breath of relief. He recalled something and retrieved a small wooden case from his sleeves. Handing it over to Ai Hui, he explained, "This is for Duanmu Huanghan. Sent by his family." Ai Hui took it and casually passed it to Iron Lady. "Where's Bangwan? Why isn't he around?" Sure Shuaman grabbed hold of it and answered, somewhat worriedly, "He's in the valley. He's too anxious." Ai Hui knew what Duanmu Huanghan was worrying about, but was unable to counsel him since he usually did not listen well to advice to begin with. Proud and arrogant, Duanmu Huanghan must be feeling very anxious right now. But to become a master, one mustn't rush because the more impatient one was, the more easily problems would arise. By now, Uncle Yu had already ordered the guards to unload the goods on the beasts. Ai Hui threw the matter to the back of his head and commented excitedly, "Seems like Senior sent some good stuff over." The guards opened the wooden trunks and a layer of faint light filled the hall immediately. Even Uncle Yu's eyes were wide open in shock. The trunks had been packed personally by Mingxiu, so he wasn't unaware of the contents. Seeing how each trunk emitted elemental energy waves, he immediately figured that there must be a lot of good stuff inside. Muley couldn't restrain his surprise. He knew how valuable Yuchuan embroidery was. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If outsiders knew how many Yuchuan embroideries were in these trunks, someone might have taken the risk and looted them out of desperation. Even he himself thought he might be unable to resist the urge. The number of Yuchuan embroideries available on the market was pathetically low. People thought that Yuchuan embroideries weren't produced easily and that was why they were so rare. That wasn't actually the case. The real reason was that Lu Mingxiu couldn't bear to sell them as she wanted to give them to her junior. Lu Mingxiu pampered her junior way too much. But just the thought of Han Yuqin and Wang Shouxuan was enough for Muley to feel grief and sigh. Ai Hui wasn't aware of all these things, of course. He only felt incomparably touched and cozy. The most eye-catching item was an entire set of textiles. Mixed with the shining silver silk, the azure wings, made from flowing cloud silk, looked like a reflection created by the sunlight shining onto clear water ripples. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. The azure wings were joined to a soft, silver armor. There were intricate patterns stacked in layers on top of the wings. Ai Hui saw elemental traces like rapt attention, drawing element, and wedge-shaped cloud armor. Rapt attention allowed him to maintain focus and concentration. Drawing element could help him to draw some elemental energy from metal wind. While the amount it could absorb wasn't much, he could replenish part of it. This was extremely useful for him when he had to fly long distances. Wedge-shaped cloud armor was a type of water elemental defensive guard piece, often used on water elemental armors. Sure Shuemon had it on hers too. Ai Hui's eyes turned red. He'd thought of master and mistress. His eyes were on the boots beneath the soft armor and he felt rather surprised. The boots had been woven from scratch and he couldn't recognize the materials used. Ai Hui put them on immediately and they fitted very well. He jumped lightly. He almost hit the ceiling. While he was shocked, his eyes quickly lit up. These ordinary-looking boots were actually very useful. Ai Hui believed that channeling elemental energy into the boots would increase their effectiveness. He suppressed the impulse within him and managed to stop himself from testing it out on the spot. This seemingly unremarkable, yet life-saving trick should be kept private. Other than the items she'd given Ai Hui, there were a few other quality goods, such as a cloak meant for Shi Shueman, a belt meant for Fatty, a pouch meant for Duanmu Huanghan, a wristband meant for Jiang Wei, an arrow sack meant for Sang Zijuan and a hat meant for Wang Shashan. Lu Lan was given the most interesting item. It was an apron with an embroidered image of him holding a ladle in one hand and a wok in the other. She prepared a gift for every single person that she could remember, so everybody was exceptionally moved. Some emotional connections could only be made after going through an experience together. Other than these personalized things, the rest of the items were mass-produced, yet practical items, such as gloves. There were gloves that could increase strength and gloves that could improve one's control over elemental energy. It was obvious that each item had been prepared with love and utmost care. The wooden elemental ingredients were also things they would need frequently, but were difficult to purchase outside of Jadeite Forest. Ai Hui walked past each trunk and looked at each item. Senior did not leave any long messages, but each item had effectively expressed her care and concern. He thought about how Mistress had instructed him to protect Senior Mingxiu before she left. Ai Hui's nose started to tingle a little as tears were about to fall down his cheeks. Ai Hui mismentioned that this item. The guard spoke while taking out the items on the top. The goods seemed to be pressed at the bottom. Preoccupied with his thoughts and emotions, Ai Hui went over without much thought. Uncle Yu saw the redness in AI Huey's eyes and felt sad, yet consoled. Those two were like siblings after all. Suddenly he heard someone speaking. Wasn't that guard Zheng Xiao? Could it be that Miss had something to warn him about? No. Zheng Xiao was a guard recommended by the enterprise below and not a guard of the embroidery workshop. If anything, Miss would have informed him and not Zheng Xiao. Not good. Uncle Yu's face changed. Be careful. Before he could complete his sentence, an unforeseen event took place. Gathered before the trunk, AI Hui heard a soft thud and withdrew quickly. The trunk was enveloped by a faint, black smoke. AI Hui shouted, "Retreat, everybody!" His face started to feel slightly numb. What a potent poison, he thought to himself. Lulan cried out, "AI Hui!" The red glow in his eyes started to flicker. It flashed quicker and quicker, crazier and crazier. The others dispersed and surrounded that guard. They looked ferocious and murderous. Ha ha ha. It's useless. You're dead meat, AI Hui. It's night moth fruit. You're incurable. Zhang Zhao's voice became sharp. It was actually a woman. Upon hearing those three words, night moth fruit, Uncle Yu and Sher Shuaman's faces changed. The rapidly flickering red glow in Lu Lan's eyes stopped abruptly. AI Huey's heart sank. He could feel the poison spreading quickly. Zhang Xiao unveiled the elemental energy mask on her face and the unfamiliar face of a female was revealed. Only a frenzied madness was present in her face. You killed so many of us. The day of redemption is here. Grass bandits. Uncle Yu recognized the lady and asked in a trembling voice, you're Zhang Xiaoman? The lady laughed but her face started to stiffen up. It was an eerie sight. She replied, who would have thought that Uncle Yu would still be able to recognize me? Haha, Lightning Master? So what? Let's all die together. With her stiff and raised head she fell over, her breath extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Night Moth Fruit. Chapter 486, Night Moth Fruit. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Night Moth Fruit? AI Hui had not heard of it, but he knew it was powerful. The numbness was spreading at an alarming rate, and the elemental energy within his body was actually unable to resist it at all. He had come across many types of poison in the wilderness, but none were comparable to this. Highly toxic types that were effective against dire beasts were rare and correspondingly expensive. Even among the dire beasts that could produce elemental elixirs, he had never encountered one that possessed this grade of poison. Ordinary poisons were basically useless against masters. I wonder how much they cost. Must be expensive. A thought that even he found silly floated across his mind. AI Huey's consciousness started to become indistinct as his field of vision started to blur. Zheng Xiuman's scream sounded like an echo from the valley, traveling further and further away. Ah, Lightning Master, so what? Let's die together. His title had never been a big deal. AI Hui never felt excited or pleased over his status as a Lightning Master, so her words meant nothing to him. He was, however, bothered by the latter part of her sentence. Let's die together. He had no idea why, but an image of master and mistress leaving together emerged from within his head. If death was the conclusion, an ending like master and mistresses would be quite beautiful. As for this lady whom he wasn't acquainted with, did she deserve that? An indescribable fury rose from his chest and rushed straight to his brain. He didn't know why he got this angry, but he did. Coming out of nowhere and shouting about wanting to die with him? Who did she think she was? He felt enraged. It had been a long time since he had been this angry. This unreasonably angry. These three words were fine if Lulan had said them. If Iron Lady had said them. If Mingxiu had said them. If Fatty said them. It was even alright for Duanmu Huanghun to say them. Anyone from the Central Pine faction could say them. They were not something any random person had the right to say. If he let such a moron get away with it, wouldn't that mean that he was the bigger moron? The anger that was about to explode in his chest snapped AI Hui out of his fuzzy consciousness and made him more clear-headed. The numbness had intensified, as if there were many hair-like worms drilling toward his elemental energy as well as into his 5 residences and 8 palaces. While he clear-headed, he quickly waved a finger of his still mobile right hand, as if thrusting his sword. Swoosh, an arc of electricity appeared on his fingertip. He did not know what kind of poison the night moth fruit was, but he knew that other than the elemental energy within his body, there was a huge volume of elemental energy being converted into lightning. What kind of poison would be able to endure lightning? Since you're here, don't ever think about leaving. AI Hui tossed all his apprehensions to the back of his mind as a frenzy manifested in his eyes. To the others, he was a cool-headed, almost cold person who enjoyed taking advantage of others. He was somebody who acted only when he had a plan. Not many remembered his wild side. The side that was hidden deep within the calm. He jumped off the ground, his figure disappearing before the eyes of those present. A few holes appeared on the roof of a nearby house. Sure Shuemon was the first to react. She turned around, her ice-cold face with bloodlust overflowing as she shouted, "Grab all of them, dot." At this point, she couldn't care less about the Lu residents. Mulei's face warped, and as he was about to speak up, Sure Shuemon's ice-cold, yet baleful gaze effectively shut him up. He knew it was self-deprecating to talk about a master's dignity at this point. If he made any unusual moves, Sure Shuemon and the others wouldn't hesitate to kill him on the spot. He saw the determination in Sure Shuemon's eyes and stopped himself from resisting. Uncle Yu raised his arm and called out, "Put down your weapons, everyone." No resisting. His mind was currently in a mess as doubts filled his heart. How did Zheng Xiaoman blend into the team? The feud between the grass bandits and the Lu residents ran deep because the former's destruction was directly caused by the latter. Master Lu was furious upon hearing that Mingxiu was almost killed by the grass bandits, so he made an all-out effort to wipe them out. No matter how much hatred AI Hui felt toward the grass bandits, could it surpass the amount felt by the Lu residents? Giving up on vengeance against the Lu residents, spending so much effort to sneak into the convoy, and coming all this way to seek revenge against AI Hui? A mole. There must be a mole. Only those in the Lu residence who had decent ranks knew about Mrs. Plan to send gifts to AI Hui. Who could it be? Why? Uncle Yu knew that the wisest thing to do now was to cooperate with Sure Shuemon and her people's investigation. He must not resist. Once conflict occurred between both parties, they would fight to the death. If anything happened to AI Hui, Uncle Yu would really be too ashamed to face Mississippi. It wasn't a big deal if he died. It was the aftermath that would be truly terrifying. The Central Pine faction was much stronger than imagined. Plus, they had the mighty Lu Buling who harbored enmity toward the Lu residents. By then, Miss would have no regard for the Lu residents either. Uncle Yu knew how important AI Hui was to her. Who was it? Uncle Yu broke out in a cold sweat that drenched his back. He hadn't noticed that there was a guard behind him. The guard was thoroughly frightened and drew close to him for support. Stand properly. No one move. Hearing Jiang Wei's order, not only did the guard behind Uncle Yu not stop, he increased his speed. Appearing right behind Uncle Yu in one big stride, his hand was about to smack Uncle Yu's head. Just as his strike was about to land, an unusual and zealous blush appeared on his face. In the next moment, Uncle Yu's head would split open like a watermelon, its contents spilling out everywhere. His mission would then be completed. The hatred between the Lu residents and the Central Pine faction would never be dissolved. Uncle Yu was a trusted member of the Lu residents, yet he was going to die within the Central Pine faction's territory. Additionally, AI Hui, the leader of the Central Pine faction, was going to die from the Lu residents' sneak attack. This was a deadlock. A deadlock that was about to be finished by his own hands. The excitement made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Thump! The tactile sensation from his hands made his heart quiver, but an incoming, splashing ball of yellow sand took him by surprise in the next moment. Lu Lan. Lu Lan blocked his strike at this crucial moment. The rest reacted very quickly. Sure Shuemon swiftly appeared beside this guard. With her palm open slightly, she aimed for the guard. There was only despair in the guard's face. He did not even resist. Not good, Sure Shuemon thought to herself. A black layer appeared on the guard's face. A poisonous pellet had long been placed inside his body, and he would die on the spot when it took effect. Sure Shuemon looked at the corpse on the ground, her expression grave. Only the fearless would use such a method. Uncle Yu's face was beyond pale. The assassin's intention was obvious. If he died, the enmity between the Lu residents and the Central Pine faction would never be resolved unless one party was wiped out. Who was it exactly? He was simultaneously shocked, furious, and determined to seek the truth. First the grass bandits and now the assassin. There must be a spy in the Lu residence since both had infiltrated into the convoy. Mulei, who stood beside Uncle Yu, had observed these events with a cool eye. He felt regretful for being part of this affair. The series of unforeseen events made it apparent that this was a meticulously planned conspiracy. So, he decided that it was best to keep his mouth shut. Uncle Yu gradually regained his composure. He'd been following his master his whole life and was used to seeing all kinds of incidents. After experiencing the initial shock and anger, he quickly calmed down. He was most worried about the night moth fruit in AI Huey's body. The Lu residence was a wood elementalist family, so it was only natural for Uncle Yu to know about this poison. There were 12 types of highly toxic poisons that could threaten even a master's life. They were collectively known as the 12 taboos. The 12 taboos received much opposition from masters, and any information regarding their planting methods were sealed off. No matter how small, the moment news was heard regarding the taboos, masters would not hesitate to join forces to obtain them. The night moth fruit was fourth on the list. It was an existence that greatly influenced a master's behavior. Instead of categorizing it as a poisonous object, it could instead be regarded as a peculiar dire beast. This was a point of debate among masters. Under normal circumstances, the night moth fruit had no vital signs. It was like a dead object. When it exploded, however, the black smoke it released was known as night moth smoke. It would come alive the moment it touched flesh and become thread-like night moth larvae. Even the toughest of skin and bones that were able to withstand a sword were helpless before the night moth smoke, since it disregarded elemental energy defenses. After coming to life and entering the flesh, the elemental energy in an elementalist's body would become nutrients for the larva. These larvae appeared in large quantities and could multiply at an alarming rate within an elementalist's body. They would freely swim and permeate every corner of an elementalist's 5 residences and 8 palaces. When they started to mature, they would assemble somewhere within a master's body and transform into a cocoon. By then, the master would already be in the final phase of life, as his elemental energy had been completely sucked away. All that remained was his withering flesh. When a night moth king broke out from the cocoon, it would gnaw on the lifeless body until the corpse was bare bones. The only person who could save Ai Hui was Dai Gang. But Dai Gang was tens of thousands of miles away. Uncle Yu felt absolutely bitter and pained. No one paid them any attention. Shi Shuemon waited for them to rush out as she looked toward the sky. Lu Lan. Shi Shuemon looked at Lu Lan with hope and expectation. Lu Lan said dispiritedly, "I'm unable to analyze it, Shuemon." After that, Lu Lan started crying. It was his first time feeling this helpless. He was extremely upset and wondered if the grief he felt was the same as that felt by humans. Lu Lan was really, really sad. Shi Shuemon's eyes were red. She pursed her lips tightly and patted Lu Lan's shoulders to console him. He hadn't noticed that his midnight sand core was starting to destabilize. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling silver light blossomed in the sky, its domineering breath enveloping all of Blackfishmouth Mountain. In unison, everyone looked skyward, even though the silver light was exceptionally eye-piercing. Lu Lan raised his head, the red glow in his eyes started to flicker non-stop. Still no results? The fact that the only thing he was unable to analyze was the very thing that had poisoned Ai Hui made him feel dejected and extremely anxious. He would definitely know what to do now if he was a real doctor like Mingxiu's brother. Mingxiu's brother. Lu Lan suddenly stopped. He crooked his head before breaking into a run. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Frenzy. Chapter 487, Frenzy. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. In the sky, Ai Hui's whole body was shrouded by lightning. The lightning within his body was swimming all over. Even though his body had already been tempered with lightning and had a high tolerance for it, he was still injured as his flesh started to char and dry up. Regaining clarity along with consciousness, the frenzy in his eyes became much milder. He felt more at ease. Lightning was indeed the dire beast's nemesis. Lightning had a certain level of control over the fine, black, hair-like smoke within his body. There was a constant scattering and dispersing of the black smoke amid the lightning. Damage to the flesh wasn't a big concern since there were ways to recover. He had to get rid of this strange black smoke first. Ai Hui converted more elemental energy into lightning, hoping for an additional spurt of energy. However, he quickly realized that the situation wasn't good. Half of the elemental energy within his body had already been changed into lightning, but the hair-like smoke had only been reduced by about 10%. Following this rate, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the smoke even if he exhausted his elemental energy. While he could feel that the black smoke was being suppressed, it would rapidly reproduce within his body the moment he slightly relaxed. Ai Hui's brain spun quickly. Staying clear-headed was his priority right now. He suddenly noticed that there were almost no traces of smoke near his Earth Palace. His heart jumped. Could it be that the sword embryo's aura was effective against the smoke? With rapt attention, he curled his hand into a fist, extended his index and middle fingers, and activated the lightning within his body. The unruly lightning immediately gathered in his fingers as an intense sword aura enveloped his surroundings. Hui did not release it, but allowed the lightning swords within his body to swim around. The black smoke that it came into contact with along the way instantly vanished. It was much more efficient. Hui's spirits rose. He only had one goal, which was to get rid of this dangerous black smoke. He had nothing to fear as long as his solution was effective. He constantly activated the lightning swords, allowing it to swim within his body and kill off the smoke. Soon after, Hui's face turned grave once again. The hair-like black smoke was tougher than he'd thought. Knowing the power of the lightning swords, they automatically dodged it when it approached. They were exceptionally crafty, very slippery, and nimbler than the lightning swords. The lightning swords consumed a large amount of elemental energy, so Hui was quickly running out. What to do? Somewhere high up in the sky, the whistling metal wind was a sharp blade that could ring and shatter everything. Lu Buling reacted indifferently toward the metal wind. His posture was strange, with his face facing the ground and his limbs spread out. It appeared as if he was sprawled onto an invisible mattress. Staying motionless for such a long time, it seemed as though he'd fallen asleep. The sunlight gathered on his back and formed a faintly visible golden light pillar that enveloped his body. A wisp of faint golden, almost transparent, flame burned noiselessly beneath the light pillar. Strangely, his clothes weren't damaged. Lu Buling opened his eyes suddenly as a wave traveled over from below. It carried an extremely sharp and overbearing aura of lightning. That fellow, Hui? What was going on? Such an intense wave fluctuation meant that Hui was making an all-out effort. Was there a powerful opponent around? Lu Buling instantly grew interested and stopped what he was doing. The light pillar on his back rapidly dimmed as the faint golden flame entered his body. He shook his limbs, then dove his body downward like a meteorite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The whistling metal wind around him formed metallic light traces. The vast sea of clouds below magnified at a rapid rate. The regions where ordinary elementalists conducted activities were mainly located amid the cloud layers. The metal wind here was gentle and generally harmless. Only the really strong characters would prefer roaming high up in the sky, like the haughty and formidable humpback cloud whales. Appearing like a stone that had fallen through a sea of clouds, Lu Buling first saw a sheet of white before quickly breaking through the clouds. Whoosh! A faint golden flame on his back transformed into wings that spread open, effectively halting his descending momentum. Lu Buling quietly floated in midair as his gaze fell upon Hui, causing his expression to turn serious. Night moth fruit. Different from people who had only heard about, Lu Buling had seen it with his own eyes and even participated in a bloody pursuit against organizations that used it. He knew how dangerous the fruit was. He'd only left for a little while, yet Hui was already poisoned? He wrinkled his brows. The poison was incurable. Everything heralded misfortune. What a pity. He shook his head inwardly. Hui was one of the few youngsters whom he thought would have a brighter future. Shortly after feeling regretful, he calmed down and returned to his apathetic disposition. Lu Buling was very experienced and had seen countless geniuses. Among them were many fallen soldiers. There were many reasons for the death of a genius. Some died from complications arising from training, some were killed by strong enemies, some were assassinated by their families' foes, some died from overindulgence, while others simply lost their will to fight. What were geniuses? Only geniuses who could stay alive were strong fighters. Which strong fighter did not have piles of corpses of other so-called geniuses beneath their feet? Hui was just seafoam, just another corpse among the corpses. It wasn't a big deal. This world wasn't going to stop spinning because of his fall. Surprise filled his face as the night moth fruit's aura within Hui's body weakened. He could actually suppress it? This immediately evoked Lu Buling's curiosity. He'd underestimated Hui. It was his first time seeing someone suppressing the night moth fruit. How did he do it? It was as if someone was scratching within his heart, itching to slice open Hui's body to find out what was going on inside. Soon, the surprise left his face because the night moth fruit's aura had started to rally. He shook his head uncontrollably. Hui wasn't going to make it after all. At this rate, Hui was going to become the fruit's nutrients very soon. Just then, Hui moved. He flew toward the cloud layer. Lu Buling observed Hui's movements without moving. He wasn't able to cure Hui, so it was meaningless for him to approach. He believed that Hui probably knew that the situation was irreversible and did not wish to die in front of his friends and comrades. This fellow was pretty prideful. A tinge of admiration flashed across his eyes as he saw AI Hui threading his way into the clouds. Eh? Lu Buling noticed that AI Hui had stopped amid the clouds and felt somewhat puzzled. What was he trying to do? Floating amid the cloud layer, AI Hui was surrounded and even blinded by a sheet of white. The wisps of mist soothed his scorched throat and provided his dry body with some moisture. Pooh! He spat out a breath of air, feeling the frantically counterattacking black smoke within his body. He forced an electric arc out from the corner of his mouth. It was a wild, determined, and mocking arc. He activated his remaining elemental energy and wisps of electricity swam within his body. Like throwing a spark into a deep fryer, the thick sea of clouds started to undergo changes. Located underneath the cloud layer, Lu Buling became excited and emotionally moved. The calm layer of clouds overhead started to stir restlessly and faint lightning bolts could be seen among them. Quickly, the number of illuminated areas increased. Boom! An oppressive thunder resounded from deep within the clouds. Flashing lightning and rolling thunder. BZZT. A solid, zigzagging bolt of lightning zapped across the cloud layer, illuminating a faintly discernible figure. The fellow was really crazy. The admiration in Lu Buling's eyes grew thicker. He thought about the time when he was young. What a pity. It was the second time Lu Buling felt regretful. He felt it was a pity that AI Hui had found a teacher at an early age. He was more satisfied with Zhu Yan's performance in all other aspects, but when it came to being brave and wild, Zhu Yan simply didn't make the cut and was unlike AI Hui. What was the use of being so obedient and well-behaved? Suddenly, he wished for AI Hui to not die like this. Wouldn't the world turn duller if this crazy fellow were to leave just like that? Like a wild cow, Lu Lan rushed to Central Pine Valley. Blind He, who was doing some refining work, happily asked upon hearing Lu Lan's footsteps, "Lu Lan? Come, let me consult you. The sword is almost taking shape, but can this thing really fly?" Turning a deaf ear, Lu Lan whizzed past like a gust of wind. Blind He was stunned. He muttered to himself, "What happened? Why's he in such a rush?" He shook his head before lowering it and getting back to work. An eccentric object like this sword was beyond his knowledge, so there were many challenging areas that he had to deal with. Yet, this novelty was precisely what he was attracted to. He was engrossed in it and unable to free himself from it. Lu Lan found Duanmu Huanghun in the bamboo forest. He shouted from afar, "Bangwan!" Duanmu Huanghun opened his eyes and was taken aback by Lu Lan's hasty appearance. "What is it?" It was his first time seeing Lu Lan in such a panicked state. Lu Lan was always so carefree, jolly, and lively. Something must have happened. Lu Lan asked urgently, "Do you know about the night moth fruit?" Duanmu Huanghuan's face changed and jolted up. "Who's infected?" Lu Lan, who was now in front of Duanmu Huanghun, cried, "AI Hui." As if struck by lightning, Duanmu Huanghun was stupefied. With a pale face he asked, How did it happen?" "It was incurable." Not caring about anything else, Lu Lan said anxiously, "I can't find any information and am unable to analyze it." "What do you know about it?" "The more details the better." Lu Lan looked at Duanmu Huanghun in anticipation. He had thought of it when Mingxiu's brother, Lu Chen, came to mind. Bangwan was Lu Chen's junior and from an aristocratic family of wood elementalists. He must know a lot about the fruit. If he could gather more detailed information, it would be much easier for him to analyze the fruit, and the likelihood of finding a cure would greatly increase. Upon hearing Lu Lan's words, Duanmu Huanghun calmed down and blood returned to his face. He nodded quickly while answering, "You're right. I've read quite a lot about it. There are only 17 articles. I'll recall them now." The red glow in Lu Lan's eyes started flickering. With a serious look on his face, Duanmu Huanghun started reciting all content related to the night moth fruit that he kept in his brain. He spoke at his usual speed when reciting the first article, but when he reached the second, his speed increased significantly and he finished without even taking a breath. He completed reciting all 17 articles in a single breath without missing a word. He continued, "There are a few other articles that talked about it. One article can be found in Master Chang Yu's work, Hall Cleansing Records. There's a section on page 82 that goes like this." Duanmu Huanghun spoke speedily as Lu Lan's eyes flickered rapidly as well. Overhead, black clouds pressed down on them as lightning flashed and thunder rolled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, A Giant's Afterglow. Chapter 488, A Giant's Afterglow. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. AI Hui was still somewhat alert at the beginning, but after a few consecutive lightning strikes he lost consciousness. Before the might of nature, even masters were as negligible as dust. AI Huey's whole body was charred, as if he was a big piece of charcoal that had just been fished out from the stove. Lightning struck his body continuously, and his body twitched with each blow. By now, even Lu Buling did not dare to drag him out from within the cloud layer. Lightning constantly filled the sky and illuminated the earth. No one was in the mood to train. They abandoned what they were doing and looked toward the dark clouds hanging in the sky as well as the exploding lightning amid those clouds. Shock and worry filled their faces. The lightning only stopped after an hour. A coal-colored figure descended from the sky. Shi Shueman was the first to dash over with a ball of mist in her hands. It rolled out and wrapped itself around AI Hui. Lu Lan also sprinted forward, the red glow in his eyes flickering. Shortly after, he shouted happily, "He's breathing!" Dread Division encampment. 3 people gathered. The atmosphere was very grave. Nian Tingfeng said expressionlessly, "This is what Madam wants. You two do as you deem fit. No one can force you." Wan Shunwei and Shiman Saijue remained silent. After a while, Shiman Saijue spoke up. "What about Lu Buling? Don't you find his sudden appearance too coincidental?" Nian Tingfeng answered faintly, "Who knows? What does he have to do with us?" Wan Shunwei nodded and added in a low voice, "Whether Lu Buling has come for Dai Gang or not, it has nothing to do with us. The 3 central divisions exist to keep the Grandmasters in check and prevent the Avalon of 5 elements from falling into their control." Shiman Saijue interrupted coldly, "What is left of the Avalon of 5 elements?" Wan Shunwei nodded. What was left of the Avalon of 5 elements? Shiman Saijue turned around and kept her gaze on Nian Tingfeng. "What are your plans?" Nian Tingfeng replied straightforwardly, "I'm going to obey Madam's orders, of course. Since things have come to this, we have to make an effort, or else how are we going to benefit at all?" Shiman Saijue commented disdainfully, "How righteous." Nian Tingfeng remained unmoved. "I'm me and you're you. Who's going to force you if you don't want to listen?" Shiman Saijue did not refute, keeping her mouth shut instead as her powdery, egg-shaped face fumed. It was a cute sight, but the 2 men did not find it delightful at all. They were aware of how she could kill without even blinking. Wan Shunwei broke the silence. "The Dread Division will get ready for a death match." A look of unswerving determination emerged from his frosty face. Shiman Saijue said mockingly, "We're digging our own graves. That woman's already taken into account that we have no choice but to agree." "Terrific. Every generation of the Yi family is terrific." Nian Tingfeng said suddenly, "You can choose not to go." A smile appeared on Shiman Saijue's tender face. "How can I not go? We are all expendable slaves who exist to deal with grandmasters. We live to sacrifice, and that's why we're so strong. If we reject this, the 3 central divisions will not exist in the future. Rather than having that happen, I'm willing to die at the hands of a grandmaster." Nian Tingfeng laughed. "That's for the best. I'll report this good news to Madam." He stood up and walked out of the door without the slightest smile on his face. The sky outside was dark, no sunlight could be seen, and it felt a little cold. He tightened his grip on his clothes and departed in large strides. Pear Blossom Pavilion. And Muda knew it was his time to leave. The bubbling of the elemental energy within his body had become increasingly intense. If this carried on, the Pear Blossom Pavilion would be torn apart. He wanted to leave it for his students. It was the last thing he could save for that little fellow. He got up from the mat little by little. His movement was very slow, even slower than that of a snail, as if he was moving in slow motion. Yet, no matter how slowly he moved, the energy waves felt by the Pear Blossom Pavilion caused it to tremble violently. It was in imminent danger, as if it could crumble into pieces at any time. He took 2 whole hours to get up on his feet. His face was rosy and lively, but lacked the least bit of impatience. Instead, he looked at ease. Focus, to him, was as simple as eating and drinking. It was instinctive. He was a grandmaster. In this world, there were muddle-headed, but lucky fellows who managed to rise to become masters. However, they weren't fortunate enough to become a grandmaster. Grandmasters were supreme. Each was born from a combination of incomparable talent, diligence, and a stroke of luck. Just as his feet left the praying mat, it shattered into countless grass bits and then to fine powder. Standing upright, and Muda was as lofty as a mountain. He gazed into the distance, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. How could a grandmaster die while lying in bed? He slowly raised his right leg. Very slowly. It took him 8 hours. His expression remained the same throughout, the faint smile on his face still calm. He walked, step by step, toward the edge of the pear blossom pavilion. No one knew, but Grandmaster Muda took 3 days to advance 9 steps. He completed each step in 8 hours, his expression never changing. There was confidence, reservation, and tranquility between his brows, as if nothing in the world could shake him. Indeed, there was nothing left that could stir him up. Reaching the edge of the pear blossom pavilion, he looked far into the empty sky, and the corner of his mouth once again curved up. He was like a playful child who had thought of an interesting idea. He raised his leg, but not at a snail's pace. He did it at a normal speed. A sudden clap of thunder exploded somewhere high in the sky, where the metal wind was bitingly cold. The metal wind, which had been blowing in another direction at a high speed, suddenly became like a disordered shoal of fish. The next moment, however, they halted as if a spell had been casted on them. High up in the sky, the metal wind that spanned a radius of about 3 miles stopped moving all of a sudden, as if it was a frozen brick of air. And Muda took a step. 1 step was equivalent to a few miles. His dark blue cloth shoes landed on air. Boom! A dull thunderclap rolled from far away. The frozen metal wind within a several-mile radius shattered in an instant as an astonishing force sprinted toward them. The dazzling rays were like waterfalls of light that poured down in torrents, pierced through the metal wind below, and penetrated through the cloud layers before finally landing on an uninhabited mountain peak. The precipitous mountain peak flattened like a piece of dough, losing half of its height. The initially pointed mountain peak vanished, and all that remained was a giant footprint that stretched over 1.5 miles. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a giant was trudging overhead. Such a huge movement shook the whole world. Daigang shut his eyes, relishing in the abundant wood elemental energy and listening to Hai Qing's report. Mingxiu feels differently toward Ai Hui. She'd practically sent over all of her savings to him. These siblings are something different. That needle-subduing peak loom was made by Ai Hui. I sneaked in to carefully study it. It's really not simple. Ai Hui is indeed in possession of Wang Shouchuan's teachings, and Wang Shouchuan had found a good student. If we could popularize the needle-subduing peak, it would be very beneficial for us. Daigang opened his eyes and broke into a smile. Don't be rash. I'm only left with 1 disciple. Mingxiu is strongly against my views and refuses to come back, while Huanghan is mingling with those from the Central Pine faction. Although Hai Qing could call himself a student in front of Daigang, he was only an attendant and not a proper disciple. Quan Minglong was a disciple in name. Hence not comparable to Lu Ken and the other 2. Qing Hai smiled. I know the severity of the situation. Mingxiu's affairs concern brother Lu Chen and the whole of Lu family, so it's of great importance. Right, brother Lu Chen has found a master named Mu Lei, a student of Fei Yuan. A nostalgic look appeared on Daigang's face. Fei Yuan was a decent guy, but he was too soft-hearted. I haven't heard of Mu Lei. He probably lags far behind his teacher. Hai Cheng nodded. That's right. Uncle Yu from the Lu residence went over, too. The Lu residence thinks highly of Ai Hui. Mingxiu might have secretly contacted the Duanmu family since they requested for Mu Lei to hand a wooden case over to Huanghan. I'm not sure what was inside. Daigang waved his hand. You don't have to be so thorough. Whether it's the Duanmu or the Lu family, they clearly know that I'm the only one who is what they need. It's a one-for-all, all-for-one situation between them and me. Qing Hai responded respectfully, yes, He added, there's one more piece of news. Lu Buling has showed himself. He's with Ai Hui's faction. Daigang smiled. Must be an opponent arranged by that old fellow in Muda. It has been so many years, old friend. I wonder how much he has progressed. Hope he doesn't let me down. Qing Hai wanted to remind his master to take note of Ai Hui since Ai Hui was involved in many affairs. He'd always felt that Ai Hui was very dangerous, but realizing that his master might have other opinions, Qing Hai kept mum. He had lived with his master for way too long and was quite familiar with his temper. Recalling something, Daigang asked in a low voice, how's our combat division doing? Can it endure a battle? Lu Feng is the division leader of the new Deathgrass division. How is he? Qing Hai replied, above average talent and passion, but very meticulous and diligent at work. The Deathgrass division is no longer like it was in the past, but still better than before. They are worth nurturing. Daigang asked, is he the Lu residence's adopted son? Yes. Daigang nodded. Since he's worth nurturing and is a foster brother to Chenner, we have to train his guts. Currently, I'm supporting the top, but they can't embarrass me either. They can't expect me to wipe the A** of any random fellow that they bring to me. Dai Gang was half mocking and half joking, but Cheng Hai inwardly shuddered nevertheless. He said in a low voice, "I'll get to it now. We must train not just him, but also the backbone below him. Master's Glory isn't a bad program. Promoting masters and not grandmasters. We can learn from that. Lu Feng is Chun'er's foster brother, so I shall accept him as a disciple in name." Dai Gang stopped suddenly. Seeing that his master had been quiet for quite some time, Cheng Hai quickly looked toward him. Dai Gang sat motionlessly like a clay figurine, the expression on his face strange. He appeared to be laughing, but also grieving, sentimental, and lonely. And Muda is dying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Chapter 489 Glorious Footprints. Chapter 489 Glorious Footprints. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. And Muda stopped in his tracks and stood high up in the sky for a long time. The empty, ice-cold deep space covered his body as elemental energy from all directions approached and gathered. All 5 types of elemental energy had formed a complete cycle around his body. They coiled and switched around, growing and multiplying without end. Many clockwise and counterclockwise circulations intertwined and surged like waves. The perfectly curved horizon in the distance and the endlessly deep void behind were coated by a halo. It was the afterglow of the setting sun. The sun set behind him. If he turned his head, he would see a round, bright red fireball parallel to him. And Muda did not turn around. Like the sun behind him, he was only left with the afterglow. The sun would rise and set on schedule tomorrow, just like today, and the afterglow was its way of bidding farewell to Mother Earth. And Muda's afterglow was his final longing for this earth, which he'd been guarding and defending his whole life. Even the metal wind was unable to dissolve the grief he felt. When he'd just become a grandmaster, he also stood where he was now, proudly overlooking the vast field beneath his feet. Who would have known that it would one day fall into such desolation? If there was anything that grieved him even more, it was probably the fact that he'd lived to witness the dilapidation of the Silver Mist Sea. Elementalists retreated into the wilderness like the tide, exchanging whatever area they could draw vitality from in order to buy more time for themselves. The Silver Mist Sea, which had been regarded throughout the years as one of the biggest monuments of the Avalon of 5 elements, was merely a barren valley where not even a single blade of grass grew. There was no dazzling mist, the mud at the bottom of the valley had been turned over, and there were pits everywhere like many festering wounds. Before the Elder Guild's departure, they had wiped out all of the accumulated artifact remnants and left only the useless slit that piled up and dried in this empty valley, waiting to be eroded by time. Perhaps one day a rainstorm and deluge would turn this valley, which was once labeled as the sacred land of metal elementalists, back into a lake. Wild grass grew on the wide and dry riverbed of the Silver Mist River, which occasionally attracted little birds to peck at them. The place was packed with holes 3 feet long, appearing like a long scar that stretched across the river. Looking down from the sky, the holes were eye-catching and ugly. And Muda suddenly recalled Lu Buling's words. So grandmasters were humans too. And Muda mocked himself, his eyes regaining their usual cheer. Once again, he took a step. He wanted to leave a last footprint. The faraway sky seemed to tremble as the afterglow sprinkled down from time to time like shooting stars. Skyheart City was filled with a solemn atmosphere as all the elementalists walked out of their houses and stood on the street for a long time, gazing soullessly in the direction of the Silver Mist Sea. Worry was evident on their faces, their expressions gloomy. Rumors had long since spread around the street stalls. Everyone was somewhat mentally prepared, but now that the rumors were turning into reality before their very eyes, they were panic-stricken. They understood that they could never return to the past. The early evenings when the lanterns were first lit, the humble abodes of successive generations, and the days they thought dull were now gone, along with the sounds of footsteps and the glorious track from the distant sky. The giant turned its body and a generation came to an end. Where did their future lie? Was it within the lush wilderness where thistles, thorns, and rampaging dire beasts lived? Or was it on the battlefield with the blood of God? Could they win against the blood of God? Would they be swallowed up by the jadeite forest? Dai Gang was born from the Avalon of 5 elements after all, so he wouldn't be too harsh on them, right? Sounds made when calling for birds were heard from an unknown corner and quickly spread. A trace of bewilderment and fear appeared on Madame Yi's face, but she quickly regained her senses in usual calm. Nian Tingfeng appeared by her side like an apparition. Madame Yi asked, "What do they think?" Nian Tingfeng responded respectfully, "They're willing to fight for you." Madame Yi smiled in disbelief, but did not question his words. Instead, she ordered, "Then get them to prepare. Dai Gang will not wait for long." "Yes." Nian Tingfeng agreed, but did not immediately withdraw. He looked, somewhat absent-mindedly, at the glorious tracks left behind. That person had done what they were supposed to do. New Light City. Above the windy resonant pagoda that made all sorts of noises, Uchiba gazed in the direction of the silver mist sea. The occasionally trembling sky, the rumbling thunder, and the glorious tracks that led to the territory of the blood of God. Senyorin Muda. Shame rose within his heart as he mumbled to himself. Sorry, Senior. What to do? We no longer want to endure this. We must split. So be it. Everyone minds their own business. The new citizens are living decent lives. We might not win, but are at least fighting for ourselves. We no longer want to be cannon fodder. As he spoke, the bewilderment in his eyes cleared up and was replaced by zeal. He looked toward the enormous and glorious tracks in the far sky and cried, after so many years of being cannon fodder, we've all had enough. Even while knowing that Senyorin Muda couldn't hear him, he still wanted to vent the anger and resentment in his heart. But why were tears forcing their way out? The mountain ridge of Blackfish Mouth Mountain was packed with people who stood still like statues. In the horizon, there was no giant, but dazzling footprints, treading and shattering the clouds as they moved forward. Shuemon held onto Cirrus tightly, her face a deathly white. Tears blurred her vision, but she pursed her lips firmly to prevent them from falling. Her teacher was dying, Aihui was severely injured and unconscious, and her father was waiting for assistance at the front line. In that instant, an unprecedented grief and feebleness wounded her heart. She wanted to cry so badly. But she did not. She'd known since young that crying was useless. She wiped her tears. While the glistening teardrops were still visible, there was no more distress and grief, only tough determination. She quietly sorted out her emotions. There were many things left to do. She had to manage the Spear of Heavy Clouds training and cure Aihui. While waiting for a cure for Aihui, the Sword of Lightning's training had to continue. Many things. When a Grandmaster is alive, he defeats all heroes under the sky. When he dies, he stirs all clouds under the sky. Look, the sun and moon lose their splendor and the stars dim. The sky is so high, the earth is so vast. All living things gather to grieve. How heroic! How delightful! Living a life without being a Grandmaster is unsatisfying. Lu Buling muttered, his voice initially low, but becoming impassioned and resounding as excitement emerged from his grave and skinny face, turning it red. Suddenly, he shouted with all his might into the distant sky, and Muda, don't let that holy emperor look down on you. Golden flames rose in his eyes along with a burning sensation in his chest. He turned to Shuemon and said, little girl, I'll hand my rubbish disciple over to you. Ha, I'm coming, Grandmaster. If I can't be one, I'll become the enemy of one. After that, he transformed into a flame, flew toward the other side of the sky, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shuemon turned around and looked longingly at the glorious tracks left in the sky. She must not let his effort go to waste. She retracted her gaze and said in a low voice, start training. The boundary line between the Silver Mist Sea and Yellow Sand Corner was in an uproar. Rumbling, rolling. It was as if there was a monster crushing its way through from the faraway horizon. Beihai and a few others couldn't help but walk out of the campground. They raised their heads and looked at the sky behind them. Enormous and illuminated steps appeared in the sky and stayed on the ground, turning into long giant footprints. Only those with the sharpest eyesight, Beihai and a few others included, could vaguely catch sight of a silhouette high up in the sky. Beihai's face changed tremendously. Senyorin Muda. The faces of a few other observers changed as well when they quickly understood what was going to happen next. In private, everyone had been extensively discussing about who Muda was leaving his final attack for. There could only be two possibilities. One was Dai Gang, and the other was the Holy Emperor of the Blood of God. Everyone believed that the latter was more probable. They'd been enthusiastic when in discussion, but now that the time had really come, there was only an inexpressible grief shrouding their hearts. Boom! A giant footprint stretching across a mile appeared in Yi Bai's army camp. The footprint sank a few meters deep. Densely packed tents once filled the area, but with that hit, over 1,000 soldiers turned into blood clay before they could even make any sound. This scene was too shocking, causing everyone that saw it to freeze in fear. When everyone snapped out of their daze, their faces were all as white as a sheet, be it the North Sea Division or Yi Bai's army. Is this a Grandmaster? Is this the strength of a Grandmaster? These exact thoughts surfaced in the minds of many. Fear, instinctive fear. No matter how brave a soldier was, he could only shudder uncontrollably in the face of such an invincible and inhumane force. Yi Bai shivered slightly as despair overcame his face. On more than one occasion, he had thought about how to deal with a grandmaster, but it was only at this moment, when he was really facing one, that he realized all his thoughts had been silly and ridiculous. Another 2 footprints landed. There was no sign and no sound. There were no blood-curdling screeches or bone-crushing cracks, only booms that rang as the enormous footprints took away thousands of lives. The blood elementalists under Yi Bai were all elites who dared to participate in such a direct and cruel battle. Yet, in front of this one-sided massacre, they simply had no courage to gather. Not good. Yi Bai was anxious. These 3 hits happened too quickly, and he had had no time at all to react and adapt. There were signs that the army was about to collapse. Just then, an imposing voice rang from overhead. "I'm your opponent, Enmuta." These words shook the whole sky and caused it to buzz. The army that was just about to crumble started cheering excitedly after 2 seconds of silence. Not a single voice could be heard from the North Sea Division. Sure, Beihai and others were ashen-faced. Although people were convinced that the Holy Emperor's abilities were comparable to that of a Grandmaster, they held a slight glimmer of hope since they'd not seen it for themselves. Now, that wisp of hope was completely crushed. This was bad news. Everyone tried hard to search for the Holy Emperor's silhouette, but to no avail. Enmuta's glorious footprints did not halt. He continued advancing toward the blood of God's interior. "I really did not expect you to govern the blood of God so well." Enmuta's surprised voice echoed throughout the entirety of the blood of God, but no one could catch sight of his person. "Enmuta, if you really pity the people of beyond Avalon, let them surrender as soon as possible. A meaningless battle is only going to take more innocent lives away." A faint yet mighty voice reverberated through blood of God and many blood elementalists started to kneel down. Enmuta stopped in his tracks. Because he'd seen the Holy Emperor. Grandmaster to Grandmaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Grandmaster to Grandmaster. Chapter 490, Grandmaster to Grandmaster. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Enmuta's silhouette was blurry as an alarming amount of elemental energy stacked, layer upon layer, around his body like the surging of a deep sea. The Holy Emperor's eyes, as sharp as swords, pierced through the layers of elemental energy and saw him very clearly. He sighed softly. It sounded like the melodious chiming of a clock, and it resounded through the blood of God. Amid the deep sea of elemental energy, a dazzling brilliance rose around his body, the multicolored splendor appearing like cold flames. His skin was starting to melt into elemental energy and rise into the air like vapor. Free from the shackles that trapped every other living being, Grandmasters were the most perfect entities in this world. Even their deaths were absolutely beautiful. The Holy Emperor was rather angry. He snorted, "What's your worth, Enmuta? Do you live for those fools? Open your eyes, Enmuta. What kind of trash are you defending? If things were left to me, none of them would live." The Holy Emperor despised Enmuta. To him, the failure of the Avalon of 5 elements was directly caused by Enmuta's nonfeasance. If it had been him, he never would have allowed the dog crap Elders Guild to gain power. If anyone disobeyed him, he would purge him or her without hesitation and mercy. In his eyes, whatever aristocratic families and new citizens were all no different from ants. Who else is a Grandmaster but me? His will was the blood of God. But today, the Holy Emperor had more respect for Enmuta. While he was mediocre, soft-hearted, and blinded by camaraderie, he wasn't without valor and responsibility. People who were admiring the final afterglow of the Grandmaster were unaware of the suffering Enmuta endured. Plus, although Grandmasters couldn't escape death either, there was a way around it, as the Holy Emperor had recently come to realize. This was the Grandmaster's last chance, the biggest gift presented to him after he'd attained the Grandmaster level. Enmuta had been a Grandmaster for a longer time than Daigang, so it was impossible for him to be unaware of this fact. Enmuta had given up his final chance in order to help those fools. The Holy Emperor was half sympathetic and half respectful, but also extremely angry. Enmuta was a stately Grandmaster who chose to sacrifice his final chance in order to save useless mud. Exceedingly foolish. The silhouette amid the deep sea of elemental energy and splendor stood motionlessly, but Enmuta's candid laughter was heard. He sounded like a 20-year-old young man. Only smart minds do smart things. I'm not smart, so I only do what I like. With a mocking look on his face, the Holy Emperor replied in a sharp tone, like, "Ha ha, what a joke. Why did you become a Grandmaster? Isn't a Grandmaster who has achieved his status by being the strongest, most gifted, diligent and fortunate, seeking the ability to control this world?" Enmuta's tone was very calm as he answered without the slightest irritation, "My world is already in my hands. The Holy Emperor couldn't be bothered to drag the conversation on. Come on, and Muda, you don't have much time left. You can't even attempt your final struggle. How heart-wrenching. I'm also very curious about what having a match with a Grandmaster feels like. I'm afraid that you're going to be disappointed. And Muda's voice carried a tinge of joy. The Holy Emperor was stunned. Clap. A tender shattering sound, like that made from broken glass, fell onto the ears of the Holy Emperor. His face changed and a blazing ray of light swallowed him up in the next moment. The deep sea of elemental energy that was wrapped around Muda exploded. A ripple appeared above the blood of God and slowly spread outward. The blood elementalists below stared blankly at the sky. Shock only appeared on their faces after quite some time. Elemental energy. Entirely elemental energy. The Holy Emperor's silhouette emerged from hundreds of miles away, his face ashen. He opened his palms and colorful patches were visible. It was a terrifying sight. His face was gloomy, but there was rage in his eyes. Anger targeted at himself. He had been blindsided. Huge elemental energy waves rose and rippled like a tsunami at the spot where Muda had been standing. And Muda had not intended to use his last strike against the Holy Emperor, but against the blood of God. Just now, he recalled that the elemental energy around Muda had simply been too thick. Why would there have been such a rich elemental energy? The colored patches on his hand were about the size of copper coins. They looked like flowing dye, their luster alluring. The Holy Emperor could feel that these patches were sucking in the surrounding elemental energy non-stop and continuously expanding. His eyes lit up. It was interesting that Muda chose to borrow the infectious nature of the blood poison. He was indeed the oldest Grandmaster. The colored patches were wounds caused by the corrosion of elemental energy. The elemental energy released by Muda was of a very complicated and peculiar composition. It was a type of 5 elemental energy ring that contained all 5 differing attributes. Its structure was extremely exquisite. This type of 5 elemental ring circulated continuously like a river. Each ring was like a whirlpool, sucking in all 5 types of elemental energy. It would continue to grow and expand. The Holy Emperor was a wise person to begin with, so he immediately figured out where the elemental energy around Muda came from. Where Muda had passed, all the elemental energy had been collected by him. Cloud Palette Village and the Silver Mist Sea were probably like the old territory by now. He'd underestimated Muda. The fury in the Holy Emperor's eyes had reduced significantly, but the gloom remained on his face. He admired Muda a bit more. To target the Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner instead of himself was thinking a step ahead of the opponent. Exhausting all elemental energy from Cloud Palette Village and the Silver Mist Sea, that was more like it. A ruthless Grandmaster. The smile on the Holy Emperor's face grew wider. Muda hadn't been idle all these years. This type of 5 elemental energy ring was something he'd prepared in order to deal with the blood of God. This was because it could withstand the corrosion of the blood spiritual force. By now, the Holy Emperor could already predict what kind of disaster the elemental energy tsunami would bring to the blood of God. This elemental energy rainstorm swept across the whole of the Yellow Sand Corner. Muda's 5-element ring would swallow all the surrounding elemental energy to strengthen itself. The earth elemental energy in the Yellow Sand Corner wasn't as strong as before, but was still abundant. The same situation applied to the fire elemental energy in the Fire Prairie. These earth and fire elemental energies would become food for the 5-element ring. Muda had really seen through the weakness of the blood poison. The more singular an elemental energy was, the easier it was infected by blood poison. The more types of elemental energy there were, the more difficult it became for the blood poison to infect. Blood poison would become ineffective against a dire beast that possessed all 5 types of elemental energy. This was also why the blood poison was unable to spread within the wilderness. The majority of the dire beasts and plants in the wilderness contained many types of elemental energy. A thorough transformation of elemental energy in the Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie by Muda's 5-element ring was, to the blood elementalists, no less than an exceptionally destructive catastrophe. Without the replenishment of a single elemental energy, blood trees would wither and cause a shortage in the jade fruits. To God Nation, this deficiency would destabilize their foundation. The blood beasts would starve and die off, and there would be no blood crystals. Without jade fruits and blood crystals, blood elementalists wouldn't be able to undergo even the most basic of training. A pity, Muda. You've miscalculated. Why would you think I'm unfamiliar with the 5 elemental energies? A faint shadow floated across his eyes, then became clear in an instant. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not only was he familiar with the 5 elemental energies, he was aware of the blood poison's weakness. As such, he'd never given up on improving the blood poison. That was right. And Muta's 5-element ring was beyond the Holy Emperor's understanding of the 5 elemental energies. It was more elaborate and complex, but the Holy Emperor did not doubt that he could break it. His study and understanding of the 5 elemental energies exceeded those of ordinary people, so he was highly confident in this aspect. The Holy Emperor did not care about the spreading 5-element ring rainstorm. Even if the Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie quickly became the haven of the 5-element ring and the blood elementalists were inhibited, this situation was only going to be temporary. The moment he broke the ring, the Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie would be restored. And Muta's 5-element ring was the most perfect ring he'd seen so far. If he could break it. He suddenly felt excitement because he realized that he would reap a benefit that far exceeded his imagination if he managed to break it. Afterward, he would be able to embrace, without restriction, areas of the wilderness that he was unable to in the past. If he could enhance the blood poison from Muta's 5-element ring and enter the wilderness, there would only be withered grass and rotten wood extending lifelessly into every corner of the wilderness. The boundless wilderness and inexhaustible dire beasts would all fall into his grasp. His heart surged. The territory belonging to the cultivation era was about to be restored by his hands. No, he was going to force the wilderness somewhere further. The Holy Emperor burst into a long peal of laughter. Ha 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 ha. And Muta had not let him down. How could he, as a grandmaster? Amid his wild laughter, the distant elemental energy tsunami surged over with a shockingly powerful momentum. He believed that Muta knew this too. He knew how dangerous things would become the moment this type of 5-element ring was revealed. Nevertheless, he used it just to buy that trash a bit more time. The Holy Emperor was baffled by this meaningless sacrifice. So what if there was a bit more time? What was going to change? Nothing would change. Did he think that the Elders Guild could use this small amount of time to claim victory? There was probably no way out. It was really ridiculous for a Grandmaster to feel helpless. He, the Holy Emperor, would not be that foolish. He would take this gamble. He would certainly break Muta's 5-element ring in the quickest time possible. He was the most powerful person in this era. No. Not just this era. He was going to surpass all the legendary cultivators, becoming the strongest and mightiest person to exist in history. There was only emptiness in the eye of the spreading elemental energy rainstorm. The Grandmaster was no more. In high spirits, the Holy Emperor felt extremely smug about his success. He smiled, "Thanks for your present, Muta. You'll soon find out that your sacrifice was meaningless and that they're trashier than you think." He swiftly disappeared and reappeared above Yi Bai's army camp. And Muta is dead. Official Yi, attack. The Holy Emperor looked at the North Sea defensive line with cold eyes, his disdain and contempt flickering. There was also a trace of pity. Beneath his feet, tens of thousands of soldiers kowtowed. I'm the real Grandmaster. The Holy Emperor looked down from high up in the sky, his expression cold and detached. Like ripples, his silhouette slowly disappeared into the horizon. The faraway elemental energy rainstorm raged and whistled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, thus, North Sea. Chapter 491, thus, North Sea. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Cloud Castle was concealed by thick layers of cloud. The deep clouds were not only used as a cover, but also provided an outstanding defense. The 32-kilometer-long North Sea Wall was the final defensive line against the blood of God, but now, fragmentary nicks had already appeared on its surface. Each castle possessed countless cloud mirrors, through which one could clearly observe the situation outside. Above the mirrors, densely crowded enemies rushed over from all directions. What followed the blood elementalists was a concentrated azure arrow rain which would occasionally strike them. The water elemental arrows that missed would explode into balls of cold, bone-piercing ice shards. Blood elementalists swept by the cold air would temporarily turn rigid, after which a heavy, sturdy azure javelin would shoot out from within the cloud wall. Like a ray of lightning, it would strike the blood elementalists and leave a bull-sized bloody hole in their bodies. Yet, it was the attacks launched by the god-subduing peaks that the blood elementalists feared most. The god-subduing peaks could use the 5 elements interchangeably, so their attacks could not be guarded against. At times, an enormous silver sickle of light would sweep across the whole battlefield, and where it passed, blood elementalists would be severed in half at their waists. Fresh blood poured like rain, and the mournful cries that filled the field left people's hair standing on end. From time to time, a few red, basket-sized fireballs would drop and explode mid-journey, scorching a radius of about 30 meters, leaving no survivors. Countless sand puppets would also leap from the ground and cling tightly to the blood elementalists, pushing them toward the arrow rain. Wood elementalists made fewer moves, fearing that the vines and plants would be infected by the blood poison. Under the North Sea wall lay piles of skeletons. Lu Man blurted, "Is Yi Bai crazy?" The atmosphere within Cloud Castle was extremely grave. In the evening, on the day the Holy Emperor ordered an attack, Yi Bai had launched an all-out attack. Enemies closed in like the tide, pressuring them immensely. They were very experienced when it came to battling against the blood of God, but this was completely different from past battles. The blood elementalists throwing themselves over were in a frenzied state. It was a fear-evoking sight. The first wave of attacks lasted from that evening until the next daybreak. The azure light ray produced by the water elemental energy and the red blood ray released by the blood elementalists lit the deep, despair-filled night as bright as daytime. It was eerily horrifying, as even the stars in the sky dimmed and lost their color. The North Sea Division had never met with such a frantic attack. When day broke, the morning light faintly lit up the horizon. The sun had yet to rise and the cold blue sky was blackened by smoke. The closely packed enemies retreated like the tide, leaving behind only corpses. The wounded were lying amidst blood pools, wailing in anguish, yet none took pity on them. Occasionally, the cloud wall would shoot fragmentary blue water elemental arrows, putting an end to their suffering. Giving them a proper ending and sparing them from pain was the best kindness they could be served. The captives and wounded were an intolerable burden to the North Sea Division. There was no one to manage the captives or treat the injured blood elementalists. The anguished wails gradually faded and the battlefield regained its deathly stillness. The sun rose, its sunlight unable to provide these fallen corpses with any warmth. The clouds floating in the blue sky were reflected on their lusterless and motionless eyes. Afraid that the corpses would lead to an epidemic and that their fresh blood would be drawn by more blood elementalists, the god-subduing peaks set them ablaze, burning them to ashes. Wave after wave of attacks struck over 3 consecutive days. Even with the North Sea wall, everyone felt that they would be unable to continue to endure. Every day, the wall would have more nicks and the enemies once almost drilled their way through. Lu Man had to lead his team to personally kill off those blood elementalists. Everyone rejoiced. The division leader had requested that they strengthen the defensive structures and they dared not goof off. At that point, many had been incredulous at the order. Structures built on the scale of the North Sea wall, in all of the Avalon of 5 Elements' history, could be counted on one's fingers. Alright, actually there were none in the Avalon of 5 Elements. It was uncertain if the North Sea wall could be considered as a part of the history of the Avalon of 5 Elements. Now, however, everyone felt that the division leader stood tall and had foresight, had been wise and brilliant. Even the North Sea wall, built on an unprecedented scale, had almost been broken through by the enemies. If it had been the flimsy structure it once was, they might not have even been able to resist for 3 whole days. Shisho Yuan's expression was grave. Yi Bai is throwing lives away, but other than this, there's no other way out. Helian Fair wrinkled her brows. How many have died here? 3 days of attacks had resulted in over 3,000 deaths. Such a severe loss was unimaginable for all of the North Sea Division. The bloody battle against the blood of God had been ongoing for such a long time that it was obvious only their elites had come forward this time. They were far more capable than the soldiers from the previous battles. As compared to the 3,000 elites from the blood of God, the North Sea Division was practically destroyed. They had no combat strength left. A combat division's defeat was considered a heavy loss even in the former Avalon of 5 Elements, but Yi Bai did not care. They have a lot of people, Sir Beihai stated calmly, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. In a low voice, he added, we previously discussed how an all-out battle would start following Senior and Muta's fall. This is an all-out battle that will only end when one party thoroughly loses, so throw away all unrealistic thoughts. This battle is going to be tougher than we can imagine. The few others were silent. They knew that their leader was right. Ignoring them, Sir Beihai continued, Yi Bai is not a fool. He chose to do this, so he must have his own plans. What we have to do now is figure out what those plans are. Helian Fair muttered, such disregard for casualties is so unlike Yi Bai. He takes very good care of his soldiers. I think he might have been pressured by the Holy Emperor into executing such extreme measures. With bright and shiny eyes, Shisho Yuan added, can we think from their perspective? Yi Bai needs to break through the North Sea wall. What would we do if we were in his position? It's meaningless to launch a mild, probing attack. It could escalate easily, which is disadvantageous. High-intensity attacks would mean high casualties. Our team damage is small, but take note that our essence elemental bean consumption is very large. Helian Fair's face changed slightly. Sir Beihai turned around and asked Helian Fair, go find out how many essence elemental beans we have left. At that, Helly and Fair dashed out. The expressions on people's faces weren't too great. God-subduing peaks did not require essence elemental beings because they possessed abundant amounts of elemental energy to begin with, but the recovery of the soldiers' elemental energy and the North Sea Wall's repairs required a high volume of essence elemental beings. Without elemental beings, the soldiers would need at least 20 hours to replenish their elemental energy. If there weren't enough essence elemental beings, then aside from the God-subduing peaks which could continue operating indefinitely, the remaining elementalists' combat strength would be greatly reduced. For the past 3 days, they'd been hounded by their enemies, leaving them breathless. In such a highly tense state of affairs, no one had thought about essence elemental being consumption. Hellion Fair returned a short while later, her face pale. There's only half of the reserve left. If the battle continues at this intensity, we won't be able to withstand for much longer. Cloud Castle fell into a complete silence. Shirbehai remained calm and collected. He turned to Qi Shouyan and asked, "Are the Mirage bean pods ready?" Qi Shouyan was clueless as to why Boss decided to ask him about them now, but nodded nevertheless. Done. Previously, I had you get in touch with the news villages. How did it go? Yes. I contacted some of the biggest names. Lightly drumming his fingers on the table, Shirbehai said, "Take these Mirage bean pods to them. Remember, tell them at the end that we're in urgent need of essence elemental beings." Qi Shouyan's eyes lit up. Yes. Lu Manman couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you worried that Skyheart City?" Shirbehai nodded without answering directly. Instead he explained, "Assistance has yet to arrive, so we're still a lone army putting up this fight. Although I don't know what the Elders Guild has in mind, it seems like they do not care if we're able to withstand the attacks or not." Everyone's faces changed altogether. With the severing of ties between the aristocratic families and the new citizens, Yilin's authority in the Elders Guild has become an issue. I understand that the 3 central divisions are dealing with Dai Gang, but what about Sky Edge and infantry? Why aren't they here yet? Shirbehai appeared calm, but his words were cutting. It's apparent from Madame Ya's earlier speech that her people are all just cannon fodder. Shirbehai shook his head. Still plotting against her own people even at this point. How heart-wrenching. Qi Shouyan looked at Shirbehai as he spoke. Then we. Shirbehai shook his head. I'm telling you guys all this not to rock your faith, I just want you all to know that this battle is going to be much tougher than you'd imagined. Lu Manman said anxiously, "Sir, if they're so heartless, why must we?" Shirbehai looked down, unable to continue. There wasn't anger in his eyes, only tranquility. Yet, it was this calmness that rendered him unable to continue. What no one had expected was for the usually conscientious leader to break into a smile. Are we fighting for Yilin? No. We're fighting for our families and relatives. Is the North Sea Division the Elders Guild's North Sea Division? No. We defend and protect those behind us. Be it new citizens or aristocratic families, regardless of where they come from, this is our mission. The North Sea Division's mission. Do not forget, soldiers. At that, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. Those present could feel a gush of hot air rising straight to the top of their heads. They stood up and fervently made their salutations. Yes. Shirbehai surveyed his audience, light flickering in his narrowed eyes. He spoke quickly, with an imposing voice, "Order. Other than the usual operations of the God-subduing peaks, all elementalists shall increase the demarcation of the front line from 150 meters to 450 meters. Yes. Order. All elementalists shall split into 3 teams. Hellion Fair, Lu Manman, and I will lead each team separately to battle and rest in batches. Yes. Order. Qi Shouyan, command all craftsmen to work on defensive structures and defensive lines from now onward. Confer power to conscript the locals and mobilize all local elementalists and craftsmen. Yes. Shirbehai took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone, this battle will persist for a very long time. Do not place hopes on others. Do not be discouraged by the enemy's power. Do not lose spirit at temporary losses. Us, North Sea, shall never lose the will to fight. We, North Sea, shall never lose the will to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 492, Dawn of Hope. Chapter 492, Dawn of Hope. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. AI Hui slowly woke up. AI Huey's waking up. Before he'd opened his eyes, he could hear Lulan's cheer followed by a series of hurried footsteps. His blurry vision gradually became clear as familiar and concerned-looking faces took shape. How is it? Are you feeling better? You're finally awake, AI Hui. We were so frightened. No knowledge of night moth fruit. How weak. Everyone greeted AI Hui messily, but concern was evident in all of their faces. Warmth filled AI Hui's heart. He was moved. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. He realized he was completely paralyzed and unable to lift even a finger. He can't seem to talk. Seems like it. He can't move yet. He's blinking his eyes. He's alive. That's good enough. Let him be. As long as he's breathing, he'll be up and jumping in no time. It was obvious that this joyfully satisfied voice came from Fatty. Is that right? That's great. I'm relieved. I think you're right, Fatty. Everyone shouted in unison. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Lan was left in the room. Everyone knew very well that AI Hui had a tenacious vitality. Knowing that he was alive was sufficient to calm their worried hearts and send them back to their own tasks. Having just witnessed the fall of Enmuta, everyone was aware that the battle was about to start. Never had there been such an intense pressure. People knew that the frontline battle could explode at any time and that they could soon be conscripted. With regard to battling against the blood of God, every single member of the Central Pine faction felt enthusiastic. It was a nightmare that had taken away countless lives, and even the survivors had mostly lost the will to fight, yet some would never forget the pain, grief, and despair that it had caused them. The seed of hatred had long been planted. It had since sprouted and grown significantly. Regardless of the reason for it or what the future held, hatred was hatred and always carried blood. People feared battle mainly because they feared death and despair, but these Avengers, they had already lost everything and experienced absolute despair. As long as they lived, they would be unable to forget the bloodshed that had taken place in Central Pine City. They wouldn't forget their classmates, teachers, and the familiar faces which had lay amidst blood pools, being swallowed up by blood fiends one by one. All along, living had been worse than being dead. AI Hui had recovered significantly by the second day, proving that their impression of his tenacity was correct. On the third day, AI Hui could already sit up. Seeing himself in this state, AI Hui could only laugh bitterly. His whole body was wrapped in the bandage. He looked like a living mummy. His bare skin was charred and cracked wounds could be seen all over. Although they had started to scab, it was still a shocking sight. Don't worry, AI Hui. Bangwan's gotten a lot of materials and I've already found some methods to deal with it. The fruit within your body was damaged by lightning, so it's returned to its dormant state. This phenomenon is not relevant to the materials Bangwan's provided, but I've already separated out some laws of its behavior. I'll treat you for sure, AI Hui. Lu Lan supported AI Hui up while encouraging him. AI Hui smiled, but his face was wrapped in the bandage so only his eyes were exposed. Lu Lan caught it, however, and responded happily, lucky there was the bandage to help AI Hui isolate the lightning strikes, otherwise, you would have sustained more injuries. Since the start, the bandage had saved AI Hui countless times. He thought about Master and Mistress before his mind drifted to Mingxiu and Uncle Yu. There must be a problem, he just knew it. He knew for a fact that Mingxiu would never hurt him. There was no doubt about it. But he would have to deal with this matter after his recovery. Lu Lan carefully placed AI Hui under the sunlight. Basking in the sun, his whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Lu Lan sat by AI Hui's side, narrating the events that had unfolded. AI Hui listened with keen interest, but upon hearing about Enmuta's death and the glorious tracks he'd left, AI Hui fell into a daze. Subconsciously, his gaze fell upon Shueman, who stood not far away and supervised everybody's training while holding Cirrus. Iron Lady must be feeling very upset. AI Hui felt that Iron Lady was really strong. The pain he'd felt when Master and Mistress passed was unforgettable. AI Hui thought about what Enmuta's death meant for the front line and Iron Lady's father, Beihai. The situation must be rather tough right now. Her teacher had passed and her father was in danger, yet she was unable to help. Such pain was simply too harsh. Spear of Heavy Cloud's training was very structured. What AI Hui had not expected was for Sword of Lightning's training to go on as usual. He'd thought that training would have ceased when he'd fallen into a coma. He only realized it when he saw Shueman asking Gu Xian about how effective Sword of Lightning's training was. Only one thought ran through his head. He must recover as soon as possible. Seeing how Iron Lady assumed even more heavy responsibilities despite her sorrows and worries, AI Hui only felt greater respect for her. He felt that he, himself, might not have been able to do it. Iron Lady looked as calm as always, but right now, this calmness only made AI Hui feel her unyielding attitude and the powerful force contained in her delicate body. Wait. delicate body. Something is amiss, thought AI Hui. Alright, time to think about how to quickly recover. Seeing how everyone was dripping with sweat and working diligently, AI Hui felt ashamed as he was practically wasting precious time. AI Hui only became aware of just how terrible the condition of his body was when he started checking. Almost all of his residences and palaces had been destroyed. The lightning gathered in the cloud layer was simply too intense and had far exceeded what his body could endure. As Lulan had said, without the bandage, he would have had close to zero chances of surviving. To an elementalist, having his residences and palaces destroyed was no worse than drowning and being reduced to a handicapped person. He'd only recently been promoted to a master and was then suddenly struck by such a destructive force. If he had been any other elementalist, he might never have been able to recover from this setback. His recently gained immense power had vanished. What did it mean to be a master and what did it mean to lose his status as a master? It was all the more painful since he'd lost something he'd just recently gained. It probably felt equivalent to a fall from heaven into hell. AI Hui did not feel pain and disappointment. Instead, he felt extremely glad and renewed. At that time, it had been his only way out. At least he was still alive and could think of solutions while basking in the sun. AI Hui was tenacious. The situation before him was horrible, but he understood that there was no time to feel dispirited and in despair. Senior Lubuling had failed to have a breakthrough 8 times and had been more wretched than he was right now, yet, he never stopped trying to get stronger. There's hope where there's life. Judging from the holes in his residences and palaces, AI Hui could imagine how the sky full of lightning had gathered in his body to destroy the vigor within. He did not just injure his residences and palaces, but also the foundation of his vitality. Over 80% of his flesh was severely wrecked and might not even recover. Heaven never completely barred one's way. AI Hui noticed something. There was a wisp of silver mist floating quietly within his utterly damaged earth palace. This ball of mist was extremely weak and would have been difficult to detect if not for his attention to detail. The silver mist flickered like the mist above the silver mist sea. When AI Hui consciously tried to approach this ball of mist, a thick aura of lightning shook him up. He felt rather disappointed. The elemental energy within his body had been exhausted, so of what use was the lightning? Injuries to the 5 residences and 8 palaces were, to elementalists, extremely burdensome, albeit curable. If the 5 residences and 8 palaces were completely destroyed, there was simply no way to reverse it. In other words, he would be unable to train his elemental energy from now on. Lightning wasn't of much use to him. But why was there a remaining wisp of lightning within his body? He was somewhat suspicious, but on second thought, felt it was natural. Having had his body cleansed by so many lightning strikes, it shouldn't be surprising that some remained within. Wait. AI Hui suddenly realized what was amiss. Finding remnant lightning in his body wasn't the strange part. Why would that remaining wisp be a silver mist? Then it hit him. That's right, remnant lightning would never become silver mist. His mind kept going back to the silver mist. He felt thankful that he'd once cultivated the sword embryo and sky-heart flaming lotus lamp in his sky palace, as they had strengthened his mind significantly. His body was severely injured, but his mind was working decently well. He submerged himself into the silver mist and was wrapped by a familiar sensation. Sword aura. AI Hui felt indescribably agitated and his mind became unstable. He shortly broke away from the mist, but was unable to hold back the ecstasy within his heart. He knew what that silver mist was. It was the sword embryo in his earth palace. The remnant pieces left by the lightning. With the shattering of the sword embryo and the exceptionally dense lightning aura, this peculiar type of silver mist had been formed. AI Hui's mind spun quickly. He was like an agile and avaricious hunter seeking whatever opportunities he could make use of. The bandage, wrapped around his whole body, revealed its eyes. They glowed and flickered within the shadow cast by the sunlight. After much thought, he still did not know much. Perhaps it was 2 hours or 4 hours later when his mind returned to the silver mist. This time, his state of mind was exceptionally calm and he wasn't irritable or stirred. He slowly and carefully felt this wisp of extremely frail silver mist. He moved very slowly and cautiously. Soon he was certain that his thought was correct. This extremely weak silver mist was a remnant shattered piece of sword embryo left by the lightning, but there was a subtle difference within. The sword embryo in his earth palace had been a sort of lightning that in itself contained very strong lightning attributes. The nature's lightning that had penetrated his body had been powerful and aggressive, but had had similar properties to the sword embryo. AI Hui could imagine how the lightning had been instantly absorbed by the sword embryo in his earth palace upon entering his body. The huge volume of lightning that had gathered in the sword embryo had far exceeded its level of endurance, hence the sword embryo had been completely wrecked and transformed into mist. At the same time, however, channeling a huge volume of lightning meant that the sword embryo had been thoroughly tempered once. No, many times. Even if it was destroyed, the lightning continued to flood his body and the sword embryo mist continued undergoing many rounds of tempering. It was no wonder the lightning aura of the silver mist was so dense. Bearing and surviving through so many sessions of tempering. At this moment, AI Huey's eyes were sparkling. He saw the dawn of hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Black Cloud. Chapter 493, Black Cloud. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. AI Huey's injury had a huge impact on Central Pine faction. All along, they were used to working under AI Huey's leadership. They were used to handing over any tricky affairs to AI Huey. Time and time again AI Huey displayed miraculous problem-solving abilities, proving himself worthy of their trust. AI Huey had always been the strongest, the calmest and the person with the most ideas. Yet, at such a crucial period in time, their most reliable pillar was severely injured. People felt insecure. Luckily, AI Huey was recovering, so now everyone was significantly more relieved. Even if they had zero combat power, AI Huey's intelligence gave them confidence. AI Huey was recovering well. He progressed from being paralyzed to being able to move his fingers and finally being able to move on his own again, albeit forcefully. Every day was an improvement for him. Everyone was feeling more cheerful because of this. They'd witnessed many miracles involving AI Huey and had seen many impossible things happen, which was why they had complete faith in him. No one noticed that the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes had intensified. Lu Lan's elemental soup was of great help to AI Huey. AI Huey was still fully wrapped in bandages. His flesh was recovering thanks to the excellent nourishment from the elemental soup. AI Huey was engrossed in self-exploration. He was already certain that the wisp of frail silver mist had been formed from the tempered sword embryo. AI Huey named it Sword Cloud. With just a bit of friction, Sword Cloud would produce small and fine lightning bolts. Sword Cloud could also change its shape marvelously along with the release of the sword aura, some of which were as thick and heavy as mountains, while others were cold and sharp. It was every mystical. AI Huey recalled the descriptions he'd previously read in some swordplay manuals. Some swordsmen lived to grow and temper a mouthful of sword breath. Such swordsmen were initially weak, but along with the purification and condensation of the sword breath, their abilities would advance by leaps and bounds. The manuals said that the human was the sword and so they tempered themselves. It struck AI Huey that he could use this as a reference. Although there was only a small wisp of sword cloud, it was extremely pure. The purer the force, the more precious. This was common knowledge when it came to training. However, elementalists were careful not to let forces beyond their level, in terms of purity and grade, into their bodies. Elemental energy that surpassed their level would definitely stimulate them more by providing a reference goal. But such elemental energy was usually offensive in nature. Before they could be absorbed, they were like indigestible food and could cause harm to elementalists. From the look of it, the sword cloud would not harm AI Huey's body. Of course, it also might have already harmed his body. AI Huey felt that the pressing question was this: if he was unable to find a method to nourish and temper it quickly, would it gradually disappear? Sharp treasure swords would rust easily when placed in water for a long time. He couldn't find a solution at the moment, but gained something else, his body. Other than the fact that his sword embryo had been cleansed and tempered by the lightning, his flesh had also been tempered, or rather, ruined. Fortunately, under the protection of his bandage, his practically burnt flesh retained a wisp of life force. His ever-growing flesh was like the tender shoots that sprouted from the ashes left by the lightning. His flesh contained a faint lightning aura. AI Huey guessed that his flesh would better be able to endure the lightning from now onward. Of course, be it the sword cloud or his body, these were mostly speculations. He would have to recover and conduct continuous tests to arrive at a legitimate conclusion. Nevertheless, AI Huey was already feeling glad that he was able to find hope under such circumstances. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the encampment. Come and look, quick. Today's Mirage Bean Pod. It's about the front line. Sir Shur Bei Hai. Division Leader's father. Come and look, quick. AI Huey's sense of hearing seemed to have sharpened as he'd managed to detect his subordinate's faraway voice as well. The strange thing was that it wasn't a reflection of his elemental energy. Oh God! How terrifying! Alarmed cries echoed continuously, but everyone quickly quietened down. AI Huey could even hear that they were holding their breaths. He was very curious but slightly worried at the same time. He only understood the reactions of those outside when Lu Lan sent the Myri Bean Pod over to him. He looked at Iron Lady. Her face was a little pale and she looked distracted. It was his first time seeing such an absent-minded Shueman. There was no focus in her ice-cold eyes. She paced back and forth. The commotion raised by that mirage bean pod spread to every city in the wilderness. The bitter struggle had truthfully been recorded. The frenzied god elementalists, the cruel grappling and a mountain-high pile of corpses that could extinguish a raging flame. 3 days of battle seemed to have happened right before his eyes with an intensity that far exceeded anyone's imagination. The magnificent wall of North Sea had become a bloody Acheron that sent chills down people's spines. And ultimately, when Assistant Division Leader Hellion Fayer pleaded for Essence Elemental Beings with a face covered in soot, people finally snapped out of it with a quiver. Even the boldest person wouldn't be able to stop himself from shuddering. Wall of North Sea was the final defensive line against Blood of God. Seeing the continuous chain of tents, the frantic, tide-like surge of malevolent god elementalists and the corpses all accumulated beneath Wall of North Sea, everybody was finally certain that once the wall broke and North Sea Division lost, no one could withstand Yi Bai's army. Wall of North Sea had been constructed before the fall of Elders Guild. It was the final large-scale defensive structure of the whole of the Avalon of 5 elements. How many cities had defensive structures on par with Wall of North Sea? The cities would be razed to the ground and everyone would turn into god elementalists. Madame Yi immediately called on the cities in the hope that everyone would unite and brave the crisis together. 6 masters would be engaged to travel and transport the first batch of Essence Elemental Beans to North Sea Wall. New Light City also dispatched its masters to ferry Essence Elemental Beans. Other cities responded one after another. With the mayor at the top and the citizens at the bottom, teams formed to assist North Sea Division with the preparation of Essence Elemental Beans. In this life and death crisis, everyone casted whatever prejudices they had aside and came together as one. Every single one of them was well aware that they were all finished once Yi Bai's army broke through North Sea Wall. Looking down from the sky, Wall of North Sea was like a long, snow-white dragon lying along the boundary line between Silver Mist Sea and Yellow Sand Corner, except that the dragon was utterly crushed. Its extended and undulating body had many wounds. God elementalists were glaring at each wound like tigers watching their prey. They were like warlike hornets, occasionally circling and swooping down. At times they were like petals blown by the wind, and at other times like drifting rocks that gathered together from a few brooks. Under the light of the god-subduing peaks, each breach of North Sea Wall sunk into a never-ending struggle between god elementalists and North Sea Division. From day one the battle had been extremely cruel. Each place was like the ferocious mouth of an avaricious beast, swallowing flesh and life. Be it god elementalists or elementalists, they were all its food. Both sides were shocked by the other's willpower and tenacity. They then racked their brains to come up with a more fatal blow to deal to their enemy. With the nourishment of countless lives and flesh, each shockingly wide open, bloody mouth ripped apart noiselessly. It was as if there was a voice shouting for more flesh to fill its tummy. The evening sunlight penetrated the cloud layer and dyed the sand dune behind the army a splendid golden color. People who'd been in Yellow Sand Corner knew that the breeze in the evenings was the most comfortable, unlike the blazing heat in the afternoons and unlike the icy wind in the nights. The temperature was just right and it felt as though pieces of gauze were brushing across the field. The rich, bloody smell filled the air, as if it had been blown over by the slow-setting sun behind the horizon. Inevitably the bright red sunset made people think about the brutality that was ongoing. A wisp of black cloud rose up from the sand dunes. The vast sand dunes emitted scorching heat waves that resulted from a full day of sunshine, which made the remaining sunlight and black cloud fuzzy and indistinct. The black cloud struggled free of the heat waves and gradually it became bigger and came nearer. No one noticed this quiet wisp of black cloud initially. It was only when the black cloud continued to increase in size and obstruct the afterglow of the sunset that it managed to capture the attention of soldiers from both sides. They notified their teammates, doubt emerging on their faces. In the blink of an eye their faces changed. The black cloud was approaching at a much faster speed than they'd imagined. It was rapidly expanding within the army's field of vision. In actual fact, it was because its speed was simply too quick. Blood fiends. Above North Sea Wall, the soldiers who'd just been trampling on their enemies' corpses had their morale smashed to the valley floor as their faces turned pale. The sky had become a sky of blood fiends. They hid the sky and covered the earth in a grandiose manner, making it impossible to catch a glimpse of the horizon. An earth-shattering cheer sounded from Yi Bai's army camp as soldiers dashed out of their tents and waved their hands and arms in the sky. The continuous battle had them exhausted beyond imagination. The cruel combat was like an automated hacksaw, tormenting their mental state unceasingly. How could they not get agitated upon seeing such a magnificent army of blood fiends arriving to provide reinforcement? Inside the tent, Yi Bai was looking at the battle statistics over the past few days. From the numbers it was apparent that their losses were severe, but Yi Bai remained emotionless. Casualties were inevitable in all battles. It was only natural that the death toll was high, since such a big-scale defensive structure like North Sea Wall really was a tough nut to crack. But these same numbers exposed North Sea Division's weariness. Sure, Beihai was one of the most powerful figures around in North Sea, consisted of top elites. Yet, they were but one team. The Holy Emperor's order flashed across his mind as he refocused on the battle report. Since yesterday, North Sea Division's offense had regained some vigor. Yi Bai was certain that the first batch of Essence Elemental Beings had arrived. Yi Bai appeared indifferent. Sure Beihai wouldn't be Sure Beihai if he was easily defeatable. Outside the tent, the sound of air torrents and the howls of blood fiends pervaded the sky. Yi Bai raised his head. The big gift he'd prepared for Sure Beihai was here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Dialogue. Chapter 494, Dialogue. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Beast Venom Temple is here, Sure Beihai mumbled. He fixed his eyes on the incoming black, cloud-like blood fiends, which covered the sky. He appeared calm, with the smoke around his face seemingly solidifying into black rocks that became distinct under the sky in clouds. Lu Man Man and Hellion Fair had an ugly expression on their faces. Yi Bai's army was too much for them to handle. If not for the wall of North Sea and the god-subduing peaks, they would have long been drowned by the tide-like inflow of enemies. With an additional Beast Venom Temple, the situation was so terrible that it drove people into despair. Bei Shuixing's Cold Palace, Nangong Wulian's Beast Venom Temple, Yi Bai's War God Palace and Red Devil's Fairy Devil Palace were Blood of God's four great palaces. Bei Shuixing never miscalculated, had an incomparable internal government and was known as Sick Tiger of God Nation. Now that Blood of God was prospering, Bei Shuixing claimed the most credit. Nangong Wulian's Beast Venom Temple was just as powerful. The blood fiends kept by Blood of God all came from the Beast Venom Temple. Even the most popular Lode Basin beasts in the wilderness were creations of the Beast Venom Temple. It was said that the newly risen strong player in God Nation, Red Devil, was also a masterpiece of Beast Venom Temple. Needless to say, Yi Bai was, in the eyes of Sure Beihai, one of the most intelligent division leaders around. His combat strength and strategies were the finest. Yi Bai. Sure Beihai turned around and said, "Get everyone to make full use of this time to restore the defensive line while others take the chance to recuperate. Tomorrow will be another bitter struggle. Supply them with Essence Elemental Beans." Lu Man Man and Hellion Fair jumped in shock before answering in unison, "Yes." Sure Beihai's silhouette disappeared on the snow-white pathway made from the cloud layer. The duo hurriedly relayed the order. Lu Man Man's eyes were moving nimbly. At times he extended his neck and glanced at the enemy's camping ground, snapping, "Yi Bai is amazing, eh? I used to think our boss was the greatest, but Yi Bai actually isn't weak either." Hellion Fair was more knowledgeable. She shook her head in response. "It's because you were ignorant and inexperienced. Yi Bai is indeed powerful, but not many people outside know about it. Great Elder settled on two successors previously, one of them being Yi Bai. There's nothing to criticize about Yi Bai's abilities. Great Elder admires him very much." It was clearly Lu Man Man's first time hearing this. He couldn't help but ask, "And what happened?" Hellion Fair shook her head. "Nothing." With eyes wide open, Lu Man Man asked, "Why?" Hellion Fair answered, "He's a new citizen." Lu Man Man had a realization. "I see." The Great Elder's position had always been taken by members from aristocratic families only, not new citizens. Hellion Fair added, "Yi Bai is proud and aloof. He's a new citizen, but isn't on close terms with Uchiba and other people from New Citizen faction. As such, he couldn't get their support. He's so fierce." Lu Man Man exclaimed before asking, if Yi Bai was one of the chosen ones, who was the other candidate? Hellion Fair gave Lu Man Man a foolish look. "Boss." Lu Man Man was frightened, but quickly regained his senses. "Boss? That's exactly what I was saying. Boss is so capable. If Yi Bai was chosen, why wouldn't Boss be chosen as well? Then why didn't Boss agree? Sigh, wouldn't our lives be great if Boss became the Great Elder? I happen to know something about this." Hellion Fair said admiringly, "Boss mentioned that there is still estrangement between new citizens and aristocratic families, and it is getting worse. The divergence has reached a dangerous point where they are no longer able to compromise. It is not something the Great Elder can solve, since he doesn't know how to either. Boss doesn't want to dip his gun into his own people's blood, be it the aristocratic families or new citizens. Lu Man fell into silence. The atmosphere in North Sea Division had always been good. Both Chi Shou Yuan and him were new citizens, but were able to become assistant division leaders. Helian Fair was an aristocrat, but they all got along fine. Helian Fair sighed. Actually, Great Elder liked Boss the most. Boss has a good family background, is powerful and morally praiseworthy. Both aristocratic families and new citizens would be in support of him taking over Great Elder's position. But it was said that Boss's firm rejection really angered Great Elder. Why did Miss Shueman get Grandmaster and Muda to be her teacher? It was actually Great Elder's arrangement. Lu Man was stunned. These seemingly ordinary affairs actually had stories behind them. You must have heard this before. Miss Shueman had been regarded as the successor of the Great Elder. Lu Man nodded enthusiastically as how a chicken would peck at its food. I've heard. Helian Fair looked at him. Don't you wonder why it's her? Miss Shueman is still so young and she wasn't even a master at that point in time, so what qualifications did she have to become such a hot candidate? Lu Man stared blankly into space. You're right. Fool. Helian Fair couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Who does Boss favor the most? Miss Shueman. If she becomes Great Elder, would Boss just stand by if anything happened? And Grandmaster and Muda is her teacher, so wouldn't he come to the rescue if anything happened to her? Great Elder's plan is really brilliant. Lu Man said, tongue twisted, but why Yilin? Helian Fair asked before answering with yet another sigh, man proposes but God disposes. Great Elder did not expect such a violent blood catastrophe to erupt. We lost Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie in the blink of an eye. Lesser Avalon of 5 elements failed, resulting in the later Wilderness Expansion Order. Have you not noticed that we have completely lost our rhythm and are being led by the nose thanks to Blood of God? Helian Fair's gaze carried a tinge of fear. Boss said that Holy Emperor is an unmatched character in terms of ambition and ruthlessness, and he's right. Great Elder's plan has thoroughly been trampled with. Such a dangerous situation is not something Miss Shueman can bear. Plus, her tone was slightly cheerful. Our miss has the same temper as her father. Running to an AI Hui and getting mixed up in his affairs. Look, isn't this reckless spirit of hers identical to her father's in his younger days? Great Elder was seething with anger at that news, but Boss was very happy. Plus, at that time, Grandmaster and Muda was no longer in good shape. Without his backing, Miss Shueman won't gain a foothold in the Elders Guild. At this point Lu Man slowly regained his senses and mumbled to himself, Boss is really something. It would still be better for him to take over Great Elder instead of Yilin. If Boss had assumed the position, the situation wouldn't be so chaotic now. Helian Fair shook her head. That's what I said previously, but Boss disagreed. He felt that Yilin was a more suitable candidate. What? Lu Man thought his ears were playing a trick on him and asked in disbelief, Boss said that B*TCH would be a better Great Elder than him? The whole of North Sea Division had nothing good to say about Yilin. Their request to withdraw from the front line in order to recuperate had been rejected countless times. They weren't provided with sufficient resources and had tried rushing for them but to no avail. The backup combat divisions had yet to arrive as well. If not for Boss's idea to mass-release Mirajovi bean pods, their defensive line would have been destroyed due to an exhaustion of Essence Elemental beans. Yet, immediately after the release of the pods, Yilin was the first to stand up, calling for people to unite. Everybody felt sick to their stomachs, as if they'd just swallowed a fly. What Yilin had done at the rear disgusted them as well. Guillotines on a snowy night, rivers of blood. So one could only imagine how intense Lu Man's reaction was in regard to Helian Fair's words. To him, Beihai was unsurpassable. That's right. That's what Boss said. Helian Fair had a complicated expression on her face. After keeping silent for a short while she spoke up. Boss said that the current Avalon of 5 elements is like a festering patient, wounds everywhere and flesh rotting, as if already on its last breath, but there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Lu Man, too, became quiet. Helian Fair added, Boss said that he is soft-hearted and does not wish to touch his own people's blood. Currently, the Avalon of 5 elements needs someone ruthless enough to eradicate the rotten flesh. Whatever wounds there are should be sewn up before anything else. This process is very bloody and many will die. Among the victims would be some whose crimes are impassable, some who are innocent and others who have different standings. This is something he's unable to do, so Yilin should do it. Lu Man spoke urgently, but Hellion Fair ignored him and continued. Boss also said that while Yilin's method isn't necessarily honest and that she isn't the most open-minded person, she was ruthless and definitely unwilling to admit defeat. The rest might bow before the Holy Emperor in fear or give up in despair, but not Yilin. Her determination to stand off exceeds anyone in the Avalon of 5 elements. Say will never surrender. Lu Man fell into silence once more. Boss had known Yilin from young, so he must know her better. Boss said he's unsure if her authority is a good or bad thing. The Avalon of 5 elements might welcome a turn for the better in her hands, or it might crumble and turn to dust. He does not wish to become Yilin's knife or turn into rotten flesh, so what he's able to do is to guard the front line as best as he can. Boss also said that he would quit if he survives this deathmatch. His obligations would have been fulfilled, so his remaining time would be dedicated to protecting his daughter. If he dies, it will be in service of his duties, so there won't be regrets. A sparkling tear had unknowingly emerged from Hellion Fair's eyes. Lu Man's eyes were red, but he laughed. If I survive, I'll follow Boss and be the family head. It's still better to follow Boss. Hellion Fair blinked. Then I can only be the housekeeper. Lu Man became interested. What about Xiu Yuan? Should he watch the door? That suits you more. Hellion Fair stroked her chin. Xiu Yuan will do the accounts since he knows how to. Miss gotta earn some money. The two of us can only freeload and wait for death. I'm only suited to door watching? What a joke. Do you know how rare a well-rounded leader like me is? Yeah, extremely rare. You can do the groceries, cook and clean. Well-rounded indeed. That's a servant. I'm the head of the household. Family head. He. Yes, you're the head. Hope we can all live on. We will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Master Shaoan Information. Chapter 495, Master Shaoan Information. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. The old man was kneading mud in the courtyard. In his aged and rough hands wet, ordinary-looking yellow mud was being kneaded into the shape of a human puppet. The old man's facial expression was very focused, and he appeared to be lost in his own word. Hong Rongyan did not say anything and stood silently behind the old man. He wore a luxurious, ink-black silk robe, making him look as if he was engulfed in a dense shade of darkness. His robe was well-fitted, wrapping closely around his long and slim figure. The glistening, dark-red cinnabar dot in between his eyebrows added an indescribable tinge of charm to his devilishly handsome face. When he appeared in the courtyard, all the rays of light seemed to focus on him. The old man was very focused on kneading the mud, and Hong Rongyan was also very focused on watching him doing so. The sunlight shone into the courtyard and onto the old man's back, making the scene look like a painting. The servant girl that followed Hong Rongyan did not dare to make any noise. The scene taking place now seemed to contain a mysterious power that could make one quiet down. The old man straightened his back and placed the mud puppet in his hands down. The humanoid puppet was crudely made, resembling the work of a naughty child. Its limbs were thick and short, and it did not have any facial features. However, for some reason, it looked somewhat quick-witted. Such a fine piece of work. Even though it was a word of praise, Hong Rongyan's voice contained a faint tinge of grief. When the old man heard his voice, he turned around and said casually, "If you like it, I can give it to you." "Thank you, Master Shao." Hong Rongyan gave a bow and carefully took over the mud puppet. The servant girl beside him acted with haste and hurriedly brought over an exquisite wooden box. Hong Rongyan cautiously placed the mud puppet into the wooden box and closed the box gently. Throughout the whole process, he held his breath with a focused look on his face, and his movements were extremely slow. It was as if he was holding a priceless treasure, not a mud puppet. Master Shao looked at Hong Rongyan with interest and did not make any noise to disturb him. After closing the box, Hong Rongyan took a pure white handkerchief from the servant girl and wiped his hands clean before passing it back to her. Following which, he shifted his gaze towards Master Shao and said with distress, "Master Shao, we have some information regarding the issue you mentioned last time around." Master Shao's body suddenly tensed up. However, the next moment, he heaved a breath and his body loosened up slowly. He looked at Hong Rongyan and asked, "Where is she now?" "Your granddaughter indeed used to be in the Assembly of Patriarchs. However, at that time, since you had concealed your identity and we did not know that she was your granddaughter, we thought she was just an ordinary blood elementalist. If we knew your identity at that time, we definitely would have treated you with the highest form of respect." Hong Rongyan looked sincere and his tone was laden with grief and regret. "Then you imprison me? Torture me to extort confessions? Master Shao replied with sarcasm. Back in the day, he concealed his identity and left Blood of God with his granddaughter. After he evaded Blood of God's pursuit, he was attacked by the Assembly of Patriarchs unexpectedly. Subsequently, his granddaughter was captured by the Assembly of Patriarchs. Hong Rongyan shook his head and replied, "You have too many prejudices against the Assembly of Patriarchs. Even though Blood of God and Assembly of Patriarchs have been arch-enemies for many years, our methods are still much more humane than Blood of God's." "Where is she now?" Master Shao asked plainly. After staying silent for a while, Hong Rongyan replied with a stronger apologetic tone, 15 years ago, the headquarters of Assembly of Patriarchs came under a large-scale attack and we suffered heavy losses. Our 3 orphanages were also affected and your granddaughter was in one of them." Master Shao froze as the luster in his eyes disappeared. After a while, he asked with a hoarse voice, "So she is dead?" "I'm very sorry," Hong Rongyan bowed and expressed regret. His voice sounded very sincere. Master Shao stood there in a daze. His turbid pupils were emotionless. "I am really very sorry. I will take my leave now," Hong Rongyan sighed. After giving a bow, Hong Rongyan left the courtyard with the servant girl. After they left the courtyard, the servant girl could not help but ask, "Young master, why are you so courteous towards him?" Jing Tao's voice was innocent and bright. Previously, she was being very well behaved. At this moment there was no one else around, so she became much more casual. She had served young master since she was very young. Both of them had a very deep relationship and her status was completely different from the other servant girls. God Puppet Palace. Hong Rongyan looked as if he was reminiscing about something. Back in the day, God Puppet Palace was glorious and mighty. The current master of Beast Venom Temple is his disciple. He is second to none in making puppets. A doubtful look appeared on Jing Tao's face. She didn't quite understand what was going on. In her eyes, no matter how formidable the old man was, he couldn't be stronger than her young master. However, since her young master said so, she quickly nodded her head. Hong Rongyan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Jing Tao was shocked. She quickly stopped in her tracks too and looked at her young master. The palace master of God Puppet Palace is a supreme individual. Why would he want to escape from Blood of God with his granddaughter? Who is trying to harm him? Who dares to harm him? That could only be the Holy Emperor. Is it possible that he has offended the Holy Emperor? Jing Tao remained speechless. She knew that if her young master's train of thought was disrupted now, he would be very angry. Hong Rongyan still did not understand what was going on after pondering for quite some time. Master Shao was Holy Emperor's right-hand man. Even though Holy Emperor was cruel and ruthless, he respected those who were capable very much. He definitely would not have scared Master Shao away from Blood of God over some petty issue. "Remember to get someone to investigate this issue," Hong Rongyan instructed. "Yes," Jing Tao replied obediently. She had been able to serve young master for many years because she knew the limits of decorum very well. Young master could tolerate small tantrums from the servant girls. However, when it came to serious issues, her young master would be extremely serious. He would not be joking around at all. Her interest was piqued by Hong Rongyan. If the old man was so formidable, why did he want to escape from Blood of God? Ai Hui woke up in the middle of the night. He could not sleep as his mind was filled with the image of Iron Lady's helpless look from that day. In his eyes, Shi Shueman was not really smart or gentle at all. Her spearmanship was powerful and heavy. She had an iron willpower. She was always the one that led the charge. On the battlefield, she would always take on the most powerful enemy. She had never complained about hardships or blamed others for the circumstances she was in. But that day was first time he'd seen such a helpless look from Iron Lady. The worst thing was he was severely injured at this point of time. Ai Hui could not fall asleep. He widened his eyes and looked at the stars above his head. After being in a daze for a while, he forcibly calmed himself down. Being in a daze was useless now. He got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind and pondered about the condition of his body. As time passed, Ai Hui became drowsy, half asleep. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he was awakened by Lu Lan. Ai Hui, wake up. Ai Hui opened his drowsy eyes and Lu's masked face appeared in his line of sight. Subconsciously, he blurted out, "Lu Lan." Ai Hui can talk. Lu Lan's eyes lit up. Lu Lan's cheer immediately created an uproar in the camp. Everyone swarmed over, as if they were looking at a rare animal. Look at how vigorous he is. He is stronger than a wild boar. Wild boar? Don't insult Ai Hui. He is a cockroach. He looks like he is going to recover soon. That's really good. Lulan can make more elemental soup for us now. Yes, yes. Lulan has to take good care of AI Hui every day, so it means we have less elemental soup to drink. Lulan, what are we eating tomorrow? Should we come up with a new dish? Lulan's cooking skills. Arg, I'm so hungry. Everyone broke into a lively discussion. Initially, they were here to look at AI Hui. Very soon, they were talking about elemental soup. The word hunger was written all over their faces. All of them were talking about what type of elemental soup Lulan would make tomorrow. They could not free themselves from the reverie they were lost in. No one noticed that Lulan had already brought AI Hui away silently. AI Hui's sleepiness was scared away by those unbearable fellows' repulsive-looking faces. At this moment, he was unusually wide awake. Lulan, where are we going? Carrying AI Hui on his back, Lulan said cheerfully, AI Hui, we are going to Central Pine Valley. Master, he has already completed his task and he wanted me to bring you there to take a look. He doesn't know whether or not he did it right. AI Hui became energized. Blind, he is really efficient. He is able to finish the task so fast. AI Hui, calling Master he blind, he is really rude, Lulan said with a solemn tone. Immediately, AI Hui reacted to him and chuckled, oops. My bad, I am very respectful to Master he. Lulan's tone became cheerful once more as he said, yes. When Master he was forging it, he was very serious. Lulan has a lot to learn from him. When Lulan is free, Lulan is going to learn the art of smithing from Master he. Central Pine Valley was not far away from Fishback City. Carrying AI Hui on his back, Lulan reached Central Pine Valley very soon. The first person AI Hui saw was Duanmu Huanghan, who was meditating in the bamboo forest. There was a small wooden box in front of Duanmu Huanghan. It was the wooden box that his family members had requested Mulei to bring to him. AI Hui did not disturb Duanmu Huanghan. When Lulan brought AI Hui to the snow cluster flames, his gaze was immediately attracted by something. He raised his head and looked at the huge metallic casting in front of him. Its shape was very weird, resembling a metal ladle. It was very difficult for one to link it to a huge sword. The first impression that one had was of its huge size. It was so huge that it looked like an ice-cold, metallic monster. The body of the sword was thick and strong. It looked much more sturdy than AI Hui's sword body. It looked boorish and ugly. However, a huge part of its surface was extremely smooth and sleek, resembling a mirror. Countless, densely packed elemental traces were carved all over it as well. According to your design, the sword is 100 meters tall and has 7 nodes. An iron framework is set up at every node. There will be 3 to 9 levels. At each level of every pagoda framework, there are 6 positions for people to stand on. The elemental traces that you designed have already been carved onto it. Blindhe's voice came from behind AI Hui. His voice contained an unconcealable weariness, along with a tinge of excitement and anticipation as well. AI Hui could not shift his gaze off of it. The huge, metallic ladle was an odd Big Dipper shape that pierced through 7 pagodas. The 7 pagodas did not have any bricks or tiles. They were just made up of thick and strong metallic frameworks. Even though its shape was odd, ugly and crude, AI Hui behaved as if he had seen a priceless treasure sword. His eyes were brightly lit. Blindhe's indifferent voice came from behind AI Hui. Inspect it and see if there's anything that needs to be changed. If there's nothing to be changed, then it is completed. Right now, I am very curious about how you are going to make this huge fellow fly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, An All-Out Attack, Metal Baskets, and Arrogant Words. Chapter 496, An All-Out Attack, Metal Baskets, and Arrogant Words. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Another day had passed. The sun rose from the horizon, shedding warmth and sunlight over the land. However, the Wall of North Sea did not receive any. At this point in time, the atmosphere at Wall of North Sea was wintry and bleak. Every defensive position was on high alert. Every soldier's body was tensed. They could not help but widen their eyes and look ahead with malevolence. The blood of God's camps were absolutely silent. The dark masses of blood fiends were standing still like stone statues. Their scarlet eyes were filled with a thirst to kill and indifference towards people's lives. In the midst of the blood fiends, Beast Venom Temple's god priest's hands kept on releasing a red-colored, bloody glow. The mist-like bloody glow looked unusually alluring under the cold and gloomy sunlight. Speckles of the bloody glow entered the bodies of the blood fiends. Their scarlet eyes reduced in redness and became clearer. Their aggressiveness and high body temperatures disappeared along with the red glow in their eyes, as if their bestiality had been taken away by a mysterious force. Their eyes were clear and flawless like extremely beautiful rubies. Upon witnessing this scene, the North Sea soldiers on the wall of North Sea went into an uproar. Everyone, take note. Do not look into the eyes of the blood fiends. Helene Fair loudly reminded everyone with a solemn look on her face. She looked extremely calm. She was able to influence the soldiers with her calmness, causing the commotion to diminish gradually. No one noticed that her fingers drooping by the side of her body were actually trembling slightly. The enemy was going to launch its main attack soon. Unlike before, Ibai did not attack the wall of North Sea wave by wave. Instead, he gathered all the blood fiends and launched an all-out attack. The scale of this attack was unprecedented. The pressure on the defensive line was also unprecedented. The boundless sea of blood fiends caused Helene Fair to feel extreme despair. She could not see any hope of victory. A thick and wide palm patted her shoulder lightly. Relax, do you still remember the plan? At first, her body froze. Then, when she heard the familiar voice, her body loosened up. Mysteriously, all the pressure and tension she felt disappeared as she began to regain her composure. Without turning around, Helene Fair nodded her head and replied, "Yes, I remember." Sherbehai patted her shoulder and left without saying anything else. He was patrolling along the defensive line. When the soldiers bowed and greeted him, he would calmly bow and greet them back. Every now and then, he would nod his head at the soldiers or ask, "Do you still remember the plan?" Mysteriously, with this ordinary question and the slight nod of his head, he was able to get rid of the fear and tension that everyone was feeling. Generally speaking, everyone was willing to lay down their lives because they trusted this tall and imposing man. In a camp on the Blood of God's side, Ibai was looking at the wall of North Sea that was obstructing the advance of his army. It was still standing tall and majestic. However, there were a lot of areas that were utterly damaged, allowing him to see the defensive positions of North Sea Division. Sherbehai had exposed these defensive positions on purpose. They looked as if they could be broken through at any moment easily, but in reality they were dangerous spots of death. Yi Bai had long seen through Sherbehai's plan. However, he still sent his soldiers to attack these defensive positions and observed them being crushed to smithereens. If those exposed defensive positions were Sherbehai's bait, then these suiciding soldiers were his bait. Sherbehai's goal was to buy more time for the Avalon of 5 elements, and Yi Bai's only goal was Sherbehai. This was an order from His Majesty. Yi Bai had no choice but to admit that His Majesty was extremely sharp, but unusually decisive and ruthless as well. His Majesty did not care about how many men he lost at all. All he cared about was whether or not Sherbehai died. Yi Bai was able to accurately spot the morale boost in the soldiers defending the wall of North Sea. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed in admiration. Sherbehai truly lived up to his name. However, what was the point of boosting the soldiers' morale at this moment? Let's begin. Yi Bai's voice was indifferent without any tinge of excitement, resembling the piercing cold air in the early morning. A black-colored blood fiend rose high into the air. It acted as a signal and caused other blood fiends to ascend from the ground and rise into the air with it. Like a gigantic black rug that had its 4 corners lifted up by invisible hands, the dark sea of blood fiends flew towards the sky. The atmosphere at the wall of North Sea suddenly became tense. However, this time around, no one was feeling as fearful as before. Their facial expressions were determined and their gazes were resolute. There were no newbies among them. For the past few years, they had battled Blood of God an unknown number of times. Their mentalities had become unusually tough. Previously, they were stunned by the might of Blood of God. Now that they'd regained their composure, they naturally did not feel scared at all. All of them were used to seeing death and they knew the upcoming battle was unprecedentedly dangerous. Right now, all of their facial expressions were solemn. The blood fiends covered the sky and hid the sun, causing the sky to darken. Prepare to withstand the charge. Lu Man yelled at the top of his lungs. Just as he finished his sentence, the blood fiends in the sky began to swoop down. The dark masses of blood fiends resembled torrential hailstones. The cacophony of the sounds of their wings flapping and the hisses and roars of tens of thousands of blood fiends came crashing down at the wall of North Sea like a colossal tsunami. Even with the protection from the wall of North Sea, the soldiers from North Sea Division felt their hair stand on end as a cold shiver went down their spines. The weight of the mass of blood fiends was equivalent to a small mountains. The tens of thousands of diving blood fiends were like meteorites crashing towards the wall of North Sea. If one looked down from the sky, he or she could see waves of a black-colored tsunami crashing against the snow-white wall of North Sea. Colorful glows of elemental energies kept on flashing in the midst of the darkness. The corpses of blood fiends kept on falling from the sky like dumplings. Their bodies piled up on the ground, forming heaps of corpses everywhere. The blood fiends that were still alive were battering North Sea Division's defensive line frantically, not feeling tired at all. Cracks began to appear on the majestic wall of North Sea. Fishback City. Everyone surrounded the huge sword that Lu Lan had taken a lot of trouble to bring over. All of them exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it a bit ugly? A bit ugly? Are you blind? It's extremely ugly. It looks like a bent shoulder pole that carries 7 metal baskets. Hey, those baskets are of different sizes. AI Huey's sense of beauty is still as hopeless as before, but I want to straighten it so badly. What should I do? All the members of Sword of Lightning had an embarrassed look on their faces. Discussions and mockery from the others had revealed their own thoughts. At this moment, their faces had turned extremely red and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. After hesitating for a long while, Gu Xian could not help but walk to AI Hui and whisper, "Boss, don't tell me we are going to train in those metal baskets in the future?" "What metal baskets?" "They are sword pagodas. Metallic sword pagodas." AI Hui corrected him. Gu Xian took a second look at them, but still could not tell that they were sword pagodas. However, this was not the main issue. He whispered again, "Yes, yes. They are sword pagodas, they are sword pagodas. But my point is, are we really going to train in these metal basket sword pagodas in the future?" "In the future?" AI Hui shook his head. When Gu Xian saw AI Hui shake his head, a tinge of joy appeared on his face instantly. However, AI Hui then continued, "We are training now." Gu Xian was dumbstruck. The rest of the members were dumbstruck as well. From that moment onwards, watching Sword of Lightning members training became the favorite pastime of Spear of Heavy Clouds members. There were times where even Shu Shuemon would smile when she saw Sword of Lightning training. AI Hui had yet to recover to the point where he was able to take part in the trainings. However, he would sit by one side and observe them. AI Hui's voice would ring across the air whenever someone lost focus or failed to keep up with the rest. Very soon, the members did not care about their embarrassment anymore. Whoever was targeted by AI Hui would be punished. AI Hui could always think of various bizarre punishments to torture them. As compared to those torturous punishments, that tad bit of embarrassment was nothing. When Uncle Shi saw the oddly shaped metallic colossus, he became curious as well. He had never seen anything with such an odd shape and he could not guess its uses as well. However, the members in those metal baskets were training diligently and they did not seem to be fooling around. On the contrary, the onlookers surrounding them were laughing and jesting, appearing as if they were watching a show. When Uncle Shi's gaze landed upon AI Hui, he felt utterly guilty. He did not know how to face his mistress when he returned. After being detained for so many days, he did not feel any resentment at all. The Central Pine faction was already being very reasonable for not killing him straight away. "Master AI," he said respectfully. AI Hui noticed Uncle Shi and quickly replied, "Uncle Shi, come and take a seat." "Sorry for troubling Uncle Shi these few days." Uncle Shi's eyes turned red instantly. Choking with sobs, he replied, "I deserve to die. I caused Master AI to, ... There is no more Master AI, AI Hui waved his bandage-covered hand. At this moment, Uncle Shi realized AI Hui's body did not emit any elemental energy undulations. At first, he was in a daze. Following which, he broke down in tears. He had served the Lu residence for his entire life and he seldom made any mistakes. He didn't expect himself to commit such a grave mistake in his twilight years. "Uncle Shi, you don't need to brood over it. It's alright if I lose my path of master. Where there's a will, there's a way. Didn't Lu Buling change his path of master 8 times? AI Hui's tone was relaxed. His eyes, which were the only part that his bandage-covered face revealed, were glittering, resembling the resplendent stars in the night sky. Uncle Shi was stunned. Not only did AI Hui not feel despair, he was filled with a fighting spirit. He suddenly realized this lad would definitely become an extraordinary individual in the future. At this point of time, he had such a strong feeling about this. The last time Uncle Shi had had this feeling was when he followed the family head to visit Dai Gang. Every movement Dai Gang made was pure and magnificent, making him resemble a celestial being in the sky. At that time, Dai Gang still did not possess the prestige and strength that he had now. Uncle Shi was still very young at that time. Just by taking a glance, he had a strong feeling that Dai Gang might become an extraordinary individual someday. He did not expect to encounter another person who could give him the same feeling in his twilight years. Suddenly, AI Hui's tone became solemn as he said, "I asked Uncle Shi over because I feel that Senior might be in extreme danger. Previously, the grass bandits tried to harm Senior. This time around, they managed to infiltrate your convoy. There is definitely a spy among you all. I suspect that the sneak attack on Senior previously was not a coincidence. Someone in your residence is trying to harm Senior. Uncle Shi's facial expression turned solemn as well. AI Huey's words were precisely what he had been pondering over the last few days. I hope Uncle Shi can go back earlier and remind Senior to take care of her own safety. Mingxiu is my senior and she definitely will not harm me. I don't want anything to happen to her. AI Huey's tone and gaze turned ice cold. However, the Lu residents must give me an explanation for this incident. Who did it? Who wants to harm me? Who wants to harm Senior? Uncle Shi, what do you think about it? Uncle Shi shivered with cold. Then, he replied with a deep voice, I will definitely report this to the family head. I believe the family head will definitely give Master AI an explanation. AI Hui nodded his head. Due to his face being fully covered by bandages, no one could see what AI Hui was feeling now. Gazing into the distance, AI Hui replied with a calm voice, all of us are one big family. It's best if our relationships aren't hurt. I know what I'm going to say might sound arrogant, but I think it's better for me to say it now lest everyone gets unhappy in the future. If there's ever someone who tries to stop justice being served and let the culprit get away with it, I will personally go to the Lu residence and seek for an explanation. A cold shiver went down Uncle Shi's spine. His rationality told him that what AI Hui said was somewhat arrogant and funny, but he couldn't laugh at all for some unknown reason. I will remember it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, A Burst of White Light and a Warm Breeze. Chapter 497, A Burst of White Light and a Warm Breeze. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Yi Bai stood on the half-destroyed wall of North Sea. The wind was very strong, causing his long black hair and snow-white robe to flutter in the air. He gazed in the direction of Silver Mist Sea with a calm look on his face, appearing as if he was unconcerned about his sensational victory. The generals beside him were very cheerful. They had just trampled the last defensive line that was obstructing their great army from conquering the Avalon of 5 elements. Less than half of the wall of North Sea remained standing. Spiraling columns of white smoke rose in the air and dissipated into wisps of mist. Since the wall was made up of mist, and now that no more elemental energy was being channeled into it, it was gradually disintegrating. After a while, the debris from the wall of North Sea had completely disappeared. The scorched land that was covered with numerous craters in front of the wall of North Sea was proof that an epic battle had taken place. Another proof was the countless piles of corpses, both blood fiends and humans. However, by spring of next year, wild grass and plants would grow all over this war-torn land. These traces of war would be flooded and concealed by the passing of time. A warrior will eventually die on the battlefield and a beauty can't avoid the aging of time. Yi Bai looked at Silver Mist Sea, which was completely depleted of elemental energy, and remained silent for a very long time. He did not expect himself to return to the familiar Silver Mist Sea in this manner. He did not return as a victorious hero like what he'd fantasized about when he was young. Instead, he returned as an evil invader whom everyone loathed. A person's destiny was like the clouds in the sky. A random gust of wind could easily blow it off its original track. Report. Subordinate is useless. I can't find Beihai or the remnants of North Sea Division. Yi Bai's subordinate was extremely ashamed, so much so that his face was almost touching the ground. The generals surrounding Yi Bai stopped smiling and all of them lowered their heads in unison with a nervous look on their faces. Beihai was their main target for this battle. This was His Majesty's decree. Even though they had taken down Wall of North Sea, they had lost their main target. They were penny-wise and pound-foolish. When the Wall of North Sea collapsed, an immense number of blood fiends gushed in and caused the situation to turn extremely chaotic, completely out of anyone's control. At that point of time, the blood fiends were already filled with bloodlust. Even the god priests from Beast Venom Temple could not pacify them. The blood fiends would even attack a blood elementalist if he or she got too close to them. Therefore, they could only watch blankly as the blood fiends gushed into the Wall of North Sea and flooded the enemy soldiers like tidal waves. Yi Bai withdrew his gaze and replied with a calm tone, "This is my mistake. After all, a blood fiend is a beast that doesn't listen to commands. Initially, I'd still thought that the blood fiends wouldn't go crazy with the god priests from Beast Venom Temple around. I didn't expect the battle to be so intense, so much so that this accident happened. It's not your fault." The generals around him heaved a sigh of relief. His Majesty was imposing and his punishments were torturous. Yi Bai's military laws were strict and everyone feared his reputation as a god of war, therefore, no one dared to oppose him. Subsequently, when everyone saw how ruthless and cruel Yibai's methods were and how he was indifferent to human lives, they became terrified of him. After he deployed the blood fiends from Beast Venom Temple to reinforce their side and reduce their casualties, everyone was filled with admiration towards him. Even when Yibai was fully responsible for this triumphant victory, he still took the initiative to bear the mistake himself. His magnanimity and charisma had won over all the generals. "I will explain to His Majesty personally." Yibai scanned his surroundings and had a clear view of everyone's facial expressions. Then, he continued, "This victory has solidified the advantageous position of God Nation. From today onwards, the Avalon of 5 elements is history, like a beauty that has removed her clothes. Furthermore, we are able to seize 3 God-subduing peaks. It's a triumphant victory. Everyone, you have worked hard. His Majesty will reward you accordingly. There will definitely be great rewards for achieving such a huge, meritorious service." An overjoyed look appeared on everyone's faces. They bowed and said, "Thank you for your leadership, sir." The reason why North Sea Division had withstood Blood of God for so long was that they had 2 powerful trump cards. The first one was the formidable defensive power of the Wall of North Sea, and the second one was the terrifying offensive power of their 5 God-subduing peaks. If they had not received reinforcement from the Blood Fiends, they would have lost even more men in taking down the Wall of North Sea. God Nation had been desiring God-subduing peaks for a very long time. Even though they did not capture Sherbei, they still completed a great meritorious service by seizing 3 God-subduing peaks. The Wall of North Sea had 5 God-subduing peaks. 2 of them were detonated by the masters that were stationed there when Blood of God attempted to seize them, causing quite a huge number of deaths. However, Yibai was already satisfied with being able to seize 3 God-subduing peaks. Information regarding God-subduing peaks had always been something that was highly sought after in God Nation. However, Elders Guild was able to keep the information a well-hidden secret. God Nation had sacrificed many spies and they still ended up empty-handed. Now that they had seized 3 God-subduing peaks, the God Nation could study them. They might even be able to create God Nation's own God-subduing peaks. The God-subduing peaks were a legitimate superweapon. Without the 5 God-subduing peaks, the threat of the Wall of North Sea would be decreased by half. If God Nation could forge its own God-subduing peaks, its advantage over the Avalon of 5 elements would increase significantly. Even cities in the depths of the wilderness would not be able to stop God Nation's expansion when that day came. Speaking of which, we haven't boarded the God-subduing peak yet. Why don't we all enter it and take a look? Yibai chuckled. "Sir, you're right. I would be honored to do so. Finally, there's a chance for me to do so. I have been curious for a very long time." Everyone started talking at once. The God-subduing peaks had caused a lot of trouble for everyone. All of them were very curious about the interior of a God-subduing peak. The 3 God-subduing peaks hovered silently in the sky. They were riddled with scars that were left behind by the intense battle between both sides. However, their main bodies weren't severely damaged. The god priests from Beast Venom Temple used some essence elemental beings they found to activate the God-subduing peaks and make them hover in the air. As they got closer, the pressurizing aura of the God-subduing peaks became stronger. The shadow of the God-subduing peaks over their heads caused them to feel suffocated. Elders Guild has 1 foot in the grave and their time is limited. Even so, they still managed to produce such a terrifying superweapon. "They definitely have capable individuals working under them," said Yibai as he could not help but sigh with sorrow. The generals nodded their heads. Some were keeping silent. All of their facial expressions were very mixed. Other than the first batch of seeds, most of the blood elementalists in Blood of God used to be elementalists in the past. They had been blood elementalists for many years, but their memories as elementalists had yet to disappear. The rise of Blood of God and the decline of Elders Guild reduced their guilt of switching sides. They even felt somewhat glad. However, now that they saw a masterpiece like the God-subduing peak, they were shocked and their old memories flooded their minds. One of the god priests who was busy cleaning up the God-subduing peak saw Yibai and quickly descended to greet him. "Sir." "So? Did you learn anything?" Yibai asked with a gentle voice. The god priests from Beast Venom Temple were all extremely knowledgeable. This batch of god priests was the core unit of Beast Venom Temple. Most of them had taken part in the project of imitating and creating a God-subduing peak. God-subduing peaks had been a throbbing headache for Holy Emperor. A God-subduing peak that was overseen by a master was like an impregnable fortress. It could attack, defend, and move at will. If not for the fact that Elders Guild's strength had decreased significantly and they did not have enough manpower and resources, they would have built more God-subduing peaks. Holy Emperor believed that a sufficient number of God-subduing peaks could pose a threat to a Grandmaster. One of the god priests was extremely excited. He praised the god subduing peaks to the high heavens, wonderful workmanship. A marvelous creation. Previously, we had some ideas about the theories behind it and they aren't all wrong after all. Sir, do you want to board it? The interior has been cleaned up. At this moment, an alarmed cry erupted from within the god subduing peak. Who's there? Who is hiding inside? Suddenly, a powerful wave of elemental energy undulations erupted. Everyone's facial expressions changed drastically. Protect, sir. A guard standing beside Yi Bai pushed him to the ground. A few other guards quickly stood in front of him and activated a bloody screen. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The noises around Yi Bai disappeared and his surroundings became unusually quiet. Over the shoulders of the guards protecting him, Yi Bai stared blankly at the few guards that were running towards him. These guards were his comrades from Icy Flames Division that joined Blood of God with him. Their eyes were widened in anger and their mouths were gaped. They seemed to be screaming something but no sound came out of their mouths. Their movements were very slow as well. Suddenly, their background became brighter and brighter. Blinded by the bright white light, Yi Bai could not see his comrades' faces clearly. Like a mountain flash flood, the dazzling burst of white light devoured the few familiar figures. Yi Bai was startled. Tears flowed silently out of his eyes, blurring his vision. His back collapsed heavily onto the ground and he blacked out. A dazzling burst of light engulfed everything. In a valley, 25 kilometers away from Wall of North Sea, there was a roaring cascade that was 7 meters tall. Qi Shouyuan looked nervously at the cascade. Whoosh! A familiar, tall and sturdy figure walked out from the cascade. Sir! Qi Shouyuan was extremely agitated. To Qi Shouyuan's astonishment, the one who walked out from the cascade was Shi Beihai. Shi Beihai's entire body was covered in blood. His face was scooty, his beard was unkempt and his hair was disheveled. However, there was still a cold glint in his tiger-like eyes. When Shi Beihai saw Qi Shouyuan, he heaved a sigh of relief. When Qi Shouyuan saw Shi Beihai's appearance, he was scared out of his skin. Sir, are you injured? I am all right, Shi Beihai shook his head and replied, this blood belongs to the enemy, but... This underground river had been opened up by Qi Shouyuan when he was sent to build fortifications for North Sea Division. The underground river was linked directly to the interior of Wall of North Sea. The entrance to this underground river was very well hidden. Initially, Shi Beihai just wanted an escape route to be built. He didn't expect that it would be put to good use one day. As familiar figures walked out of the cascade one by one, the smile on Qi Shouyuan's face became wider and wider. However, the process halted after the 17th person walked out from the cascade. Qi Shouyuan's face turned deathly white. There's no need for you to watch the cascade anymore. These are the only people that have survived, Shi Beihai said with a gloomy voice. Even though he had made plans for retreat, the situation at that time was too chaotic. The surging blood fiends did not give them any time to make a retreat. Almost all of his men were drowned in the dark, surging sea of blood fiends. Only those who were very powerful were barely able to flee for their lives under the attack of the blood fiends. Suddenly, the ground shook. Shi Beihai's body trembled. The rest of the people raised their heads abruptly. Shi Beihai dashed towards the hillside like a wild animal. Similarly, the rest dashed frantically towards the hillside. After Shi Beihai climbed up the hillside, he looked in the direction of the Wall of North Sea. A monstrous and dazzling burst of white light had erupted and rose towards the sky. Accompanied by heat and elemental energy undulations, the wind from the blast wave of the explosion dispersed the clouds of North Sea. It caused the forests to rustle and Shi Beihai's disheveled hair to flutter. The warm breeze from the Wall of North Sea held the bright and cheerful laughter of his comrades, recounted the solemn oath they'd made together in the past, and signified an everlasting farewell. I have no regrets fighting side by side with all of you. It's time for a farewell. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Everyone, take care. Shi Beihai stood in a daze as tears silently flowed down his scooty and blood-stained face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, Back View. Chapter 498, Back View. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. The fall of the North Sea Wall shocked all of Beyond Avalon. The atmosphere in the meeting hall in Skyheart City was extremely tense. Madame Ye's facial expression was solemn. All the important personnel had grave looks on their faces. Nian Tingfling's tone was deep and forceful as he reported the news to everyone. By the time we obtained the news, North Sea Division, which was stationed at the North Sea Wall, had been completely wiped out. By using blood fiends to attack North Sea Division, Yi Bai caused the complete collapse of the North Sea Wall. Facing a sea of blood fiends, it was very hard for them to make a successful escape. Until now, we haven't found any survivors. I'm afraid Sir Beihai has. He could not finish the rest of his sentence. Most of the people there were very familiar with Sir Beihai and had a rather good impression of him. Before, they had discussed the issue and hoped that Sir Beihai could take over the position of Great Elder. It was a pity that Sir Beihai was not interested in the position and rejected the offer tactfully. Yi Baiyi was another person everyone was familiar with. Coincidentally, Yi Baiyi had also been a candidate to become Great Elder. Ultimately, neither of the two candidates took over the position of Great Elder and both of them ended up fighting each other. Fate played a joke on the two of them, and it was a cruel one. Madame Yezge swept across everyone as she began to talk with a solemn voice. Now is not the time to grieve, we don't have much time left. Let's talk about what we should do next. Nian Tingfeng gave Madame Yi a bow and continued. Sir Beihai had arranged a backup plan. Madame Yi wasn't surprised at all as she understood Sir Beihai very well. She nodded and said, Sir Beihai has always thought far ahead. Tell us about his backup plan. Yes. Nian Tingfeng turned around and faced everyone. Sir Beihai anticipated the North Sea Wall's collapse. He'd had his vice division leader, Shi Shouyuan, lead all the blacksmiths to the rear of the North Sea Wall and build a large number of fortifications. His original plan had been to use the North Sea Division and the layers of fortifications to stop the enemies if the North Sea Wall collapsed. It's a pity that he did not expect Yi Baiyi to use blood fiends to attack them. Most of these fortifications have been completed. Shi Shouyuan, who was in charge of this project, has gone missing. So these fortifications have fallen into the hands of Blood of God? Shiman Saijue asked coldly. Not yet. Nian Tingfeng saw the doubt in everyone's eyes and explained, Sir Beihai hid an expert in each of the three God subduing peaks and purposely let Blood of God capture them. Subsequently, the three experts detonated the God subduing peaks and caused a colossal explosion. The scene was extremely spectacular. At that time, Yi Baiyi was aboard one of the God subduing peaks. He was caught in the explosion and is severely injured. He has been unconscious since then. Such a pity. It's such a pity. Such a pity, we almost got him. As long as Yi Baiyi dies, the enemy troops will collapse even if we don't attack them. A lot of people felt it was a pity that Yi Baiyi had not died. Rage engulfed Silver Soldier's eyes. Karakoram Polaris, who was standing beside him, grabbed his hand and shook her head. When Silver Soldier saw Karakoram Polaris's eyes, his rage subsided significantly. Her soft palm tightly interlocked its fingers with Silver Soldier's. Beneath the light muslin veil on her face, her usual ice-cold eyes were now tender like water. When Silver Soldier sensed Karakoram Polaris's tenderness, he grabbed her hand tightly in return. Wan Shenwei, who had not spoken all this time, suddenly opened his mouth to say, we need to seize the moment. Madame Yi shifted her gaze to Wan Shenwei while the rest of the people quieted down. Sir Beihai's plan is not bad, continued Wan Shenwei. In the dim light of the night sky, Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division's encampments were brightly lit, bustling with life. Everyone was unusually busy as they made their last checks and preparations before setting off. 4 hours later, Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division would be rushing to the front line. All the cities along the way had been ordered by Elders Guild to provide them with essence elemental beans, food, and lodgings. These were to allow them to reach the front line as soon as possible. They were now racing against time. Every second was extremely precious. Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division had been rebuilt not too long ago and had many rookies. Even though they had undergone plenty of training, they were still slightly flustered now that they were going to enter the battlefield for real. From the balcony of the mayor's residence, one could look down at the two camps that were situated right next to each other. A man of around 50 to 60 years old was staring at the two camps without moving. His figure looked as if it had blended into the night scene. Madame Ye's voice came from behind him. Are you worried about them? The man's eyes regained their clarity. Without turning back, he replied plainly, they will be fine after fighting a few battles. Why didn't you send the 3 central divisions? The man's stubby, grizzled beard and short silvery hair that was hard like iron wires made his craggy face look like the head on a robust statue. His eyes were like gems carved with the utmost care. They were solid-looking, well-defined, and striking. Every now and then, a cold glint would flash across his eyes, causing one to shiver with fear. However, if one took a closer look, those eyes would look like the depths of a night sky, filled with darkness. His clothes were plain and unadorned. He wore a pair of the short pants usually worn by laborers and was barefooted, contrasting greatly with the ravishing and luxurious mayor's residence. The man's facial expression was indifferent, looking as if he did not sense the contrast at all. Dai Gang is coming. Madame Yi walked beside the man and stared at the encampment as she spoke with a soft voice. I'm even more worried about her than you are. Then you shouldn't let her be the division leader. Madame Yi raised her eyebrows and sneered. Don't let her be the division leader? Then who will be the division leader? You? I am a woman and have to take over such a huge mess. Furthermore, I am isolated and helpless. As she spoke, she began to choke with emotions. You get what you seek, the man replied plainly. Madame Yi wiped off her tears and said, So are you saying that I sought this big mess myself? Then why did you ask your disciple to come over? Why did you agree to our daughter taking over Sky Edge Division? At the end of the day, you will help me, right? The man cast a glance at her. An indescribable glint flashed across his eyes in the darkness. This pair of eyes looked hurt, regretful, and sad at the same time. Soon after, they returned to normal. I'm very clear on what I have done. Madame Yi stopped crying and her facial expression returned to normal. Don't tell me you're only here to look at your daughter? No, I am here to warn you not to interfere with Karakoram's and Silver's business. The man shook his head. An unnatural look swept across Madame Yi's face as she replied, You are still so paranoid, why would I interfere with their business? If you don't repent, I will kill you, the man said. Like a cat with its tail being stepped on, Madame Yi's voice turned sharp. Kill me? Kill me then. Didn't you want to kill me back in the day? Hong Bingfang. Hong Bingfang looked as if he didn't hear Madame Yi's words and continued to stare at the two camps. Madame Yi snorted. It's because of you that I gave that lad a chance and let him be Infantry Division's division leader, but how can my daughter lead such a miserable life? Hong Bingfang's head suddenly turned around. His lightning-like gaze made Madame Yi stop talking at once. You and her are two completely different persons. Other than your own life, you won't value anything else as important, Hong Bingfang said plainly. Madame Yi looked straight at Hong Bingfang and did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, like a blossoming flower, she broke into a smile. We have not met for quite a long time, let's not talk about these unhappy things and talk about some happy things. How about it? Do you want to help me deal with Dai Gang? I think your strength is right on par with Lu Buling's. I admire Dai Gang and think he is more suitable than you for the position of Great Elder, Hong Bingfang said. You're such a petty individual. Madame Yi pouted her lips. You don't want to help me and you'll still say such words to annoy me. Hong Bingfang shifted his gaze back to the two camps. Karakoram Polaris had been brought up by Hong Bingfang and they had a deep relationship. Do you want to visit Karakoram and your precious disciple? Madame Yi suddenly asked. Hong Bingfang did not respond. Just as Madame Yi thought that he was not going to speak, he suddenly said, There's no need for me to do that. In times of chaos, if I can't protect them, the least I can do is not create trouble for them. Are you going to look on helplessly as they go to the battlefield? Hong Bingfang remained silent for a while before replying, Silver has a brave and unyielding character. His heart is filled with wrath and hatred from the blood catastrophe. If I don't let him go to the battlefield, he will not be happy. Karakoram can't bear to part with him. No matter where he is, whether he lives or dies, she will be by his side. Because of these bullshit reasons? An incredulous look appeared on Madame Yi's face. Without turning his head, Hong Bingfang replied, As long as she is happy, it's fine with me. One gets what he or she seeks. In times of chaos, it's best for one to live in the moment. Yes, in times of chaos, it's best to live in the moment. Madame Yi muttered as she gazed into the distance. She looked slightly distracted. The area outside of the city was pitch black. Silver City's bright and lively lights that resembled a vast sky full of stars could no longer be seen. She returned to her senses and said coldly, The Avalon of 5 elements can survive only if Dai Gang and Yi Bai are settled. At this time, the Elders Guild, which was usually disorganized and inefficient, was unusually quick and efficient. Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division traveled day and night towards the fortifications at the rear of the North Sea Wall. At the same time, Skyheart City issued a conscription order in the name of the Elders Guild. This was to allow them to conscript a large number of combat divisions. Any city that had a slightly reputable combat division was conscripted. When the conscription order and the grievous news of Shir Beihai's death reached Fishback City, Shir Shueman was very calm. She took over the conscription order, which read, Conscription order, Spear of Heavy Cloud and Sword of Lightning are to report to the front line immediately. Shir Shueman closed the conscription order and said, Only Spear of Heavy Cloud will be going. The envoy, who was an elementalist from the surveillance division which had sent the conscription order, was stunned. He hurriedly explained, but Cyrus's ice-cold tip was immediately placed on his neck. At that moment, the envoy's facial expression changed drastically as he responded, audacious. Sure Shuemon, are you defying the order? You have to think properly. Only spear of heavy cloud will be going. Like the spear point at his neck, the frosty voice sent a cold shiver down the envoy's spine. The envoy tried to argue, this is Elders Guilds. An envoy has the authority to act at his or her discretion, Sure Shuemon interrupted. The envoy was speechless. It was then that he remembered Sure Shuemon was from a powerful aristocratic family and knew about these customs very clearly. He tried to stay calm and said, Miss Sure, you have to consider your actions carefully lest you humiliate your father's reputation. At his neck, Cirrus trembled. After a while, Sure Shuemon said softly, what is the point of having a good reputation when he is already dead? The envoy's heart softened and he sighed, it seems like the rumors are really true. He retrieved the conscription order and crossed off the name Sword of Lightning, following which, he stamped it with his seal and passed it back to Sure Shuemon. With a solemn look on his face, the envoy said, my comrades from the surveillance division have offered incense to your father. Thank you. Sure Shuemon took over the conscription order and left with Cirrus in her hand. She did not turn back. The envoy suddenly raised his head. All of a sudden, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The back view of the figure in the drifting snow looked weak, yet austere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Heater in Snow, Heart of God. Chapter 499, Heater in Snow, Heart of God. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Heavy snow was drifting down from the sky. The heat-emitting Blackfish Mouth volcano was like an enormous heater, providing warmth in this cold winter. Two figures were sitting side by side on a protruding cliff that hung in the air on the volcano peak. Cirrus, which was stuck onto a rock behind the two figures, stayed motionless in the drifting snow, looking as if it did not want to disturb their peace. Sure Shuemon's hands were propped against the rocks on her two sides, while her legs were dangling in the air. Her head was swaying faintly, making her ponytail look like a swing. She looked at the distant mountain range that was adorned with white snow. The sea-like green forests had disappeared. A smile would appear on her face whenever she turned around and looked at the mummy-like Ai Hui, whose body was completely covered with bandages. She felt that Ai Hui's appearance was a great contrast to the current scenery. Ai Hui had yet to recover from his injuries and more than half of his entire body was still rigid. Sure Shuemon was the one who'd carried him up to the peak. When Ai Hui saw Iron Lady like this, he felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. He wanted to tell her not to feel sad, but he couldn't say it. How could she not be sad when this kind of thing had happened? Then he wanted to tell her that the future would be much better, but realized she was going to the battlefield soon and her life would be at risk. Saying these words would make him sound as if he was comforting her out of courtesy. Deep down, he was panicking, but he did not want to show it. The distress he suffered from was nothing compared to what Iron Lady had gone through. Iron Lady was smiling. Ai Hui knew the best thing he could do now was to smile back at her. Luckily his face was covered with bandages. Ai Hui tried his best to make his tone sound casual as he said, don't die too early, at least not before I come and find you. Sure Shuemon turned around and looked at Ai Hui and replied, okay. Don't listen to other people's commands. Retreat immediately when you realize something is not right, Ai Hui continued. Okay, Sure Shuemon nodded her head. Don't fight inflexibly, be adaptable. You have seen how a wolf pack hunts before, right? Be like them, Ai Hui continued. Okay, Sure Shuemon nodded her head once more. Ai Hui opened his mouth but no words came out. He felt that he was being too naggy, saying all these superfluous words. Mysteriously, a wisp of blazing rage arose in his heart. He was angry at himself for being useless. Suddenly, a slim and snow-white hand extended towards him from his side and touched his face. The wisp of rage in Ai Hui's heart disappeared without a trace instantly. Even with bandages covering his face, he could sense the warmth of the hand. Hey! Ai Hui panicked. The snow-white hand turned his head around. Ai Hui felt like he was a wooden puppet when he heard the sound of bones cracking in his neck. After his head was turned around, Ai Hui saw Sure Shuemon's face getting closer and closer to him. Ai Hui was stunned. Sure Shuemon closed her eyes as her long eyelashes fluttered lightly in the chilly wind. The shy blush on her face was as beautiful as the rose-red clouds in the sky during sunset. Their lips touched. Even though Ai Hui's lips were covered by a layer of bandages, he could still feel the tenderness and warmth of Sure Shuemon's lips clearly. He was breathing erratically into the layer of bandages that covered his face and his face was burning all of a sudden. His entire body was frozen. He widened his eyes and looked at Sir Shuemon's cute eyelashes that were flickering like water ripples. She opened her eyes. Their eyes met each other. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Sir Shuemon's limpid eyes contained a tinge of shyness and water-like gentleness that came along with a determination that made one feel sorry for her. Their lips separated. Sir Shuemon sat up straight. The blush on her face had yet to disappear, looking like a sunset glow that refused to leave the sky. "You have to survive," Ai Hui blurted out. Sir Shuemon somehow became cheerful. Even the snowy weather looked adorable to her at this point of time. She gave Ai Hui a wink as her lips curled into a sly smile. "Of course I have to survive, someone still owes me 80 million yuan. Ai Hui's mind, which had just regained its senses, was dealt a huge blow all of a sudden. He was utterly shocked. He stuttered incoherently, You are 80 million yuan. Sir Shuemon stretched her back and loosened up her body. She propped her hands against the rocks to push herself up and pulled out her cirrus from the rock behind her. When she turned around and saw Ai Hui's flabbergasted look, a naughty thought arose in her mind. She then did something extremely daring. She squatted down beside Ai Hui and used her index finger to lift up his chin that was covered with bandages. She winked her eyes at Ai Hui's stunned face and said, "I have kept this secret for a very long time." After she finished her sentence, she stood up and straightened out her armor. Following which, she jumped down from cliff. Like a huge, nimble bird, she flew and disappeared into the drifting snow. A carefree voice resounded through the air from far away, "I am leaving." All Ai Hui could see was drifting snow. He couldn't see the beautiful figure of Sir Shuemon at all. He was stunned for quite a while before he could react. An indescribable melancholy engulfed his heart. Then, he returned to his senses and cried, Hey, how do I get down? How can you ditch me after you have your way with me? Ungrateful woman! Quickly, bring me down." Filled with uncertainty, Ai Hui thought he heard a chime-like laughter resounding through the drifting snow. The mountain ridge was covered entirely by snow. Nangong Wulian stood on the flight of stairs with his head lowered. An authoritative voice came from above him. "How is the progress of Heavenly God? If I remember, the project has been ongoing for nearly 20 years, right?" Today was the first time Holy Emperor had shown himself since the day Muda walked across the sky and created the elemental energy storm. Being summoned by Holy Emperor at this point of time naturally made him feel worried. He had followed Holy Emperor for a very long time, even longer than Bei Shuisheng. However, he had never dared to exploit this fact in front of Holy Emperor before. Even though Bei Shuisheng might appear arrogant and domineering to some, he was very loyal to Holy Emperor. When Bei Shuisheng was a child, his life was saved by Holy Emperor. As his life was full of trouble and misfortunes, Holy Emperor had always taken pity on him and took good care of him. Sometimes, Nangong Wulian felt that both of them were like father and son. It was extremely rare to see Holy Emperor in such a relationship, as he was an individual that was completely devoid of all emotions. When Nangong Wulian's superior, Master Shao, escaped from Blood of God, it was mainly due to Holy Emperor's support that allowed him to become the palace master of Beast Venom Temple. Nangong Wulian was fully aware that he wasn't really talented. He was chosen by His Majesty only because he was obedient. After he took over the position of Palace Master, he did not dare to slack off and was always cautious and conscientious. Finally, he was able to get His Majesty's approval and even the name of the palace was changed to Beast Venom Temple. No matter how arrogant and despotic he would do anything that His Majesty instructed with prudence. But ever since God Nation was established, His Majesty seldom summoned for him specifically. Upon hearing Holy Emperor's words, Nangong Wulian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Without changing his facial expression, he bowed and reported with utter respect, "I was about to report this issue to your Majesty." Before Master Shao left, he destroyed almost all the information about Heavenly God. Luckily, we were able to find some remnants of his experiment reports. According to these remnant reports, God Puppet Palace was just starting on the project of Heavenly God. At that point of time, Master Shao had merely completed the design plan for Heavenly God and had yet to implement it. I don't want to hear about these insignificant details. Let me ask you, how is the progress now? Holy Emperor interrupted Nangong Wulian impatiently. Nangong Wulian hurriedly replied, there is progress. Previously, I have been trying to restore the project, but the progress is very slow. It wasn't until the birth of Red Devil, and his feat of enduring through an unprecedented level of blood refinement, that things started to change for the better. I have recorded all the changes in the entire process and finally came up with the structure of Heart of God. Thanks to the great blessing from your Majesty, the first Heart of God has been completed. I was about to present it to your Majesty. Oh? I want to see it. Holy Emperor looked slightly interested. Nangong Wulian hurriedly ordered one of the guards to bring it over. Very soon, a transparent ice coffin was brought in. When the ice coffin was placed on the ground, the temperature of the palace hall suddenly decreased, making everyone feel as if winter had arrived. The ice coffin was filled with a transparent, red-colored liquid that resembled blood. Within the red liquid, there was a heart that was palpitating slowly. There were a lot of tentacles that were of different lengths growing out of the heart, making it look like a jellyfish swimming in a pool of blood. Thump, thump, thump. The faintly discernible sound of the heart beating echoed in everyone's minds. The facial expressions of all the guards present changed drastically. They stared at the ice coffin with a terrified look on their faces. Holy Emperor let out a gasp of surprise, releasing a pressurizing aura throughout the palace hall. Everyone felt suffocated in that instant. Nangong Wulian felt the most pressure. He could not help but bend his back and bow down. His Majesty's gaze pierced through him like a sharp sword. Not bad, this is an extraordinary object. Holy Emperor's voice expressed approval. Nangong Wulian heaved a sigh of relief. Only a short amount of time had passed and his back was already drenched in sweat. Nowadays, Holy Emperor was authoritative and imposing. He was truly unpredictable. It's all thanks to your Majesty's wisdom. Everyone in Beast Venom Temple and I will not dare to claim the credit for ourselves. What's yours will be yours. Do you think I will deny you of your credit? Holy Emperor seemed to be smiling. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Then, he continued, all of your subordinates will be rewarded. Nangong Wulian immediately kneeled down and thanked Holy Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Who do you intend to use the first heart of God on? Holy Emperor changed the topic. Ordinary individuals will not be able to bear the might of Heart of God. Right now, I am looking for people who have an outstanding body constitution. Your Majesty, do you have any suggestions? Nangong Wulian asked. Use it on Yi Bai then, Holy Emperor replied plainly. Nangong Wulian was overwhelmed with shock. He'd already anticipated that His Majesty had a candidate, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Bai. In God Nation, Yi Bai was of the same rank as him. Could it be that the situation on the front line had worsened? His Majesty was unhappy with Yi Bai? However, if he was unhappy with Yi Bai, why would he use such an important object on him? Even so, it also did not seem like His Majesty was rewarding Yi Bai. Heart of God was still in the development stage. It had never been planted into a human body and its effects were unpredictable. Even Nangong Wulian, who was its creator, was unsure of its effects. Nangong Wulian did not know what His Majesty's attitude towards Yi Bai was. He did not dare to interrupt His Majesty. Holy Emperor continued to speak, looking as if he was talking to himself. Yi Bai is severely injured and his life is in danger. Reasonably speaking, he has done a meritorious service by taking down the wall of North Sea. However, he has failed to seize Beihai and the god-subduing peaks. He himself is severely injured and our army has sustained heavy losses. I don't know whether I should reward him or punish him. It will have to depend on his fate then. Nangong Wulian seemed to understand what the Holy Emperor meant and replied softly, understood. Do you still remember Master Shao? Holy Emperor suddenly asked. Nangong Wulian did not quite understand what was going on and replied, I still remember him. That's right, you should remember him since you were his subordinate for over 10 years. Even though you were not highly valued by him, you worked for him the longest. Holy Emperor sounded as if he was reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, his voice turned cold. Master Shao has reappeared recently. Nangong Wulian felt as if his mind was struck by a lightning bolt. He began to stammer incoherently, Master. Master Shao appeared. Do you want to guess where he has gone to? Holy Emperor chuckled. Where has Master Shao gone to? Nangong Wulian was at a loss. Ha, he has gone to the Assembly of Patriarchs, Holy Emperor replied with a sinister laugh. His laughter was piercingly cold. However, this could not be compared to the shock Nangong Wulian received when he heard the 3 words Assembly of Patriarchs. With a blank look on his face, he muttered, Assembly of Patriarchs. Holy Emperor stopped laughing and he returned to his usual self. Then, he asked casually, Are you thinking about the master-disciple relationship between you and him? I don't dare. Traitor Shao deserves to be punished and killed for betraying your Majesty. Please let me take on the task of capturing this traitor. Nangong Wulian was terrified. Capture him? Holy Emperor chuckled and shook his head. Following which, his facial expression turned cold and he continued, No, why should I capture him? I want to see what shady business Master Shao and the Assembly of Patriarchs are up to. I also want to know why Master Shao wants to betray me. I can swear that I have never mistreated him before. Master Shao, Master Shao. Is it because you have something to tell me and that's why you haven't died? Holy Emperor muttered, looking as if he was smiling. Nangong Wulian's face turned pale white as a cold shiver went down his spine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, There's no need for you to apologize. Chapter 500, There's no need for you to apologize. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Nangong Wulian looked below him. His deep-set eyes contained a tinge of curiosity. The countless tents of blood of God's army resembled a sea that was black and red in color. There were a lot of faintly discernible, disjointed white lines in this red and black sea. These white lines were from the ruins of the Wall of North Sea. The tallest of the broken walls was 9 meters tall, while the shortest was only 1 meter high. They stood along the old defensive line. Looking at them from afar, they looked like an old haircomb with its teeth broken. They had endured through the harsh winter and made it to spring. The grass around them was covered with snow remnants from the winter. The dust that had gathered on them during the winter made them look dirty and scattered, resembling the defeated North Sea Division. The glory of the Avalon of 5 elements declined inevitably and the grandiose plan to stop the invasion had failed. The traces left over by the greats could only be found in the distant legends. How would people in the future remember this battle? How would it be possible for them to visualize the magnificence of the Wall of North Sea and the devastation of the battle, if all they could see was verdant grass covering everywhere? As the palace master of Beast Venom Temple, Nangong Wulian's status was comparable to Yi Bai's. Furthermore, he was decreed by the Holy Emperor to come here. All the army generals were already out to welcome him. When they saw Nangong Wulian, they stepped forward and greeted him with a bow. Nangong Wulian's clothes were wrinkled and his hair was unkempt. His eyes were flickering with a demonic, yet fervent glint. When the generals made eye contact with Nangong Wulian, they immediately felt as if they were being burned by a piece of hot iron. Subconsciously, they quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. Where's Yi Bai? Nangong Wulian asked, smiling. Sir has yet to wake up. Nangong Wulian gave a neurotic laugh and replied, It's good that he hasn't woken up. His surroundings became quiet. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Nangong Wulian meant by his words. Was it possible that His Majesty wanted to punish their master? Everyone was feeling uneasy. If their master was to be punished, what were the chances of them being spared? Nangong Wulian noticed the fear on these people's faces, but he did not want to explain anything to them. The smile on his face grew wider as he said, Lead the way. The generals returned to their senses and hurriedly led the way. Beast Venom Temple was unusually mysterious and dangerous in everyone's eyes. Most of the generals in War God Palace used to be from the old Icy Flames division. The rest of the generals were converted elementalists as well. Beast Venom Temple and Cold Palace were the cores of Blood of God. They existed before the blood catastrophe broke out. The history of Beast Venom Temple was longer than Cold Palace's. As such, it was more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Nangong Wulian had a weird temperament. He was extremely unfathomable and unreasonable. Yi Bai had warned them more than once not to provoke Beast Venom Temple. One could see that even Yi Bai feared Nangong Wulian. Nangong Wulian walked into the tent and saw the unconscious Yi Bai. When the god priest who was guarding Yi Bai saw Nangong Wulian, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him and reported Yi Bai's condition. As Nangong Wulian listened to his subordinate's report, he looked at Yi Bai. The awe-inspiring war god of God Nation did not look like his usual self at this point in time. Yi Bai's face was pale white and his life force was extremely weak, resembling a waning candle that was left in the wind. Nangong Wulian's eyes lit up with a mysterious fervor. He placed his pale and dry palm on Yi Bai's chest. Suddenly, Yi Bai's clothes disintegrated into dust and disappeared. Nangong Wulian used his palm to caress Yi Bai's body. His gaze became increasingly hot while he let out a weird, high-pitched laugh every now and then. Such a fine body, such a fine body. His meat is white and tender. Yi Bai has such a good body. All the generals there were individuals who had been through countless battles and had experienced many life and death situations. Their eyes wouldn't even blink when someone attacked them head-on with a sword. However, the bizarre scene in front of them now was able to make their hair stand on end. Many people turned their heads as they did not dare to look at the scene. On the contrary, the god priests from Beast Venom Temple had a completely different reaction. All of their eyes were lit up and they couldn't wait to assist Nangong Wulian. After caressing Yi Bai's body for quite some time, Nangong Wulian withdrew his palm hesitantly. With an impatient tone, he said, Anyone who isn't from Beast Venom Temple get out of the tent now. more than half of the generals left the tent. Those generals who stayed had a hesitant look on their faces. Most of them were Yi Bai's subordinates and were from the old Icy Flames division. They were faithful and loyal to Yi Bai. As such, how could they be at ease when Yi Bai was in such a weak state? Furthermore, what Nangong Wulian had done just now made them very worried. If Nangong Wulian was to do anything to Sir. Furthermore, Sir was such a prideful individual. Nangong Wulian cocked his head and smiled. His unkempt hair was like a bird's nest. Following which, he said with a smile on his face, if Yi Bai is no longer being treated now, he might be breathing his last breath today. All of you have to think carefully now. The generals that stayed behind looked at each other. Suddenly, one of the generals clenched his teeth and yelled, "Everyone, go out now!" The generals gushed out of the tent like a tidal wave. Nangong Wulian stared at the unconscious Yi Bai with a zealous look on his face. He muttered, "Sir, sir. It feels so good to know that you haven't died yet. The first heavenly god is going to be born." An ice coffin was placed behind him. A jellyfish-like heart was floating in the bright red liquid within the ice coffin. Nangong Wulian's long and skinny index finger slid across Yi Bai's chest. Like a sharp blade, his finger cut open Yi Bai's skin, revealing a beating heart within it. Nangong Wulian clicked his tongue in admiration. After a while, he threw Yi Bai into the ice coffin. When Yi Bai's body was fully submerged in the blood-red liquid within the transparent ice coffin, the jellyfish-like heart of God suddenly moved. All of its tentacles suddenly contracted. Like a streaking javelin, it shot through the blood-red liquid and entered Yi Bai's chest. Nangong Wulian watched the entire process without taking his eyes off of the scene before him. His face was filled with fervor as he muttered, "It's perfect, it's indeed perfect." Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. The sounds of 2 heartbeats echoed throughout the tent. The faces of those god priests who were low in base level turned pale white with agony. The mixing of the sounds of the 2 heartbeats caused their blood to boil. As time passed, the interval between the beats of the 2 hearts reduced gradually. The rhythm of the 2 heartbeats eventually merged into a single one. The new heartbeat sounded deep and forceful, resembling the sound of a drum being beaten slowly. Every time it beat, it caused the blood spiritual force within everyone's body to undulate. The ghastly cut on Yi Bai's chest healed and closed up visibly. Yi Bai, who was floating in the blood-red liquid, slowly sank to the bottom of the ice coffin. He looked as if he was sleeping. Nangong Wulian looked blankly at the ice coffin. His unkempt hair became motionless, the facial expression on his gaunt face froze, and his eyes turned red. It had been nearly 20 years. In a makeshift camp outside of Jade Tree City. The place was filled with the sound of people wolfing down their food. No one cared about their image. After flying for a day and a night without stopping, everyone was drained. They were hungry and cold. At the makeshift camp, food had already been prepared for them. When they landed, they were immediately served piping hot elemental soup. Silver Soldier hadn't eaten yet. When the mayor of Jade Tree City heard they had arrived, he quickly rushed over to welcome them. Out of courtesy, Silver Soldier had to entertain the mayor. After entertaining the mayor, Silver Soldier returned to the camp and sat beside Karakoram Polaris. Karakoram Polaris served Silver Soldier the elemental soup that she had long prepared. He did not even bother to be polite and gulped down the soup. He finally regained his energy after gulping down a few bowls of elemental soup one after the other. With a deep voice, he said, "The essence elemental beans have been prepared. There are enough to last us until we have reached the rear of wall." Rear of wall referred to the area 25 kilometers behind the wall of North Sea where Qishou Yuan built all the fortifications. "Silver, don't be so anxious," Karakoram Polaris said softly. Silver Soldier reached out his metallic palm and touched Karakoram Polaris's hair, saying, "I used to have a good friend who was from North Sea Division. We stayed together in Central Pine City. He is much more interesting than me and he would often tell me stories about North Sea Division." "What happened after that?" Karakoram Polaris asked curiously. The metallic hand that was caressing Karakoram Polaris's hair froze momentarily. He replied softly, "He brought the students of Central Pine Academy to the Garden of Life and the blood catastrophe happened to break out there. He did not survive in the end." "I'm sorry, Silver," Karakoram Polaris said with an apologetic tone. "It's not Karakoram's fault, you don't need to apologize," came a gentle, yet apologetic voice from behind the slick, silvery mask of Silver Soldier. "I'm the one who's supposed to apologize for dragging you into the battlefield." "Don't say such words, Silver. Karakoram needs some real combat experience to complete the swordplay encyclopedia." Karakoram Polaris shook her head. Silver Soldier did not retort Karakoram Polaris. All he did was caress Karakoram Polaris's long hair gently. After a while, he said, if we could have set off earlier, sure Behi might not have died. Silver, don't blame Aunt Yi, Karakoram Polaris said softly. There were a few times when Silver Soldier had volunteered himself to reinforce North Sea Division, but was rejected by Aunt Yi. Karakoram Polaris did not know why Aunt Yi would reject Silver Soldier. Every time she talked to Aunt Yi about this, Aunt Yi would try to avoid the topic. Silver Soldier hesitated slightly and shook his head. I'm not blaming her. Honestly, I can't do whatever she can do. She definitely has her difficulties. I don't understand all these politics. All I want is to. He paused and gazed into the distance, appearing as if he was looking through the already dissipated smoke of war. After a long while, he said softly, all I want is to fight with everyone. Suddenly, he laughed at himself. Master used to say that I'm too stubborn, my hatred is too deep, and I have too much rage within me. He said that I have no hope of becoming a grandmaster because of these factors. At that time, I disagreed with him. However, now I know what Master said was right. Whenever I think of fighting, I am not able to restrain my emotions. I don't care whether or not I can become a grandmaster. As long as I can fight against blood of God with everyone, I am more than contented. Someone who is blinded by rage and hatred like me is fated to die on the battlefield. Karakoram Polaris turned around and looked at Silver Soldier through her light, muslin veil. With a voice that was gentle like water, she said, Karakoram will accompany you. Silver Soldier was stunned as he looked at Karakoram. He stared blankly at Karakoram Polaris's veil-covered face. Her beautiful, crystal-clear and determined gaze pierced his heart like a sword. An indescribable agony spread across his body. I'm sorry, Karakoram, Silver Soldier muttered. Karakoram Polaris's heart skipped a beat, but her gaze remained crystal clear. She imitated Silver Soldier's tone and replied, it's not Silver's fault, there's no need for you to apologize. Silver Soldier returned to his senses and broke into a laughter. Karakoram Polaris's lips curled into a smile. Silver Soldier's gaze regained its firmness as he replied with a deep voice, let's carry out circulatory cycle revolution and regain our energy so that we can set off as soon as possible. Once we reach the rear of wall, we won't find such a safe place anymore. Karakoram Polaris acknowledged him and nodded her head in agreement. Silver Soldier took out an essence elemental being, sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes, beginning his circulatory cycle revolution. Karakoram Polaris's crystal-clear eyes stared deeply at the silvery, glossy mask on Silver Soldier's face. Beneath her thin veil, her cherry lips moved slightly but no sound came out of her mouth. No matter where you go, Karakoram will accompany you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.